You are clearly the national master above tens of thousands in the current dynasty. Yet you never participate in court politics, instead choosing to set up stalls in the streets every day to deceive people for a living. You will not only be free from impeachment by the court officials, but they will also attend to you diligently. Even the current emperor will regard you as a true immortal. However, all this was because 3 months ago, the diligent emperor requested his princes to seek foreign experts for the elixir of immortality, and even intended to appoint the prince who found a true cultivator as the crown prince of Datong. Your predecessor used to collaborate with others to set up schemes, spreading rumors in the capital city. When encountering young wealthy gentlemen with obvious mental issues, they would falsely claim that there were immortals on Mount Zwawang. With the original body's eloquence, one is sure to make a big profit. Who would have thought that the first time the original body bluffed, they would hook the sixth prince of the current dynasty? The sixth prince, Li Ningji, is a reserved person, and there are no outstanding talents among his subordinates. Upon learning of the renowned master Heibai who excelled in Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, Li Ningji hurried to Mount Zwawang where the master was currently immersed in spiritual enlightenment. In the same original body, the conversation was so enlightening that it was like meeting a deity. With a sincere invitation and deep respect as a promise, after 3 earnest requests, the person finally agreed to come out of seclusion. Just as the original self had not yet recovered from the shock of this silly prince, he was informed that he would have to face the emperor next. Upon entering the Changha Hall, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. His heart trembled, and he died on the spot. Only then did you take over this mess. You regained your composure, pretending to be calm as you smiled gently at the sixth prince beside you. In reality, you were feeling very anxious. Oh no, you've transmigrated into a charlatan, and one who is about to deceive the emperor at that. At this moment, your inner turmoil is roaring. How could you fall for this deceitful trick? Do you have no idea of your own capabilities? Stay calm. It's crucial to stay calm. There are many tricks in the Great Tang criminal law. I must not let them discover that I am a fraud. Adjusting his expression, he discreetly scanned the various princes who had come to seek the true cultivator. Each of them was shrouded in black mist, accompanied by spiritual beasts, serpents, and mysterious spells, making you nod in approval deep down in your heart. Very well, it seems like all of you powerful individuals are quite capable. I hope to satisfy the emperor, but please don't make it difficult for a charlatan like you. At this moment, the eunuch deliberately elongated his sharp tone in the palace. The emperor has arrived. The courtiers solemnly bowed in unison, saying, "Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! Long live!" As an outsider, you don't need to kneel, but seeing several other colleagues making gestures to ask for blessings, you also learn to curl your right thumb, middle finger, and ring finger, pinching the 3 fingers together in front of your chest, then slightly bowing and saying, "Infinite Heavenly Lord, please rise, masters of the Tao." Emperor Hong was advanced in age, his voice hoarse and deep with the weight of years. His sharp gaze then swept over the crowd before he continued. 10 days ago, I and the princes agreed on a verbal imperial decree. Whoever can find a true cultivator of the way shall be the long-awaited crown prince of our great harmony. Today, we invite all the esteemed ministers to witness this, and also to see the methods of true cultivation within our great harmony. Whispered conversations erupted among the officials once again. Absurd! Absurd! How can we set a precedent of allowing sorcerers into the court? What kind of decorum is this? Lord Gong Yang, please advise His Majesty quickly. Despite the urging of his colleagues behind him, the chief civil official, Prime Minister Gong Yang, remained calm as he held the ivory tablet in his hands and casually said, "No rush, whether it's a dragon or a worm, we will soon find out." Without his lead, the other officials could only mutter quietly. Emperor Hong smiled and raised his hand to silence the noise. Looking at the prince calmly, "Let's start with the crown prince. Sire, please introduce the abilities of this Taoist you have brought." Li Mingshi took a step forward and clasped his hands in a salute. "Yes, Your Majesty, please, Master 17. The man he referred to as the 17 true man was a middle-aged man, with a proud and arrogant demeanor, a beautiful long beard reaching his chest, dressed in a dark cloud-patterned Taoist robe. He held a black sandalwood jade ring that emitted a faint dust, exhaling black mist with each breath, appearing sinister and eerie. Unlike a righteous person, the 17 immortals formed a seal with their hands, scattering dust as they took a square step in front of the hall. "Your Majesty, Crown Prince, fellow Taoists, allow me to show off a bit and demonstrate the skill of walking on clouds and mist." With the approval of the old emperor, the 17 immortals immediately puffed up their cheeks, pinched a sword finger with their right hand in front of their lips, their chest and abdomen swelling. A continuous wisp of black smoke spewed out, instantly enveloping their whole body, gathering but not dispersing. The bizarre scene astonished the crowd. Before the magic was even finished, The 17th immortal suddenly let out a strange cry, dust floating on his shoulders. With a wave of his long sleeves, he leaped up, truly as light as a crow, floating up and down in the black mist, moving left and right, for dozens of breaths, before landing lightly on the tips of his toes. Silently, opening his mouth, he sucked in all the black mist in one breath, then waved away the floating dust, stroked his long beard, exuding a somewhat lofty demeanor. Please excuse my rudeness. The 17th master returned to his original position, his chest proudly puffed up once again. The person on the dragon throne lightly clapped his hands. Good. Truly a skillful technique of soaring through the clouds and treading on mist. It must have been difficult to cultivate. Shire, you are determined. Li Mingshi couldn't contain the joy on his face, but he also didn't dare to take credit. Just as he was about to offer flattery, the elderly voice suddenly turned furious, slamming the dragon throne and shouting, "A wandering martial artist, daring to deceive in my celestial harmony hall with a few dirty tricks. Does he really think I, the ruler of Datong, am incompetent? Dakai, seize him." The eunuch who had been waiting beneath the dragon throne bowed his head in acquiescence, his figure mysteriously disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already close to the 17th immortal. He raised 3 fingers like eagle claws, grabbed the neck like catching a rabbit, and with a crisp crack, 3 lines of blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, the old eunuch was back under the dragon throne, waiting. Everything happened so quickly, as if he had never moved at all. The pupils of the 17 masters contracted suddenly. Only then did they realize the danger and hurriedly covered their throats. Blood continued to gush from the 3 deep holes on their necks. In less than a moment, the 17 masters ceased to breathe, collapsing with a splash into a pool of blood, their defiant pupils gradually dilating. The palace fell into silence. Whether it's the ministers, the prince, or the rest of the party, one by one, they were so shocked by the sudden change that they couldn't make a sound. Emperor Hong really is as temperamental as the rumors say. One moment he was praising, and the next moment he was spreading blood all over the Chenha temple. Even more so, no one knew that the old eunuch Dakai, who had been following the emperor, was an unparalleled martial arts expert. Emperor Hiroshi doesn't see any problem with it. Although the voice is still affable and gentle, in front of the uncooled bones in front of the temple, it seems to be extremely oppressive. And please, mighty men, use some upgraded means. I may be old, but my eyes are still good, so it's not easy to fool around. Shenger, it's your turn. If he had been read his name before, Second Imperial Prince Li Mingshi would still be excited. But now it was full of nothing but panic. The fact that father no longer speaks a word to big brother proves that the Grand Prince has been kicked out and reduced to a wasted man. Especially when Li Mingshi saw that this high person he had sought out was shivering throughout his body, he was instantly enlightened. Father knows whether there are fairies in the world or not. I'm afraid that this time, the gimmick of finding a high-ranking person and fixing the crown prince was used to knock down the restless forces within the dynasty. That is to say, the small actions that they, the royal sons, did in private, Emperor Hong knew all of them. Thinking of this, Li Mingshi raised his head tremblingly. He was looking into Hongdi's furious eyes, still majestic and wise despite his age. After Li Mingshi's mind made a quick calculation, with a clench of his teeth, he fiercely became ferocious. With a scowl on his face, he rose and rushed at the temple guard, drawing his sword as he did so. The 3 feet of green unturned. It stabbed straight at the high person he had brought with him. Tear bloodlines splattered all over the place. Before the tall man could give his name, blood was spilled on the spot. Dang! Li Mingshi dropped his sword and knelt down to apologize. Father, it is my son who was not able to recognize people. To have allowed this kind of jungle crook to mix into the palace. Even though Shang has put him to death, he still doesn't pay for his sins. I still ask father to chastise him. The seat is full of shock. Tough. Li Mingshi's move to break his wrist is ruthless and decisive. Looking at the rest of the royals, their cheeks twitched. Why would Shanger do this? Emperor Hong sighed and seemed to be rather disapproving. However, his next sentence said, Shanger is still too reckless, go down and read the sage's words more and copy them 100 times. It's also good to cultivate your body and mind for future benefits. Upon hearing this, Li Mingshi was delighted and immediately knelt down to thank the emperor for his grace. The fact that Emperor Hong is willing to say this means that he still has a chance to fight for the throne. Even Emperor Hiroshi was quite pleased with his tactics. Witnessing this scene, which of the remaining princes still did not know the purpose of this trip? Emperor Hongdi wasn't even looking for immortality. Rather, the cults in the territory of Datong have become a plague, compelling people to be restless. The Fangsher scourged the country and the people suffered. In some places, there are even signs of rebellion. Emperor Hong is using this as an opportunity to hammer the crowd and re-establish his authority. In front of the civilian ranks, Prime Minister Gong Yang smiled and stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly. Not bad, that's the Hiroshi he knows. How can there be any gods and goddesses in this world? Only imperial power can override everything. publicly beheading this group of godly crooks and swindlers. It's time for the royals to rest from their petty maneuvers with certain people. Didn't wait for Emperor Hiroshi to speak again. The third prince then picked up the bloodstained blade with a quick eye and turned to slash at the monk kneeling on the ground at his side, begging for mercy. There was a flash of cold light, and a big, round, good head rolled to the ground. I still ask father to chastise my son. The third prince knelt down with his sword and begged his father for forgiveness, and finally received the same punishment as the second prince. Seeing this, apart from the sixth prince, the rest of the royal princes also had fierce glints in their eyes one by one, aimed at these high rollers who were so respectful not so long ago. The brown-robed, mangy-headed Taoist who was following the fifth prince was sweating coldly. He had felt the killing intent of the sharp edge on his back. If we keep this up, we're going to die. What to do? What do we do? His eyes darted back and forth, suddenly skimming over to Guxian whose face was unperturbed. This guy is still not panicking. Is it possible that he really has something in him? Wait, there's an idea. The mangy-headed Taoist couldn't care less in order to save his life. His heart sped up violently, and the plan came to life. He stepped forward quickly, facing Hiroshi with a half-bow of his back. Your Holiness, the poor Taoist is good at the art of calling out wind and rain. However, without thunder and lightning, it is difficult to do so. I heard that the Taoist friend invited by the sixth prince happens to have practiced the method of dancing thunder and making electricity. I also ask your majesty to be gracious and allow the two of us to put on a joint performance. For a moment, the sightlines of the Fulchinha hall gathered in unison on Guxian, who was wearing an ink robe. Guxian? It's not. I'm not even close to reacting from the dead guy situation. What are you guys up to? Chapter 2 Inviting the True Immortal. The truth of this Taoist who claimed to be good at calling the winds and calling the rain was not known for the time being. But this hand of woe is extremely well made. It was said that Guxian, who was invited by the sixth prince, was good at dancing thunder and making electricity. If it fails, the fault lies entirely with these two. It shows that the sixth prince's lack of knowledge and Guxian's solicitation have nothing to do with him. If it becomes, oh, how could that be? Look at him, he can't even make the right seals. How is that possible? Furthermore, how could they, the people outside the square, not know whether there are true laws in the world? If there was a real law, who would be happy to deal with this murderous emperor? As long as the pot was successfully thrown at Guxian and the sixth prince, he would have a chance of survival. Before he had a chance to make a move, the fifth prince's face changed, and he looked at the back of the Taoist with a shadowy look. Unexpectedly, he was actually tricked as well. Now he was even stabbed back. But it was already the case, and he had to get involved. It was a good thing that his naive sixth brother wasn't much good at anything. As the fifth prince prayed to Emperor Hong, he didn't forget to glance at the sixth prince. I also ask father to grant it. It is a rare joy to have two high masters working together to perform the spell. Sixth brother, just be honest and take the blame for fifth brother me. As for Guxian, a mere pariah who dares to deceive his majesty, death is death. Not worth caring about. Han Emperor's pale eyes flashed slightly, knocking on the armrest if there is contemplation. The fifth prince's heart lifted a little bit with it. The next moment, the knocking choked. Emperor Hiroshi nodded in agreement. Since you have this in mind, it is a pleasure. Cure, is that okay? Sixth Prince Li Mingji looked at Guxian with worry, and saw that his face was still cloudy and light, so his heart was a little more at ease. I think Sir is sure of it. My son listens to all of father's wishes. Mr. Gu, please show your hand. Guxian began to wonder if they could speak human. What do I show? Did you ask my opinion before you made your decision? Guxian incomparably wanted to spray the crowd with blood, but he found himself in an extremely strange state. The more panicked his mind was, the calmer his face was. Even if his heartbeat was so fast that it was about to explode, not even a single drop of sweat broke out on his forehead. But to outsiders, Guxian's silence was precisely the confidence in his own skills. One stood on tiptoe and stretched his neck to look. Noticing the gathered sights, Guxian's mind blanked out and he actually nodded gently. May. Wait a minute. What did I just say? Could it be that you really have a brain fart? Where's the necessary system for travelers? Come to the rescue. Under the watchful eyes of the civil and military officials on both sides, Guxian followed his fleshly memory and stepped on the 7-star pace. Eyes rolled back and forth, trying to find an escape. Slowly, he stepped toward the door of the temple, reciting the 5 thunders incantation allowed to stall for time. Heavenly thunder is hidden, and dragons and tigers intersect. Taihua Taiji, thunderbolt dash. Behind him, Emperor Hong lifted his hand lightly, and the 2 temple guards who had been instructed to follow. Guxian was oblivious, still continuing his steps without any haste. The electric mother coughed and roared, and the thunderer ran forward. General Thunderbolt, break the thunder and ambush the gods. Urgent. After reciting the incantation, there was no change as expected. 2 sharp blades were shinned out of their sheaths, and the white light was blinding. Slow down. Don't be in a hurry, I have other catchphrases. Luckily, Guxian liked these arcane things in his past life, or else he wouldn't have been able to tell fortunes against the old magician. Guxian did not panic and blindly pinched another Dharma seal. Electricity Mother Thunderduke, quickly send down your divine power. Follow me to get rid of the disease. Boom 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 boom. I am following the orders of the Supreme Lord Lao, and I am in a hurry. After a few trips back and forth, and after pouring the ink out of his stomach, he didn't come up with a way to break the game. Coming to the door of the temple, Guxian's urge to forcefully rush out rose violently. The result was that just as he took a step, the hem of his obstructing shirt tugged at his pants leg, causing him to nearly stagger to the ground. The commotion attracted the soldiers guarding the door and surrounded them. The halberds were interlaced in front of his chest, and the iron cold pierced through his clothes straight to the bone marrow. The fear of death rushed straight to his brain, causing his scalp to tingle and goosebumps to rise under his neck from the stress. Guxian was afraid to the extreme and in turn did not panic. Tai straightened his back and straightened his attire as if he had just made a bow to the heavens. It's just a matter of maybe it's meant to be. Hopefully, the dog Dowser who screwed him over won't end up well either. I hope the next reincarnation is better. The sixth prince saw Guxian striking out with the same little magical power, and was somewhat lost after being duped. But he was simple, honest, and gentle. On second thought, Guxian was the one who begged him to come out of the mountain. Even if he was a liar, he should not have been punished like this. The sixth prince's eyes were squared and he was about to harden his heart and pray to his father. The mangy-headed Taoist who had succeeded in bringing the scourge to the east grinned a mouthful of yellow teeth and made up his mind to throw the guilt at Guxian. Snaps angrily. I thought you really had magic power, but I didn't realize that you were also a person who tries to make a name for yourself. Each boasts of great magical powers. But how can that divine power be used easily? The face of those outside our party is disgraced by people like you. While stepping on Guxian's foot, the mangy-headed Taoist put another layer of insurance on himself so that Hong Di wouldn't continue to pursue the matter. In fact, Guxian could have bitten back and dragged him along to his death. However, his state of mind at the moment was like the clear wind brushing the willow over, the bright moon shining in the ditch. Cannot do, and do not care to do the city scoundrels, shrew scolding the streets like ugly. Even if a sword is added to his body, he will not be afraid of it. Guxian's face was not sad or happy, and was clear and quiet. No fear of authority, no fear of life and death. So that Emperor Hong could not help but show his eyes in approval. This life and death put aside the heart, the earth is really rare. If you are a general, you are loyal. If you are a scribe, you are wise. If you can read 1,000,000 books, you might even be a great scholar. Pity! With such a good skin, you are still dirty inside. This group of scourge of the world, the fawns, should all be killed. Emperor Hong's eyes were cold as he swept over the remaining few people. Each one of them trembled like a quail, fawning and begging for mercy, without a trace of dignity. Comparing it to Guxian, the difference was immediate. Emperor Hong was a bit tired and raised his hand to signal the temple guards to end this farce. The sharp blade was raised high, ready to deliver a more honorable death. Hey! At that moment, a long, vicissitude sigh echoed through the palace. No matter where you stand, you listen very carefully. The old eunuch Dekai's face even changed, immediately protecting the emperor's side and setting up his frame to alert the surrounding. Could it be the legendary 1,000-mile transmission? How in the world can there still be such a master? Looking at the source of the sound, he traced it back to the front of the temple. Suddenly a gust of wind blew in, blowing the ink robes and hair flying, and its scenery was as beautiful as a picture scroll. In this situation, Guxian surrounded his body with an indefinable and unexplainable mysterious flavor. He stood against the wind, as if he had a feeling, and looked up to the sky and sighed. Life is easy to end. The morning dew, the world is unpredictable. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. Once this statement was made, the court full of civil officials snapped their eyes wide open and couldn't help but say marvelous in succession. Life is as short as the morning dew. The world is unpredictable. Unpredictable. Just one line of poetry, but it tells the truth that many people can't understand for the rest of their lives. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Such verses could not have been made by anyone other than a man of great wisdom and well-traveled. The more he tasted, the more skillful he felt, and when he looked at Guxian, he also felt a love and appreciation for his talent. The young man who can produce such a masterpiece has this kind of heart. Maybe it's not easy to be born, and you've gotten into the wrong way just to make a living. As long as it is corrected and taught a little, it will certainly have a great future in the future. Even the movement of stroking his beard gave a start, and Chancellor Gongyang made a decision in his heart. This kind of talent must be preserved from His Majesty's hands. He didn't realize that Emperor Hiroshi, who heard this, was equally compassionate. But it was the first half of the sentence that Emperor Hong heard. Years pass easily and life is short. Late in life, the disease is dull and the energy is exhausted. The older you get, the more likely you are to recall past glories and regrets and have sleepless nights. When he issued the verbal imperial edict to his royal sons, how could Emperor Hong's heart not have been looking forward to encountering a true cultivator? If he could extend his life for another 10 years, he would also have the ambition to be able to follow the 3 emperors and cover the 5 emperors. Being poked and prodded with scars, Hongdi's heart that was soft for a moment hardened again. Kong snapped, Dekai, go. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky, which overshadowed the imperial decree, and even more so, it shocked the whole audience. Civilian officials, military officials, soldiers and guards, imperial princes, including Emperor Hong, all looked horrified. It's a manifestation? It's really manifesting. No. If there is a fairy in this world, it is impossible to see the suffering of the people and not help them. If there was truly an immortal, it would be impossible to disregard the nightly pleas of him, the human emperor. If there really is a fairy. Boom! Rumble! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Successive thunderbolts, one more than the other, make people feel like a landslide in front of them, straight to the sky. Outside the temple, the cloudless dome of the present 10,000 miles was covered with dark clouds, and under the cloud patterns the essence of light flashed, as if it was nurturing a vast divine might. Finally, brilliant heavenly thunder splits the clouds and mist, and the golden thunder plasma gathers into a pool. Thunderpool, the arc seems to demonstrate the mystery of the golden snake metamorphosis into a five-clawed golden dragon, surging and turning between the subtle changes. The rotation is endless. When the dark clouds cleared and the blazing sun was in the sky, another golden thunderbolt chopped out from the heavens towards the earth. Rumble. The sound is overwhelming and irresistible. Like the descent of the heavenly god of demon swinging, he wants to swing his long whip to sweep away the filth for the living world. That thunder did not disappear when it landed. Instead, it crawled quickly along the ground, transforming into a golden swimming snake. Straight away, it zipped towards the crowd that had gathered around it. Eventually winding around Guxian's feet, wisps of golden light blossomed and scalded into a golden lotus platform. The landscaping treasure on the robe also seemed to come alive at this moment, splitting into two swimming fish of black and white. Surrounding behind Guxian, it went up and down in a loop. It's so esoteric that it's almost Taoist. Immortal. It's an immortal in the world. I don't know who was the first to get out of the way. The guards whose blade tips were aimed at Guxian went numb through their bodies, and their trembling tigers' mouths could no longer hold their blades. It was as if the thought of wanting to harm Guxian was a heavenly sin. Swords and spears, clanking off the ground. The guards looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. They even kneeled down and cowed out for mercy, shouting for the immortal to spare their lives. Some of the lesser officials could not help but cry out in unison. We have eyes but no eyes. We've offended the immortal. Please forgive me, immortal. Chapter 3, Unwilling to live in a cage. Unbeknownst to him, Guxian's mind was also in turmoil at the moment. The sky appeared to be thundering. Horrified, he opened his eyes violently, and then he saw that all around him was kneeling down. What's going on here? Do these natives really think that daybreak thunder was summoned by him? Guxian, who had been saturated with netizens in his previous life, had countless conjectures in his mind at once. Could it be that I am the reincarnation of a great power? Words follow the law? In just half a day, one after the other, I was shocked. Guxian was gradually assimilated into the ancient well state of mind. Putting aside the speculation about his birth, with this coincidence, his life is saved at the moment. Guxian, who had fused the memories of his original body's divine clerk, thought briefly and felt that it was still unsteady. Strike while the iron is hot. Take this opportunity to completely fool the entire court. With a flutter of his long sleeve, the temple guards kneeling in front of him knowingly made way. Guxian stepped forward with faith, and behind him, golden ripples rippled with every step that fell, branding footprints shaped like immortal medicinal plants and flowers. Hiss. Ancient texts say that saints' dwellings are full of immortal herbs and precious beasts, and transit visions follow them. This is actually true. Truly an immortal has descended to earth. Ha, not in vain, not in vain. When the civil and military officials on both sides saw the scene, there was no doubt about it, and they all bowed with their hands and eyes in awe. Chancellor Gongyang looked to the dragon chair first and saw that Emperor Hongdi was so shocked that he half stood up while bracing himself on the armrests. Turning back to his sight, he quietly straightened his crown and held an ivory tablet in both hands, paying a loud obeisance to Guxian on behalf of the group of ministers. We have eyes but no eyes. I hope Immortal Master will forgive us. Guma, walking slowly back to the front of the temple, listening to the Ram Chancellor, said so, the body of a stiff pause. Bad. It's not going to end well to pretend to be a big shot. Keep in mind that this was the feudal era, where imperial power allowed religion to exist, but would never allow divine power to take precedence over imperial power. Aren't the ministers trying to make the old emperor hold a grudge against him? Guxian's upper eyelid slightly drooped as he squinted out of sight. Looking into the old emperor had already blushed, just as if he was furious to the extreme. This group of people, it's just a thunderstorm during the day, what's the shock? He couldn't see the black and white two-tailed swimming fish that was alive behind him, and only thought that the crowd was still shocked by the vision of the white lightning. There has to be a way to put fire under this old emperor. His heart was restless and his mind was racing to find a way out. There! Guxian turned around, his palms folded an inch in front of his chest, and bowed slightly to solemnly return the salute to the group of ministers. Mr. Gu is a square outsider and cannot accept such a gift. The great men are the backbone of the rivers and mountains, the pillars of the heavens that make the people live in peace and happiness. It should be Gu Mao who thanks you all on behalf of the cosmos beings. Guxian, tone of voice calm but sincere, Anyone who listens to it is the words of the heart. In the hearts of the group of ministers it once earned enough goodwill. Even when the Ram Chancellor straightened up, his face was flushed with a bright light in his eyes. He has not been praised much, and was even once praised by the emperor as being the mirror of the clothes of Datong. No other time had he been as excited as he was now. Who's in front of you? That's an immortal. Mr. Ku spoke modestly, but whoever really took him for an ordinary square scholar would be a real fool. Its body surrounds the two chi of yin and yang, brilliant golden thunder to listen to the call, step-by-step visionary birth. When he stood still, a more complex pattern was formed under his feet, vaguely having the outline of the 8 trigrams of heaven, filled with inexhaustible mysteries. If Mr. Ku is not an immortal, who can claim to be? Thank you, immortal master, for your praise. The ministers once again thanked him, all of them were excited, and kept making small movements to quietly organize their attire, trying to leave a good impression on Guxian. Unlike the awe of the courtiers, the naive 6th prince only felt heartfelt happiness. He wasn't fooled. Mr. Ku is really capable of true cultivation. Great, now father won't blame Mr. Clasping his hands, he said to Emperor Hong, Father, Mr. Ku has already cast a through and through. Please also ask this Taoist master to quickly perform his immortal techniques, so as not to delay the moment for good. This. The mangy-headed Taoist's eyes dodged as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even if he broke his head, he couldn't figure out that this person could actually summon thunder and lightning, but as long as there was a glimmer of life, he would not give up the struggle. The Taoist clenched his teeth and hardened his head. Your Holiness, Datong is a large place, and the vision of thunder in the daytime is unusual. Furthermore, I see that this fellow Taoist has no Taoist lineage, and even pinches the Dharma seal of the sect of release and recites the incantations of the Taoist sect. Please be vigilant, Your Holiness, do not be coaxed by criminals agu. The 5th prince, who had been so shocked by the vision that he lost his concentration, suddenly changed his face when he heard Lizy Head open his mouth and raised his leg to kick him to the ground. The Taoist's words were completely dogged and shameless, nakedly calling Guxian a liar. It didn't matter if this was said before Guxian manifested himself, but to say it afterward was pure dementia. The 5th prince couldn't wait to slap himself when he thought that this kind of stupid person was actually found by himself. As expected, the words of the mangy-headed Taoist caused the atmosphere of the court to sink. The clayman still had 3 points of fire. Guxian was just in an ancient state of mind. It didn't mean he didn't have likes and dislikes. Anyone who was targeted over and over again would be disgusted. Guxian mentally worded how he should curse without destroying his image. On his face, he still had a transcendent, indifferent expression. But while he didn't speak, the group of ministers underneath had already made a noise. Especially the military officials, who were already bold and fierce in nature. Let's not talk about whether Guxian was true or not. This behavior of poking people's backbones by the mangy-headed Taoist was most displeasing to them. A burly man with a ringed beard and steel whiskers immediately stepped forward to break into song. That thieving road, what skills you have, just show them. Why make that long-winded gesture behind your back? Shame on you. Light scolding is not yet relieved. The ring-beard strong man clutched the tablet, angrily smashed forward. Drawing a bow and arrow is not yet a difficult task, and throwing is even less so. The clang hit right in the center of the eyebrow, smashing Lizy's head. After the fire, the Huanhu military officer also calmed down quite a bit, chagrined about the impulsiveness just now, and could not help but be scolded by His Majesty again afterwards. However, when he saw Guxian turn slightly sideways to look at him, another wave of excitement rose in the heart of the military official. Hey, cursing is fine. It's not a bad idea to make an impression on the immortals. Behind them, someone suddenly exclaimed out, Kagan, your arm. Ha? Why is my arm? This? Kagan was none other than the ring-bearded military officer, and was somewhat puzzled to hear his fellow officer point to his left arm. He was hit by an arrow the other day when he was leveling the rebellion. Perhaps the arrow was poisoned. The injury was delayed and he suffered several hemorrhages. But there's no need to be so shocked, is there? As he was thinking this, Kagan suddenly felt an itching sensation spreading in his little arm, itching so much that he couldn't help but scratch it. But there was an overpowering sensation when my fingertips touched my arm. A ray of golden light collapsed the bandage dash, revealing the wound, which was actually already a newborn pink and red flesh. This. Kagan was so excited that he was incoherent and flung his arms around vigorously. The injury that the physician diagnosed that it would take half a month to get better actually returned as good as new in an instant? The golden light dissipated as the injury got better, and it was clear in an instant who had done this. Kue Kong clasped his fists and bowed solemnly to Guxian. Kue Kong thanks Immortal Master. What simple-minded military officials can think of, other officials can naturally think of as well. Just punishing evil on behalf of the immortals will cure the stubborn disease. And that's a good thing? Immediately, he cursed at the mangy head. Chancellor Gonyang was a man of action, and he had already pushed up his sleeves when other civil officials were stuck in verbal condemnation. Aiming at the fallen head of Lizy, he threw the ever-prized ivory wattles with all his might. Bang! Oh, the mangy head, who had only just raised his head, was smashed in the eye socket again, and blood flowed all over his face as if he was opening a dying booth. Lord Rams is so accurate. Oh, the old man was still a master pot thrower when he was young. AI Lord Gongyang's elegance, this is more than ever. The Ram Chancellor stroked his beard and accepted the compliment with a smile. When Guxian looked over, he immediately collected some of his expression and straightened his waist for a few moments. In the next moment, the black and white twin fish behind Guxian rotated an instant faster, and a wisp of white clear chi slammed into the Ram Chancellor's heavenly spirit in the sight of everyone. Incorporating that wisp of clear chi, the Ram Chancellor's already cloudy eyes cleared up quite a bit, and his face was even a bit more rosy. The entire person's essence was even more youthful. Apparently from the immortals there were great benefits. Which of the ministers could still hold back? For a time, the tablet and boots flew about. This is where the benefits of having a high official rank come into play. Low official position can only stand in the back of the line of civil servants, even if they make every effort to throw cannot be hit. In vain to see the front row of ministers have been created, regret and chest thumping. A great opportunity is in front of us, but we can't get it because of our small strength. Repentance also. After the commotion calmed down a bit, Emperor Hong heavily slapped the armrest. Silence. The entire room was silent, only staring at the white-faced Taoist with eyes that couldn't wait to skin and bone. Emperor Hong looked at Guxian in a complicated manner. At this moment, although he inwardly determined that Guxian was a capable true cultivator, however, he was equally curious about Li Zitu's question earlier. Sir, just which Dao lineage are you a great power? It's refreshing to have someone avenge yourself. Guxian had long since prepared an answer, yet he still pretended to model left and right for a moment of contemplation before softly chanting. Sitting on the Tao, attending Zen and understanding the words of the Confucian, the three schools work together as they should. Enlightenment converts the sincere truth in one word, and guides the lifeless to the mystery of nature. Its voice is low, but it seems to be like the wind and rain, moist and silent. A Zen speech of truth, containing the 3,000 great roads, pointing directly to the origin of the three religions. Suddenly, the thunder that had subsided outside the hall surged again, and a breeze blew into the Chenha hall. It was as if the group of ministers had heard a sermon from a celestial being, and they were all mesmerized, with the clear wind slightly swinging their bodies. And Emperor Hong, seated on the dragon chair, felt it most deeply. He had only heard it in his ears, but had not yet realized it in his mind. However, because Guxian was facing him, the breeze was also blowing towards him. It will make the Hong Emperor's old and dried skin moisturized a few points, withered old internal organs and lungs, more such as the spiritual spring nourishment, and then alive. The disease of the past, the old disease, in an instant to alleviate a little, even the spiritual platform also clear a lot. After getting older, Emperor Hiroshi had never had such a relaxing moment. A fresh and healthy body. He had searched so hard for so long, but he had actually begged for it only because of Guxian's words of truth. Emperor Hongdi pushed away Dekai's assistants and couldn't help but stand up in excitement. Step by step down the steps to the front of the temple, Tong Guxian calmly stared at each other for a moment. This is the second time. Those calm eyes became more and more mysterious the more he looked at them. The bottom of his eyes seemed to have stars spinning and moving, and the depth of them went straight to the origin of the great Tao. Under this immortal aura, power loses its color. Emperor Hong exhaled a cloudy breath, and for the first time since he ascended the throne, he clasped his hands and saluted someone with a sincere tone. Mr. is really a great talent. It's my eyes that are clumsy to recognize a real person in front of me, so I hope that you will forgive me. I, the widow, would like to be invited as the teacher of a country, and I hope that you will protect my datong. When this statement was made, the whole audience was shocked. It's a division of a nation. It is a supreme position under one person and above 10,000 people. Even the emperor was on par with him. I didn't realize that His Majesty was so bold as to offer half the country as a gift to invite an immortal into the court. The group of ministers simultaneously swallowed their saliva with mixed emotions. There was some envy, some opposition, and more. But anticipation. On the one hand, there has never been a precedent for a founder to enter the court. However, this Mr. Ku is most likely a living true immortal. If he could be sheltered by him, I dare not imagine how strong Cosmos would be in the future. Chancellor Gong Yang, who had been in the upper position for a long time, was first shocked, followed by a slight shake of his head. How could an immortal with such a beautiful scenery covet earthly power and wealth? And how can those who are greedy for fame and fortune become immortal? Your Majesty, you're going to be disappointed this time. As expected, Guxian's brows furrowed in the face of half of Datong. Your Majesty, Gu will not be able to scheme and maneuver, no honor and disgrace, quiet and prolonged life. The intention is not in the courtroom. Chapter 4 Drunken Talk on Eternal Life. To be the master of the state? What a joke. It's only by sheer luck that you can fool your way through. Wouldn't staying at the court reveal itself at any time? But remember that the other party is the emperor after all. Guxian thought for a moment and rubbed his resignation, finding a step down for Hongdi. Your Majesty, Gu deeply cultivates in the mountains and forests, and recently had an epiphany. Inspiration is hard to find and it is not advisable to enter the world. This trip to join the court is really the sixth prince's graciousness. After repaying this favor, Gu shall return to the forest and attend to the Xian and the Tao.
Rang, Mr. Ge's destiny with Cosmos has not yet ended, and we will meet in the future.
In human terms, it means, I'm not capable, I'm not competent, let me go, next time for sure. The visions entwined around his body gradually faded away, and although Guxian's aura remained dusty, he lost the sense of distance that he would vanish and ascend at any time. Hearing this, Emperor Hong's heart was a little more at ease while at the same time, he looked at Guxian a few points higher. Worthy of being a capable true cultivator. Not only is his cultivation heavenly, but he is also so humble. If this kind of capable person could not stay, he must not sleep day and night. However, when a character like Immortal Master Gu said that he was destined to be with Cosmos, naturally it would not be false.
You can't just turn around and run, can you? Let's go. Let him go today.
Emperor Hong's complexion changed a few times, and he pondered a little. Instead of walking onto the high platform again, he stood at Guxian's side and announced in a loud voice in front of the civil and military officials.
Effective immediately, 6th Prince Li Mingji is the crown prince of my Datong. In addition, a mountain of sitting forgetfulness is given to Immortal Master Guxian as a dojo. Retreat. Father, no. Your Majesty.
The 6th Prince and Guxian opened their mouths near the same time, so much so that they froze eye to eye.
Mr.
Gu, I. The 6th Prince wanted to say something, but he only bitterly arched his hand towards Guxian and wilted and hung his head.
Emperor Hong's mind was made up, and he immediately waved away the ministers.
Some officials still wanted to advise His Majesty to think twice, but seeing that His Majesty's attitude was too resolute at the moment, it was not good to discuss it further, so they could only retreat for the time being. Amidst the cries and pleas for mercy, the corpses in front of the temple platform and the remaining Fengshi were also forcibly dragged away by the guards. Apart from the corpses, Lizzie is the quietest. The Ram Chancellor is old and strong, and that Wuda plate really gave him a stun.
When the ministers left the court, several princes looked at each other in disbelief. Lao Lu was made the crown prince. Where do they go from here?
Father, we.
The third prince was the most subdued and asked apprehensively.
With his hands behind his back, Emperor Hong swept his eyes meaningfully over the royals for a full dozen seconds before speaking. You all go down first as well.
Yes, father. Before leaving, the unwilling second prince even scraped Guxian with a sinister sight. The crown prince's seat should have gone to him. And now it's fallen to that wimpy, incompetent Li Mingji. Without this man.
Emperor Hong took in the second prince's small movements in his eyes, but didn't say anything. Instead, he kindly and affably spoke with Guxian.
It's almost noon, would you like to accompany the widow for a meal?
He also called out to the 6th prince, who was walking side by side with the 9th prince, Jir, you also come together.
Hey. Li Mingji didn't react for a moment, or was reminded by the 9th prince bumping his shoulder before he happily followed. It's good that Emperor Hiroshi didn't say anything. At this remark, Guxian felt an unbearable hunger in his belly. Can't help but remember the days of bitter the original body in order to cultivate the illusion of not staining the red dust. Day after day, he drank the morning dew and ate the stamens of flowers, and did not touch meat or fish or go near fire. This immortal-looking physique is completely starved out.
Guxian arched his eyebrow slightly underneath, and quite uncharacteristically, he was looking forward to lunch.
Then I'll bother your majesty. The palace at the rear of the Chunha temple, i.e., directly to the north, is called the Qianyang temple. It was originally a building for performing morning and evening rituals and enjoying the moon to pray for blessings. However, since Emperor Hong's ascension to the throne, it was hard to change it into a palace for martial arts discussion with the concubines of the harem. In order to win the smile of the beauty, but also in the northwest corner of the construction of a small area of the imperial garden. Emperor Hong is not good unusual flowers and plants, favoring exotic. Garden is also mostly some cannot name the exotic flowers and plants.
March is often refreshing with an easterly wind. It whisked through the branches of the old and vigorous trees, and passed through the majestic mountains and rocks. The fragrant wind with full of spring colors blew along the green stone road, scraping across a carved wooden bridge over a stream, before it blew into the Jade Pavilion. As the name suggests, the Jade Pavilion is made of famous jadeite throughout. The pavilion body is based on transparent white jade, the eaves are slightly curved, and the carvings under the eaves are complicated and exquisite. The sunlight shines on the desktop like ripples in the water through the thin places. A veiled courtesan carries an icy jade platter with cheesecake cherries, steamed pears drizzled with honey, savory pastries. Another silver jug with jewels of various colors was brought to the table, and wine was poured for the three of them. These treasures and delicacies are all priceless and inviting treasures in the outside world. Here, however, it is only for quenching one's thirst for pleasure. But to Guxian, a roughneck, what was in front of him was not nearly as tempting as a chicken leg. The heart is wondering, is it possible that there are some taboos in the palace? It is impossible for the king of a country to be unable to afford to eat meat, right? Hong Di, who had deliberately returned to his chambers to change into his bright yellow regular clothes, raised his wine bottle to Guxian and invited him.
I know that, Mr. Widow doesn't eat earthly food, but it's hard to find immortal fruits in the mortal world.
Only some of the vegetarian wine is good, and I would ask the gentleman to make do with it.
No food for thought? Who? Are you talking about me? Gu Xian was a bit helpless. Fittingly, it was his appearance that was too confusing for people to misunderstand. It's okay to have wine, or a toast from the king of a country. I'll have something to brag about later. I'm afraid that Emperor Hong could never have imagined that he would honor Gu Xian as an immortal master. But the real Gu Xian is still a commoner. Your Majesty, please, please. Sixth Prince Li Mingji, purely to make up the head of the individual, after drinking wine cannot be inserted into the conversation, holding a juicy steamed pear silently nibbled. The two chatted politely and then quickly became acquainted. Gu Xian was assimilated by a bland state of mind and didn't care about Emperor Hongdi's imperial power. And Emperor Hongdi was again and again impressed by Gu Xian's erudition and knowledge. There are some ideas and concepts that at first sound absurd and irrational. But the more I pondered it, the more I was amazed at the great wisdom it contained. Not only do they have a unique point of view, but they also have a good knowledge of astronomy and geography. Whether it's asking for advice on the mysteries of Xianxian, the mind of the emperor, farming, selling words, Gu Xian seemed to be able to tell one or two things as if he knew everything, and it was easy to understand and far-reaching in intent. The more they talk, the more they let the love of talent Hong Emperor Ichi hate to be able to Gu Xian forcibly stay, night and night against the foot to sleep together. After 3 rounds of wine, Hongdi's eyes had more than a few hints of drunkenness. Smacked his lips, reluctantly put down the wine bottle, finally opened the door to ask, Mr. Gu, may I ask if there is a way to live forever in this world? I knew you would ask. Don't say you, I want to know too. The county village squires still have ambitions for immortality. Not to mention a king of a country. But Gu Xian had crossed over only half a day ago and hadn't traveled this side of the world yet, so how could he dare to jump to conclusions? Lifting his eyes to the distance, his heart was filled with longing. This world was mysterious and tantalizing, full of infinite possibilities, and there might really be a method of everlasting life. But, right now, we have to fool the old emperor first. How should I fool around? Ta. Gu Xian had the habit of knocking on the table when he sat down to think, and for a moment he didn't think of what to say, and glanced at Hong Di with a weak heart. We had such a pleasant chat earlier, even if I say I don't know, it won't kill me, right? But his silence seemed to mean something else to Emperor Hong. Ha, thank you sir, I understand. Hong Emperor suddenly realized, drink out of the cup is not enough, waved away the wine-pouring courtesan, to the pot mouth, will be left half a pot of gulung a drink. Ha? What did I say? What did you understand again? Gu Xian was at a loss. Emperor Hongdi put down the silver wine pot and tilted his body towards Gu Xian's front, lowering his voice as if he was afraid that people would hear him. Sir just raised his head to the sky and tapped his fingertips on the table 3 times. It is to tell the widow that this is a secret of the heavens, and must not be lightly transmitted. But then he looked to the widow, and was saying that it should be preached only at the perfect time of heaven, earth, and man. When he finished speaking, he even nodded with self-approval. Mr. Gu, does the widow's enlightenment make sense? The corners of Gu Xian's mouth twitched unnoticeably a few times. I meant that? Despite the inner mess of hair and a bunch of words that wanted to rant stuck in his throat. But this spiteful seed was an emperor after all, and even if his brainstorming was outrageous, he had to go along with the words. No words may or may not be spoken. Gu Xian held back a sentence in a mysterious manner. The odds are not in favor. At this moment, he instantly comprehended those monks and Taoist priests, why they always engage in such riddler behaviors as unspeakable and due to fate. What a universal excuses. Not being able to hear Gu Xian's heartfelt words, Emperor Hong rightly assumed that he had acquiesced. The two of them pushed their glasses and drank a few more cups of vegetarian wine. Only when Gu Xian was already a bit drunk did Emperor Hong end the conversation. Mr. Good drinker. Today's conversation with Mr. Gu was very pleasant. However, I still have political affairs to attend to, so it is not convenient for me to stay with Mr. Gu. When he has time to spare, he will be invited to a feast, and I hope that you will not excuse yourself. Naturally, I hope your Majesty's health is not in danger. Hong Di was in a trance when he got up and was helped straight by the ghostly old eunuch. When he looked down, he saw that Li Mingji was still eating the crispy cake and couldn't help but darken his face. This kid ate until now? Cure, you go see Mr. Gu off. Yes, father. 2 people nagging happy, the 6th prince ate also happy. Wine did not drink much, half of the plate of cherries was dipped in cheese he ate clean, even nibbled on 3 steamed pears. Pastries does not know how much to eat. He nearly hiccuped when he got up, and hastily clasped his hands in a salute to cover it up a bit. Hey! Emperor Hong shook his head slightly and led the old eunuch away. Chapter 5, the storm is coming to the capital, why don't you go back to the mountains and forests? The sun was sloping toward the west. The tall steed stepped on the green stone road with a steady pace. Every step raised and fell would be accompanied by the crisp sound of the 4-cornered bronze bells hanging from the roof of the carriage. Bell bell bell. The wheels are wide and the ride is rarely bumpy. Resting on the curtains, the downtown far from the sound of hawking is much lazier, sounding listless. Tatung has had a lot of turmoil within its borders in recent years, and the city gates close early. It closed at exactly 3 minutes past an hour, which, in the time Gu Xian was familiar with, was equivalent to 3:45 in the afternoon. In a previous life, someone might have just woken up at this hour. But in ancient times, there were few entertainment facilities. Occasionally you could watch a juggler, but there wasn't much entertainment in the day-to-day except for making children. Guxian had the intention to lift the curtain and take a look at the world that had intrigued him. However, because the sixth prince, Li Mingji, was in the carriage with him, he had to continue to put on his unearthly appearance. The horses' hooves slowed until they came to a halt, and a line of neatly ordered heavy feet approached. It should have reached the gates of the city, where heavily armored guards came to verify it. According to the rules, Li Mingji could have simply asked his men to go and say something, but he had to get off the carriage and explain to the guards in person. Mr. Gu, the cure goes and comes back. Aha! The breeze blew the drunkenness away by a few points. Guxian shook his head, pulled up the curtains, and tilted his head to look at the city walls. It was worthy of being the capital of a country. The city wall guarding the city of Shanjing is like a continuous dragon, with a block of boulders neatly built, resembling the scales and armor on the dragon. On the city wall, every few meters, a black armored soldier stood holding an iron lance, looking into the distance. A nearly human-thick huge door across the fortress in front of the import and export, not weaker than the steep face of the mountain. After half a quarter of an hour, boom rumble the gate slowly pushed. Returning to the front of the car, Li Mingji was still distantly thanking the city guards. Hiya! Pa. With a wave of the whip and a loose release of the reins, the carriage continued to move out of town. Li Mingji patted his sleeve and apologized nervously. I've kept you waiting, sir. Not busy. Guxian was in no hurry for this moment. After leaving Shanjing, one has to go north along the official road for one stage, i.e., almost 30 miles before reaching Mount Situa. The carriage was not fast, and it was estimated that it would take another hour or so. He had no desire to sleep at this time. Instead of being bored, he would rather chat with Li Mingji for a while. Sixth prince. No, now it should be called crown prince. After a moment of speaking out of turn, Guxian hastily changed his words. The ancients placed considerable value on name-calling, and to say nothing of it would be taken as a deliberate provocation. But Li Mingji obviously didn't care about that, and waved his hand repeatedly with a drooping brow. Mr. Gu, you're being too much of a pain in the ass, just call me by my first name. When he finished, he sighed heavily. A man who was 8 feet tall and handsome, but at this moment, he was swallowing and making a squirming gesture. It always gave people a strong sense of incongruity. He pondered for a while, but decided to tell Guxian what he hadn't said before the temple. Sir, actually, I don't want to be the crown prince. Li Mingji shrunk his head and finished stiffly before carefully raising his eyes upward in a manner that he was afraid of being criticized. Who would have thought that? Guxian, instead of being surprised, nodded with an approving eye. It's good to have that thought. Of all you family, you are the one who has lived the most sober life. Guxian viewed the battle for the throne entirely with the mindset of a city dweller. The most ruthless imperial royalty. It's no joke to accompany a king like a tiger. Emperor Hong appears to be an amiable and kindly funny little old man, but is essentially temperamental and mercilessly murderous. The remaining princes also have their own abilities and connections, and their ambitions are not small. On the contrary, the sixth prince couldn't blend in, either. It seems out of place, though he most resembles Emperor Hiroshi in looks, with his sword brows and tall, powerful eyes. But the doer is too gentle and courteous, even to the point of being soft-tempered. Such a man would be a great lord if he were not a deep-hearted, well-disguised man. Just being. Obviously, the sixth prince was the latter. Before confessing, Li Mingji was actually prepared to be scolded for not being competitive. Seeing Guxian like this, he was puzzled instead. You don't blame me, sir? Why should I blame you? Guxian, who was asked the rhetorical question, felt a bit puzzled. What was the importance of his opinion as an outsider? The two hadn't realized that their conversation was not really on the same channel. Guxian thought that the sixth prince was pulling him to talk about some parental matters and came to listen with an eating mindset. Li Mingji, however, thought that Guxian was testing him to see if he had any cultivation value. After struggling a bit in his heart, he finally didn't lie and hardened his heart to say what he really thought. I'm not competitive, I'm not ambitious, I'm not capable, I just want to spend my life in lazy idleness. Seeing Guxian's silence, he spat out the past in an almost self-indulgent manner. My elder brother and second brother could speak at the age of 1, could read 1,000 words at the age of 3, and could write poems at the age of 5. They have had extraordinary learning since they were young, and I could not speak until I was 5 years old, and at 7 I could read no more than 100 words. I have copied the words of the sages 1,000 times, but so far it has not been memorized in my heart. Speaking, Li Mingji indisputably to his own eyes read, harboring a funny and heartbreaking. Flipping out the kippa to sip the corners of his eyes, he continued with the disgraceful story. I thought that I wouldn't be able to learn how to study literature anyway, so I just practiced martial arts. Kneeling and begging father for a long time before finally getting permission. What's more, he worshipped a hidden martial arts master as his teacher. The conversation lurched, and Li Mingji held his face red for a few moments, a little ashamed. Everyone has different talents as well, and being able to excel in martial arts is equally remarkable. Guxian looked at him approvingly and was phrasing how to encourage him. Here comes the twist. But, I've been practicing martial arts for 3 years. Not to mention opening the tendons and veins, I have not even memorized all the chakra diagrams. Apart from eating more and having a better physique, there is nothing to gain. Even my teacher thought I was rotten and left me overnight without saying goodbye. He only left a letter saying that he had many enemies outside and that I must not recognize his relationship with his teacher and student outside. Guxian. How else was he supposed to be comforted? You can't do anything. You can't eat anything. Even the teaching teacher was too embarrassed to find a lame excuse to escape. After expressing the depressed anger in his chest, Li Mingji was much more relaxed and collapsed backward in a soft manner. If you're despised, so be it. Anyway, he has always been used to waste, but also open-minded. Do not bother to make concealment of fraud. I know that I have neither learned talent nor martial talent, and I am even less able to harden my heart and practice that imperial mind. How can I possibly cure Cosmos like this? Muffled to the end, silence returned to the compartment. Guxian, who had been listening all the way, didn't speak again and didn't know how to speak. It would be just as well if Li Mingji was in an ordinary house, and he could still feed 2 mouthfuls of poisonous chicken soup, but Li Niangqi is a member of the royal family. He's even just been made crown prince, and he's going to be the emperor in the future. He is a good man no less, gentle and kind, simple and upright, easygoing. These personalities can be placed in anyone but a monarch. Li Meiji was self-aware enough to call himself a waste of space somewhat seriously, but it really wasn't much better. It's a knot in the heart, twisted by years of inaction. Guxian listened in, but his mind was agonizing over another matter. The person in question knows that he's not good enough for the job, but would Emperor Hong, who has been practicing imperial mind tricks for a long time, not know that? Saying that Emperor Hiroshi is trying to save his face and redeem his promise? Come on, don't be silly. What did Emperor Hiro do at court? In public, he verbally proclaimed the 6th prince as the crown prince, and gifted Mount Situa to Guxian. Attention! It's verbal. Those defeated princes, will they be satisfied with this? Not to mention others, the 2nd prince will not be at peace. The 2nd prince's character was exactly the opposite of the 6th prince. He was decisive and ruthless, thin-skinned, and was by no means a good person. But, it is the lordly position. Abruptly, Guxian would also come back to his senses and his eyes snapped open. The 6th prince has neither dependence nor talent. Han Emperor engaged in this trick of verbal enthronement, making the harmless Lao Lu the crown prince, clearly intended to make sibling rivalry. Moreover, there was no intention of testing him. Maybe he even wanted to use the opportunity to tie Guxian to the 6th prince. If so, with the immortals protecting Cosmos, there would be no harm in making the 6th prince ascend the throne in the future. As for what to do if he angered Guxian, when it was confirmed that Guxian was capable, this was instead a good thing. Why? There are times when the only way to admit a mistake and show an attitude, and subsequently make a lasting impression, is to make a mistake first. This is no longer an imperial mind trick, but a way of splitting up the world. 3 birds with 1 stone. After thinking it through, Guxian's entire body shivered coldly and couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. A tiger's venom does not yet eat its children, but the human heart can be so vicious. This is the emperor. He's counting on his own son. Guxian could even guess that there would definitely be a banquet invitation within 3 days. At that time, Emperor Han might not be able to say that he would invite all the imperial princes to participate. At the banquet, he then deliberately shows his importance to Lao Lu, stimulating conflicts between the royal sons. Gulp. Guxian's ancient, wave-free mind rippled. Run away, must run away. Can't play with this old fox, Hongdi. The upper capital will soon become a place where storms gather. In his mind, the faces of the emperor and Emperor Hong changed and rotated, twisted, and stretched into thin threads entangled into a mess. Finally, they formed a line of bloody, corpse-spelled words. The Xuanwoman change. To remain in the capital is a pure death wish, we must escape at an early date. But looking at the puddle of princes in front of him, Guxian felt a brainache. I don't know if Li Mianji realized that a crisis was looming, but it would never be possible for Guxian to stay behind to prop up the tiger's skin. The prince will be afraid of him for a while. It is not true that, when time passes, there must be a wolf who is ambitious to do it. By then, he'll be in the open and the Black Hand will be in the dark. There's no defense. If one were to draw in connections with the immortal's identity, it was inevitable that the group of royals would be desperate and send their dead soldiers to assassinate them in advance. Right now it seems that the eye is a dead end. If he stayed in Shangjing, it was only the difference between dying early and dying late. Looking at the double-eyed Li Ningji, Guxian lowered his eyes and secretly apologized. There's no way to protect others when you can't even protect your own life at any time of the day or night. The horseman halted his steed, walked slowly a few steps to a halt, and fawningly whispered inwardly, Your Highness the Crown Prince and Lord Immortal Master, Mount Sitting Forgotten has arrived. Unexpectedly thinking time flew by so fast, Li Mingji instantly shook off a face of dishevelment and stood up with a shaky spirit. Sir, I'll see you off. Guxian didn't have time to refuse. The other party had already taken the lead in getting out of the car. He could only politely refuse the idea of Li Mingji sending him up the mountain. Looking at Li Mingji's lack of interest, Gu Xian, after a few moments of hesitation, finally felt compassion. Shouting to stop his back, he said, "Li Mingji, you have a heart of gold." At these words, Li Mingji paused and turned around. He did not understand the meaning, so he clasped his hands and bowed to Gu Xian, sincerely begging for a question. "Cure stupidity, but please, sir, explain." It was not a good idea to talk about this matter directly. Gu Xian had already made up his mind to run away. Taking Li Mingji with him was out of the question, and there might be search warrants flying all over the place. But if he throws a fake bait before he leaves, it might become a talisman for Li Mingji. After thinking for a while, he pinched a magic seal in a pretense of subtlety, his tone solemn and calm. "There are 50 great roads, 49 heavenly derivations, and 1 human recluse. The world runs on, and there is more loss than gain. I see that you are by no means a pool animal, it's just that the time has not yet come." Chapter 6, The Hut and the Mysteries. Night fell, and the brass bells in his ears faded away. Until the end, Gu Xian did not explain too much to Li Mingji. There are some things that are better said halfway, and when they are said thoroughly, they lose their proper effect. When he pictured the scene where the 6th prince spoke to Emperor Hong about this matter, Gu Xian couldn't help but heave a smile. "Aren't old foxes quite capable of brainstorming? Just as well, I'll lend you a hand to keep your good 6 this time." The sky was gray and the sun was setting. A gust of night wind blew into his neck collar, causing Gu Xian to stop laughing, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck and gulp as he looked at the mountain road. Sitting Forgotten Mountain is not high or steep, and because of the proximity of the official road in the city of Shangjing, there will be guards hunting the beasts in the mountain in the fall of every year. The genus of wolves and jackals and wild boars were almost wiped out, but some snakes, scorpions, poisonous insects, and wild rabbits and pheasants are still there. Walking through the mountains at night was only unusual for the ancients. But in Gu Xian's eyes, the mountain in front of him seemed to have opened its large dark mouth, waiting for him to enter on his own. "Hey, kind of regret it. I should have known to borrow a torch for lighting." Gu Xian sighed as he rolled up his sleeves and raised the hem of his robe again. How immortal and ethereal this outfit was in front of people, how wretched it was to climb the mountain at this moment. The mountain is dense with short trees, wild and sharp branches, already full of buds waiting to be blossomed. The aroma is light and fresh, with a hint of sweetness. Gu Xian guessed that this should be a type of peach tree, and then specific cannot be recognized. The light is so dim that you have to be careful with every step. If you lose your footing and fall on the tip of a branch, you'll get a bloody hole. Not yet walked up a few steps, suddenly drifted a dark cloud to cover the bright moon, the cold wind together, blowing the forest full of leaves soughing sound, petals falling. It was too dangerous to rush now, so Gu Xian could only rest his eyes closed while holding onto a tree trunk. It was not until the moon hung in the sky that the dark clouds drifted away. By now the eyes had also adjusted to the darkness, and once again stepped on the moonlight to return. Somewhere, a thatched hut stood in the middle of a clearing surrounded by old trees. The outside of the wall was brushed dry with mud, and every time the wind blew, it blew down a lot of dusty debris. The roof of the hut was blown several times, but the wind was not strong enough to topple. If it is to the high days of autumn, the owner of this hut should go to the mountains to chase. Outside of such a how-to-look sketchy grass hut, a wooden board was inserted about 5 feet away. The writing on it was fluttering and flying, rather like everyone else's. "De. An approaching foot stood in front of the boards and read aloud with the help of the moonlight. To make a hut to participate in the mystery, to get drunk in the peach forest as an immortal. Is my writing that good? The visitor was naturally Gu Xian. He patted the dust stained on his sleeve and surveyed the entire hut, the drunken immortal hut. Sounds hermit-like. In reality, it's a dangerous house that could collapse at any moment. The whole thing is poetic, but isn't this thing just a grain stack? Gu Xian couldn't help but spit out a groan as he carefully removed the 2 wooden boards that served as the door. There is nothing valuable inside the hut, put the doorplate purely for fear of being wild monkeys as a latrine. No joke, it really happened to the original. Just into the interior, with dust breath drilling surging into the mouth and nose, good thing the recent sky clear and no rain, has not yet moldy. Gu Xian breathlessly touched his left and looked at his right, once again thinking that coming back was not a good idea. But there was no way. Li Mingji promised a generous gift. The original body at first pretended to be noble to give refused. After it was done, he didn't have a chance to ask for the money either. As a result, there was not a single coin in his pocket. The most valuable thing in his entire body was only this robe. Forget it. Barely make do. We'll hurry along the official road first thing in the morning. Lying helplessly on the haystack that served as a bed, Gu Xian comforted himself. So zippy. Haystacks are never comfortable to sleep in, especially in these slim clothes, as if you were lying on the point of a needle. Turning back and forth and tossing a few times, there was still no sleep. The stabbing and scratching sensation annoyed Gu Xian for a split second, and he raised his hand and slapped it underneath him. Pa! What the hell? The palms of his hands felt a distinctly unusual touch to the haystack, and upon curiously peeling back the weeds, he found a package buried beneath. This is? Gu Xian unwrapped it while searching for the original owner's memories in his mind. Nay, the fragments of the original body's memories were really messy, and he couldn't remember much for a while. Unwrapping the brown and green package revealed a book hidden within. Looking at the margins, the pages are slightly yellowed and obviously have some age on them. Overall still intact and extremely well protected. Moving away from the blocking door planks, through the moonlight difficult to discern, the ancient book cover words obscure, but Guxian was surprised to find that he actually recognized all of them. The 3 Dan scriptures. The 3 words were like a key, unlocking the relevant memories buried deep in his mind. The experience that spewed forth caused Guxian to rub his temples for relief. After absorbing the memories, Guxian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before instantly becoming agitated. Ha, I was saying how there's no golden finger. So the treasure is right here. No one could have imagined that the immortal fate that the world had been begging for was actually in a mediocre ancient book. It was said that the original owner's ancestor had had an immortal destiny, and an immortal had bestowed numerous treasures, and this book was one of them. Amidst the changing of the sun and the moon, the book was sealed by the descendants, only to be rediscovered by the original owner by an accident. Immortal destiny in front, Guxian will press the excitement in his heart, carefully flip open the cover, a line of wild big words into the field of vision. The heavenly plane has been overturned, and heaven and earth have been cut off. Ascension has been broken, and transcendence cannot be achieved. The bitter fruits of my generation, woe is me. This first sentence gave Guxian a confused look. What do you mean? There's no way to ascend? Am I late for the crossing? Skip the extraneous description and turn the page to continue down the page. In my humble opinion, today the spirit is scattered while the mystery exists. These two come from the same place but have different names, and they are together called split. The spirit is the mystery of the mystery, the split, which exists between heaven and earth. The Shen of all Shen, is the split, and is present in all beings. When I look at it, it is formless and shapeless. When I have referred to Shen 100 times, it is close to the spirit, but beyond the spirit, it is close to the original root. The meaning of this passage was simple. That great power, while sighing at the dissipation of the aura, accidentally discovered the existence of a being named Shen. Shen exists within all living beings. Whether it is a feather koan scale Tom shoe's outlet, or gold stone, grass, wood and wind, all have Shen nature. Compared to spirit, Shen was closer to the origin of the great Tao. And the great powers believe that man is the most metaphysical creature. There are sufficiently 3 locations where metaphysical qualities converge to be called metaphysical passages. They are, the upper, middle, and lower dantian. The upper dantian is in the brow and hides the spirit, the middle dantian is in the chest and hides the chi, and the lower dantian is in the lower abdomen and hides the essence. If one could use the residual aura to activate the 3 metaphysical passages, using the physical body as an abundance, plant grass, trees and gold stones in the 3 dantians, the recluse cultivates the world, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon to cultivate medicinal properties. Eventually, the cave was used as a furnace to refine the medicinal properties into the physical body. This is the realm of the human elixir. Blessed life can be prolonged for more than 100 years, with an evergreen appearance. The ancient book did not have any further introduction to the later realms, but the explanations were extremely detailed. Even as if considering that the person reading the book was a layman, there were also easy to understand notes under each word. It can be regarded as an essential textbook for the introduction to immortal cultivation. Guxian's brows furrowed and there was always a strange feeling in the bottom of his heart. Closing the book, he once again scrutinized the 3 words on the cover, and the more he read, the more odd it became. Evil, truly evil. To actually use human flesh as a medicinal field. Is this really an immortal cultivation method and not alchemy? Maybe it was just an accident. Happened to take an evil book? After hesitating for a moment, Guxian still wrapped the Trident Sutra. Not fixing it is not fixing it, so I can't say it will be useful in the future. Seeing that a leaf can peek into the forest, the appearance of the 3 Dan scriptures implies the existence of immortal cultivation laws in this world. But the bad news is that it might be different from his perception of cultivation. After reading the scriptures, Guxian completely lost his sleepiness while feeling confused about the future direction. Looking into the moonlight haze, the confusion quickly blends into the rippling mind. Guxian simply sat up, legs interlocked, hands on the knees, in the shape of 5 hearts toward the sky, sitting on his knees. The cultivation method of the Sandan Sutra was useless for the time being. However, it contained explanations on acupoints and veins, meditation and internal observation, which was exactly what Guxian needed at the moment. It's easy to empty your mind in an ancient state of mind. Rhythmically adjusting the breathing is described in the ancient texts, letting if anything the consciousness sink down. Gradually, the mouth and nose exhaled and inhaled with a slower and slower frequency. On another long exhalation, a surge of clear air seemed to scurry through the body like a spirit mouse. The clear chi runs along the meridian points, from the Baihui point to the Yongquan, and then from the Yongquan to Baihui, which is called a small circumference of internal view. From rusty to skillful, Guxian only used a short 3 times. After 3 times, the circumferential rotation became faster and faster.
A small person with a transparent body surfaced in the emptied brain, whose movements, breathing rate, and so on, were exactly the same as Guxian's. The dormant consciousness awakens again, and is actually able to view the villain internally through a third-person perspective. So amazing! Except for the consciousness but not feeling the presence of the body. The unimpeded feeling of being free from the limitations of the physical body caused Guxian's consciousness to fly around inside his body like a child. After having a good time, he remembered the next step. Approach the 3 metaphysical passages to feel what metaphysical is. What's going on here? When Guxian's consciousness approached the inner viewer villain, he was dumbfounded. The Sandan Sutra says that human beings are the eldest of all metaphysics, with 3 full metaphysical passages. But, on his inner view of the little man, however, there were a full 7. It's not all 3 Dantian locations, either. The top of the head, the eyebrows, the throat, the heart, the navel, the genitals, and the bottom of the sea. Regular practitioners of immortality know the significance of these 7 places. In Buddhism, this is the location of the 7 chakras. In Taoism, these 7 places represent the 7 pranas. Tianchong prana, Linghui prana, Qi prana, Li prana, Zhongzhong prana, Jing prana, Ing prana. What shocked Guxian even more was 6 of his 7 pranas were still chaotic, like looking at flowers in a fog, unable to distinguish anything. But at the top of the head, that is, in the Xianguan of the Tianchong prana, there was actually a flash of golden light. As the realization drew closer, one could even hear the roar of the golden light as it leapt. That was clearly the heaven and earth vision that had appeared in front of the Chenha temple, White Sun Golden Thunder. Chapter 7, Heavenly Rush contains Golden Thunder. The Golden Thunder vision is in my sky charge prana? After suppressing his shaken mind and adjusting his breathing a few times, he once again regained his unperturbed state of mind. As the consciousness operated, the Golden Thunder in the sky rushing prana changed in a succession of changes. Kind of funny, hey? Guxian was like a child who had been given a novelty toy, maneuvering the Golden Thunder to form an S-shape at one moment, and lining up at another. He could even feel that as long as he wished, he would be able to call the White Sun Golden Thunder out of the Xian Pass. When he recalled that the 3 Dan scriptures wanted to plant grass, trees, and gold stones in the Xian passage, his heart instantly had a guess. Could it be that I have incorporated the heaven and earth visions into the Xianguan? Does that make sense? Guxian's mouth was skeptical, but in actuality, he was smiling like a flower. Other people only have 3 metaphysical passages, he has a full 7. Other people grow flowers and plants in their Xian passages and bury gold and stone. Instead, he was able to contain heaven and earth visions. Just a short burst of smugness, and then a mind-enforced calm. Guxian was also gradually getting used to sudden changes in mood. What exactly was the factor that caused him to accommodate the Golden Thunder vision? His mind replayed all the experiences in the Chenha temple. Guxian tried his best to recall every detail, every feeling. At that time, I seemed to enter a metaphysical state. It's as if I've lost my physical body and merged into heaven and earth. Recalling the change in the attitude of the group of ministers before the poem was read, Guxian murmured out softly, "Is it because of the attitude of the people?" Again, there was a vague feeling in the back of my mind that the guesses were not all right. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, just don't think about it for now. There'll be plenty of opportunities later anyway. According to the Sandan Sutra, 1 Xian is a barrier, and when all 3 Xian are opened, one has attained the way. And as long as one opens a metaphysical gate, one can be considered to have entered the way. Guxian, who had inexplicably stepped onto the path of cultivation, was so excited that he couldn't help but show off his skills. Flipping out the Sandan Sutra, he carefully read the method of stimulating the inner nourishment of the Xianguan several more times. When he had recited it backwards, he tugged the sleeve with his left hand and squeezed his right hand to make a sword finger. Snapping his eyes open, there was a hidden essence of light shooting out. Again, he used his finger as a sword and swung it forward in a dashing manner. "Drink softly, go. Puffy 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 puffy." The interior remained quiet, and night birds seemed to fly over the top of the hut. Undeterred, Guxian stretched his head to look out, just in time to see a dark cloud about to cover the long moon. The night breeze was slightly colder, causing him to shrink back with a slight jolt, wrapping his collar tightly around him. The imagined scene of waving his finger like a sword and chopping out golden thunder did not appear. Seems not to work? With his fingers still stretched out in front of his middle child, the huge discrepancy made Guxian embarrassed to the point of scratching his cheeks with a slight curl of his sword fingers. Once again, he turned to the Sandan Sutra, ready to ponder what went wrong. Suddenly, the wind blowing into the hut grew stronger. The ancient book drop was blown to the ground. Instead of picking it up, Guxian stood up godlessly, walked out of the hut and looked up at the sky. All the emotions in his eyes dissipated and turned into indifference and inaction. Clouds churned and fog covered the dense. Something seemed to be birthing in the night sky. Puffing dash. The wild intuition of animals is always keen. When the dull atmosphere pressed into the forest, countless birds were the first to flap their wings and flee in terror, flying close to the ground, not daring to approach the sky. No one saw that Guxian, who was indifferently looking at the clouds, had a ray of golden light reflected in his pupils. Rumble dash. The golden thunder poured out like a pillar,
instantly illuminating the forest as if it were daytime. Under the suppression of the brilliant heavenly might, the wild beasts trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Even if danger came at this moment, they would not put up any resistance. Squeak! In the treetops, groups of wild monkeys were awakened from their dreams by the sound of thunder and fell to the ground one after another, wailing in agony. Guxian could feel that this time, the golden thunder had an indescribable connection with him. He reached toward the sky, trying to imperialize the thunder. A beam of lightning turned with it, and when it was going to fall straight down it twisted and landed on the top of the tallest tree in front of the drunken immortal lodge. The sudden light stung his eyes, causing Guxian to raise his sleeve to cover his eyes and blink his eyes that were being shaken. But when the lightning went out, he was bewildered. Gone? The tree that was big enough for two adults to wrap their arms around actually disappeared. It wasn't until the wind and sand lifted up that the tree was blown away into pieces. Under the golden thunder, all beings are ants. However, Guxian's face did not look good, and even lingered with the aftermath of the robbery. Out of control. I can't control the golden thunder? That's right, although he could conjure up the golden thunder vision, he was unable to operate it meticulously. When Guxian struck the golden thunder but instantly lost control. I thought I had a kill move, but I didn't realize it was just an ambient group. Guxian smacked his lips, randomly splitting a lucky spectator? Any less luck and he might even be chopped to death along with him. Wiping the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, he felt his entire body trembling as he silently classified golden thunder as a forbidden technique in his heart. In the future, don't use this move if you can, it's too dangerous. A full quarter of an hour passed before the thunderclouds dispersed. The night sky was much brighter after being washed by the golden light, and the stars were shining brightly. Several elongated shadows sneaked out of the peach forest. It turned out to be a couple of bold wild monkeys, each scratching their ears and jumping up and down. The leader of the full-sized monkey, in contrast, a lot of calm, most likely a monkey king. They came to the tree that was reduced to pieces. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, a little monkey suddenly cheered out, stretching his furry paws about to touch into the wood powder. But he was stopped by the monkey king carrying him by the back of the neck, and instead picked up a long branch and rummaged around with his hands instead. It didn't take long to sweep a hard object out of the dust. It looked like the heart of a tree, but there were flashes of gold light, bright and dark, in the pattern. After rolling on the ground for a while, the monkey king carefully touched it before holding it in his palm. The heart of the tree became extremely strange, obviously wood, but the hardness was comparable to stone. The monkey king felt the hot temperature, his heart rose some odd feeling, subconsciously turned his head to look at the hut. In that moment, its eyes were as complex as a human's. Only when he heard the movement of the monkeys leaving did Guxian exhale a heavy breath of turbid air and sit spread-eagled on the haystack. If that group of wild monkeys knew that golden thunder had something to do with him, they wouldn't be able to say that they would swarm all over him. After evoking the golden thunder vision, his entire physical strength was as if it had been emptied. This would be a real handful. After focusing on adjusting the breathing, the chest rises and falls evenly and the breath flows smoothly. Recovering some energy, Guxian once again crossed his legs and entered the inner view. This time, he was more skillful, and after only 3 small weeks of operation, he was able to call out the inner viewer. The 6 metaphysical passages on the villain remained gray and unchanged. However, the heavenly punching spirit located at the position above the villain's head was quite a bit darker than it was during the first internal observation. Is it hard to do any damage? The golden thunder was Guxian's only means at the moment, so he couldn't afford to fail, and immediately maneuvered his consciousness to approach the heavenly charged prana. Sure enough, there was one less golden thunder vision contained in the heavenly punching spirit, with only 3 remaining. It's not supposed to be expendable. Guxian hurriedly withdrew from the interview and touched and found the 3 dance scriptures, searching for the method of nourishing the medicinal properties therein. If you don't figure that out, you won't feel comfortable using it in the future. After half a second, Guxian opened his eyes. After testing, the heart is a little more at ease. Good news, golden thunder was not expendable. As long as there was still a golden thunder in the sky rushing spirit as a seed, a new golden thunder could be birthed. But there's more bad news. Because the embodiments were different, he couldn't use the sun essence and moonflower mentioned in the 3 dance scriptures to embrace the golden thunder. But it wasn't all for naught. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the heavenly charged prana was used to contain the vision. Every time he looked within, he was able to Guxian's 5 senses were slightly enhanced. After all that had happened this night, Guxian had no desire to sleep. Simply continue to meditate and wait for the dawn. Early the next morning, crisp birdsong surrounded and echoed through the mountains and forests. The sun was rising, and it was steaming warm on the drunken immortal lodge. Guxian's eyebrows trembled slightly as he leisurely opened up. The first thing he did when he woke up was to stretch. Aha! It's a marvelous feeling. Obviously my body is exhausted, but my brain is incredibly clear. Oh, perhaps this is what is often referred to as spiritual power? The roof of the lodge is so low that when you straighten up slightly, you hit the top and can't move around the house at all. Guxian guessed that the group of wild monkeys should have gotten over their anger, so he moved away from the wooden board. The sudden brightness of the light irritated his eyes, so he covered his eyes for a while before adapting. The sky is clear and cloudless. Guxian stretched his body recklessly, his bones clacking, and the good weather made his mood much happier. It's a great day for an outing. Anyone else up the hill? After a night of meditation, Guxian's hearing and eyesight had improved quite a bit, and when footsteps sounded within 100 meters, he could still distinguish them. His heart was a little quieter, his ears twitching slightly as he listened in detail to the sound of footsteps crunching through the leaves. Tap, tap. There were 7 men, carrying something heavy up the hill. The target is clearly coming this way. Those who knew the location of the drunken immortal lodge were none other than those few people. Doing a little mental math, Guxian quickly had a number. When the silhouette was revealed between the trees before the silhouette could be seen, Guxian asked aloud, "Where did His Highness the Crown Prince get the good sense to come to my hut again?" Chapter 8, Prince Seeks Immortal Fate. The visitors were indeed as Guxian had heard, totaling 7 people. The leader of the group, with a dignified and imposing face, took the lead and came in a dragon's stride. It's none other than the Crown Prince of Daton, Li Mingji. The 6 Rexes dressed in green power suits, carrying the mahogany box 2x2, followed closely behind. Before they even met, Guxian's voice could be heard coming from afar. Li Mingji heartsight estrange, speed up the pace through the peach forest, to the flat place to straighten the sleeves, hands cupped body front bow, respectfully bowed. Cure, pay your respects to Mr. Gu. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, please rise. Just help up. Li Mingji, carrying boxes of lux also arrived in front of the hut. Seeing the master in worship, one by one after putting down the box also followed into a piece of kneeling. Guxian was not used to these and called up one by one. All rise. Li Mingji obediently stood up and waved his hand to signal the Rexes to open the box. 3 wooden boxes, all with red lacquer and gold locks. Open from left to right, respectively, a box of jade agate beauty gemstones, glittering, a box of gold unicorn play silver braves, vivid, a box of thousands of years of ancient books and paintings, pieces of rare. Pick any one of the 3 boxes and it will be priceless. Just this. Li Mingji still feel unworthy of Guxian. Arching his hand shyly he said, Mr. Gu, this is part of the thin gift the cure promised you. The mountain roads are difficult and the treasures are too delicate to be transported well. Cure took it upon himself to purchase a small courtyard for Mr. Shangjing. Porcelain curiosities and the like have been placed in place. Guxian swept over the treasures and nodded slightly. There was little expression on his face, and he couldn't see the slightest bit of joy. It seemed that these gold and silver jewels were less likely to move him than a mountain full of flowers and plants. Have a heart. Guxian smiled lightly at the Crown Prince. The smile was forced, because, inside, he was just about to drip blood. So many treasures, and a suite in the capital for nothing. Unfortunately, you can only look at it and not take it away. Drop money na dash. Just as Guxian was calming his wounded heart, Li Mingji wordlessly walked in front of him and flopped decisively knelt on the ground. The cure has an ungrateful request today, I hope you'll grant it. This kneeling, directly to Guxian whole blinded, startled to assist up. Why would the Crown Prince do that? Just tell me what's going on. Who expected that Li Mingji seemed to be rooted in his knees, and refused to move even for a moment. Clasping his hands in front of him and hanging his head downward, he said sincerely. Though he has already reached the crown, he is still as ignorant as a child, and has spent more than 20 years in a state of confusion. Yesterday, listening to the words of Mr. Cure went back to the enlightenment of 100 times, but it was like the purest enlightenment, the benefit is endless. And I hope Mr. will take him under his wing. Cure, I will serve in front of Mr. Seat with all my heart and soul, I will not regret it in this life. Li Mingji spoke firmly and did so in an extreme manner. However, in Guxian's eyes, he had this living look of a rogue who would not get up until he promised, almost making him laugh. I've never seen such a prince who doesn't want to have a face. Isn't this just a shrewish scoundrel? Guxian smiled and tapped his shoulder, signaling him to look to the side. Crown Prince, you get up first. Let's talk slowly about worshipping the master. Look, you're making a joke of the wild monkeys on the mountain. Nearby a few peach trees, I do not know when to drill a few wild monkeys, dragging their families there to watch. The first one was a circle bigger, about the king of monkeys. Li Mingji happened to meet his eyes when he looked over and stood up a little embarrassed. The heart wondered, how did that monkey's eyes look like a human's? The drunken immortal lodge was too small, much less a place to sit down. Guxian didn't leave the entry because he was too ashamed. It just so happens that the sun is also warm today, simply pulling Li Mingji to bask in the warmth of an open field. Guxian smiled and said, the Crown Prince came on this trip with a high-ranking person appointed. Is Gu Mao right? Until yesterday, Li Mingji had been receiving a royal salary, and his monthly salary was only 110 taels. Even since he was a child, he didn't spend a single piece of silver, and his entire body's belongings could only barely come up with a box. So many treasures, obviously pulled out of some old fox's vault. Furthermore, although Li Mingji is a simpleton who acts gently, he is also a man who emphasizes courtesy. What kind of person kneels down right away? It's because Emperor Hong said something to him. As if he had been told what was on his mind, Li Meiji arched his hand in shyness. Mr. God's wisdom, the cure is indeed appointed by someone. Ran, cure want to worship Mr. Teacher of this mood is not false, I hope Mr. Promised. Guxian had already guessed it as early as when the crowd went up the mountain. He wasn't surprised at this moment and asked in return. Oh, I wonder what the prince would like to learn from Gu. Li Mingji thought he was recognized and rejoiced. As long as it is taught by the gentleman, the rule is willing to learn. That Mr. Gu can't teach for now. Without waiting for Li Mionji to return to his senses, Guxian raised his hand to point at the Monkey King and asked, Prince, can you teach the wild monkeys to learn human language? Since I can't. Li Mingji didn't understand what he meant and asked again, Sir, how can a mere mortal teach a beast to speak? Only an immortal like you can do that. Who knows, the complimented Guxian shook his head instead, still looking at the monkey. Nonetheless, it is not difficult to teach a beast man to speak, but a farmer in the field can do so. Does the prince know what the difficulty is? A farmer can teach a beast human speech? How is that possible? Feeling that the question was important to him, the Monkey King clueless leaped down the tree and took 2 bold steps forward to hear it more closely. Guxian sold the story for a while, causing Li Mingji to scratch his ears anxiously. On the contrary, the big monkey was still calmly crouching in the distance. It seemed to want to sit down on its knees like Guxian, but because of the pain in its bone structure, it grimaced, and in the end, it could only crouch down holding its knees. Guxian, who had been watching its small movements, was heartily pleased. Hey, there's something about this monkey. By the look of Li Mingji, most likely he didn't know. Guxian also stopped appetizing and straightened his expression. If a beast wants to spit out human words and learn human manners, you need to melt away the horizontal bones first. Once the crossbones are transformed, spiritual wisdom will open up. Free from ignorant beasts, it is a demon. With this, one can step into the way of seeking truth. In the distance, the Monkey King, who was crouching on his knees, seemed to have heard the mysteries of heaven and earth, his body trembling with excitement, and his eyes were even blinking as he looked towards Guxian, not moving for a moment. What the monkey could understand, Li Mionji was still at a loss. However, he always seeks the truth, will not be as not, immediately asked for advice, rule stupid, but also please sir to solve the confusion. Hey! Guxian sighed lightly without a trace, secretly saying that Emperor Hong's father and son really complemented each other. One is overbrained, the other under-enlightened. After a brief moment of contemplation, Guxian refaced himself towards Li Mingji. Immortal dharma isn't difficult, it's the immortal fate that's difficult. Those with immortal karma can cultivate by leaps and bounds in a single day. He who has no immortal destiny, first knocks at the door and seeks the way, as if he were transforming and refining the horizontal bones. The Crown Prince has not yet refined the horizontal bones, so how can he learn my teachings? As the words fell, Guxian left him enough time to ponder. After a long time of pondering and comprehending, it was only when the sun was up that Li Mingji came to a sudden realization, immortal fate, seek immortal first seek fate. Mr. is saying that the karma for entering the immortal path is equivalent to the crossbones of a wild beast? Well, the Crown Prince's comprehension is still fair. Guxian brushed his sleeves and praised against his will. Li Mingji rolled over for a week and stood up, not caring about being dirty, bowed again and worshipped, Cure, not afraid of being difficult. I still hope that Mr. Teach Cure how to dissolve the horizontal bone. Finally, it's time to enter the path. Guxian nodded approvingly, braced himself on the ground and stood up, patting the grass scum behind his robes. When he looked up, he saw that the monkey had taken a few more steps closer. Quite bold. He just thought the monkey was naughty by nature and didn't care. Guxian, with his hands behind his back, took 2 steps forward and came between a man and a monkey. Trickster said, it's not easy to enter the immortal fate under me, one needs to find rootless water and fire and water. And, things must be done or they will not work. Li Mingji repeated the 2 names in his mouth and heard Guxian add them again. Of course, the immortal edge trial is more than that, it has requirements. This rootless water requires a cloudy time and a cloudy calendar, and the fire in the water requires gold in the stone. GE's test is not an easy one, Your Highness. The Crown Prince still needs to seriously consider it as well. Guxian was quite satisfied with the problem he had created. Both of these things are hard to say and easy to say. However, in terms of that comprehension of Li Mionji, it wasn't that he looked down on. Well, he had a billion throws to look down on. If Li Mingji could really find these 2 things, it would be the qualification to enter Tai Wei. What's the harm in taking him under your wing? While Li Mingji was still pondering, Guxian looked into the distance and mentioned as if he was not thinking. By the way, Gumao recently to go out to visit friends. These belongings you and take, Gumao grass hut shabby, cannot be prohibited. Bead light huaba gas. Leave? Where are you going, sir? Hearing that Guxian was going out, Li Mingji immediately became anxious. His father had instructed him to keep Guxian in Datong. What if Mr. travels far away, will I ever see you again in this life? Guxian knew that the conversation at this moment would mean the Hong Emperor's attitude towards him. Turning his eyes and wringing his hands would inevitably invite suspicion. Good thing he had plans, casually said, Prince, and relaxed. Gumao friend is in Datong territory, before the summer to go, before the return of the mango. Guxian pointed at the peach tree and laughed. Gumao can wait to come back to eat peaches. Then, cure, and have a safe journey, sir. Having said that, Li Mingji couldn't stay. If he was more forceful, he might get bored. Guxian sighed again in his heart. AI enlightenment really doesn't work, it's not as good as a wild monkey yet. Seeing that Li Mingji was new to such an extent, he had no choice but to open his mouth cheekily. Your Royal Highness, Gu is an outsider, with only 2 sleeves of clean water. This trip into the world is not yellow or white. I need to ask the Crown Prince for some convenience. Ha? Sir. Oh, that's what it means. Li Mingji patted his head, took off his waist pouch, and lightly threw it in his palm to weigh it. I am in such a hurry that I have only 1 ingot of 50 taels of silver with me. When will you start your journey, sir? I will order someone to send it to you. Count on your resourcefulness this time. Hee, no need to bother. Gu can just borrow a small object. Where? This was originally for you. Li Mingji waved his hand repeatedly, and felt ashamed that he had to sell the objects because of the small amount of money he had brought with him. Guxian, who had already made his plans at the very beginning, slowly walked towards the chest stack with beautiful jades and gems and picked out a white jade hairpin from it. Smoothly removing the peach branch that had been inserted into her hair bun, her soft silky auburn hair poured down to her waist. The declining sun's handsome features were a little less indifferent and a little more soft. With the peach branches dotted with freshness in the background, it is really like a peach fairy in the world. I won't take yours for nothing, this peach hairpin has been with me for many days. Although it is not divine, it has the effect of tending to good fortune and avoiding harm. Meiji Li accepted it with both hands respectfully. At first glance, that is just to cut off the peach branch. But the texture is a little smooth, smell a burst of strange fragrance, smell can be calm. However, when turning without thinking, there is a hidden flash of internalized divine light in the lines, and the faster the speed of rotation, the more divine it is. I see. Mr. is using this as an excuse to gift me a magic treasure. Though you speak harshly, sir, you provide me with a boost in this way. Never let Mr. down. Secretly determined, Li Mingji excitedly busy worship. Thank you, Mr. Give treasure. Where could Guxian see his mental activities? He had long ago tossed and played with the white jade hairpin with one hand, while turning around. And you will leave on your own, there is no need to follow. Mingji, be attentive. When I return from my visit to my friends, I will be examining your results. As he passed by the wild monkey, Guxian was in the right mood at the moment, and was looking at the man-learning monkey in a favorable light. Jokingly, he said, little monkey, I'll ask you to take care of Gumao's grass hut for a moment or two. He had said it casually, but he saw the wild monkey nod as if he understood. It even straightened up and cupped its hands to pay a difficult obeisance towards him. Guxian was stunned and amused again, and left with a laugh in the sky. Ha 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 ha, extraordinary spirituality, extraordinary spirituality. Go, and go too. Chapter 9, the HSIN Merchant Guards. As he descended the mountain, Guxian then folded a peach branch in his hand to coil up his long hair. With 2 hands and no lifting, his whole body was in his sleeve, and he was happy to relax. Although sitting Forgotten Mountain is not high, it covers an area that is not small. The foot of the mountain is even a direct official road. The official road in front of the capital is still paved with green stone slabs, and when you go this way, you are left with the yellow soil that people come and go and step on and solidify. In the distance, I could faintly see smoke rising from a cooking fire. Fields, smoke, villages, travelers. Guxian thought to himself that there should be a small village there, where yellow dogs barked and earth chickens chirped every day. The old man sat in the shade of the village with a stick, laughing at the children playing. And there is always a road in the village, will be connected to the official road. Not bad. After a slight sigh, he continued on his way. In just 2 days, he had already begun to integrate into this world. Guxian has always been spontaneous. In his previous life, he had lived a quiet life, and there were no attachments around him, which was often incompatible with the fickle environment. It was once said that Guxian lived a transparent life, but he just thought that there was beauty in everything. He was more than happy to revel in it than to fret about it. Why be in a hurry when you can take it easy and walk slowly all the way around, and there's beauty everywhere. When the sun shines, every shadow is new. You can listen to the birds and insects, you can watch the clouds. Until the sun shifted and the blazing sun was in full swing. Guxian was tired and gasping for breath. He hadn't eaten since he woke up early, and the hunger and thirst in his belly was still bearable. But this body was so delicate that it was tired before it had traveled more than a few miles. Few when reading books, I saw the scholar climbing the mountain road to the capital to catch the examination has not yet felt real. I can't imagine Gumao traveling a few miles is a bit overwhelming. After muttering, Guxian was suddenly struck dumb, crying and laughing at his own literal tone. It's really fast becoming a habit. Hey, raise your eyes and look around, trying to find a shady spot to rest your feet. A huge boulder jutted out of the road at the bottom of a slope in front of us. The trunks of the trees planted next to it were also crooked, causing the shade to fall right on the boulder. What a natural place. Guxian was delighted and took 3 quick steps. The stone surface is gray and yellow, and the wind has eroded the dents and pits. He didn't mind the dirt, he just waved his sleeve to brush away the fallen leaves and rolled over to sit on it. This rest, more like the soles of the feet hot to fever. Searching for a moment and no one passed by, he simply took off his shoes and socks, bare feet cozy lying on the stone, let the wind blow. The more you sit and watch the clouds roll in, the calmer and softer your mind becomes. Guxian pondered about the future direction. After last night, he realizes that he's embarked on a quest for immortality. The idea of settling down to be a rich man is put on hold for now. Who would love the riches of the mortal world when they can seek immortality and live a long and free life? On this trip out, it would naturally be best if he could figure out a method to contain and harbor the visions. Secondly, find a way to manipulate the golden thunder. No more than that, we should contact contemporary immortal cultivators and extract some information. The scene where the golden thunder turned the tree trunk into pieces was still replaying in his mind, and that terrifying power was tantamount to heavenly might. Every time he thought about it, Guxian couldn't help but be excited, and at the same time fantasize, if he could open up the 7 Xian passages and contain the heaven and earth's visions in each prana, and skillfully control them. Is it not the same as an immortal? Oh, daydreaming. Shaking his head slightly, it was pointless to think that far ahead of the moment. After walking for so long and not seeing Li Mingji chasing after him, I can finally feel relieved to check the harvest. Guxian sat up on his side tang and pulled out the brocade bag from his sleeve and weighed it, the corners of his lips picking up slightly. It's pretty light, about 3 pounds. 50 taels of silver ingots cast in the shape of a pie collar with both ends cocked, the size of the palm of the hand, falling in the sleeve pocket heavy. The silver emoluments of the emperor are all new silver, bright and clean in color, unlike the dirty, teeth-print-strewn pieces of silver of later times. For the time being, it was unclear what the purchasing power of silver ingots was, and it shouldn't be enough to buy a hut with a yard in Shangjing. But not necessarily in other places. Guxian tossed it around and put it back away. 50 taels is still a bit flashy, we'll have to find a chance to cut off 2 for daily expenses. The silver ingots are just the small heads attached. The big head is naturally the white jade hairpin, which I didn't look at carefully when I picked it. When he took it out to play with it, Guxian realized that the jade hairpin was in the shape of a dragon hovering in the clouds, with a lifelike posture and details down to the elaborate carving of each dragon scale. The color of the jade, needless to say, is warm and delicate, translucent and clean. Through the light a few no stray colors, obviously is the top of the top grade. Tisk, TSK, it's a pity. Obviously so many treasures but you can't take them with you. This silver ingot would be better if it were a gold nugget. Guxian played with the jade hairpin, unconsciously blurted out a sentence that made himself stupefied, and laughed out loud when he came back to his senses. Am really greedy. He was so open-minded that he didn't feel half embarrassed for being greedy for money. Who can walk in this world without getting dusty? Only the white jade hairpin was wrapped and stored against his chest, and the rest of his household goods were retrieved up his sleeve. Don't put your eggs in the same basket. Then, Guxian rested his fist against his cheek, lazy and cozy, lying on his side on the rock with his eyes closed. A soft chant escaped his lips. Riding a mule and thinking of a steed, the official minister looks to the king. When will the fight for fame and fortune end? When will you stop? Bell, bell, bell. From a distance, he heard the sound of approaching horse bells, the source of which was the direction from which he had come. The odds are that it's also coming from the Upper Peninsula. Guxian was lying comfortably and didn't want to get up, and had no intention of avoiding it. Anyway, the road was wide enough for him to enjoy himself without disturbing each other. Rows of wheels rolled across the dirt track, spattering dust into the folds of his coat and hair, something the year-round horseman had long since grown accustomed to. The horses' hooves fell with a dull sound, only occasionally crunching as they kicked a rock. A line of wagons is composed in a very deliberate arrangement. 6 strong men on horseback were at the forefront of the group, with long swords on their horses. A few of the men had faces that were forceful and bloodthirsty. The robust body bones could tell at a glance that they were practitioners. They are the convoy's escorts, responsible for driving the road and keeping a vigilant eye on the convoy's safety. The carriage that followed closely behind had a square flag with a yellow background and red edges, with the word XINN on the front and Sure on the reverse. Obviously the leader of the pack, responsible for leading the direction, communication and getting through the joints. The carriages after that also had chess pieces erected at intervals, but the flags were of a more elemental color, and could not be higher than the word XINN. These small businessmen all rely on HSINN to have a meal, so they naturally have to give face. At the end of the procession, the slow and easy to drive the car is mostly horsemen and handymen, and the car is loaded with goods coming in from Shangjing. This is the principal merchant marine. The structure of the team is different from that of a traditional merchant team. It is led by the Sure family, with other small merchants paying money and concessions in exchange for the Sure family's connections and intelligence resources. At this moment, in the lead wagon, the charitable-looking, richly built Master Sure, clad in a soap-colored round collar, group flower robe, reclined in the softly padded bedding and read the Narumi Travels word by word. It is a book about the Ming Haijo Jichi legend. Just when Master Sure saw the sharks to the moonflow beads, TSK sigh of wonder, suddenly heard a sprightly and soft voice outside the window. He hastily lifted the curtain, stretched his head and squinted toward the front, seeing only a blurry outline. Master Sure often picks lamps and reads at night, so that now at a distance of 100 meters, he cannot even see the person's appearance. He could only shout at the top of his voice, Old Huang, come over here for a moment. A hunchbacked old herdsman on a donkey answered the call, his face stacked in the folds of a smile. Hey, come on. Is someone chanting a poem ahead? I'm so blurry-eyed, so I'll let you take a look for me. If it's a downtrodden scholar, give him a ride if you're traveling the same way. Master Sure sighed with a sigh of relief. He has always wanted to be an official since he was a young man who was well-read. Naiha Datong merchants have a low status, the scholar-peasant industry, and those who are engaged in business are not allowed to take part in the imperial examinations for 3 generations. It had also been a pain in his heart. So much so that Master Shi did not allow his son to take over, but only hoped that he would hurry to give him a grandson to take the examination. Old Huang nodded and complimented a few times. Master is kind-hearted. Old slave will go and take a look. The donkey followed the old yellow for many years, slightly humane. Do not need to whip, only pulled the donkey right ear, for hooves will accelerate over the steed. Before reaching the front, I saw a person lying on his side barefoot and resting. After looking around for a couple of moments, he turned back and replied to Master Sure. Reporting back to the master, the old slave just looked at it. That person was wearing a long ink robe, said it was a Taoist, but did not wear a Taoist crown. He's not very old, but he's sleeping on a rock in the middle of the day. I guess he's a lazy man. Slacker? Wouldn't that have to be? Before the word whatever was uttered, the caravan had already approached the man's side. The blade of the escort who had opened the way had been sheathed, but it was nearly lost in thought at the sight of the man on the rock. But I saw that person, wide robe painting landscapes, 2 sleeves make the breeze. The front lapel is slightly open and elegant, and the peach hairpin is very beautiful. Barefoot and lazy lying on the stone, according to the arm sound sleep good spring light. Seemingly perceiving Master Sure's line of sight, the man's tightly closed eyelids slightly lifted a slit, thin lips like a smile, a wave of his sleeve toward him counted as a greeting, did not say much. It was not until the caravan was far away that Master Sure came back to his senses, staring blankly at the unconsciously pinched and crumpled Narumi travels in his hands, his heart and mind stirring with impatience. That kind of free and easy, wild and uninhibited posture is by no means like an ordinary person. Old Huang, quickly go and invite that one to travel with us. After thinking about it, Master Sure hurriedly had to get up and straighten his clothes. Forget it, it's better for me to go and invite myself. Master, you have not recovered from your injuries. It's better to let Nu do this kind of small thing. Old Huang saw that Master Sure was about to move and even spoke out to stop him. See Sure Laozi so emotional, although do not understand, but after all, is watching Sure Laozi grow up, where to refuse. Immediately, he added, Master, don't worry, the old slave will definitely arrange that person comfortably. Oy vey. That's good. Master Sure pulled on his wound when he got up, and cold sweat broke out from the pain. This would rub his forehead, and even his voice was shaking. Chapter 10. Want me to travel with you? Seeing the hunchbacked old man arching his hand to invite him, Gu Xian was also too embarrassed to play lazy again, and sat up with his palms propped up underneath his body. Your Excellency has misunderstood. What my lord means is that if you are interested in traveling north, you can accompany the merchant caravan for a period of time. As he spoke, old Huang pulled on the donkey's ears to save it from drilling into others. I wonder where your caravan is going? How much does the road cost? Looking at the specs one could recognize that it was an experienced merchant party, with an escort guarding the party for full security. It just so happened that Gu Xian didn't have a map in his hands and knew very little about this world, so it was naturally good to be able to follow. But that was all the money he had on him in total, so in case he asked for an expensive price, he had no choice but to refuse. No need, it's just that my master wants to make a connection with you. Old Huang compensated with a smile, fearing that Gu Xian would refuse, and simply said, Your Excellency need not worry. The name of our Xanan caravan is still a good one, and the destination of this trip is northern Sangzhou on the Guanshan Road. On the way, we will pass through 2 channels and 7 states, and all the food along the way will be taken care of by our caravan, so if you have any ideas, you can leave at any time on your own. And that's a good thing? Gu Xian pondered that he, a big old man, would not be sold. Moreover, since the heavenly charge prana was incorporated into the golden thunder, his senses became sharper and sharper, and he was vaguely able to sense the good and bad attitudes of others towards him. Not long ago, he had no intention of meeting the wealthy man in the lead carriage, and his attitude towards him had abruptly changed from cold to friendly. Gu Xian greeted him despite his surprise. After a brief moment of thought, Gu Xian cheekily arched his hand in return. Then I'll be intruding. My humble self Gu Xian, I don't know what your name is, old man? Old Huang was flabbergasted, and after reacting, he bared his teeth and waved his hands and laughed. I can't call it expensive. I'm Huang Tian, you can call me Old Huang. Oh, Uncle Huang is polite. Old Huang's mouth said make no mistake, but the folds of his smile piled up together again. This is a world of pandering to the rich and bullying the poor. He's been a slave all his life, how could he have ever heard such words? But to Gu Xian, the virtue of honoring the old and loving the young was engraved in his bones. As long as one didn't encounter bare children and bare old people, honoring them with a sentence or two wouldn't result in a piece of meat being missing. When people give convenience, their mouths should always be dessert. The two men, one willing to nag and the other willing to hold forth, had a lively conversation. The burro took the opportunity to stretch out its long, fishy hot tongue towards Gu Xian, but fortunately, Old Huang saw its intentions and raised his hand to slap it. Old Yellow tugged on the donkey's ears to pull it closer to the boulder so that Gu Xian could sit on it, smilingly inviting. Please come up, sir, my donkey may be ugly and dumb, but it has a lot of strength, and its stamina is not inferior to that of an ordinary horse. He didn't have the heart to brag too much, and wondered how his old, always obedient buddy could have embarrassed him so much today. While talking, Gu Xian was also fully dressed. Surveying the donkey all over, he casually praised it, fat and strong, docile and hardworking, a good donkey. Who knows, the restless donkey sniffing obediently low body, more convenient Gu Xian can ascend. Hey you're. Old Yellow's eyes had seen the burro change back and forth, and his heart was amazed. Hee, then Mr. Gu will not be polite. Gu Xian stepped forward on the stone and sat firmly on the donkey. The two just nagged their way forward. From Old Huang, Gu Xian learned that the purpose of their trip was North Sangzhou, located on the Guanshan Road. The Tatung territory is divided into Dao, state, county. In total, there are 13 provinces and 56 prefectures, and as for the counties and the villages under their jurisdiction, there are even more. And North Sangzhou is located in the northernmost part of Datong's territory, bordering on the northern border of Fingguan, Baiman, and Fitartar, which are often subject to frequent wars. It's been better in recent years, and I've heard that it's the preparation of a war between several nations in the north. The essence of all businessmen is to seek profit, and the goods are passed on to the people. Although the northern realm's livelihood resources were barren, there were many mineral resources. Led by the Shi family, a group of small merchants were ready to take this opportunity to take a stab at it. Old Huang, on the other hand, having seen the earlier scene, treated Gu Xian as a hermit who had been avoiding the world for years. There is no reason why adults wouldn't know what these yellow-mouthed children know. On the contrary, Gu Xian's insights were beyond the norm, and the gods were very strange. Strange everywhere. At this moment, he was in a bit of a dilemma, not knowing where to place Gu Xian. It's not a good idea to ride with Master Shi, who was stabbed by an outlaw a few days ago and is still wounded, so he can't sit still for long. The wagon was small enough that neither of them would be comfortable riding together. The wagons and omnibus crates that carry the goods are likewise inoperative, and the unusual hitchhiker will make do with what he has. But this is the one that the master strongly wanted to invite, and Old Huang has a soft spot for him. That windblown, dirty, messy of a place is no place to stay. The rest of the carriages of the other merchants, although most of them are dragging their families. But Old Huang asked himself to have too thin face in, begged and still can make a seat. Make do with what you've got, and when you get to the next county fix, have the handyman squeeze in and clean out a clean wagon. Just as Old Huang was thinking this, Gu Xian behind him abruptly spoke. Uncle Huang, who is in this car? Looking along the direction he pointed, the carriage was square and wide, and although there was no square flag hanging behind the carriage, a silver spear was inserted, and the sound of breaking wind was sharp and incomparable. From a distance, Gu Xian could also feel the blood qi gushing out like substance. There is clearly someone high up within it. Oh, this room. Inside are a few warriors. I don't hide it from you, our merchant caravan outside, the most afraid of is the strongman bandits. Kind-hearted some of the ground to seek some money, but more are, not only to rob all the goods. Even people have to be captured on the mountain and skinned for meat. Old Huang recalled with palpitations, our Xian caravan has always been kind to people, but 3 months ago, when we were traveling from Bailuzhou to Shanjing, we were still robbed. Half of the caravan's goods were robbed cleanly, not to mention that several merchants were arrested with their families and mouths. When the officials reported the bandits, I followed them. That group of outlaws are cunning and cautious, I don't know where they scurried off to. And yet, instead we see Dash. When he said this, he suddenly bent his back even more and couldn't stop trembling. It took a while for the mood to ease a little, his pale, cloudy eyes filled with fear. My lord, you may think I'm talking nonsense, but I dare to guarantee with my life, that half of the mountain, it's all man's field. All were buried in the ground, their exposed faces mostly hollowed out by maggots, eyes, noses, ears. Eyes, noses, ears. All plucked out. But their tongues were left behind to wail day after day. The busted open chest cavity was bulging, and an official bravely cut it open with a knife, only to find it stuffed with herbs. Like someone was taking them to grow medicine. This recollection was so frightening that Old Huang finished panting and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He had lived for more than 60 years, and thought that he had seen everything. But none of them were as bizarre as that. When he heard no reaction behind him, he also secretly spat at himself. Why is there no gate on his mouth? What if this scares people? He didn't realize that Gu Xian was incomparably shocked at the moment. A human field? Raising herbs? Why does it sound so much like the Sandan Sutra? Could it be that many copies of the three Dan scriptures exist? The more Guxian thought about it, the more chaotic it became, recalling the odd cultivation methods of the three Dan scriptures, as well as the personal experiences described by old Huang. It seemed to indicate that a group of obsessed people had worn out their humanity in order to seek the Tao. The most frightening thing is that they have even gone so rampant as to commit murder in the vicinity of the capital of a country, the upper capital. Guxian's heart couldn't help but sink. The world. I'm afraid it's going to be worse than I thought. Old Yellow didn't know this, and he tugged at the corners of his mouth, chatting about light topics to lighten the mood. That's why when we set out again this time, Master spent a lot of money to invite a few great warriors to accompany us, and I heard that they can be ranked in the entire Jianghu. Don't worry, Your Excellency. Guxian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he even voiced his request. Uncle Huang, Gumao is quite curious about the affairs of the Jianghu. Can I ask you to introduce me on my behalf? The path to figuring out how to contain the heaven and earth visions was destined to be long, and the Golden Thunder did not listen to the call. The world under the bright side is treacherous, dangerous, and murderous. He was now in desperate need of a means of self-preservation. Chapter 11. The three of them. This. Old Yellow stammered with some concern. In his heart, he did not look down on the meaning of martial arts. But the three in the carriages are all blood-licking Jianghu children. The hands of less human life, in case of the fury of collision, will not be good. Uncle Huang, is it feasible? Unable to resist Guxian's repeated arches and salutes, he could only bite his tongue and agree. AI also. Your Excellency, wait for a moment, allow the old immortal to go and say hello. I'm sorry to trouble Uncle Huang. At the end of the caravan, most of the goods are carried by donkeys, which are sturdy and durable but slow, in order to prevent people from falling behind, so the whole caravan's forward speed is not fast. Coupled with the fact that this section of the road is surrounded by mountains and forests on the left and right, which are often frequented by hill-occupying outlaws, it is better to be vigilant and slow than to be safe. Old Yellow legs than many young men are more agile, accelerated a few steps quickly to catch the car. Rushing the driver, the wagon slowed down a bit, and when Old Yellow climbed onto the frame, the speed was once again back to what it had been. Stopping in the middle of a business trip is a big no-no. Unless the leader says so, the middle vehicle cannot stop under any circumstances. If someone wanted to relieve himself, the carriage would slow down for a while at most. The mute donkey understands human nature, and at this moment the Old Yellow was not followed by the side, still smooth and jogging forward. It didn't take long for Guxian to hear old Huang talking to a loud voice in the carriage. Words such as "please take care of the heroes for a moment or two" and "I thank you in advance" could be faintly heard. It can be considered kind to take care of someone you're meeting for the first time to such an extent. Guxian also recited well, and wrote it all down in his mind. After a few more moments, Old Yellow hunched his back out of the curtain and jumped off the wagon with a hey. Puff puff, patting the dust off his pants leg after landing cleanly, before approaching the mute donkey to yank it over his ear. Old Huang was careful and worried that there would be a conflict between the two sides, and nagged bitterly. My lord, I have spoken with the warriors, and you will accompany them for a while. The three warriors are all heroes of benevolence and righteousness, and their temperaments are straightforward. Going out, more friends, more roads, all hope to peace first nah. Goose saves. Once the dumb donkey was synchronized with the wagon, Old Yellow tugged on the donkey's ears and tilted his head in encouragement. Gongzi, jump over. There's no need to worry with the old immortal here watching. Guxian's heart trembled slightly at his words. He did not expect that he was just a habit of saying it, but he was really taken care of by old Huang as a son or nephew. The legs were first clamped under the body, then the left foot was stomped downward toward the saddle horn, the right leg was straightened, and the body was deftly rolled over from the back of the donkey onto the wagon. After standing firmly, Guxian straightened his attire and bowed slightly towards the front to thank him. Thanks to Uncle Huang for working so hard before and after, Mr. Gu. Thanks. Old Huang, who was tugging on the donkey's ear to fight with the dumb donkey, froze, and then his old face burst into smiles. The wind and sand outside is very strong. Your Excellency, quickly go inside and rest. There is still a short distance to the next town. I'll go ahead and see what's going on, and his lordship is about to summon me. The hunchback little old man Degree muttered as he walked forward to the front of the caravan, one hand behind his back and the other tugging the dumb donkey, who had been taking a step or three away. Looking at his back, Guxian let out a light laugh. There are still a lot of good people. However, turning around, he had just lifted the curtain of the carriage when he heard a loud voice growling at his face. Master De thought that the one who came would be some kind of hero, but I didn't expect it to be a lipstick man. At the sound of the voice, the face of the person behind him immediately changed, and he chided, Dede. Shut up. For a male, lipstick is an insulting term, derived from a beautiful man in ancient times, for his fair skin and face like a good woman, as if he had rubbed rouge and powder. It was used by later generations to describe herdsmen, backsliders, and gigolos. Although Guxian didn't know the detailed meaning of the word, he could sense the malice Blackface had towards him. And I don't know how to offend this mangaka, so I'm not in a hurry to open my mouth for now. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw that there were a total of 3 people in the room, and each of the 3 had their own distinctive faces. The loudest is a black face, and the one who stops him is a yellow face. The last one is a thin man with a cold white face, deep eye sockets, and looks like he has a weak kidney face. Yellow-faced strong man dressed in brown loose short robe, perhaps the carriage is not good ventilation, dry heat unbearable, then the cuffs pulled up to the shoulders. After berating blackface, he apologized by clasping his hands toward Guxian. My name is Songya, I apologize to your excellency on behalf of second brother's outburst. Songya is quite an interesting person. Common sense says that people who practice martial arts should have 3 evil spirits in their chests. But he is a good-tempered look, not only the name of the crepe, mannerisms and temperament, also with a bookish. Guxian learned to form a fist with his right hand, and straighten the 4 fingers of his left hand together to form a palm, with his thumb slightly curved. Then the palms were palmed together, with a natural and generous demeanor. Ha, warrior song is polite. My humble self, Guxian, meet all the great heroes of the Jianghu. AI dang it. Everyone loves a good word, Songwang was no exception, and neither was Blackface, who had opened his mouth at first. This brown man was as strong as a bear in the waist and back, occupying almost the entire cross-section of the wagon when he slightly turned on his side. His complexion was pitch black and nearly charcoal, and his face was ferociously cross. At Songya's gesture, Blackface gave a perfunctory hug, his bulging muscles nearly splitting his sleeves. Sprinkles, Kong dade. Ever since Guxian got into the car, the kidney man had been lying on his back in the back of the car with his eyes closed. After Kong Dao introduced himself, it should have been his turn. But the kidney man only squinted his eye slits, with no intention of opening his mouth. Songya smiled and said, "This is my third brother, Yi Changshou. It's not that I'm unwilling to talk to your excellency, but this brother of mine hasn't been in the best of health lately." With a slight pause in his tone, he patted Kong Dao again, signaling to sit farther away. "Don't worry, your excellency, these 2 brothers of mine just can't speak, neither of them are evil. Those who came to make friends with the intention of learning the skills naturally could not care about such trivialities." Guxian smiled at the trio with a flirtatious expression on his face. "All of you are people of nature. If Mr. Go were to intervene, wouldn't he appear to be a small-minded person? It's said that you can't fight with a fist outstretched." Although Kong Dade looked away, he just grunted angrily and turned his face away. Guxian always dealt with people in a hello and I'm good manner, and if people didn't give him face, he didn't have the reasoning of sticking it on. In his heart, he also gave up the idea of making friends with them. Fortunately, Songya was a peacemaker, and his nature was smooth and articulate. The 2 soon got into a lively conversation. Shooing Blackface off to sit with Kidney Void, Songya nagged with Guxian at the mouth of the carriage. Guxian was intent on making a good relationship and knew that the fastest way to bring people closer was not to talk, but to listen. Then the most curious question is thrown out to lead the conversation. Scholar Song, Gumao observes that you have a charitable face and plenty of blood yet you are all bookish. That's not very common. I don't know if it's convenient to clear up the confusion for Gu? Songya froze, and after a long sigh, his eyes flooded with memories. It's nothing inconvenient, it's just that the story is a bit long. Gu is all ears. When Songya was young, his family did some small business and had a good life. However, during an outing, the whole family was massacred by bandits. Songya was hidden in a hidden compartment of the carriage, and his mother was able to protect him with her life. In order to take revenge, Songya dumped all his family's money to worship a martial artist as his teacher. He practiced diligently day after day, and finally, at the age of his crown, he chopped off the heads of all his enemies. With his revenge avenged, Songya lost his direction and started to travel swiftly, and met Blackface and Kidney Hollow again. The 3 of them are instantly recognized as brothers. He was invited by the Xin merchant caravan to escort them on this trip, and also to travel to the north on the way to take care of some personal matters. Stories are a common bridge in talking books. However, when this kind of thing really happened in front of his eyes, Guxian still lamented about the vagaries of fate. After recounting the past, Songya touched his sighing stubble and suddenly felt much more relaxed. After carefully sizing up, Guxian's heart was slightly startled. This gentleman is so strange. Simply sitting there in silence and listening makes me feel my heart feel better and calm. It's even more effective than meditating. There's also this kind of temperament, it's not like normal people. Handsome face, elegant and easygoing temperament, said the literati but wearing a painted landscape robe. But if he is a Taoist priest, he is not wearing a Taoist crown. With a peach branch hairpin, his easygoing temperament reveals a dusty splendor. Puzzled, Songya asked directly. Your Excellency is not to be blamed, it is really that there is a great deal of doubt in my mind. I've been reading people for 30 years, but I've never seen someone with such an extraordinary demeanor as your Excellency. May I ask where the gentleman is from? Guxian blurted out his identity after a slight hesitation. Mr. Gu has been avoiding the world for many years to cultivate, and is barely half a square outsider. A few days ago, I was in Mount Situa to study the Xianxian and realize the way. Songya was startled, busy clasping his hands and saluting. Oh? It's because I'm being abrupt, I should be honored as a gentleman. There is a strict division of status between the 3 religions and the 9 streams. The martial arts people can take up the word righteousness to put it nicely, and are considered to be in the middle 9 streams. To put it bluntly, that is to have no status, no ability,
and can only be included in the lower 9 streams. In contrast, the status of Taoist monks and priests is much more honorable. When they meet outside, all walks of life have to be facilitated. Snort. Before Gu Xian had time to return the salute, he heard Kong Dao earn his voice. What kind of bird Fonzie? He's obviously a liar. Chapter 12, Mr. has a heavenly beauty. Dade. The always gentle Sonya was once again stoked with fire. He repeatedly told his brothers to go out with peace for good. The only way to make things easy for people is to make things easy for yourself. However, Kong Dade is a stubborn and smelly person with a bad mouth, and often gets into trouble with people. Sonya didn't even know how many times a situation where he could clearly shake hands and make peace was stirred alive by this second brother of his. Still, he couldn't do anything to reprimand his brother in front of outsiders. Can only temporarily suppress the fire in the heart, squeeze out a smile and turn the face just to compensate for the smile. Sir, I. The sound of the words went out the instant he locked eyes with Gu Xian, and Sonya was unknowingly disturbed. What a pair of eyes those are. Calm, indifferent, bland, almost unfeeling. A smile was clearly on his lips, but there was no emotion in his eyes. Gu Xian did not do anything, obviously sitting quietly in front of the eyes. It is like transcending the mortal world, at any time will be feathered ascension. In contrast, the repeatedly provocative Kong Dade is as ridiculous as a jumping clown. Sonya was infected by his ancient state of mind for a moment. For only a moment, but he saw through his eyes the wide, boundless, and endlessly extending avenue. Back to the god monkey, Sonya holding his head suddenly remembered a sentence, although which book in which has been unable to remember. The saints forget their love, the most inferior to love, and the love of love is being in my generation. He aimed at Gu Xian with a palpitating heart, his heart marveling beyond measure. Let there be 1,000 thoughts of love, I am at peace within myself. This state of mind that doesn't feel happy or angry with anything else actually exists? This man. No. What kind of realm has this gentleman reached? For a moment, Sonya was caught up in shocked and disturbed thoughts, unable to care about the outside world. Causing Kong Dade to think he was right, his guts grew when he came over and pulled his voice. Big brother, you don't know. The Cosmos Emperors searched all over for true cultivators some time ago. I've heard that many capable Fengshi have been invited, who can not only make clouds and fog, control insects and beasts, but can also tend to good fortune and avoid harm. That's right. Didn't that big brother Jean Lei see it yesterday? Sonya retrieved his mind and nodded hesitantly, right. But isn't that a vision? That daytime golden thunder covered half of the upper capital, and the sound of the thunder was even more shocking, like the tilting of the sky, so it was hard not to notice. It is even rumored in private that Cosmos will die, and that the golden thunder is a precursor to the wrath of heaven. Is it hard to believe that this has something more to do with the fawns? Kong Dade mysteriously whetted the appetite of the crowd, and even the slits in the eyes of Kidney Hollow, who was lying in the back resting, whitened slightly. Nonetheless, that white sun and golden thunder, it was summoned by a certain high person. Kong Dade was unusually excited when talking about gossip, gesticulating with open arms and matching his face with just the right expression. If it wasn't a little darker, it rather had the potential of a storyteller. It is said that that high person is a true immortal descending to the world. He was invited by the 6th prince of the dynasty at great cost. That immortal had no intention of displaying his heavenly means, but an ungrateful thieving Taoist repeatedly provoked him. When the immortal was furious, he immediately mouthed the heavenly constitution and spoke the law. When he looked up to the sky and softly shouted thunder comes, the sky was filled with golden thunder in response. Katsumi? No, who spread this? Kong Dade added some details according to his own fantasies that the parties do not know. Whether others believe it or not, he himself is convinced. That's not all, recognizing that more than half of the founders in the court are frauds, upsetting the immortal. So the immortal added, punish the evil and promote the good. All the officials involved in punishing the charlatans and liars were blessed by the immortals. Some people are reborn with a broken arm, and others are even prolonging their lives for a long time. Kong Dade staggered and couldn't help but say sourly, what a damn shame. I heard that those officials are not as strong as the ladies. If I were there, I could have directly torn that group of magi in half. When he read Godly Cleric, Kong Dade stared at Gu Xian, his loud voice intentionally rising a few degrees. Sonya somehow also looked towards Gu Xian to see, his heart a little puzzled. It wasn't until Kidney Void raised his leg and kicked Kong Dade that he continued on down the line. Ha! Oh! That immortal was going to ascend and leave, and on the occasion of parting, he was invited by Emperor Hong to drink a few cups of wine. It doesn't matter if you don't drink it. But that wine was even more beautiful than the immortal wine in heaven. The immortal who made that good wine was so happy that he immediately agreed to become the master of the state of Datong. Speaking of having an immortal as a national teacher, Kong Dade straightened his back a few more points and pushed his loose bun on the roof of the car. How in the world can this happen? Sonya muttered, there are so many myths and legends circulating in the folklore that are faked, but I never thought that there are actually real immortals in the world. Suddenly, his thick eyebrows furrowed as if he were a crouching silkworm, noticing the abnormality. Dade, and how do you know that? He remembered that he had clearly instructed Kong Dade to stay at the inn to keep an eye on the traveling gifts before he left yesterday.
Where did he learn all this? Haha, I just went out for a spin and heard it.
Questioned, Kong Dao didn't dare to look at his big brother's sight, scratching his head and snorting. His waist and back shrunk again. In reality, he was craving patience and planned to go out and find a few bowls of wine to eat. Slipped into the middle of the street to see a lot of people gathered together, squeezed in with the grandpa and grandma to ask half a day to know the. Guxian realized that he had fallen for the old fox again. The sky appeared to have a vision, or a vision of bad significance like the golden thunder. Instead of covering it up, Hondekin went on a rampage to spread the news. It was only slightly modified to give all the credit to Guxian. This would not only deflect the singing of the cosmos. He also fabricated the rumor that there was a true immortal in Datong as the state master to deter the group of bewildered cultivators who were acting more and more unscrupulously. Finally, the name of the immortal is used to convey the attitude of dislike for the charlatan. What was even more infuriating was that Guxian could only eat this dumb loss in a muffled voice. He couldn't just stand up and say that he wasn't a state master, could he? Even in front of Emperor Hiroshi, he couldn't question it. How could this happen? I really don't know. Things have come to a head. And since the people of Datong have embraced you so much, one of the state teachers still hopes not to push back. Kong Dao snorted angrily again, disdainfully scornful of Guxian. Only that kind of character is a hermit outside the square. You're looking at this kid, besides being handsome, where does he look like a founder? Distinctly the most loathsome of the immortals, the godly. You. Guxian raised his hand to stop Sonya's words and asked smilingly, then what do you think a capable person should be like? That would naturally be a white-bearded, white-haired, crane. Kong Dade scratched his head and laughed nervously. Big brother, what's with the crane? Crane hair. Yes. Crane hair in child's face. And you haven't even grown a few hairs, and you still come out to cajole, when you're really begging for a beating. Kong Dao ambled down and clenched his fist threateningly. Enough. Make amends and apologize. Sonya interrupted with a suppressed voice. What? Kong Dao's expression was stunned, unable to believe what he heard. Big brother, you're asking me to make amends to this liar? I said enough. Make amends to the gentleman. Under the rage, Sonya's body true chi turned, from the lower abdomen dantian stirred up the blood chi surging, such as a wave like a strand rushed into every inch of muscle, limbs and bones as resounding cackle crunch. You are unjust. A gust of strong wind rushed by in front of him, and Kong Dao rubbed the two of them and rushed out of the carriage. With one less person, the frame is instantly lighter. Collecting his palms and pressing down to calm his true chi, Sonya straightened his hair crown and smiled apologetically. Mr. Benevolent, but my generation has been repeatedly rude. It's good to let that murderer go out to blow the wind and wake up his brain, so that he doesn't have to talk nonsense all day long. No harm done, Mr. Gu doesn't care. Guxian pinched a fa seal to stabilize his mind. It's good that little Li Kuei has left. Sonya once again praised Guxian's heart and compensated. I heard Steward Huang say that Mr. is quite interested in the affairs of the Jianghu. If the gentleman asks anything, I shall do my best to do it. Guxian's eyes lit up with some surprise. He wanted to get along with him for a long time and play the emotional card to get it slowly. I didn't expect Sonya to send him directly to make amends. It's not a good idea to ask for too much, and it's not worth it to consume the favor all at once. After a moment's contemplation, Guxian looked as if he was distressed. To be honest, Gomao has longed for the Jianghu, but I don't have a doorway. Now that my roots and bones have grown, I wonder if there is still a possibility of entering the martial arts. In that case, nodded Sonya, good point, if you don't mind, sir, I'll take a root bone test for you. Please. Upon receiving permission, Sonya hooked Guxian's left wrist with one hand and pinched up his shoulder with the other. Taking his pulse and feeling his bones, his brow furrowed. His expression gave Guxian the illusion as if he was waiting for the old Chinese doctor to lay down a diagnosis. After Sonya let go of his hand, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Scholar Song, is there something I can do? Who knows? Sonya actually shook his head inside repeatedly. Weird. Mr.'s meridian pulsations and bone phases are truly bizarre, unlike anything I've ever seen. Seeing Guxian's complicated expression, he realized that it was inappropriate to say so and immediately explained. I am not a physician, I know very little about the pulse, so it is not good to jump to conclusions. But Sir's muscles are supple and his roots are excellent. But, as Sir said, the best time to build a foundation has been missed. If you forcefully practice martial arts, you will fall sick instead. Guxian's heart thumped, but the means of self-preservation was right in front of him, and he would never be willing to give up just like that. Is there a solution? Gumao does not ask for much. Nowadays the world is in turmoil. I just want to go out and have a means of self-protection. Well, naturally, but... After pondering for a while, Sonya was a bit shy to speak, but looking up and seeing the faint anticipation under Guxian's eyes, he still said, it is difficult for a gentleman to be fruitful in the practice of unusual mysteries. But that's not entirely true. There exists a strange scripture in this world that has the divine ability to change one's life against the heavens. Guxian was moved to ask after him, I wonder what it is. It is rumored that it was created by a great master, and the martial art is called the celestial human transformation technique. After acquiring it, one's body is like a ghost, and one's power increases overnight. As he spoke, Songya's line of sight shifted downward from time to time, and even his words stuttered a bit. However, to acquire this method, one needs to first cut off the uncleanness. And that great master has long been in seclusion, and the rumor in the Jianghu is that he is now hidden in the palace as an errand boy. Guxian's mind instantly flashed across an old eunuch's silent back. Eunuch Tak Choi? The divine life. Isn't this the ing sunflower magic? Chapter 13, Entering Lingshan at Night. Although the celestial human transformation technique is almost held up as a myth and legend in the Jianghu, but because of these harsh conditions, few people will hit it. Expecting Guxian to rest his mind, Songya remembered Kong Dao's words from a short while ago and played a funny game to ease the atmosphere. If someone can get into the palace, who's looking for it for anything? Must be going to ask the state master to grant the immortal fate. Who doesn't aspire to be an immortal, from kings and lords to the common people? Even if Songya can perform the lightness of the body as light as a swallow, but still aspire to the clouds and fog immortal. Guxian grinned and let out a silent, bitter laugh. In his sleeve pocket, he was keeping a book of Immortal Edge with human fields. If Songya were to see this, he didn't know how he would feel. Without doing something for Guxian, Songya's heart was not clear, and after pondering for a while, he could only be seen slamming his thigh. Pa! How about this? When we have repaired to the next town, I will meditate on an internal heart technique for cultivating true chi for you, sir. The effect is not guaranteed, but it is more or less effective in strengthening the body. Words have been said to such a point, Guxian, if further entanglement would appear to be ungrateful, then cupped hands to undertake this goodwill. Mr. Gu has the audacity to thank Warrior Song. You're welcome, sir. Songya made up for Guxian to get peace of mind, and Guxian got to retreat for a second purpose. Both parties were quite satisfied, and continued to talk and laugh about what they had seen and heard. Both of them are very knowledgeable and experienced. Chatting with each other, the atmosphere is hot and pleasant. Clang clang clang. Suddenly from the front of the caravan drifted the sound of 3 gongs from afar. Upon hearing this, Songya abruptly stopped talking, the afterglow. Explaining to the puzzled Guxian, he said, this is the meaning of the merchant caravan wanting to refurbish, we've arrived at the place. Chatting without feeling time flew by, and it was only then that I realized that the sky outside the curtain was flooded with evening sunshine at some point. For safety reasons, the caravan would not move forward into the night. Generally, when you meet the city into the city, when you meet the village into the village, when there is no village in front and no store at the back, we will pick a flat place to camp. Lifting the curtain of the car, Songya looked outward far enough to see 3 large characters on the city wall. Oh, it's to Lingshan County. The wagon slowed to a halt and arrived at the county pass ready for tax inspection. While waiting in line to enter the county, Songya briefly introduced this place to Guxian. I remember that Lingshan County's baklava is one of the best, especially when it's fresh out of the oven, the crust is crispy and the texture is taut, and the bite is full of oil flavor. Mr. Must try it. After chatting for a while, 2 armor-clad soldiers raised the curtain. One of them held a pile of yellow paper in his hand towards the 3 to compare them one by one. Guxian sat close enough that his afterglow spied what was supposed to be a bandit's wanted notice. The guards weren't too conscientious, and after a brief glance or two they waved their hands backward to let them pass. It is assumed that Master Sure paid all the taxes required for the entire caravan, and it was unimpeded. After crossing the pass, the road surface of Lingen County was as broken as the city wall, not to mention paved with stone slabs. There were even quite a few potholes and depressions, and the carriage was bumpy. Although it was not as strictly managed as the upper capital city, it was still subject to martial law at this point in time. As they passed through the civilian area, although there were still people walking around, they were all in a hurry with their heads hung low, not even daring to speak to each other. The vigilance was a little too much. Warrior Son, what's that? Guxian asked, pointing in front of a room. The house was surrounded by a short fence, and there was a small vegetable garden behind the fence, but even if the vegetables rotted in the ground, no one would take them. The closed door and couplet were painted black, and a rectangle covered in rags lay on the floor about 5 feet directly across from the door. I am not too sure. Perhaps it's some sort of custom? Songya was also a bit strange, he hadn't seen these before when he came here. However, the last time he came to Lingen he was just passing by in a hurry, so perhaps he didn't care at the time. Besides, the caravan was only staying here for one night, and would be on their way early in the morning, nothing worth caring about. Guxian nodded, burying his doubts in his heart. Passing through the civilian area towards the center of the county a bit, going right after reaching a quadrangle, the caravan eventually stops in front of an inn. Fuxing Inn. The black lettering on the red background sign has slight discoloration and is a bit older. The caravan has just stopped. There are a few handymen dressed as a boy hurriedly rushed out to take donkeys and horses. There was even a man with a brocade hat and a big belly talking to old Huang. Apparently the principal fleet comes around a lot. There was a large empty field behind the inn, dedicated to parking goods and wagons. Once the carriage was parked in position, the caravan and the inn's handymen removed the reins from the horses and donkeys and sent them to the manger for food and water.
A large shed was also erected beside the manger, with elevated planks put together and covered with haystacks. It's called a big pass-through, and it's a little cheaper than a pass-through. The caravan's handymen and slaves lived here, taking turns guarding the goods at night. Guxian also wanted to help Songya give Songya a hand, and together they racked Kidney Void out. As a result, when he turned his head, he saw Kidney Hollow, who was half a head shorter than him, stretching and nodding at him. Hoping this guy can move? Then he laid down all the way. Could it be because of laziness? Mr. Gu, let's go inside. Songya was embarrassed and turned his face away. After all, it was only a short while ago that he had said that third brother was not in good health. As soon as he got out of the car, this guy ran faster than anyone with his good arms and legs. Entering the lobby of the inn through the back door, he saw old Huang assisting a rich man at the counter. The businessmen who greeted the motorcade were behind the counter with pens in hand to make their registrations. Seeing Guxian, Songya and the two of them come in, old Huang came closer to say a few words before saying, "Master, this is the gentleman." Deeply nearsighted Master Shi's eyes lit up, disengaging old Huang's hold and walking a few steps in this direction to arch his hand. "My humble self, Shi Zhongjin, meet Mr. Gu. I've slowed you down on this journey, sir." Guxian was slightly stunned, not expecting the other party, a big merchant, to be so polite. He was busy returning the salute. "My humble self, Guxian, has yet to thank Master Shi in person for allowing Gu to accompany the team on their journey." "Ah, you're welcome, sir, you're welcome." Seeing the two men complimenting each other, the innkeeper and the merchants of the caravan were shocked beyond belief. Secretly guessing what this young man was really about? To actually make Master Shi of the Xian and merchant guard so polite? Songya's eyes were even more thoughtful underneath, and his heart vaguely had a guess. "Sir, first drink tea and wait for a few moments. Ishi will come when I've made the registration. Please make yourself at home, Master Shi." Knock, knock. Master Shi lightly tapped the desktop a few times, calling the shopkeeper back to his senses. "Mr. Qian, have you finished registering? Do you still need to enter the miscellaneous laborers?" Boss Qian wore a brocade hat and had 3 wisps of beard. Hearing the impatience outside of Master Shi's words, he hurriedly put a smile on his face to make amends. No need, no need. Can't we trust Master Shi? Let's continue as usual. We'll take all the stores, all the people's rooms, and 8 rooms on the ground floor? No, this time, we have an honored guest accompanying us, and we're booking 3 Tianji rooms. Master Shi slightly aggravated his tone on the word distinguished guests. Usually when the caravan traveled, he himself couldn't afford to open a heavenly room. Just to sleep for one night, the cheap ones also need 2 or 3 taels, and the expensive ones can easily be 5 or 6 taels. The caravan has to pass through dozens of cities and counties. Even a big family can't afford to build so much. But this time, there was Guxian and Songya's group, so they couldn't be petty. Understood, understood. Boss Qian glanced toward the wooden boards on the nailed wall behind him and saw that the heavenly name sign was empty. Pulling out the register again, he looked at it and was so shocked that his body nearly fell back. Closing the booklet, he apologized. "It's really unfortunate that all the heavenly characters have been contracted out. Do you think we should change it to the Earth character number? Booked?" Master Shi sniffed with an unpleasant face. The Xian and caravan came to Fushing every time they took this road. One reason was the convenience of having a special place for goods. Another reason is that there are many rooms at a fair price. Why not this time? In that case, please trouble Boss Qian to pass the word that Mr. Shi is willing to pay twice as much to ask them to give up 2 rooms. Make no mistake, make no mistake. The money shopkeeper waved his hand anxiously, looked left and right to see no one, came forward and lowered his voice and said, "Those few people, are not from a simple background. They're probably from the imperial court. There are rules for entering people's names in the inn register, and the boy in charge of the register should be able to read people. When you meet a good-natured one, write in a shorter font. If the guest is grumpy, write longer. If you are a jungle child, or a suspected wanted criminal, write your name thicker. As for the dignitaries and officials, the characters should be written in a fair and sharp. In this way, it is also good to ask people to put a good attitude, so as not to cause trouble." The court? It's... Master Shi stifled his speech for a moment, and could only turn sideways towards Guxian Songya and hugged his hand. "Guxian Shang, Song Strongman, why don't we switch homes?" When this statement came out, the money shopkeeper was anxious. How could he just watch the business in hand run away? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that although Master Shi was apologizing towards the two, he was actually looking at the young man's attitude. In his heart, he was also puzzled. What was the origin of this Junho Shang? How could he actually sway Master Shi's mind? He looked at Guxian with pleading eyes. No need, no need. Mr. Gu is not that demanding. Even if it's a bunk, you can sleep in it. Guxian was sprightly. He had slept in a chicken coop, so how would he care about this? I've been wandering the rivers and lakes for years. I'm not a pretentious person. Songya also casually waved his hand. Then let's stay here, and add 3 extra ground names. Okay. Shunzi, quickly go and lead the honored guests upstairs. The money shopkeeper could not care less about counting, for fear of a late step and then someone to go, and hurriedly called the boy to lead the people up the stairs.
I'll have the back kitchen prepare meals for the guys. Aha. Master sure stood for so long the pain of the injury recurred, and his forehead flushed with cold sweat again. Although he had the intention to talk to each other, his body just couldn't hold up. He was originally there to bond with Gu Xian, so it would seem deliberate to hold on. Arching his hand towards the two, Mr. Gu and Warrior Song, Mr. Sure is slightly unwell, so I'll go up and rest first. Master Sure, please go ahead. All hail the precious. After old Huang assisted Master Sure upstairs, Songya also proposed a temporary farewell. Mr. Gu, I'm worried that simpleton Dade will cause trouble, so I'm going to look for him first. Do you want Gu to join you? No need, no need. This brother of mine is a good drinker, and I'm sure he'll go to the restaurant first to drink and have fun, and he'll be even more grumpy after drinking, so I'm afraid he'll incur Mr.'s displeasure again. Songya gave a farewell and went out the door as well. No acquaintances left or right seemed a bit cold. Although there were still a few people sitting in the lobby, the line of sight that surveyed him was like watching a monkey. Gu Xian estimated that there was still a while until dinner, so he simply patted his sleeves and stood up. When he was about to go out for a stroll, he was seeing Boss Qian, who had given orders to the back kitchen, walk out. Thinking of what happened just now, the money shopkeeper greeted on. Sir, are you going out? Well, Ji's head came to Lingen and wanted to see the customs. AI, that's not a coincidence. Boss Qian shook his head as if he was sorry for him. If your excellency had come a few days earlier, there would still be peddlers outside at this hour. But Lingen is not very stable these days, and there are still military officers patrolling at night. Gongzi, if you were letting off steam you can go around the neighborhood first. About 2/4 of an hour back the meal is hot. How about resting early tonight and then getting up early tomorrow to play? Unsettled? Gu Xian's mind instantly recalled the long box covered with cloth in front of the door. Could there be any relationship between the two? Thanks for the reminder, boss. I should. You have a good time. Chapter 14. Who are you talking to? Fuxing Inn is located in the downtown Sifang Street neighborhood. With Boss Qian's reminder in front of him, Gu Xian did not intend to go too far. Just going to check out the residential neighborhood. Unlike the warped eaves and flat tiles of the Shangjing city, the homes of the people of Lingen County are mostly wooden houses. As he passed the street corner, he looked distantly at an old woman on crutches, nursing a smaller, hooded cage in her arms. Cowering, he turned into a thatched hut and set the cage squarely in the doorway before closing the flap. The door wasn't closed, leaving a crack. Behind it was an eyeball staring at Gu Xian dead in the face, as if it was afraid that he would come closer. Gu Xian didn't want to ask for trouble and swept forward past the thatched hut. It was already dark, and most people couldn't be bothered to light their lamps and go to bed early. Moving forward, Gu Xian was surprised to find that people either kept boxes covered with cloth on their doorsteps, or had dark brown stains painted on their doors, or both. Curious, he headed toward a cabin lit with firelight. A figure shaking its head was reflected in the wallpaper, while a slurred reading voice came out. Mostly a reader who picks his way through the night. Gu Xian softened his steps for fear of frightening the host family. With his vision nowadays he didn't need to go too close, standing 6 feet outside the doorway, i.e. about 11 or 12 paces, he could see the black and brown stains that coated the scholar's door panel. After squinting to focus his vision, he noticed a few pinches of oily, stiff hair sticking out of the stain. The tip of his nose twitched lightly, and he could still smell the fishy odor if anything. It's black dog blood. Doesn't this stuff exorcise evil spirits? Is it hard to believe that there is something dirty in Lingshan County? It would be nice if it was just one family, but it's every family. As well as what Boss Qian said about Lingshan being under martial law and having military patrols at night. Gu Xian's heart leapt a bit and the back of his neck fluffy hairs exploded. Not caring to be curious about what was under the hooded cloth, he hurried to the inn at a quick pace. It didn't seem like it when I arrived, but it will seem like such a long way back. The night wind seemed to be a few degrees colder, and the sound of the wind in his ears was like someone whispering his name. Gu Xian clenched his chest, the knot in his throat rolled with difficulty. You can't scare yourself. People are afraid of ghosts 3 times, ghosts are afraid of people 7 times. But the more I thought about it, the more active my mind became. Dead wells, homes, abandoned hospitals. The relevant elements keep rolling around in your head. It didn't come to an abrupt end until warmth flooded around them. The sound of chopsticks, drinking, children playing. The cacophony of voices flooded in. Without realizing it, he had returned to the inn. Seeing that the lobby was filled with people, a couple of playing baby dolls by the door were still looking at him with curious faces. The popularity of the crowd was a little reassuring. Gu Xian let out a long breath. Gongzi, where have you been? Quickly, eat while it's hot. Old Huang walked out from the back kitchen with a black jar and greeted Gu Xian in a loud voice upon seeing him. Gu went out for a spin. Gu Xian naturally wouldn't say that he was frightened, pointing at the black jar to change the subject. Uncle Huang, what are you doing? Oh, this is the medicine that his lordship is going to drink. The kitchen stove has a big fire and it cooks faster. I have to hurry to send it up to the old master. Okay, you're busy. After a few moments of small talk, the hunchbacked little old man went up the stairs again with a single bound.
Guxian would like to go over and give him a hand. The problem was that don't look at his calm face, but his hand was still in the micros. Going over there would just make people laugh. After calming his brain in the doorway, Guxian still decided not to talk about this matter outside. For one thing, shopkeeper Qian as a local of Lingen didn't say anything. If Guxian talked too much, he couldn't help but find people to be bored. Secondly, he always felt that there was something odd about this. Listening to what shopkeeper Qian said, this dirty thing only appeared in recent days. Not thinking about that much for the moment, Guxian looked around. Didn't find a place to sit in the lobby. There were empty seats, but there was obviously a family of 3 seated. So what was he talking about? 2 steps inside, I felt something following behind me. Upon turning around, I saw that it was the same kids who had been romping in the doorway earlier, and even 2 more, lined up behind them. Seeing him scatter some more when he looked away. Oh, little kids. Guxian didn't hate it as long as it wasn't a bare child. In his previous life, even when he was older, he would be very patient when he encountered children. He even had the title of King of Kids in the children's playground downstairs. The Fuxingyan has 2 floors, connected at the top and bottom by a wooden staircase. In the corner at the bottom of the stairs sat a couple of large vats with the word wine written on red paper taped to the body of the vat. Next to the wine vat were 3 smaller tables, 2 of which were filled with exactly 8 people. The remaining table, though empty, was filled with sheathed swords against the wall and on the table. If it was an ordinary person it would have gotten out of the way. But Guxian had nothing to fear, instead smilingly walking towards the nearest table and clasping his fists in greeting. Fellow warriors, I wonder if you could spare a corner for my humble self to take a seat? The 8 people who were negotiating in low voices neglected to stop their voices and looked at Guxian simultaneously in an instant. Some people even subconsciously pressed their palms to their waists and felt nothing before coming back to their senses. Sitting against the wall was a middle-aged man with a collapsed nose and a garlic nose, and his face was nothing out of the ordinary. After looking Guxian up and down once, a smirk was squeezed out of his taut face. Of course, please take your seat, sir. Then the collapsed nose waved his hand, and the man across the table obeyed and stood up. Gu didn't mean that. Seeing Guxian's line of sight shift slightly to the side of his body, the collapsed nose flinched for a split second, then burst out laughing. It was a misunderstanding on my part, but if you don't mind please take a seat, sir, it is fate to meet. This. Guxian glanced at the young man who had given up his seat, and when he saw that he did not have a disgruntled expression, he nodded stiffly. My humble self, Guxian, meet the warriors. You're welcome, sir. We can't call ourselves warriors, a certain Feng Si. The collapsed nose gathered his hands and introduced himself. Guxian noticed that he was not using the clasping fist salute of the martial arts, but the arching hand salute amongst the literati or officials. Below Feng Chang. Left said. My little daughter Feng Hong. This was the only female among the 6. Feng Rui. All 8 of them have Feng surnames. Are they brothers? Xiao Air. Add a set of bowls and chopsticks, a pot of wine, 2 pounds of donkey meat and sauce, and 2 plates of 4 happiness meatballs. Collapsed nose beam Feng Si did not explain too much, neutral voice shouted aloud. Hey, come on. The running boy was quick and nimble, carrying the dishes in one hand and the beaten wine in the other. Guest, the donkey meat and meatballs and sauce will be ready soon, you drink first. Hey! What kind of person lets someone drink first? Although Feng Si does not look good, but his temper is quite mild, with the boy can be funny 2 sentences. The line of Feng surnames was clearly headed by Feng Si, and even though the 2 tables were separated, Feng Si didn't move his chopsticks, and the other table could only sit dryly. I see that you are very different from those merchants, but are you traveling with a caravan? Precisely, Mr. Go wanted to travel in all directions to visit friends on this trip. On the way, I came across the Xian merchant caravan, and Master Shi's heart was kind enough to give me a ride. Oh, it's a rare good man among merchants. Mr. is also good at elegance. Feng Si first sloshed the wine cup with hot water before pouring it out. This was repeated 3 times before pouring the wine and handing it forward. Thank you, Your Excellency. Guxian frankly accepted it and touched a glass with him and drank it frankly. However, Feng Si spun the wine cup around and did not enter the mouth, instead, he was amused. It's not good for a gentleman to go out and not be on guard against outsiders. Ha, if others toasted Gumao would not dare to drink, Your Excellency toasted where there is no reason not to drink? Feng Si stared at Guxian for about 3 breaths, and with each breath the atmosphere became heavier. But after the 3rd breath, Feng Si threw back his head and laughed. If you're so generous, sir, you'll look like a certain family is being petty. Raising his glass, he took a drink and filled it again for both of them by hand, this time saying nothing and taking the lead. Please. Your Excellency is magnificent. Soy donkey meat for happiness meatballs. Sir, your dishes are ready. Call me if you need anything. The running boy deliberately lengthened his voice to report the name of the dish. He came on luckily, Feng Si was drinking to his heart's content and waved his hand impatiently. However, Guxian said thank you, which made Feng Si even more surprised. Eat your vegetables and eat your vegetables. You guys too, Feng Gu, don't just stand there, go and squeeze in with Missy and the others. Feng Si and Guxian drank a few glasses together, and after gradually opening up the conversation, he implicitly mentioned why he had previously treated him in such a manner. Sir, I don't blame my family for being vulgar, but the world is not as good as it used to be. This robe is not suitable for going out. Guxian's chopsticks hung in the air and suddenly realized. No wonder. Tatung is now being scourged by evil godly men, and although his robes are painted with ink treasures, his costume is still the costume of a Taoist robe. He's hoping that I'm the one who punked myself? Guxian slapped his head. He hadn't realized that the underlying problem was so simple. It was also caused by the fact that he had come to this side of the world for too short a time. After clearing up the misunderstanding, the two chatted happily, but it was only over a glass of wine and the two sides did not talk deeply. Fang Si and the others had already eaten almost as much before Guxian arrived. When the people in the lobby dispersed, he rose and prepared to take his leave. What I have talked to you today has been very enjoyable, and I hope to see you again in the future. Naturally, the next time we meet again, it will be at GE's invitation. Ha, then a certain family has memorized it, farewell. A group of 8 people bowed their hands in unison, and Guxian returned them one by one, seeing them up the stairs to the second floor, one by one entering the east side of the heavenly room. Hee, these military masters are somewhat interesting. I just don't know what government office they come from. Guxian wasn't stupid, plus the fact that a few people hadn't deliberately hidden themselves. Despite wearing a rough hemp dress, the boots under the feet are soap-colored Tiger Bites gold boots. This is something that ordinary people are not qualified to wear. But it's a good karma, and a meal for nothing. In the back of his mind, he thought that he must get up early in the morning and change out of these pitiful clothes first. Are you finished eating and want to go back to your room to rest? The shopkeeper has already instructed the young ones to lead you up. The money shopkeeper cannot feel Guxian's bottom, in the spirit of his exit left this business, so intentionally with the boy instructed a sentence. Only then was there this waiting guide boy. Hey, please. No trouble. I should do it. For the first time being said so by a guest, the boy immediately smiled sincerely, and led to the south side with brisk steps. Room No. 8 of the Earth character has arrived. If you need anything, just tell me. So to say, Guxian also really need, said long time not bathed all prickly scratching, even scalp a little itchy. Please, little brother, fetch some hot water, and oh yes, borrow the scissors again. Hey, the little one will go now. In just a quarter of an hour's work, the boy called for hot water and scissors. Guxian cut down a few small pieces of broken silver in his pocket, crumb's edge when left to the boy as a reward. Don't think less, in ancient times there were people who specialized in collecting silver shavings and wax, and when enough were saved and burned they would get a silver nugget. Simply soaking in a hot bath, the comfortable Guxian soaked all his worries behind his head. Groggy with some drowsiness, her eyelids sinking. There were footsteps approaching outside the inn. Big brother, you can't hold your liquor either. The familiar loud voice woke Guxian up, causing his heart to flare up with an unknown fire. This little Li Kuei is really a bad match for me. For Songya's sake, Guxian still endured for the time being. Out of the water he briefly wiped himself off and prepared to lie down on the bed and fall asleep. Yet again, I heard. What are you talking about, big brother? Would I be afraid of that kid? Humph. Look at his thin arms and legs, I'll make him fine with both of them. Guxian's brows furrowed and he was about to get angry when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. By the tone of voice, the simpleton was talking to the same person, but in his ears, it was clear that there was only one voice. That. Kung Dae Duck. Who was he, in fact, talking to? Chapter 15, Fighting the Compassionate Heart. In the center of the wooden table, the candlestick flame swayed. The silhouette reflected on the windowpane stretched in the candlelight before blowing out the flame. It was late night outside the window, and the people inside should be asleep. Obsessive. The wooden window propped up a crack in a whisper, and as the cool night air blew along into the room, a pair of thieving eyes peered out of the crack. Guxian didn't dare to be careless in the face of the suspected dirty contraption outside the inn. After creating the illusion that the people in the room were asleep, he catapulted his slit down to peer quietly. Kongdade, that simpleton, was most likely drunk and bumped around a lot when he walked. Even with the lisp, that mouth still blathers. To speak from the bottom of his heart, Guxian was not happy to care about him at all. But listening to Kong Dao's words, that dirty thing appeared to be disguised as Songya, and compelled to come to find fault with him. How can this work? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, it is better for good to wait and see first. Not closing the doors and windows, he pushed the door open with light steps and tiptoed out of the house towards the adjoining room. Room 7 was originally occupied by the 3 Songya brothers, but because of Kong Dede, only Kidney Void remained in the room now. Guxian stood in front of the door and raised his hand to curl his fingers, but he was slow to fall. Speaking of which, what's a kidney deficiency called? As he was thinking about it, the door was pushed open noiselessly. Guxian's embarrassed line of sight happened to meet the expressionless Kidney Void, overlooking, to be exact. It was good that he recalled the other party's surname in time, and arched his hand to remedy the situation. Warrior Yi, Mr. Gu has something important to discuss, I still hope that I can come inside. Yi Changqiu's dull eyeballs in those deep eye sockets slowly turned downward. The gaze froze and his eyes suddenly widened, even his ever-cold expression cracking at the seams. Finally, he sidestepped out of the way with an odd look on his face. Guxian would not be able to pay attention to the manners, and did not even notice that his lapel was half open at the moment, and he had the appearance of a flirtatious madman. Entering the room, seeing Yi Changxiu take out a fire discount, Guxian snapped out a voice to stop it. "Don't light the lamp." Seeing his confusion, Guxian lifted the window slit and beckoned for an invitation. "Yi warrior, come and see this and you'll know. The Fuan Inn is so festive that it hangs a red lantern on the left and right under the signboard. In the daytime it didn't feel like anything, but now that it was night, the lights were scarlet and a little spooky. It's still a gross moon tonight, and the night is hazy as a veil." A steady, strong black boot stepped into the red light as the nooks and crannies resounded with the sound of old cats purring in spring. 2 steps upward on the steps, and then a violent wobble back. With a slight chill on his side, Guxian subconsciously looked with his afterimage. Only to see, the window frame beside him was actually holding a white, thin human head. The shocking scene scared him so much that he nearly lost it, until the human head blinked its eyelids slightly. "It's Yi Changxiu." He blinked and tilted his head, not sure exactly what Guxian wanted him to see. "Warrior Yi, listen carefully to what Warrior Kong is saying." A trace of impatience flashed under Yi Changxiu's eyes. He was suddenly woken up after a good night's sleep. As soon as he pushed to look at the door, he saw someone who was disheveled. Entering the room was even more of a strange statement to himself. But, considering that Guxian is on good terms with Songya, let's trust him again for the time being. Big brother. Right. I told you that kid was no good. Third brother has also been lazing around a lot lately, so why don't we just beat them together? Yi Changxiu stretched his head to look downwards, rubbed his eyes, and finally looked dully at Guxian, his eyes full of questions. Guxian said, "From what I've observed, Warrior Kong is most likely compelled by something dirty. We need to find a way to restrain him." He thought about how the 3 were sworn brothers after all. Now that one brother is in trouble and the other brother's whereabouts are unknown, Kidney Void, the only remaining sapling, should take the lead. Unexpectedly, this kid jumped up like a cat in fear when he heard the words filth and compulsion. Look anxious not to see the daytime laziness, sharp packing some things to seize the door and escape. Guxian stepped in front of the door first. "Swordsman Yi, it's not quite right for you to do that, is it?" As the 2 men stood in a stalemate, another slightly surprised voice rang out from downstairs. "Second brother? Where have you been without a word?" "It's Song-ah, the real Sungye?" Outside the window, Songya boldly strides towards Kong Dede, and contact between the 2 is imminent. Guxian couldn't just stand by and watch people die in the mouths of ghosts. Then he shouted aloud, his voice neutral and thick. "Songya, Kong Dowd has been compelled, quickly stay away." Those who were attracted to the sound's attention were not only the stunned Songya, but also Kong Dowd, who had a stiff expression. The cold air flowing around his body caused a tingling sensation at the back of Guxian's neck, like a hair being targeted by a snake. Before Songya, who had been alerted, could react, he saw his good second brother trembling like a sheep. At first it was just the fingers, followed by the elbows, and then the fat wrapped in muscle all over his body hit the wave swing. "Du." As Songya retreated, he saw Kong Dowd stand on his tiptoes, his head turned to the left in a bizarre arc. The dark and hollow mouth opened, but a sharp and ear-piercing beeping sound rang out. Buzz buzz. A wave of fear from the very essence of humanity gripped his heart. Ghost. Without seeing any movement from Kong Dowd, the sound waves in his mouth condensed like substance, spreading out into the distance like a wave. Hoo-hoo. 2 wind-breaking sounds came one after the other, and 2 wooden chairs smashed into Kong Dowd's body one after another. With 2 crunching sounds of bump, it shattered into a mess of debris. The window opened wide and a small round wooden table smashed out of it, a thin, pale figure following close behind, nearly stepping on the table as it descended. But when it reached mid-air, toe toward the edge of the table violently kicked to apply force, the round table then spinning splitting face toward Kong Dade smashed. Yi Changxiu's body flipped in the air, his white clothes fluttering like a butterfly, deftly dissolving the strength of his descent. He ambled to the ground, his right hand holding the scabbard in the opposite hand, his cold gaze chilling through the ice. Songya returned to his senses, knowing that he was about to get serious. In a loud voice, he stopped. "Third brother must not. That's your second brother. Shine dash." The words were too late, and the light silver snake was sheathed like light. Yi Changxiu gripped a soft-edged longsword in reverse and stood proudly. In the uncertain moonlight, his pupils shrank as thin as snake pupils. He lowered his body and lifted his steps forward, his body shape traveling back and forth as if he were a swimming snake. Standing on tiptoe, Kong Dede did not dodge, hidden veins bulging under his skin. The pot-bottomed palm of his hand swept toward his arms, but it swept empty, instead causing his chest to open wide. "Good chance. Yi Changxiu dead bites the cracks." Immediately breathing as fine as a winter turtle snake, a stream of true chi from the dantian mobilized into the wrist. The waist is taut and immobile, only to make the wrist shake rapidly. Thin-edge white snake with the lantern red light dancing, from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Endless, as if endless. Guxian couldn't see Yi Changxiu's movements, but he could vaguely see blood splattering on Kong Dowd's chest. The clothing was even twisted into rags. The blade vibrated, spilling a circle of blood. Touch dash. The heavy body collapsed with an afterthought, life and death unknown. Only then did Ji Changxiu let out a long breath at ease. The hand was shaking so badly at the moment that he couldn't put it back together after aiming a few times when returning the sword to its sheath. Yi Changxiu raised his eyes in the direction of the window, wordlessly signaling Guxian to call for help. He didn't have the strength to assist someone up the stairs. Guxian's expression, however, did not see any relief, but instead grew more and more grim. It's not right. The strange feeling had not yet dissipated. Scanning back and forth trying to find that one weird feeling, his eyes landed on Songya. Songya. Just now, when addressing Kong Daud, he seemed to be saying second brother? It's been so long since I've been back, and at this point in time. Did swordsman Yi leave quickly? Songya is also a ghost. As the words fell, Yi Changxiu's body trembled, and a palm was suddenly placed on his right shoulder. The cold, chilly air spat at his neck, causing his sweaty hairs to rise and subconsciously want to twist his head away. Do not turn back. You have 3 fires in you, and it cannot harm you. If you turn around and get blown out, that's really the end of it. Amidst the panic, Guxian's words possessed incomparable credibility, causing Yi Changxiu to subconsciously do as he was told, leaning on his sword sheath to silently regulate his true qi. In truth, Guxian didn't have much to go on, but after seeing that Songya didn't make any further moves, his heart felt slightly more at ease. Stories that can be passed down in folklore most often have something unique about them. At the same time, all the fragments in the mind were united. Burlap cages, black dog blood, comp. As the fragments collided back and forth, a conjecture flashed through Guxian's mind, and he busily lengthened his voice to shout. Swordsman Yi, hold on for a few moments more, Mr. Go will come later. Chapter 16, Xian Fa Retreating Demons. After rushing out the door, Guxian clapped his hands and bellowed to wake up the crowd. I also ask you all to go out and help Mr. Go. The sound of the fight had long since awakened the crowd, but all were hesitating upon hearing his voice. They are bewildered by the situation and subconsciously believe that they are safe as long as they close the door and cover their heads with a blanket. Only a few scattered escorts stepped out, but they were in a state of panic with nearly half of their blood qi dissipated, so they could not be of any use at all. Looking at Guxian, he shook his head repeatedly, pressing his hopes against them. A few rooms away from the sky. Strange? Why don't we see these officials? It would be much safer to have their help. Now that his life was at stake, Guxian had the cheek to knock on the door and call out, Brother Fong, are you there? The room was empty without an echo. Knock knock knock. Guxian was anxious, and after a few moments of torturous waiting, a boy who followed the restlessness to find the room, stammered, Sir, those people have already checked out of their rooms not long ago, and no one will be indoors this time. Checking out? No wonder the collapsed nose said farewell and see you next time at the end of the meal. It's better to ask for help than to ask for help. If we delay any longer, Yi Changxiu will definitely be finished. At that time, the inn is full of one to count one, all cannot escape. Guxian rolled up his sleeves and was about to pull these people to settle down first. After walking to the stairway, a door opened not far away. A short, hunched figure stepped out holding a candlestick and bent down to pay his respects. On behalf of his lordship, I pay my respects to Mr. Gu together. After 3 solemn obeisances, old Huang straightened up, cleared his throat and shouted, all the mother ********************************************************************************************************************่Old Huang's words were much better than Guxian's, and a guest room door opened, and all but the candlestick came out of the crowded corridor. Right now there are high people who may not die, but if you break the door to eat, it will be hard to live in the future. The crowd had been rolling around in the mall for many years, and had long since developed a thick skin. Even if they were pretending to be dead not long ago, this time they were still piling up smiles and compliments. Outside the inn, the beast chirping and screaming were not like human voices, and it was hairy and frightening to hear them. To ask them to go with the monster to kill is never dare, can only look forward to the high people. Grandmaster, whatever you want us to do just command us and we will absolutely do it. Right. Our lives depend on master. Everyone looked at Guxian with hopeful faces, including their women and the timid children in their arms. Now it's a grasshopper tied to a twine, no one can run away. One can only hope that someone in high places will step in. Where did Guxian have any means? But this would have to stabilize the crowd, or there was bound to be pandemonium. Recalling what he had heard in his previous life, Letterman said, Thanks for the favor, Mr. Gu, thanks in advance. Women and children will temporarily evade. The evil spirits are heavy with yin qi and should not be approached. Bloodthirsty men, grab your torches and follow me. Go a few men to the back kitchen and slaughter some livestock to carry over. The more soulful the better. Guxian took the lead in descending the stairs after he finished speaking, and a few escorts from the caravan followed behind, holding up hastily made torches. Old Yellow fetched the past back kitchen chores and took a couple of men down to the first floor and turned to the back branch. In front of the inn, he pushed open the door and saw Yi Changxiu fighting with the compelled Kong Daud. It wasn't right to say that it was a fight, Yi Changxiu was just dodging. When he turned sideways, he had to be wary that he would be caught by Songya behind him. Although Kong Dide and Songya were still in human form, with their strange demeanor and distorted expressions, no one would be able to treat them as human beings. The escorts approached with torches held high, and Yi Changxiu, who had been dragging the two, lost his attraction in an instant. Kong Dede and Sonya both abandoned Kidney Void and rolled up a fishy wind to rush towards the crowd. The crowd of guards staggered backward in shock and were in disarray. The torches even came close to falling out of their hands, apparently forgetting Guxian's earlier warning. Returning to their senses, they realized with hindsight that the expected attack had not come. Someone bravely looked forward and was met with the sight of it being Guxian blocking in front of the two with his hands behind his back. The guards looked at each other with some heat in their faces. No one would complain if they were told to fight with the strong, that was their duty. But this kind of thing is too strange. They used to listen to it as a joke, but when it really came to the front of the eyes, no one had a trick. Someone bravely picked up a torch and stood up after them, but found that the two ghosts didn't even open their eyes to look at them, and both of their eyes were fixed on Guxian. The pressure is off. Seeing that the tall man looked calm, he must have left a backhand. The crowd was pumped up and had a little more guts. Unbeknownst to them, the actual person they see as a tall person has long been flustered into a mess. It's only being forced to calm down by the state of mind. Guxian hadn't paid attention when he panicked earlier and looked again after calming down. In the line of sight, the two of them were as if they were sheathed in a thin layer of light gray mist. The fog shifted continuously as it came into torch range, and in some parts even dissipated quite a bit. But he didn't have any better means at the moment. If he summoned the Golden Thunder, he didn't know if it could break the situation, but at least half of the group behind him would be killed. If he was more unlucky, he might not be able to split himself first. Mr. Go! The old man is here. At the time of the stalemate, Old Yellow arrived along with a strong aura of blood. The torch-wielding man made way for them, only to see Old Huang carrying a wooden bucket in his hands, which also held a half-chopped, twitching rooster. Boss Qian also followed behind with a barrel, and unnaturally averted his eyes when he looked directly at Guxian's slightly scrutinizing gaze. This guy is hiding something. Now was not the time to get into it with him, Guxian instructed as he rubbed his eyes to ease the feeling of foreign objects. Good timing, dump out the contents of the bucket. Hey, come on. Having seen Guxian's openly staring at the ghostly creature with a godly wonder, all of them had long since taken him as their backbone, lifting the barrel and splashing it forward. The stumps were twitching all over the place, and the blood of chickens, ducks, and fish was mixed with a foul odor. The two ghostly creatures merely swept a glance and quickly turned back around. It seemed that they did not dare to take an interest in it. It didn't work? That didn't work either. Quiet, the master is about to do his magic. We'll just watch. After seeing the mist, Guxian's eyes would itch terribly. It was as if there were 100 tiny ants drilling around under his eyelids. The mist on the ghosts' bodies was even surging towards him one by one, seemingly trying to invade his body. The ghostly creature grew bold and even slowly extended its hand towards him. Just as he was about to make contact, Guxian's internal viewer villain in his body operated uncontrollably on its own. The Xianguan located in the Tianchong prana exploded and flashed for a moment, triggering the remaining 3 golden thunderbolts to erupt together. Guxian hadn't panicked when he was staring at the ghostly creature, but the changes within his body at this moment caused his heart and mind to stir. It's killing me, is this fear that I won't die? No way. We must not release the golden thunder, or we will all die. Guxian sank his mind down, trying his best to suppress the urge to get out of golden thunder. In the outside world, he was seen with his long hair floating up without any wind, and his body was shrouded under a light golden light. A strange feeling rose in his heart, as if his consciousness was severely severed from his physical body, and the body slowly merged into the night wind, leaving only the consciousness floating. This mysterious feeling was not unfamiliar to Guxian. Every time he summoned golden thunder, he would have this illusion that he would become one with his environment. Only this time, he tried his best to resist, his cold voice exploding. Take the offering and retreat quickly. The neutral and majestic voice was not large, but it carried a thunderous majesty and penetrating power. Gusts of echoes swung in all directions against the wind, startling 100 lights. The sound swept far into the sky. It even shook a crack in the clouds. From afar, the outline of a hairy moon was revealed behind the cracks. In a trance, it seemed as if there was a large, cold, and unfeeling eyeball peering through the clouds. This night is destined to be hard to sleep, but it always makes you feel as if something is missing. After the sounds of fighting died out, the environment fell into a dead silence. The ragged breathing of the crowd in fear, the cries of birds and insects, old cats purring in spring, multiply several times in this context. The only thing missing was the most common sound in the county, barking dogs. Guxian had noticed early on that there were few dogs in the large Lingshan county, and not even one in the civilian areas. It's anomalous, and in another era in a similar context, canines acted as vigilant, versus meat animals. Not to say that every household stocked it, but at least 1 or 2 households on a street would keep it. Now, no dogs bark for 100 miles. Either no one is keeping them or they have been slaughtered long ago. Think of the burlap cages in front of homes and the black dog's blood smeared all over the front door. It's not hard to guess what the truth is. Guxian suddenly recalled what the three Dan scriptures had said about all spirits possessing a metaphysical nature. And the easiest way to nourish the metaphysical nature, besides honestly drawing on the sun essence and moonlight, it is the gen that preys on other beings. The apparent tranquility of Lingshan County. It is a dog corpse sacrificed to Xian. Based on this, Guxian beckoned the people behind him to come forward and bring up another barrel. The two golden thunderbolts were forced back into the Xianguan, and only one of them was really unable to dissipate. Guxian could only try his best to divert and disperse it, taking a sliver of the thunderbolt and incorporating it into his voice, and bursting into a shout. Put the two down. Waves of sound rolled and attacked, and a few wisps of electricity arcs leapt up and dissipated in mid-air, crashing into the two men. This sound was as if it was not Guxian speaking, but an echo from the heavens. The two-body surface mist cannot stop shaking and trembling, and finally dissipated like a windy willow. Puff dash puff dash. Sanya and Kong Dade figure one after another flopped to the ground. The inn looked dumbfounded crowd, but no one dared to go forward to check the life and death. Help into the inn. Guxian stood in front of the door and looked into the distance for a long time. His thin back was like a strong pine on a cloudy cliff, lonely and proud. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chapter 17 Aura is a ghost. Suppressing the heavenly thunder back into the Xianguan was far more difficult than channeling it out. Guxian stood still for nearly half an hour before barely stabilizing the only two remaining golden thunderbolts. There are only 2 cards left. No, there's still one more golden thunder to be left in the sky. Rushing spirit as the mother seed. Try to avoid encountering this situation until a new golden thunder is birthed. At this moment, Guxian was also wondering, why did the basilica become involuntarily active when dirty things approached? Is it a subconscious move in the face of an approaching crisis? But the dirty things attached to the Songya duo were behaving strangely as well. Guxian did not sense its malice. There must be some connection between the two. So tired. Forget it, I'll think about it later when I have time. He hadn't felt it when he confronted the filth, but this was when Guxian realized that he was seriously out of it. Even more tired than the first time he had conjured the golden thunder, his eyelids were almost glued together and a little itchy. Rubbing his eyes, Guxian looked at the fallen duo as heavy shadows, and turned around with slight displeasure. Would any of you like to lend a hand to assist the 3 warriors? The group of people at the inn were really useless. Apart from being shocked melon-eating spectators, they just stood there dumbfounded. The word has been said twice, and not even one person has stepped forward. What's the matter? Still want to let him go to Jinjin personally assist not? The crowd hadn't fully recovered and looked at Guxian with both awe and excitement. Scared like this? You're not really going to let me carry it myself. Me. A small, flat man held his hand high in the air and pushed his way out from behind the crowd to ease the awkwardness. Master, you can do whatever you want. Iron Hammerer, will listen to you. Iron Hammer's face is simple and honest. However, he played a small mind, intending to brush his favor in front of Guxian. Brother Iron Hammer doesn't need to call Master so polite. That's a bit too god-awful a name to go out in today's world and get beaten up easily. Seeing that Guxian had actually memorized Iron Hammer's name, another dozen or so volunteered to come forward at once, not lacking in jealousy as they stared at Little Ping too. I didn't expect that. You're a thick-skinned one who can still play tricks. It doesn't take that much, just come 4 or 5 to assist the warriors back to the guest room. After saying that, seeing that Guxian was going to take a step forward to go back to his room to rest, the crowd consciously parted to both sides to make way for the passage. At the staircase, Master Shi, who was draped in a regimental robe, was holding onto the staircase railing, gasping for breath, his forehead covered in a weak, cold sweat. However, he still firmly arched his hand toward Guxian and bent down to worship. Mr. Shi, on behalf of the entire Xian merchant team, thank Mr. Gu for saving their lives. Master Shi is polite. You have injuries, you can't make it. Guxian was startled and quickly stepped forward to assist him. He took a liking to the middle-aged man he hadn't talked to twice. Few words, polite, and a smart guy who never tried to do anything deliberately. There is no way to repay Mr. Ge's great kindness. Mr. Shi has kept it all in his heart. Master Shi patted his heart, trying his best to hide the excitement under his eyes. From the first time they met, he had a mysterious feeling. If he could get involved with the person in front of him, it would definitely be a heavenly chance. And Guxian, although love money, but have degree. Although thick-skinned, but has always advocated with people good. Naturally, he will not do anything that will make both sides unable to get off the stage. Master Shi appropriately displayed his attitude, carefully observing Guxian's expression. Seeing that there was no disgust on the other party's face, he was slightly relieved. As soon as he thought of the encounter before him, he asked with apprehension, Mr. Gu, what do you think we should arrange next? How to arrange? You, a big boss, still need to ask me? Guxian was so tired that his mind was swollen at the moment, and it took him a while to react before he saw Elder Shi frequently looking behind him. And in that direction were the 3 Songya brothers. Still worrying about that. Cough. Gentlemen. Guxian cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. Speaking aloud, he said, there is no need for you all to worry. Mr. Gu has already removed the stolen goods. The three warriors have been entangled in the fight for a long time, so they will be off their feet for a while in the future. It's not considered a major impact. Sangya 3 people, the most seriously injured is Kong Dede, Yi Changsho that 110 sword although collected force to avoid the vitals, but still left a lot of blood Tauzi. The second was Yi Changsho. He had been careless for a moment and had been slapped on the shoulder by the filth attached to Sangya, and under the contamination of his breath, his entire essence had shriveled up quite a bit. But just like Guxian said, the three of them wouldn't be in a situation where people pass on except for their injuries as well as their essence that needed to recover for a period of time. In order to make the crowd settle down, he made up 2 more sentences. If you all still have concerns, these days more in the sun, men should lock sperm abstinence. Women and children drink more hot water and eat more hot meat, such as mutton. As expected, the group didn't believe me when I spoke in a nice voice. But the words he made up off the top of his head made everyone's eyes light up. Worried that he wouldn't be able to remember it, Mr. Chen even leaned over the counter and took out a pen and paper, writing it down word for word. Rest early, gentlemen, we have to continue our journey tomorrow. Guxian exchanged a glance with Master Shi and added softly, we must hurry before it's too late. Both are smart people, only need a subtle reminder. Master Shi will mind comprehension nodded. Both of them swept towards shopkeeper Qian almost simultaneously, and what they were thinking in their hearts was even more surprisingly consistent. This iron must have something to hide. But after the fact is not very meaningful, the most important thing at the moment is to control the money shopkeeper first. Cannot let him report to the government. Guxian was worried that the people in the county government would want him to exorcise the evil spirits when they learned of this, and he didn't have that ability right now. On the other hand, what Elder Shi thought was that it had been hard to establish an initial connection, so he couldn't afford to let Guxian leave. Each of the 2 men's minds snapped. And in front of the counter, the money shopkeeper who was moistening his hair with a brush in his mouth inexplicably shivered. Shopkeeper Qian took the initiative to offer to give up the heavenly character room to a few people for good relations. But neither Guxian nor Master Shi, nor even any of the merchants in the caravan, had any intention of coming back to Ling'an County. Inside room number 7 of the Earth character, the 3 Sangya brothers had all been simply treated. Due to the limitations of the times, even Kong Dao's injuries were simply bandaged up with a simple compress. At the moment, Song Kong and his duo were lying horizontally occupying the large bed, while Yi Changsho was sitting on the only remaining chair in the chamber, his dark circles under his eyes heavier again. There's no need for Warrior Yi to worry, Warrior Song and his duo are just contaminated by filth. They'll wake up after resting for a while. You also rest early. Guxian yawned and waved his hand as he was about to take his leave, but as he turned around, he heard a flutter behind him. It was Yi Changsho who fell to his knees. Swordsman Yi, what are you doing? Quickly get up. Guxian was really speechless at the ancient people's fault of kneeling without moving. Didn't he say a man's knee is gold? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the price of gold dries up. After Yi Changsho's lips wriggled twice, he actually opened his mouth and said, Sierra your son, Mr. Gu-or. Ha? You can talk? Guxian blurted out in shock, realizing that it was a bit abrupt to say so. He immediately remedied the situation. Swordsman Yi, I didn't mean that. Why do you say that every word has to be in 4 tones plus a paired sound? No wonder you don't usually open your mouth. Yi Changsho seemed to know that his accent was not pleasing, pursed his lips and stopped speaking. Looking at Guxian with only burning and determined eyes, he was sure that the other party would be able to receive it. Rest early. Being stared at uncomfortably, Guxian closed the door and left. He doesn't want to understand anything. Just after returning to room number 8, Guxian collapsed onto the bed with his eyes closed. After a while, tired eyes but open again. Just, can't sleep. Is the bed too hard? He stared blankly at the ceiling, obviously physically exhausted to the point of exhaustion, but without a hint of sleep. The marvelous feeling of being sleepy and tired but unable to sleep was still the first time Guxian had encountered it. Even in his previous life, when he had been suddenly sent to the field by his sand sculpture supervisor and tortured by sand sculpture problems for 3 days with only 3 hours of sleep, he still managed to get through it with his big heart and sleep when he said he would. But now, while his flesh was tired, his spirit was exhilarated. Instead of losing sleep and consuming himself internally, Guxian simply sat up straight away. Cross your legs in a 5-centered, skyward position. Adjust your breathing, stretched and long. Consciousness gradually, if at all, freed from the bonds of the physical body, gradually sinking. When consciousness reappeared, Guxian's equal-scale inner viewer villain was suspended in mid-air within his body. Located at the top of the head is the Sky Rush Prana. Guxian leaned his consciousness over to take a closer look, and was surprised to find that in the Xianguan, the only 2 remaining golden thunderbolts had gotten a lot thicker. Before only small thumb thickness, now almost have middle finger thick. And the color is more and more pure and bright. It is estimated that the power has also increased. It seems to be getting contained? Compare that to the several changes in Golden Thunder. For the first time, it was mistakenly summoned within the Chenha temple to accommodate the entry of the heavenly rushing prana. For the second time, the means were tested on Mount Sitting. The third time, he forcibly dissipated a golden thunderbolt, channeling only a wisp of electricity into his voice to roar out. Could it be because of the manifestation of sainthood before men? Gu Xian guessed so. The first time and the third time, both came about because of the ability to show off in front of people. The conjecture may not be accurate, after all, I'm new to the immortal cultivation path, no one to teach me can only feel my way across the river. But at least there's a direction now. Incredibly satisfied with this change, Gu Xian maneuvered his consciousness to exit the heavenly prana realm, not intending to continue his enlightenment. He was still fleshly and mortal today, and couldn't carry on exerting himself for days on end. What's more, the immortal cultivation that Gu Xian was pursuing was free and easy, with the thoughts of the world. Being overly obsessed with the speed of growth can instead breed demons and leave behind a trail of mischief. There are other changes? The mind moved, and the consciousness once again approached the inner viewer villain. Notice that located in front of the forehead of the villain, that is, the spiritual wisdom of the prana Shenguan should have been a piece of imperceptible chaos, but now it is actually a lot of clarity. The mind associated the gray mist covering Song and Kong. It's because of the ghost she? Gu Xian was startled. He also thought of what the Sannan Sutra said, that in order to activate the Xianguan, one needed to be induced by spirit. Combine that with the throbbing sensation in your body when you look at each other. Spirit Xian. Same origin but different names. Spirit is the surface, Xian is the root. Enlighten Xian with spirit. Gu Xian withdrew from the inner view muttering and whispering, a pair of bright eyes shining frighteningly bright in the candlelight. With his brain running at high speed near overload, he finally got a scary guess. Aura, it's a ghost. Chapter 18, You, go and kowtow to Mr. Extinct heaven and earth passages, immortals and gods have all fallen. The remaining aura is even more like ghosts attaching themselves to the human body. Whatever happened to the world of cultivation once upon a time? Gu Xian was horrified to the point of shuddering at the conjecture, and his eyeballs itched more and more. Could it be that the sight of a ghostly aura, the aura will be contaminated? There are no copper mirrors in the floor-size room, so it is not possible to see what kind of eyes are there now. But before, Master Shi and Yi Changqiu didn't say anything, so they shouldn't be able to see it? The mind was again provoked, and the itching improved after repeated calming. Gu Xian put down his hand and let out a bitter laugh. Come on, not only is calmness mandatory now, there are negative statuses when you get excited. Anyway, the eyeballs have no effect other than itching for the time being and are no longer deeper. Taking stock of this sudden and unexpected harvest, it was actually quite rich. Right now, the way to contain the golden thunder vision was conjectured, and the aura that could dispel the chaotic Xian pass was also found. When the two Songyu wake up, ask them where they went. Now well. Sleep. Knock knock knock. There was a slight knocking sound. Mr. Gu, the caravan is leaving. Outside the door, old Huang lowered his voice. Oh, good. Even if it was a hard bed, Gu Xian still had the habit of staying in bed. After responding, he slept for a few more minutes of back to sleep, until there was a hubbub outside the inn. Gu Xian stretched and sat up, reaching out in front of him again to ha a breath, but fortunately it didn't have much of a smell. Hey! Sleeping in a chicken nest and not brushing your teeth, Gumao is really getting sloppy, sticking out his tongue and topping his cheeks. He moved his muscles towards the guest room door. How did you sleep last night, Mr. Gu? Old Yellow was holding a brass wash basin in his arms, with a kettle of water and a clean handkerchief on his wrist, and a wad of fine white salt and a finger-length fine brush. This really troubles Uncle Huang. Gu Xian accepted it with both hands and sidled over to greet him again. Uncle Huang, come in and sit down, Mr. Gu will wash up soon. Obviously this was a gesture of goodwill from Elder Shi. Just at this level Gu Xian accepted it openly. However, he was still in his usual state of mind, not getting high and mighty because of last night's experience. Most people don't have an easy life, so why make it deliberately difficult for a little vanity? Old Huang stared blankly at Gu Xian, flattened up his sleeves, stretched his fingers to test the temperature of the water and then cupped a handful of wet cheeks, fine brush dipped in salt water to brush his teeth and rinse his mouth. The whole washing down was less than half a quarter of an hour yet. This is still he is a little bit more sophisticated. If he had been in a previous life, he would have brushed his teeth and rinsed his face with water, and that would have been the end of it. Gu Xian subconsciously shook off his hand and turned around to see old Huang with an out-of-body look on his face. But what did Gu do wrong? Ha? Ah. Oh. Old Huang looked back and slapped his head. Hey, look at my brain. I can't remember things as I get older. Mr. Gu, Master Shi is probably waiting. Let's go downstairs quickly. Hey, then these things. Gu Xian pointed to the copper basin and salt box. These things were delicate and expensive, unlike what the Fuxing Inn could supply. Just leave it to me, huh, Mr. Go down to eat quickly. Any later and it'll probably be cold. I'm sorry to trouble Uncle Huang. After Gu Xian left for a while, old Huang was still staring blankly at the doorway for a long time. When Gu Xian descended the stairs, he was seeing a table in the center of the lobby filled with steaming hot delicacies as well as a clay pot. Steamers are filled with milk-steamed buns, xiaolong bao, and sugar horn cake, and plates are filled with donkey meat and sauce, rabbit legs and sauce, and slices of fresh bamboo shoots. None of them are considered much precious, and even more so, they are far less than those invited by Emperor Hongdi, but they are full of the smoky flavor of the street corners. The key thing is, there's meat. This made the meatless Guxian quite satisfied. Ha ha ha, how is Mr. Gu resting? It's sunrise outside. Master Shi flirted and greeted him with an arch. Guxian would not take it to heart. Instead, this mode of getting along made him feel comfortable, and joked to himself, Guma would have been able to sleep longer, but it's not like he still has to take Master Shi's car. Mr. is so dashing. Master Shi stood up with great difficulty, waving his hand to show that he was fine. Sir, just sit down, since I invited this meal. As the proprietor, you should take care of your guests. Lifting the lid of the ceramic jar, a hot vapor rose. Picking up the ceramic bowls and chopsticks, he personally scooped 2 spoons of congee for Guxian and sprinkled them with scallions. The white congee rice grains are crystal clear and full, the meat strips are fresh, and the skinny egg is smooth. This Lingyan city doesn't have many specialties, but there's a house nearby that makes good porridge. Mr. Don't look at that black stuff weird, but the taste is quite strange. Let Master Shi take the trouble. Guxian encountered the food he loved in his past life, and with a big appetite, he drank 2 more bowls. The congee was not eaten much, but it was not wasted, and was wrapped up in oil paper and taken away. After making a silent note of this, Master Shi said, Mr. Gu, let's get going. Everything is at Master Shi's disposal. However, when it came time to divide up the positions, Guxian did not ride in the separately cleared carriage, but remained with the 3 of Songya. Warrior Yi is still better, but Warrior Song's duo has been infested for too long, so I'll stay another day just in case. Having already said so, Master Shi naturally stopped trying to persuade him more. Guxian noticed that 2 carriages carrying bleeding lambs were vacated after the caravan. The curtains on many of the carriages were either removed or half-rolled, and in any case must shine into the sun to do so. Guess it's because his words last night worked. Siningyo Guxian sighed and entered the compartment under the sight of many people who thought they were hiding something hidden. After leaving, someone started to lower their voice and argue. Big brother, can we talk about something? Let's switch places. Bah, no change. It's useless for you to talk to me. Talk to the immortal and talk to Master Shi. That. How can that work? The man was instantly dumbfounded, and when he looked at Guxian and the other carriage driver on the horse carriage, he opened his mouth and didn't say anything. That horseman's chest is sticking out like a cockatoo. How could he possibly change? The fainting brothers squeezed the back seat tightly, causing Yi Changxiu to only sit in the doorway of the car. Even so, he still insisted on crossing his legs over Kong Daud. On the other hand, Songya on the other side was lying comfortably in the futon. In contrast, the highs and lows were immediately distinguishable. This Yi Changxiu kid is too biased. Last night, when I heard that the one who was possessed was Kong Detak, I packed up my things and ran away without saying a word. As soon as he heard Songya's voice, but instantly, the divine warriors descended into the sky and fearlessly wrestled. That's a lot of plastic for a brother and 3 friendship. The curtains were pulled up and light poured into the room. Under the piercing eyes, Yi Changxiu squinted unpleasantly sideways. But after seeing that the visitor was Guxian, he immediately sat upright. His lips moved a few times. Thinking of last night's situation, he did not open his mouth again. Cupping his hands, he paid his respects. Guxian returned the salute and apologized. It is only right for Mr. Gu to make amends to Warrior Yi. Last night, Mr. Gu was too tired and that's why he left in a hurry. There was no intention to discriminate against Your Excellency's voice. Yi Changxiu slightly sidled his head, still not opening his mouth. Guxian was not in a position to force himself. Rest ye warrior, I'll remove the remaining ghost chi for the Songya duo. Song and Kong had been infested with aura for a long time, and most of it was dispersed by Guxian's voice. But there is still a small portion left in the body. Even if left unattended, it will slowly dissipate. At most their hands and feet will be weak for a few days. This kind of spiritless aura was just right for Guxian to use to practice, figuring out how to extract aura to activate the Xian Pass in the future. The residue in Songya's body was smaller and escaped slowly. Kong Dao's body's spiritual qi, on the other hand, was flowing out extremely quickly. Guxian couldn't figure out how much was left, and despite his dissatisfaction, he could only put him first. However, at the first step he was stunned. Originally, he had thought that he would have to stir the Xian Guan and pull with the help of his consciousness in order to channel the spiritual qi into his body. However, when Guxian's fingertip came into contact with Kong Dao, the aura within his body couldn't wait to surge towards Guxian. The latter was nearly startled. And the Xian Guan located in the spiritual wisdom prana generated suction, devouring the aura as much as it could without missing a single strand. The blurred chaos became transparent for a sliver more, but there was still a short distance to go before it completely clicked open. Oh, where is Sprinkles? Kong Dao felt a sharp pain in his chest when he straightened up, and in a glance up, he saw Guxian sitting steadily in meditation. Emotions rippled under the severe pain and he yelled, "Why is this thieving path still here? Brother Yi, who did this injury to my family? If I let Sprinkles know, I'll have to skin him. Third brother, your second brother is talking to you, what are you sleeping for?" Yi Changxiu was raucous to open his eyes, raised his hand and slapped his palm to the back of Kong Dao's head. The strength is not small, directly dry blindfold at all. Not enough to relieve his anger, Yi Changxiu delivered a few more slaps. "You give say two to commit ass? Mr. Child saved you, and you're still cursing Mr. Child? Go! Kowtow 2 for Sir. Chapter 19, Dog-Faced Man, Breeding Reiki. About an hour or so after the XINN merchant caravan left, Boss Qian explained to the store's staff to greet the customers and then went out the door. When he arrived at the county office in Lingen County, Boss Qian paced around, folding up a handkerchief to wipe his forehead from time to time. A clench of teeth and a stomp of the foot. Finally made up his mind. Two magistrates, who had been watching for a long time, stopped it with a long stick. What for? I've seen you hanging around in front of the door. Boss Qian slightly arched his hand and compensated with a smile. Please ask the two officials to report to the county governor, and say that Qian Yukai is seeking an audience for the matter of Lingen Night. The two magistrates' faces changed, and after looking at each other, the slightly shorter of them put away their long sticks and walked inside. Stay honest. After a while, the magistrate came back and beckoned to him. Come in with me, the master is correcting official business. Cut the crap. I know. Crossing the front yard, in front of the lobby stood a pagoda, inscribed with emotional prudence and diligence. Lobby sitting on the seat of a green-robed official holding yellow pages of thick accounts, from time to time under the pen to criticize too. The yaman stood in front of the door, clasped his fists and saluted. Master, Qian Yukai has brought it. The county governor did not raise his head, waved his hand to signal him to go down. Until the criticism ended, only to move his neck, picked up the teacup on the edge of the sip, which asked, Who are you? And how for the matter of Lingen Night to come? Herborist Qian Yukai pays his respects to the Grand Master. Boss Qian stood up after kneeling on the ground and kowtowing twice, his waist and back kept bending fawningly. The grasshopper runs a family. Touch. The teacup was slapped slightly heavily on the table, frightening Boss Qian to tremble. Get to the point. This county magistrate was obviously not easy to get along with, much less a patient parental official. Yes, yes. The money shopkeeper stopped shaking, his head dropping a few more degrees, somewhat regretting his decision today. Last night, the grasshopper saw a tall man strike to subdue the filth that had attached itself to the human body. Oh, a tall man? The prefect came to be interested, signaling him to tell us more about it. Then, shopkeeper Qian told all about what he had seen and heard last night, as well as the departure of the XINN merchant caravan today. The magistrate stroked his beard and mused, half whispering, according to you, that's a capable one. By the way, what are the characteristics of that high man? Thinking back to the scene he had seen last night, shopkeeper Qian still couldn't help but tsk. Reporting to the Grand Master, that gentleman is extremely handsome, wearing a long robe of landscape. When he opened his mouth to rebuke, he roared the filth away. That golden light surrounding his body is similar to thunder and lightning. Pa! What did you say? The prefect, who had been calm and collected, was suddenly so excited that he clapped his hands, and a figure instantly flashed through his mind. Although he was only a small 9th grade sesame official, he was also qualified to go to the court because he stood on the right side of the faction. That day in the Chenha Hall, he was at the very end of the civil officials column and witnessed that ink-robed Taoist calling out thunder and lightning. I didn't expect that to come here. Come on, go. The county magistrate recruited the people, then suddenly remembered something and raised his hand to stop the two magistrates. Asked the money boss below. You said, that gentleman followed the caravan to the north? Yes, the grasshopper heard the XINN merchant caravan and their party gossiping about traveling to North Sangzhou. This gentleman was met by the caravan halfway. The merchant caravan's master sure was kind-hearted, so he took up the idea of giving him a ride, and I didn't expect. It's actually a high-ranking person. Speaking of this, shopkeeper Qian even sighed slightly, sighing at Master Shi's good luck. Well, the county magistrate nodded at his words, straightened his clothes and sat back down, waving his hand to signal the two magistrates who didn't know what to do to go down first. Clearing his throat, he said, It's good that you thought to come looking for my officer in the first place. But that gentleman's status is unusual, so it's not good for us to disturb him. I heard that the court has sent someone down to deal with this, so just wait. Unusual? Who is he? Boss Qian opened his mouth, nearly curious to ask back. However, he suddenly remembered that the XINN merchant group had come from the upper capital city. There are rumors that the emperor widely invited the four directions have the ability to really cultivate the fight, to half the country as a gift to be appointed as a national master. Murphy, that gentleman is? Boss Qian didn't dare to speculate, and after feeling the gradually cooling line of sight, he hastened to kneel down. Magistrate, the grasshopper will retire first. Aha! After the money shopkeeper left, the county magistrate had no more thoughts of correcting the paperwork. While pondering, he picked up the teacup and brought it to his lips, only to find that the tea spilled out as much as it could. Raising his eyes, he looked in the direction that Boss Qian had left, his vision cold and gloomy. On the other hand, the XINN merchant caravan did not follow the official road that leads directly to Guanshan Road after leaving the barrier, but chose another road. Because of last night's incident, the crowd of the XINN merchant caravan wouldn't dare to enter the county again for a short period of time. Taking this into consideration, Master Shi temporarily changed his route last night, and after the fork in the road, decided to choose the road toward the west. Although this official road will take a big circle, later than the scheduled plan to some days. And all the way is mostly mountains and wild forests, few people. But no one in the caravan objected. Of course, before changing lanes Master Sure had apprehensively inquired about Guxian. However, the latter's trip was meant to be far away from Shangjing, and right now he hadn't decided where to stay, so following the merchant caravan to continue traveling for a certain distance was not a bad idea. Only, Guxian was a bit strange. Wouldn't this group of people be worried about demons in the wild? Previously, he had tested Li Mingji with the horizontal bone compared to the immortal edge, but the latter had a blank look on his face, not knowing what a demon was. Is it hard to believe that demons don't exist in this metaphysical world? The worldview pieced together with respect to known information struck Guxian as very strange. It was as if the world before the Jedi Heaven and Earth passage was separated from today by a large blank space. Take your time to explore. In the carriage, after Guxian had extracted all the spiritual chi from the two of them, Songya also turned awake slightly a moment later with Kong Dao rubbing his head. Still a little uncomfortable with the sudden change of scenery, and suspecting that he was still asleep, he pinched himself hard. Hiss, sir, what are we? Songya's mind went blank, his last moment's memory was still stuck on parting with Guxian and going to look for Kong Dao. Seeing this, Yi Changxiu briefly and succinctly explained last night's experience to the two of them. And after listening to it, Songya and Kong Dede were all astonished and clasped their fists in solemn obeisance to Guxian. Sir above, please take a bow from me / someone. The two of you don't need to be polite, your injuries have not yet healed, more rest is the right thing to do. No wonder the sprinkles hurt so much. Kong Dade's finger belly pressed down the wound, pain straight grimace, but the face instead of complaining expression, but greatly grinning embrace over Yi Changxiu. Ha 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 ha, third brother. It's not in vain that second brother loves you, and actually sacrificed his life to save you at the critical moment. Second brother has memorized all this love. Yi Changxiu was hugged tightly by the bear and struggled twice to no avail. When he helplessly turned his face sideways, he happened to meet Guxian's line of sight. Shyh to a blush. You were the fastest runner last night. People are hard to break up. Guxian didn't say anything to stir up the idea. Think of these three brothers is also quite interesting. The eldest brother every day to worry about the heart of the mother, the second naive one, and the oldest three plastic brothers. After the two of them had a good time, Kong Dade let go of Kidney Hollow, who was about to give up his breath. Wiggling his ass, Sungale made way for Sungale. Then, with a flutter, he dropped to both knees. This sudden move caused the carriage to tremble for a moment, and the steeds neighing in fear. With both hands clasped high in the air, he bowed respectfully 3 times towards Guxian. This time Guxian did not refuse, it was only right for him to receive this gift. Kong Dade hung his head and appeared to have a loud, dull, and solemn voice. A certain person has no eyes and does not recognize the true person in front of him. Makoto forgives and repeatedly ignores my provocations. Certainly deserve a beating. Saying that, Kong Dede took advantage of the crowd not having reacted yet, and rushed his injured chest to smash several punches in a row with bang bang bang, slightly improved wounds collapsing and streaking with lines of blood. Instead, he pushed through the pain and continued to slam punch after punch into the wound. Why would the great warrior Kong do this? Why would you do this? Although Guxian was also angry, it wasn't this method of killing people. Songya did not plead with Kong Dao this time, but instead arched his hand at Guxian to dissuade him. Don't stand in the way, sir, this is the punishment this brother of mine deserves. Until Kong Dade hammered himself 99 times without landing a single palm, finally staring at a pair of bloodshot bull's eyes, the knot in his throat rolled to force the surging chi and blood down. Bang! Kong Dade grinned with his big bloody mouth. Big brother always said that a certain family should convince people with virtue. A certain family didn't understand, so they changed their name to Great Virtue on their own. Sir is forgiving and kind, and does not take into account a certain person's villainous behavior. But when a certain person does something wrong, he deserves to eat these punches. The Kung warrior is rather strict with his discipline. Get up. Guxian personally assisted, and this time, Kong Dao trembled as far as his strength to stand up. Sitting down some detachment, another ass crouched down on the ground. Bean laughed, hey, someone's fist still has enough force. Guxian's heart was a little complicated. To say that he loathes Kong Dede, that's natural. Who wouldn't hate being targeted for no reason? But this man's nature is true, saying that right is right and wrong is wrong. If he makes a mistake, he will not be beaten. Such people cannot be described as bad, much less good. Their view of good and evil is simple and crude. Reckless in his actions and irascible in his personality. Yet possessing a simple view of good and evil. If we really count, the reason why he had targeted Guxian from the very beginning was still because Hongdi had borrowed the Immortal Master title to deliberately spread the news targeting the Divine Magus. But even with this understanding, Guxian's attitude towards Kong Dao still hadn't improved much. Although the ghost chi in your 2 bodies is removed, it leaves no small hidden danger. In the future, you should bask in the sun more often at noon. Looking at Kong Dao again, he added, as for you, you won't be able to drink alcohol for a long time recently. Think of it as making amends to Mr. Gu. Ah, Mr. Kong Dao's face immediately sank, and he was somewhat tearless. He was a good drinker, and now that he was banned from drinking, it was even worse than killing him. But it was all said to be an atonement, so he just hung his head and obliged. A certain family is all at the mercy of the gentleman. After chatting for a while longer, Guxian mentioned the issue of greatest concern. By the way, you two warriors, how did you contract Ghost Chi? Did you deal with anyone? Now that he had reasoned out that Ghost Chi was aura, Guxian hit upon the idea of catching ghosts. Wouldn't it be great to wait for the Golden Thunder to spawn a few more in the future and level Lingshan County in one fell swoop? Songya pondered for a while, but in the end, he shook his head in agony. I really can't recall what I experienced yesterday. I only remember going out to look for this naive cargo, and then, I can't remember anything else. Kong Dao on the other side also nodded repeatedly. Right. A certain family is also, just remembered to scold. After insulting Mr. Alone sulking early to go to a wine shop in the south of Lingen City to eat wine. When the caravan was about to arrive, I settled the bill and met up with them. And then I bumped into a strange man, and the man. At that moment, Kong Dao's whole body suddenly stiffened in place, and his pupils suddenly narrowed from the memory of fear. That man, he even has a dog's face. Dog face? Guxian instantly associated it with the dead dogs of Lingen County. Now that this was mentioned again, there was no way for him not to be concerned. Songya Yi Changshu and the two of them could see that something was wrong, and saw that Kong Dida was actually breathing a little. Then they teamed up to inject a trace of true chi to assist in regulating the situation. Luckily, there was no need for Guxian to make a move, as Kong Dao gasped violently, as if waking up after drowning. He held his head in hindsight until his voice trembled. That dog-faced man bumped into a certain family, and a certain family didn't care. But that dog-faced man sneaked up on a certain family. A certain family had to return fire. However, whether it's fists and kicks or true chi, hitting that strange man is like a mud cow entering a pond. And he merely waved his hand, and a certain person lost consciousness. Hearing this, Guxian secretly said that it was true. The aura is really raised by someone, or even a group of people, an organization. In addition to using Xian as a sacrifice, they also took aim at Jiang Hor with high force. I'm afraid that they are using their true chi and dantian as seedbeds to raise aura. If so, Guxian suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Lingen County under the strange sight of the three of them and muttered in a low voice. Looks like someone is doing the protecting, huh? Chapter 20, The Little Monk Sees Purity. The Xian merchant caravan has been traveling and stopping for 2 days, eating and sleeping along the way. As the leader of the caravan, Master Shi immediately found a flat place to rest when it was dark. On the first day, Guxian still felt new. After all, I was camping for the first time in 2 lifetimes, and I had a little bit of inner anticipation. After arriving the next day, full of nothing but rejection. Cooking in the wilderness with a fire set up and a stove sounds like fun. But it's not good at all. The dry food is so hard it chokes your teeth, and the meat is nothing but bacon. Add it to a pot with some rice and cook it, and it's a bang salty neat porridge. It's fine if the food alone is hard to eat, but sleeping every night is the big problem. The person who commanded the erection did not know what to think, and erected all the tents close around Guxian. His hearing was sharp again. Every night, he could hear the sound of grunts rising and falling. There are also people who don't go farther in the middle of the night. The smell was everywhere early in the morning, causing Guxian to lose his appetite every day. But listening to Master Shi, if we speed up our pace a bit today, we should be able to get to one county to adjust in the evening. He's looking forward to it. Guxian had no reason to stay after Songya's duo woke up, and despite the trio's repeated retentions, Guxian moved into a vacated carriage. After all, with him there as an outsider, a few people couldn't rest if they wanted to. Slightly to his surprise, the driver in charge of driving the cart for him was also an acquaintance, the hammer who had stepped up to help that day. As soon as he saw Guxian, he greeted him warmly with a mouthful of Mr. Big. The young man drove the carriage smoothly and was also articulate. Guxian didn't feel bored. This would be the case, and he was holding the Jinchi secret that Songya had written for him silently in his arms. Not only him, but Kong Dao and Yi Jinxiu both dictated and transcribed what they had learned and gave it to Guxian to use for reference. It was a major taboo in the martial arts to teach moves and techniques privately, and even brothers might not share them. But Songya's trio came as soon as they could to repay the favor, so they all gave the real ones, not the crappy street goods. Secondly, they just assumed that this high-ranking person was curious about martial arts, rather than genuinely wanting to practice these moves. When he had time to chat, Guxian had asked Songya what position the three of them could occupy in the martial arts world. According to Songya, he could barely touch the edge of a first-class expert. As for the duo of Kong Didi and Yi Chan Xiu, they could only be considered second-rate experts. Above the first-rate experts, there were also martial zones, great masters, and the legendary martial saint and martial ancestor realms. But first-class experts are already rare, but the number of hands, and the one with the highest status and strongest cultivation in the martial arts world is actually that Decai eunuch. The martial arts crowd didn't resist much except for some size. The relationship between the Jianghu and the emperor's imperial power was fairly soft, and did not particularly reject the emperor. There was even a significant portion of martial arts masters who greatly revered Emperor Hong. This could be seen from Kong Dao's attitude. This simpleton had deliberately targeted the divine bastard just because of the news spread by the imperial palace. It turned out that the first one to be targeted was Gu Xian. One of the reasons why martial artists worship the emperor is that Emperor Hongdi traveled in the Jianghu when he was young, and after ascending to the throne, he collected many chivalrous women into his harem, and also befriended various heroes and heroines. The new generation of sons and daughters of the famous sects could not help but honor the voice of seniors. The other most important reason was that Emperor Hong valued talent. As long as martial artists do not commit crimes, appropriate acts of bravery are not only permitted, but even commended. If any martial artists were willing to serve Cosmos, he would also appoint them according to their strength. Although Hongdi, the man, did not do things in the right way, he was quite tolerant of talent. In the carriage, Gu Xian followed the method that Song Y's trio used to cultivate true qi, and realized that the dantian that the martial artists were talking about was different from the dantian mentioned in the 3 Dan scriptures. In Song Y's hand-drawn diagram of the dantian, the location is similarly situated in the lower abdomen. However, the dantian it refers to is a specific acupuncture point. In the Sandan Sutra, however, dantian is borrowed to refer to a special energy field. I also wonder if this is a coincidence. In order to cultivate true qi, one must first point through the acupoints in veins. Next, the flesh was boiled and integrated into the qi and blood with the great tonic, and then the qi and blood were brought together at the dantian and repeatedly refined before a strand of true qi could be polished. True qi is also a consumable, and when it is consumed it must be replenished back through a great tonic. That's why it's said that poor people study literature and rich people study martial arts. None of the top masters in the martial arts world are people with a lot of money in their pockets. Gu Xian skimmed through the secret book as much as he could, and also mapped out the meridian points in his body, but found that he couldn't click on them no matter what. Is it a meridian occlusion? He had a mind to ask Songya and the others, but he was still on his way, so there was no hurry. There was still a long time to catch up, so Gu Xian simply continued to sink into his mind and internally observed the heavenly rushing spirit. Each inward look sharpens the senses more and more. The current Gu Xian was already able to simply see the changes in the breath within a person's body. This kind of feeling was very vague in the past, just like when rescuing Kong Daud, one could only vaguely feel that they were contaminated by the aura and their essence dropped all over their body. Continuing to cultivate inwardly, it was estimated that sooner or later, he would be able to see through Xianhua's destiny. Oh, then I'll really be a godly man by then. The carriage traveled forward for some more time, suddenly stopping as it passed a certain section of the road, and Gu Xian was awakened by this subtle change and retreated from his internal observation. He lifted the carriage curtain and inquired outward, "Brother Iron Hammer, is there any change ahead?" Hammer stretched his head to look around even now, retrieving his head and scratching his face. "Mr. Big, I'm not quite sure. The caravan is still on the road, and it seems that something has come up ahead? Oh, then someone will have to go and see the fun." Sitting and cultivating all the time is also boring. Gu Xian is also a fun one. There is no reason not to come forward when encountering a lively scene. After getting off the carriage and only taking a few steps, he saw the 3 Songya brothers similarly getting off. When they saw him they were still slightly stunned, and they all arched their hands in unison and worshipped. "Greetings, Mr. Gu." He, Mr. Gu has also met the 3 great warriors. Gu Xian returned the salute and reached out to invite them. "Could the 3 of you be similarly stopping for the caravan?" The 3 nodded. Coincidentally, Gu was just about to join in the fun. "Ha, then Mr. Big, let's go together?" Ditto. Sure enough, melon eating is the nature of man, both ancient and modern. In front of the merchant caravan, several guards sat on their horses blankly carrying their swords, keeping them raised without swinging them down. And on the other side Old Yellow, who was riding a dumb donkey, with a somewhat large head, said in a good-natured voice, "Just do us a favor, little master, and let us pass. We're all real business people, it's hard for us to do what you're doing." Gu Xian was seeing this scene when he arrived, so he uttered a greeting, "Uncle Huang," but what happened? Hearing the familiar voice, Lao Huang immediately turned around, as if seeing a savior in front of his eyes, excitedly climbed down from the back of the donkey, approached and bowed, "Mr. Gu." This met a small master blocking the road. "Can't hit and can't hit, can't scold and can't scold, we really can't do anything about it." "Little master?" Gu Xian looked back and saw a little monk with red lips and white teeth lying on his side in the middle of the road, about 13 or 14 years old. A string of Buddha beads was coiled in his hand, softly chanting Buddhist scriptures. No matter how nice the escort was, or even threatened to raise their swords, the little monk recited the sutra and disked his beads, with a dangling appearance. Gu Xian was curious as to how this person could be so shameless, so he teasingly asked, "Is this master practicing any technique that has to be stuck to the ground?" There was a lull in the chanting, and the little monk snapped his eyes open, his big dark eyes like grapes. The Buddha beads weren't coiled anymore, and he immediately jumped up, patted the dust on his gray monk's robe, and rushed Gu Xian to join his hands in obeisance. "Heart from the mountain to see the Buddha, the young monk see pure, meet Mr. Big." Gu Xian was still a little curious when he didn't hear the few words that monks often put in their mouths, so he followed up with a question, "Little monk, Why don't you recite Amatba Buddha but rather, the heart is at home on the mountain to see the Buddha? The young monk was filled with doubt and shook his head blankly. The young monk is foolish and does not realize which great Buddha this is. Could it be that Buddhism in this world is very different from the previous world? No, perhaps the entire cultivation world is far from the previous life's perception. Lightly shook his head without saying any more, and asked about the main matter. Master Seeing Pure, why are you sitting here not allowing the caravan to pass? Perhaps it was because the phase was born from the heart. Gushen Guan young monk's breath was clear and clean throughout his body. People like this would not be able to do evil deeds. Seeing that first made amends to the guards in Old Yellow. The young monk had a premonition that if the merchant caravan went ahead misfortune would be hard to predict, which is why he exited to stop them. The young monk's Buddhist teachings are weak and he doesn't dare to speak wildly about heavenly chances, so he has to play some shrewish tricks. But I didn't expect that a caravan would be accompanied by a figure like Mr. Big, so it's the little monk who was reckless. After saying this, Seeing Pure folded his hands again and said, the heart is at ease on the mountain to see the Buddha. Gu Xian. Crisis ahead? Either. You keep lying down? Chapter 21 Seeing the Buddha in the Western Lands, Qingshan County. Yes extremely. Old Huang stroked his palm and laughed, his hunchback straightened proudly for a few minutes, sticking out his thumb and praising, Mr. Gu is a man of the world. Right. With Mr. Shelter, any danger can be passed safely. I've been much lighter these past 2 days, and I'm sure it's also because of Mr. Blessing. Oh, I was just saying how there are no bug bites at night, so it's because of Mr. Two. No, at a critical moment, the usual guards who only put on a show rushed out to add to the chaos. Gurun Runshan had a black line on his face, and had a strong urge to say what was in his heart. I'll be a what's his name and I'll be a tall man? Higher man, I just want to run away now. He is now unable to practice martial arts and unable to cultivate immortality. Although the vision was strong, it was highly likely that it would strike himself to death first. It's just that he was like a troublemaking physique, and everywhere he went, he had problems. If one had the power to push through everything, who would think of running away? However, whether it was the little monk, Old Huang, or the escort and the others, they all trusted him too much. It was as if as long as he was there, even if there was a heavenly moat in front of them, they would be able to cross it. Gu Xian was afraid that they would continue to blow it off and hastily changed the subject. Master Seeing Pure, I wonder where you came from. The young monk scratched his head at the words, attracting Gu Xian's attention. The brains are round and shiny and look good in hand And I wonder if it sounds crisp when you knock on it? The little monk naturally couldn't hear his presumptuous heartfelt voice, and still had a smiling and pleasing look on his face. The young monk is weak in Buddhism and cannot be called a master, although these two words are quite nice. This answer gave Gu Xian a whole lot of joy, not realizing that this little monk was also a wonderful person. The mouth said no, but in reality the heart was very much looking forward to this title. The little monk put his hands together and bowed forward again with a solemn expression. The little monk came from seeing the Buddha. See the Buddha? But the western land of seeing Buddha? Master Shi's voice came from the back. Seeing him covering his abdomen, Old Huang rushed up to assist him. Ishi had also traveled to the kingdom of seeing Buddha when I was young. Master Shi sighed and lamented back then, it was about a dozen years ago, and I passed by with a merchant caravan. It was really a pure land on earth. Although the country was small, everyone respected the Buddha, honored the Buddha's law and observed the Buddha's rituals. No one closes their homes at night, and no one picks up the road. Shi has also been to a Buddhist temple that seems to be called Great Joy Temple? There was also a Master F. Asian who read the sign for Shi. Quite accurate. Aye, good sir. You know Zen Master F. Asian? Commonly recognizing an acquaintance, the young monk joyfully put his hands together and bowed. The heart is self-satisfied with meeting the Buddha on the mountain. The young monk is also from the Great Joy Monastery, and has even heard Zen Master F. Asian speak about the Moksha Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra. This world is truly marvelous. To have this kind of fate? Master Shi clapped his hands together and hurriedly greeted the two men as they headed for the car. Quickly, Mr. Gu, see the net little master, we'll talk in the car. Being invited out loud, Gu Xian was not in a position to refuse, plus he was equally curious about the little monk, so he slightly arched his hand with the three Songya brothers and said goodbye for the time being. The three of them also knew better and didn't pester him much. The carriage that Master Shi was in was quite a bit smaller than the rear. However, the level of luxury was unknown how many grades higher, and only Gu Xian's could be compared. 2 complete tiger skin blankets spread in the chair, the carriage in order to facilitate the rest of the stone master, deliberately hole into a bed. On the ground there is also a thin smoke-dense incense burner. The odor smell is fresh and elegant but inexplicably on the head, probably with the concentration as well as the efficacy of analgesia. Remembering that there was a young monk, Master Shi was quick to push the tiger skin carpet ball and ball under the chair to hide it. Mr. Gu and little master, please take your seats. Only after the two were seated did Master Shi sit down. But his face could not help but twitch for a moment, his back stiffening and tensing in cold sweat. Master Shi is not feeling well, just lie down. We are all acquaintances here, there is no need to be formal. Guxian knew about his physical condition and couldn't help but show concern. The young monk also noticed the abnormality. "Good scholar, is your body in pain?" Master Sure smiled and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, it's just that Mr. Sure was inadvertently attacked by an outlaw a few days ago and suffered a robbery, and now he's already much better. The heart is free to see the Buddha on the mountain." The young monk joined his hands and chanted, pulling out a knuckle-thick bamboo tube from his monk's sleeve. "Good scholar, this is a medicinal ointment brought by the young monk from the Great Joyful Monastery, which has miraculous effects on healing injuries. Please take it." "Not good, not good." Master Sure repeatedly shrugged it off. The medicine was obviously used by the young monk for himself, and it was unreasonable for him to take it. "Take it, good scholar, you have a destiny with our Buddha." The young monk typed a Buddhist verse. Furthermore, the young monk has also vowed to do one good deed a day. Today it is not the young monk who helps the good monk, but the good monk who helps the young monk to accumulate virtue, which is great compassion. Then, Mr. Sure will thank little master. Master Sure learned to bow with his hands clasped together in a rather standardized motion. The heart is free to see the Buddha on the mountain, and if Sure arrives again in the land of the seeing Buddha, he will go to the Great Joyfulness Temple to return the wish. Goodness, it is enough that the good man has this heart. The two of them chatted for a few moments, talking about the changes in the seeing Buddha kingdom over the years. Hearing that the western lands were also plagued by wars and turmoil, but none of them had infested seeing Buddha, Master Sure sighed. There really is a true Buddha's blessing. Once he turned his face, he saw Guxian, who had been eating melon for a long time, and said with a big smile, "Ha ha ha, look at your Mao's brain is confused. Seeing that, little master, this is Mr. Gu." The two of you continued to talk in detail. Guxian didn't care about that, but seeing that the young monk had faced him, he smiled and returned the salute. "Seeing the young master of Pure, I wonder why you have come?" Following what the young monk had said not too long ago, he was able to surmise that the Great Joyful Monastery where he was from had a true cultivation method. Guxian had been looking forward to meeting a contemporary cultivator for a long time, and now was a good opportunity. The little monk looked resourceful, but he was still a child in nature. With the help of him, he might be able to get a glimpse of the true nature of the immortal cultivation world. The heart is free to see the Buddha on the mountain. Seeing Pure shook his head slightly. "I'm not afraid of Mr. Big's jokes. In fact, the young monk doesn't know why he came. It's all about what the host said, asking the young monk to come to the Central Plains and travel through it. As the young monk traveled along, he saw that the 100 flowers had bloomed 3 times, and that this year was the time agreed upon to return. 3 years? So, the young monk went out on his own at the age of 10? Guxian looked at Seeing Net with some pity. Brains is so pathetic. No, this kid is pathetic. When he continued to talk, Guxian involuntarily softened his voice and tried not to look at the little monk's brain. He talked about what he had seen along the way, and what had happened in the Buddha's land. Even Guxian had the idea of following him to see the Buddha, but then he thought about the tens of thousands of miles away and quashed the idea. Winnie. While the three of them were chatting in the carriage, the guards who were scouting the road in front of them suddenly heard the sound of vigilance. Lifting the curtain to look, only to see a few pedestrians carrying parcels on their backs rushing ahead of the road. "This is not in front of the village and not behind the store," suddenly appeared a few pedestrians on the same road. "Be careful for tight. Send people to inquire only to know." It turns out that there is a clear mountain county nearby, and this group of people is the lower jurisdiction of the mountain people. This trip is to enter the county to pick up some things. After hearing this, Master Sure looked at the sky in slight contemplation and inquired to Guxian. "Mr. Gu, it's time to replenish the food and water bags of the caravan. Why don't we go into the county and make some adjustments? Arrange for more people to be stationed at night." The Xian and merchant fleet had a population of more than 100, and the food and water they needed to consume every day were in large quantities. Bringing too much would delay the trip, so we could only bring less each time. After entering the county and villages, they can temporarily replenish it. And these days are spent sleeping out in the open day after day, with food and water sources in severe short supply. Because of the little monk blocking the road, the caravan was delayed for some time, and it was estimated that they wouldn't be able to catch up to Surabaya County before nightfall. Right now, since there is a Qingshan County, it's not bad to go in and adjust. All at Master Sure's disposal. The young monk, unsure of what was going on, cocked his head slightly. The heart is at home in the mountain to see the Buddha. Clear Mountain County is said to be a county, but it is only a little larger than a village. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, access is difficult. It is much smaller and poorer than Ling'an County. The entrance to the city was only handled by 2 old greaseballs of a certain age, and after taking the tariffs and bribe money given by Master Sure, they let themselves in freely, not even bothering to check. Qingshan County. This is the first time Sure has been here. Master Sure stroked his beard in reminiscence after ordering someone to find an inn. Although he had been in business for many years and traveled outside, however, he mainly went in the direction of the southern and northern realms. On the other hand, on the western side of the country, because of the scarcity of supplies, there was nothing to trade at all, and less to take the official roads in the west. After waiting for a while, Old Yellow returned on his dumb donkey. "Master, there is only one inn in this Clear Mountain County. And it's not good. Let's take a look first. Old Yellow, you go lead the way. Arrived to take a look, but found that this inn is not much better than a bed and breakfast. Probably because no one has stayed there for years, many parts of it are not repaired, and the roof is leaking a few holes. The boy is probably the first time to see so many people, do not know how to react. Or the shopkeeper rushed back, personally led the crowd to see the room. The more Master Sure looked at it, the more dissatisfied he became. The room is shabby and small, many places have mold. Only the Tianji room is better, no one lives in it, it is all empty. But the only thing you can find in Cheongsan County besides this inn is a bed and breakfast, but the living conditions in those only get worse. I'll trouble you all to make do for one night tonight. It doesn't matter. Guxian smiled and waved his hand, lodging to deal with, just deal with it. It is not yet late in the day. There were still quite a few vendors outside. He had long wanted to go out and have a look. Then sure, we'll make the arrangements, and this time, tell the people to prepare more food. Chapter 22 Sugar Cane Immortal. When he went out, he was seeing the backs of the three Songya brothers as they talked and went out. It wasn't good to pretend to turn a blind eye, so Guxian gave a greeting. Where are you going, three warriors? Songya's trio turned around at the sound of the voice and worshipped. Eldest sir, our three brothers are planning to procure some tonic medicines to replenish the lost chi and blood miles. Good, be safe and come back early. Mr. Rao has taken the trouble. Songya and Yi Changxiu, moreover, slapped Kong Dade one after the other. With us watching, we will never let him eat wine again. The three of them only took it as a reminder that they should not appear to be left alone again. But in reality, Guxian was guessing that the martial artists were the preferred carriers of the group that raised the aura, and that was why he voiced the reminder. Then politely declined the invitation to travel with the three. He only intends to go around the neighborhood to have some fun. The three brothers are tall and big, which still have fun. The heart is free to meet the Buddha on the mountain. Behind him, the young monk also walked over to greet him. Great sir, the young monk is new to this place, may I travel with you? Guxian had a good feeling about the little monk, and the latter looked quite harmless as well, so he naturally did not refuse. Couldn't tell if the sun was setting in the west or not, guessing it was a quarter to noon or before. The inn is located in the downtown area, and as far as the eye can see, the shade of the trees is full of neighbors sitting or lying down to rest. There are also two tail wagging, lazy rolling earth dog, spitting tongue, and barking. Guxian was slightly relieved. It seems that Qingshan County is relatively safe because of its remoteness. Qingshan County was far less prosperous than Lingshan County, but the atmosphere of life was quite rich. Under a crooked-necked willow tree at the corner of the street, an old herdsman set up his stall and was greeting customers. The old man is old and walks with a limp, and he has no family to help him. When a few guests were talking, he brought a teapot and poured herbal tea for them to quench their thirst. Then he rushed back to the boiling pot, kneaded and rolled the noodles, and wiped his face with the towel hanging around his neck. Guxian didn't have much of an appetite, but as he passed by, he heard a customer raise his voice to chat with the old man. Old too, your waifu is still wooden back? The old herdsman's movements froze, and his tugged noodles crashed down. He hastily compensated with a smile and a sloppy look. Haha mama, that kid is melodramatic, he might have gone somewhere to play. Several guests did not hear the heaviness in his tone, but instead seized this point. One said, I think you'd better hurry up and put up a sign for your child. Maybe he won't come back. Ha 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 ha. Guxian glanced at it to stay slightly more attentive, but did not participate in it. Rushing to get involved in his personnel will only result in unforeseen pitfalls. The scene staged at the noodle stall was just a small episode as Guxian and the little monk continued to wander along. The peddler who was resting saw two people who were obviously outsiders and excitedly greeted them twice in a row. Sugar Gordio, all freshly picked fruits from the mountains, sour and sweet. Wasabi vegetables, freshly dug wasabi vegetables early in the morning, 2 cents a handful. What a handsome gentleman. Come and try the powder from San Yang's house. Hey, don't go, San Yang will give you a box. Politely declined, thank you. From sugar gourds to pickle bangers, and from wasabi greens to candy men, both selling small fish and shrimp, and fried melons. However, it can be seen that the amount prepared by the vendors are not much. There were few outsiders in Qingshan County, and the main source of income for the vendors was the occasional taste of the neighborhood. Guxian noticed that there were many huge baskets set up in an open space, and men covered in mud were lying directly on the ground to rest. Listening to the regional accent they still had, they were most likely local mountain people. Slightly glimpsed the basket loaded with 7 bits and pieces of objects, mostly herbs and mushrooms and wild vegetables and so on. I think they're mountain merchants or traveling merchants. They come over the mountains to sell their goods. There were also a few people carrying packages and hawking who looked somewhat familiar. When I thought about it later, those were the pedestrians who walked in front of the carriage and called themselves mountain people. Estimated to be digging up the mountain goods from the mountains from the sale. Guxian curious a large number of, see the broken cloth wrapped in a few shaped like a small person, but also tied with a red line of special plants. The mountain goods man yells enthusiastically at the top of his voice. Sir, this is the best wild ginseng, the year can be enough miles. You see, it already has arms and legs, if not tied with this red thread will definitely run away. Well, Interested? This mountain stuff is cheap too, only 2 taels of silver for one. 2 taels. If these things are real, then the price really isn't that expensive, and can even be said to be quite inexpensive. But Guxian just looked at it, raised his eyebrows and let out a light laugh, then turned away with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the voice of the mountain goods man still shouted, "Sir, if 2 taels is too expensive, 1 or 2 is also for sale." The more eager he was, the more he made Guxian sit up and take notice of the idea that he was a liar. The little monk cocked his head, seeming to understand something and then seeming to understand nothing. He had expected Guxian to remain a spectator. However, when he heard a loud noise, he saw him suddenly stand still. It was a group of children, who were giggling and huddling together, and a few others who were growing so tall that they couldn't see what was inside from a distance. "Oh, it's so lively. Little master, let's take a look." The little monk who quietly stood on tiptoe to look out silently withdrew his line of sight and lowered his head in embarrassment. He was actually also curious, and since Mr. Big had also said so, he naturally begged for it. "The young monk listens to all of you, Mr. Big." Upon approaching, he found that in the middle of the group of children surrounding him, a young man was constantly boiling a black pot, and the constant stirring was becoming more and more difficult. Apparently the boiled object was becoming sticky. A cleaner-dressed child handed over 2 coins, and the vendor weighed them. Taking out a bamboo stick, he scraped a layer in the black pot and turned it around, handing the amber-colored stick to the child. The sweet and silky flavor became more and more enticing, and even a few of the younger kids had drool coming out of the corners of their mouths. "It's malt candy." Guxian was slightly nostalgic. He had eaten it when he was young, but it was nowhere near as tantalizing as the one in the candy jar, and looking at it made him want to taste it too. The child who bought the malt candy soon became the king of the children, leading half of the children to run away. With the little friends "you lick a bite and I lick a bite," the sound of laughter faded away. And although the remaining children were still gathered around, no one could produce 2 coppers anymore. "This is a very expensive price, and a big bun with meat filling is only this price." "Aya, you kids go to your parents to ask for money to buy it. I'll hang some more for you. I can't do business with you all around me." The peddler dispersed the child in a warm voice, not daring to speak in a heavier tone. After all, in Qingshan County, adults would rarely buy these snacks to eat, and would only buy one for a child on New Year's Day. Suddenly someone from outside the crowd asked, "How many of these cans do you have left?" "I'll take them all." "You buy them all?" The peddler inclined his head, saw that it was a person whose appearance was so handsome that he didn't dare to look directly at him, and panicked a little. Since he was a child, he had never seen such a good-looking person, not to mention the county town. Even the people who came and went over the years had never seen. He stammered, "This gentleman, do you really want all the candy?" Guxian reached into his sleeve and fished out a piece of silver the size of a fingernail, handing it over to the vendor to weigh. The peddler had no arbitrage, dang, in his hand, so he could only throw it by feel, and grinned as he took another bite leaving teeth marks. "It weighs about 6 baht, so I'll give you the 6 baht figure, which is estimated to be about 240 cents. Enough is enough. I still have to find you money here. You wait a moment, I'll go find someone to borrow something to weigh. There's no need to look for the rest of the money. Give me all that sign and can I borrow this jar for a while too?" The vendor hesitated for a moment. "This jar is an ancestral treasure, if I lend it out and can't get it back." But then he stole a glance at Guxian, thinking that there was no need for such a character to be able to lie to him. Then he gritted his teeth and nodded and said, "Ugh, then I'll lend it to some gentleman. When you're done eating, return the jar to me. I'm here every day." Guxian pinched out another piece of broken silver about the same size and handed it over. "It's not like I'm taking advantage of you for nothing. If I forget to return it, I'll take the money and buy a new one." "Hey, thank you, sir." "Thank you, your excellency." After leaving the signed black canister with Guxian, the vendor packed up his stall and happily prepared to go home. Sold out for the first time in so many years, and with this money, he can also stop by on the way home to buy a big piece of meat, filial piety to his old mother. After the vendor left, Guxian, holding the black jar, became the next target of the children's attention, but he was neither a merchant nor a familiar face, and all the children dared not approach him. "I was too embarrassed to ask for it even though I was looking at it from a distance." Guxian got the bad idea of teasing a child, so he pulled the little monk to sit in the position before the vendor, took a bamboo stick and stirred it in the jar, stirring out a large candy ball that was still pulling silk and handing it to the little monk. "Taste? That's... well, thank you, Mr. Big." Monks are concerned about purity of mind, and the little monk has eaten light food since he was small. During the 3 years of traveling in Datong, although I have seen these things, I have never eaten them. The mind is free to see the Buddha on the mountain. Woo! After the little monk stuffed his mouth with slight hesitation, his big eyes snapped open and overflowed with joy. Looking at his expression, the flavor should be good. Guxian immediately took 2 bamboo sticks and wrapped them into a bigger candy ball, stuffing the whole thing into his mouth, also somewhat surprised. There also seems to be fine flower petals added to the malt to keep the sweetness from being too cloying. The kids watched the 2 of them one by one, envious to the point where their eyes were red. "I'm afraid we're gonna cry if we don't stop teasing. Ha 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 ha, come on. Line up, 2 per person, no robbing. Oh." The children heard this, and immediately did not cry or look with bated breath, and obediently and skillfully formed a team. Guxian sat on the ground with his legs crossed, holding a black altar. The little monk on the side helped hold a bamboo stick. Deftly, he wrapped up 2 pieces of candy and handed them to a child whose face was still dry with mud. Here, this is yours. Suck it. Thank you, Lord. That child also don't know who he learned the etiquette from. Both legs softly and skillfully knelt down. As soon as he knelt down, the children behind him also knelt down one by one. You guys. Guxian inexplicably felt heartbroken. He ambled over and rubbed the little guy on the head, giving him a gentle pat. Get up. If you don't get up again, there will be no candy for you. Guxian's voice was a little low, but he didn't know what to say. Is it telling them to study hard and have dignity when they do? Or do you tell them to be strong and practice to be tough? None of them seemed to work. When the Kahaku became a high official, he still had to kneel to the one. Hundreds of refinements became martial artists and were still used as food. Emperors have the suffering of emperors, and prime ministers have the difficulties of prime ministers. The 7 passions and 6 desires suffer for a lifetime, and greed and anger are entangled. The 3 souls and 7 spirits are scattered and gathered, and reincarnated in 100 ways. Repentance of life and fear of death are not comfortable for anyone. The morning goes and the evening resigns, and half of it is not for the people. Perhaps the only thing in this world that can be dashing is only an immortal. The little monk had been road watching Guxian. Somehow he had the feeling that the older gentleman was in a less than happy mood over the child's kneeling. Is there some kind of zen in it? He hung his head and lowered his eyebrows in deep contemplation. The kids had eaten almost all of it and were too embarrassed to stand in line any longer, and only one little girl was left at the end of the line. The little face was equally dirty, but the pair of eyes were soulful and clean. The gaze that looked at him wasn't all fearful and pleasing, there was also a little bit of curiosity. Guxian laughed lightly and decided to wind her up with the biggest one. But the little girl didn't take it the first time, instead staring at Guxian and blinking her eyes. Carefully, he said, "You are so beautiful. Are you an immortal?" Guxian froze for a moment, and the dullness that was weighing on his heart seemed to dissipate a lot. He suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, yes. Right. Big brother is an immortal. He winked playfully and lowered his voice forward as if to tell a secret. The little girl couldn't help but take 2 steps in. Big brother me. I'm the sugar jar immortal. Chapter 23, A Bowl of Noodles. In the afternoon, the sunlight passes through the gaps in the leaves and scatters into a field of broken gold. On both sides of the street, everyone is cozy and lazy, and no one is picking up. A fine leaf was blown down by the breeze, spinning and falling from in front of him, landing in Guxian's palm. He flicked it onto his fingertips and turned it around, smiling softly. Smiling like a big kid who got a toy. The young monk was puzzled, not understanding what was so interesting about a fallen leaf. But, Mr. Big flicked his leaves and smiled so happily. Had he seen something he couldn't see? Are you happy now, Mr. Big? Hee. Mr. Good just figured something out a little bit. Guxian relaxed his hand away and let the leaf continue to fall freely. He raised his head to look into the distance, suddenly feeling less confused in his mind. After looking quietly for some time, he again saw the old man in front of the noodle stall, staring blankly down the street. The shade of the trees blocked out all the sunlight, making the old man seem out of place and so lonely. Guxian suddenly spoke. Go get something to eat, little master. The little monk cocked his head and folded his arms. All at the behest of Mr. Big. When there is no business, Lao Tu always stares blankly at the entrance of the alley with the passers-by, expecting that there will be a familiar face inside. Over and over again, I look forward to it, and then I lose it. At that moment, someone behind him asked, Abbot, is there a face now? Old Butcher withdrew his mind and stood up with a nod. There. Yes. What would you like to eat? Turning around, he saw that the visitors were a handsome-looking male as well as a young monk with red lips and white teeth. Both were clearly out of place in this shabby little stand. The handsome gentleman's thin lips contained a smile, and he said softly, trouble the abbot to come to 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles, not spicy meat. The little monk can't eat these, so it's better to say so in advance. The heart meets the Buddha on the mountain from the heart, so I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Big. Good. Little old me will do it now. Guest first drink some herbal tea and wait for a moment. Old Two took a towel on to wipe his hands. Thinking of the monks, he poured all the water in the pot under the willow tree and scooped 2 spoons from the barrel. In passing, he scooped another half spoon to himself to rinse his hands, and only then reboiled the pot to cook. While kneading the dough, he made small talk with the 2 men. Abbot, this Qingshan county of yours is quite interesting, with the mountains and the water, it has quite a flavor. That's right. Don't look at the smallness of Qingshui County, but there's a lot of good stuff here. Hearing outsiders praise their hometown is just like praising himself. The old butcher was much more energized and excited. We have beautiful mountains and water here. If you stay here for a while, all the berries will be ripe on the mountains, sweet and full of water. When the rabbits and pheasants are fattened up in the fall, the meat will be so fat and tender that you won't be able to eat it anywhere else. Yeah, that's quite a feature.
Mindful of the presence of the young monk, Guxian did not say much despite his interest. Old Tu also realized that his statement was not right, and the words turned to talk about the customs and traditions of Qingshan County. In the past, I didn't call this a clear mountain, but a foggy mountain. Every day the fog covered my eyes and I couldn't do anything. Many young men moved out and never came back. Even the girls in the mountains didn't want to marry in. Until later, there came an old god. He just waved his sleeve like that. Hey! It actually took in all the fog. It is said that old deity's Taoist name is Qing Daoren. For this reason, we have changed our name to Clear Mountain.
Qing Taoist? Guxian silently memorized this name in his heart.
Folktales like these were most likely true accounts. Then he pursued the question, Old Abbot, this Taoist Qing.
How many years ago was it?
Upon hearing this, Old Butcher neglected to stop his hands and put the stretched noodles into the pot. Dragging his limp foot closer, he lowered his body and said, Gongzi, you're asking the right person. In the entire Qingshan County, only Old Man knows.
That old god lives in this mountain now. I've seen it with my own eyes.
In Old Tu's yellowed, cloudy eyes was an almost frenzied excitement. The burning sight caused Guxian to lean back slightly uncomfortably.
Yes. By the way, Joe, what do we have here that's good to eat and fun to play with?
Obviously to diverge from the topic, the old butcher barred his mouth, a little unfulfilled, but it is not good to pull people to force. Returning to the stove, while stirring the noodles, he said, our wasabi greens here taste so fresh, you must try them.
Roadside snacks taste fine too. Oh, by the way, you can't buy the water powder from the third mother's house. That is not a decent person.
After the old butcher nagged a circle, take 2 big bowls of water to shuffle, and then pour the boiled noodles with the sauce water, and then served on the table.
Come on, here's some veggie noodles for you too.
The veggie noodles were topped with a green sauce made from plants that had a punchy flavor.
Ah, autumn.
The little monk scratched his head, curious, and sniffed close to his nose, choking and sneezing profusely. Guxian smelled and felt something familiar, dipping the tip of his chopsticks to taste it, and his eyes went wide.
Oh, hoping that this wasabi vegetable is mustard. That little monk can't eat it.
Abbot, order another bowl of veggie noodles, and don't put this sauce on it this time. Old Tu was first stunned, and then he slapped his head to apologize repeatedly.
Oops, it's all my fault for being too busy talking to pay attention.
I don't want the money for this bowl of rice, I'll just place a new bowl.
No need. Thank you, mister.
Big in the sure, the little monk ate it. Hey. As soon as the little monk took it, he grabbed the chopsticks and took a big shuddering bite. The speed was so fast that Guxian couldn't even stop him. Then the little monk's eyes reddened and he swallowed hard with puffed cheeks. When the spiciness came on, it felt like the entire nasal passage was ventilated. A small, clean face wrinkled into a ball, squinting eyes oozing teardrops, and a nose that was as red as a fruit.
Put!
Guxian couldn't help but laugh with his belly, and Old Tu also laughed bitterly as he took out an earthenware jar from the cabinet next to the stove, and with it on his end, poured some liquid into a saucer and brought it to the little monk.
Little master,
this wasabi dish can be very choking, don't dare to eat it like this. Come on, quickly smell the wine can be better.
The little monk saw the net shaking his head repeatedly. In one meal, he actually broke 2 precepts in a row? Unable to help but look grudgingly at Mr. Big who was watching the fun. Cough.
Mr. Gu was also unintentional. But it was indeed an oversight on Gu Mao's part, so I'll make amends to the young master. Guxian was made uncomfortable by the stares and arched his hand to apologize.
The mind is free to see the Buddha on the mountain. I can't blame you, Mr. Big, it's the little monk's lack of cultivation.
As I have heard, practice meditation and mindfulness. The little monk shook his head, picked up the chopsticks that had fallen to the ground, rinsed them through the water and continued eating without saying a word. Upon hearing this, Guxian pondered for a moment and tapped his palm with a feeling. If you have the intention of Bodhi in your heart, there is no need to ascend the spiritual platform.
Small cultivation is in the body, big cultivation is in the heart. Little master is through and through, his future is unlimited.
The young monk held his chopsticks and whispered na over and over again, thoughts flying in his eyes.
The heart has bodhicitta, the heart has bodhicitta. What need? Ascend the spirit platform.
Old Tu brushing the pot in the side listening for a while, always feel that the two conversations are extraordinary. But the hard thinking also cannot understand, helpless can only give up, continue to stare blankly at the street. After eating, Guxian and his duo had sweat on their foreheads, but their bodies were cold when the wind blew.
How much is the total, Abbot? A total of 6 tongbao. Tongbao is often referred to as copper money.
The coins used in the Datom kingdom were all Changyun tongbao, each weighing 5 botnet, also known as 5 bot coins. Guxian still couldn't tell how to convert, so he simply took a piece of silver the size of a fingernail cap and handed it over.
Here, wait for the old man to weigh.
Old Butcher returned to the stovetop ready to rummage.
No need to look for it.
Old Abbot, I have a jar here you can help me put away for 2 days. Guxian pointed to the black jar on the table. The storage fee will be deducted from this silver.
That can't use so much.
The old butcher was a bit embarrassed. Saving a thing is just a thing, and it can't use the money given by the prince.
However, Guxian and the young monk duo had already left, their voices coming from afar. Take it first, I'll come back for dinner and deduct from it too. Gongzi, Gongzi? Old Butcher dragged his limp foot after him for 2 steps and didn't catch up. Standing in the middle of the street, he wiggled his ear against the wall of the can. Clang clang. It was slimy and seemed to have something in it. It was late when they returned to the inn after the tour. The 3 brothers next door had already returned, simmering with the smell of strong medicine wafting in through the windows. It was night, and the faint sounds of wooden fish and chanting came in, not disturbing. A good night's sleep. The next day, Guxian slept until he woke up naturally and couldn't help but stretch. Knock knock knock. Sir, it's time to wash up. Old Huang customarily sent washing utensils, with some bitterness on his face. What's wrong, Uncle Huang? What did you encounter? Guxian asked while dipping into the fine salt. Old Yellow waved his hand and laughed bitterly. Hey, it's not a big deal. It's just that the supplies in Qingshan County are not sufficient, and the dry food is not enough for the time being, so we have to wait for half a day. But looking at the weather, it looks like it's going to rain heavily, so I'm afraid we won't be able to leave for a while. Guxian wasn't in a hurry to catch up, and the whole way was just a pleasure trip. However, the Xian caravan was in a hurry to get to the northern border, and had already made a detour, and now it was raining. I don't know if they can make it in time before the war starts in the north. Old Huang didn't want to bother Guxian with this and didn't say much. He waited for him to wash up and then retired. He went downstairs to prepare for dinner and didn't see Songya's trio with the little monk. Yesterday, I heard the little monk say that he had had an epiphany and needed to participate in enlightenment for a while. Songya's 3 brothers are similar and should still be practicing. While wondering what to eat, a boy ran over and passed a message. Sir, there's a child outside the door who insists on seeing you, would you like to take a look? Kids? Well, with pleasure. Guxian smiled at the boy, and as soon as he went out the door, he heard a sweet, crisp, and clean voice. Candy cane brother. It's little Rui, what brings you here? Guxian was a bit surprised. The little girl in front of him was the same little girl who ended up calling him immortal yesterday. Now it had changed its tone. Brother Sugarpot, this is what my mother told me to give you. She said it's only good if you know what you're getting. Little Rui spread out his hand, revealing 2 green-skinned fruits in his palm. Most of them are not ripe yet. Just looking at the mouth will not be able to stop the secretion of acid water. But for the little girl and her mom, who are not well off, this is the most precious thing they have. Little Rui swallowed her saliva and hurriedly averted her eyes. After Guxian took it, he still stole 2 glances from time to time. Gar. The disgruntled sound of her abdomen caused a moment of embarrassment for little Rui. Brother Sugarpot, little Rui is leaving first. Wait. Guxian let out a light laugh as he clutched the fruit and nudged her little head. Brother Sugarpot hasn't eaten yet, will little Rui accompany brother? With that, he clutched her small hand before she could refuse and shouted at the street corner from a distance. Mr. Abbott. 2 bowls of minced noodles, with extra minced. The old man who was looking down the street withdrew his eyes and instantly understood when he saw the scene of the big hand holding the little hand. Towel over the body and fire up the pot. Hey, 2 bowls of mixed noodles, you 2 please come inside. Chapter 24, Lost in the Rain. Ugh, when is this going to end? At the entrance of the inn, Master Sure looked at the pouring rain inside. They had been in Clear Hill County for 4 days now, and this rain was getting heavier and heavier, never showing any signs of clearing up. The delay is secondary to the fact that some of the cargoes are not meant to be put away. This inn was small, and there was no special place to put the goods. One could only have the handyman take care of the points with care. But when he went to check yesterday, he saw that the lids of some of the crates were rotten. If this keeps up, I'm afraid that everything will break without reaching the north. Master Shi, sighing can cause you to sigh away your blessings. Seeing Guxian coming down the stairs, Master Sure didn't dare to be slow and busily arched his hand in greeting. Mr. Gu, you're here. As he spoke, Guxian kept gazing at Master Sure. To be exact, he was gazing behind Master Sure. These days being trapped in the inn by the heavy rain, Guxian was idle. Apart from consulting with the 3 Songya brothers on martial arts, and discussing Zen with the young monk, he was spending all night internally observing. Nowadays, it is possible to roughly see Qi. After a period of time of fiddling and observation, some patterns have also been summarized. Qi contains blood Qi, true Qi, and occasionally even Qi luck. When Master Sure fretted and worried about the weather, the Qi would become fluctuating and chaotic, and in the long run, he would most likely have bad luck or become seriously ill. It was no joke to say that he sighed and sighed away his blessings. The more depressed the mood, the more chaotic the breath. Master Sure pointed to the top of his head and forced a bitter smile. Mr. Gu, Mr. Sure is really worried, and I don't know how long this rain is going to last. I'm so worried that my hair is falling out by the handful. In the past few days, he had even wanted to plead with Guxian to make this rain stop. But in the back of his mind, he thought that although Mr. Gu was a high-ranking person with heavenly means, it was impossible for him to manipulate the weather. If you can really call the wind and rain, and dance with thunder and lightning, then you are not a fairy. Thinking about it, Master Sure shook his head helplessly. That's just it, perhaps it is Sure's destiny to have this difficulty. Guxian invited Master Shi to sit down with him, and added a hot tea for each of them. Comfortingly, he said, fortune is a blessing, and misfortune is a blessing. Master Shi's good fortune is all behind him. You see, after resting for a few days, isn't your body much better? That's true. The medicine given by the little monk had a special effect. After Master Shi had applied it a few times, as long as he didn't exercise drastically, there was no longer any problem in his basic life. Having a good body is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Master Shi's sorrow turned to joy, stroking his beard and nodding repeatedly. It's really thanks to little Master seeing pure that the great joyful temple really does have true cultivators. Mr. Shi must go and return the wish when he has time. Leaning over to Guxian again, he asked, by the way, Mr. Gu, the chanting of the little master has not been heard in recent days, nor have I seen the three warriors go out. Is there anything that I need Shirmao to do? At that moment, at the stairs, the voice was heard before it was seen. Ha, I'll thank you in advance, but don't labor Master Shi. Mind from the mountain to see the Buddha. The young monk has met Mr. Great and Good. Speak of the devil. The visitors were none other than the three Songya brothers and the little monk. Guxian gazed at them and saw that the blood chi of the three martial artists was surging, with Songya being the most prevalent among them. Little monk these days also have gained, still wearing a grey plain monk robe, but around the body but vaguely blessed with Buddha's light, more and more extraordinary, especially the brain, which lit up like a light bulb in Guxian's eyes. After averting their eyes in discomfort, everyone greeted each other. Master Shi hurriedly greeted everyone and ordered them to sit down, pouring good tea. During casual conversations, Guxian always unconsciously looked out the window. This behavior naturally attracted the attention of others. Sonia jokingly asked, Mr. Gu, I see you frequently looking out, but are you waiting for someone? Well, Gumao is waiting for a girl. Guxian didn't hide it, and said that he lifted the tea and took a sip. Except for the little monk who was better off, the rest of the crowd nearly lost their eyeballs in shock. Can make banished immortal-like character move heart? That woman is really what kind of person is it? Kong Dide is even closer to the collapse of the heart of the Tao, black face hard to hold out a touch of red, and then turn purple. The big voice stammered, then, if Mr. does a gift, you must not forget about a certain family. A gift? Guxian put down his teacup and reacted with some tears and laughter. Rather, Gu has caused you all to misunderstand. What Gu is waiting for is only a child. With this explanation the crowd let go of their hearts. Oh, no wonder. A certain family said how could a gentleman fancy a mortal woman? What Guxian was waiting for was naturally little Rui. This little fellow returned the favor every time he was invited, and insisted on throwing Guxian some food whether it was windy or raining. Guxian also advised, but this child is stubborn, not allowed to send her. She put down the things and ran. Or sour fruit, pickles, dried bacon, wild eggs. Today fiercely did not come. Guxian is really a little uncomfortable, asked the wait aside the boy. The latter also shook his head blankly. I don't know what's going on, but my heart is a little heavy today. The young monk does have a method of predicting misfortune, but it's not good to borrow it. AI. Mr. Gu must learn the art of divination in the future. Dull indoors on a rainy day. Guxian then walked to the door to get a couple breaths of fresh air, and whirled around to look towards the corner of the street, but sensed a hint of something wrong coming. Strange. How come even that old man isn't there? Old Tu guarded the noodle stall as almost from childhood to big, especially in his son because of the people who should not be messed with, go out and flee. Old Tu is more day to day in the street, no matter how windy or rainy. 2 days ago the rainstorm did not have a customer. Old butcher also still stayed. How come you're not here today either? Guxian returned to the guest room after bidding farewell to a few people with doubts, and originally wanted to continue his internal observation. However, he could not quiet in his mind. This shouldn't be happening. Forced calm not working? Or is it dash? Guessing some kind of possibility, Guxian rushed violently to the window and lifted it to look out. This look caused him to frown. As expected, something's terribly wrong. The sky was cloudy, the rain poured down, and dense mists gradually converged. Outside the room was silent, there was no sound of people or a trace of life, only the clattering sound of water. But there seemed to be other sounds besides the water? Closing my eyes and listening, the more I searched, the more irritated I became. The rustling sound was sometimes far away, sometimes close. Guxian's eyes widened suddenly, forcing his mind to sink down and focusing all his attention on observing the outdoors. Can't find. Wait, this is. He didn't find where the voice that annoyed him was though. Instead, some stars were seen floating in the thick fog. Behind the dark clouds covering the sky, a red film was faintly visible. Even if Guxian didn't know how to tell fortunes, he knew that this was a great misfortune. Something's not right. The restlessness I've been feeling is right. Something is indeed going to happen. The rain came in a strange way, like something was deliberately covering it up. His heart was pounding. Standing or sitting, Guxian wandered around the room for a long time before finally coming to a decision. Go out and borrow a set of rain gear from the boy. The little monk. A few people are still drinking tea in the lobby. See Guxian put on the straw raincoat to go out, then asked, Where are you going, mister? Big? Gu Xian's body lurched, frowning, and pondering. Gu is a little worried about that little girl. Her family is not well off and I'm afraid something will go wrong in this weather. Little Rui has been dependent on her mother since she was a child. Her mother earned a few coins by doing odd jobs and occasionally knitting shoe soles. There was no man in the family, and the house was never repaired. It was a dilapidated mud house, with thatched roofs over the damaged areas. It was easy to get into accidents during days of torrential rain. Again, he said to Master Shi. Mr. Gu has a vague sense of foreboding. It would be best for Master Shi to have everyone on alert and guard the inn and not go out. Unknown? Could it be something from that day? Master Shi was nervous and subconsciously looked at the three. Though he had never looked directly at the filth, he had heard about it from Old Yellow. It was something that could no longer be explained by terror. It was an instinctive fear. One of the escorts had been so scared afterward that he cried and yelled. It's not even what I'm afraid of. Rather, when I see it, it makes me feel like I'm the one who's dead. I'm dreading the fact that I'm obviously dead but don't want to admit it. Master Shi felt creeped out just by the man's description, but he never wanted to see him again. Gu Xian hesitated for a while and shook his head slightly. No. Perhaps something even weirder than aura. Songya's trio and the young monk had the intention of following them, but they were stopped by Gu Xian. He had a base card, so if he encountered a problem, he could still solve it. But if he brought a few people with him, his hands would be tied instead. Gu will go and return. As a result, before he could take a few steps, he saw a black bear spirit chasing after him. You, sir, let a certain family follow you. Kong Dede held his bucket hat and smiled nervously. His clothes were soaked to the skin, and the straw raincoat was simply unable to keep the rain off his huge body. A certain family also has a strength. When something happens I resist something is also good. Gu Xian was slightly flabbergasted, but he hadn't considered this. Alright, then I'll trouble swordsman Kong. Hey, just call a certain date. The ground was puddled and filled with rainwater. Gu Xian's pace, however, was extremely fast, each step stepping into the puddles and taking the next step before the mud splashed up. From afar, it looked as if his feet didn't touch the ground. This was his harvest in recent days, and after being unable to point out the chakra points, Gu Xian had the time to inquire about the three Songya brothers. He learned that he was actually an extremely rare leakless body. It was heard that it could only be attained by those above the martial saints, and that after cultivation, one could deposit their true chi into their body and it would never pass away. It would even become more pure each time the true chi was revolved. Similarly, after cultivating the leakless body, it would be impossible to obtain true chi through the outside. If one was an ordinary person born with a leakless body, one could basically say goodbye to practicing martial arts. Gu Xian was also disappointed at first. After finishing his internal observation, he was struck by an idea. Although there was no true chi in his body, wasn't there still aura? And the latter is more advanced than the former by any stretch of the imagination. The effect will only be stronger. Previously, this idea was only in the imagination, but this time, because of the hurry, it actually succeeded in one go. His footsteps were light and smooth, as if he were traveling on the wind. At the back, Kong Dede is not so comfortable. He was not good at lightness, and seeing that he could not see the shadow anymore he hurriedly shouted at the top of his voice. Mister! Hey! Wait for me! Gu Xian stopped his mind, only to realize that he had already walked a long way. Patiently waiting for the ladder to arrive, he combed through his trivial thoughts in the meantime. He knew in the back of his mind that going out when he had a bad feeling was a stupid thing to do. However, if not today, Gu Xian has the feeling that it will definitely affect the future road. The path he's going to take is simple, just 8 words. Free and clear of thoughts. Today, Gu Xian was worried about little Rui's well-being, so he would take care of it. If he didn't care, then he wouldn't. Protect what you love and hate what you hate. He does not pander to imperial power and wealth, and does not fear the blade of the sword. A cup of fairy brewed earth wine to drink, I'm alone. Laughing at the several changes of dynasties, I am happy to live forever. Thoughts are sorted out and thoughts are clear. A cool sensation surged in from in front of his forehead, causing Gu Xian's body to tremble. Afterward, his body became lighter and lighter, as if a layer of heavy shackles had been removed. When Kong Dao rushed up again, he couldn't help but rub his eyes when he saw the person in front of him. The bottom of the heart was shocked. Only a few moments do not see. How to feel that, mister? More and more out of the dust? Is this going to be an ascension? Keep walking. Gu Xian didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. Paying attention up the sides, he noticed that every door was closed, and there was not a bit of light inside. This would be normal in a ghetto, but this was a civilian area with a few tiled rooms in between. It's only about the 6th hour, so it's not as if none of the families are lighting candles. It's getting out of hand. Gu Xian lifted his heart and came to the corner of the west city wall of Qingshan County. Xiaorui's house was there. When the duo arrived, all they saw was a collapsed patch of mud, the mud embryo walls having long since disintegrated under the torrential rains. Fixing his eyes, he was slightly relieved to see 2 weak popularity under the rubble. Dade, come give me a hand. Looking around and having no tools, Gu Xian simply poured Reiki into his hands and crossed his stakes. Kong Dao similarly mobilized his true chi flow. Though the throwing of the earth was quick, both men held their breath for fear of hurting the person underneath. Not a moment later, Guxian turned over a strand of hair from the mud. Moving a little slower, he dug out a human head with a withered face. Kung Dae Duck reached out and pressed his fingers against the side of the woman's neck and nodded. Still alive, but the pulse rate is very slow. There shall be no delay. Realizing the urgency, the pair picked up speed once more, and it didn't take long to dig little Rui out from under the woman. It seemed that the woman had ambled over to protect the little Rui, forming an area when disaster struck. Although they were still alive, both little Rui and her mother were pale to the core. If we don't deal with it, I'm afraid something big will happen. Quickly take them to the medical center. Guxian shouted. The three brothers had gone to purchase the great tonic the other day, so naturally they would not be unfamiliar with the road. Kong Dao was slightly stunned and immediately reacted. With one hand, he held the woman in his arms to take the lead. Follow me, sir. Hui Chun Tang, located in the eastern district of Qingshan County. Guxian and his duo had nearly crossed half the county, yet it was only less than a quarter of an hour. Standing in front of the locked gate, you can't smell the medicine. Boom boom boom. Dr. Shui, Dr. Shui. Kong Dade slammed the door and was never greeted. With no choice but to say he was offended, he handed the woman over to his left arm and picked her up in one arm. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he shouted lowly, "Drink!" A stream of true chi surged into the right half of his body, and his muscles were even more swollen and hard as rock. Slightly reddened under the pitch-black skin, wisps of white smoke escaped from his pores, and as his chi climbed to its peak, Kong Dao sent his fist into a palm towards the door panel. Boom! Smoke and dust just splashed up while the heavy rain brushed down. The right half of the mahogany doorplate was actually slapped by this palm flew backwards out. A palm print was even imprinted on the thick door panel. Not bothering to apologize, Kong Dao's ear-shattering loud voice echoed in the somewhat empty chamber. Dr. Shui, you. His words were muffled in his voice when he saw the scene before him. Only the lobby door was open, and there was a sergeant's chair on the innermost part of the wall facing the door. It is visible as soon as you enter. At the moment, a white-faced, thin, middle-aged doctor sat there on his back, eyes unblinking, looking right at them. Chapter 25. It's seedlings. Dead. Under the panic, Kong Di's mind was lost, and he didn't pay attention to his feet as he backed up again and again, almost stepping on the air. As a child of the Jianghu, he lived a life of blood on the tip of a sword for years, and was even less likely to kill. Before meeting Sonya, Kong Di had even crushed human skulls alive. But no body has ever been as horrific as the one in front of him. When I saw him a few days ago, Dr. Shui was still a gentle and talkative old man. But now, he is like rotten wood without a trace of vitality. A pair of dead gray eyes had no luster. But no matter which way you look at it, it's as if you're being watched by it. Give me a hug. While Kong Dao was still in a daze, Guxian delivered little Rui over to him and slowly stepped forward alone. Every time he took a step, it caused Kong Dao's heart to tremble and his body to tense up in preparation, fearing that the person on the round chair would rise up at any moment. But Guxian came extremely calmly to the pale corpse and confessed, "I'm offended." His left hand tugged at his sleeve and his right hand pressed his fingers together on the side of Dr. Shui's neck. The stiff skin had lost its elasticity, and when a cool sensation traveled back down his fingertips, it caused Guxian to think he was touching a piece of cold ice in a trance. Steadying his mind, he moved his palm up to Dr. Shui's face, pressing lightly with his thumb and index finger and gently lifting his eyelids. Bo! The dry eyeballs were slightly sticky with the eyelids and lifted with a fine clearing sound. The conjunctival cornea appeared to be a transparent cornea, much less a hint of blood color. Guxian didn't utter a single word, and retreated with a slight bow towards the corpse with another arch. Looking around the room, he paused for a split second when he saw the curtain that led to the backyard and walked quickly over to it. "Sir, Mr. Go! Wait for a certain family." With this departure, only Kong Dao was left alone in the room to face a corpse. Especially when Dr. Shui's head dropped, Kong Dade was so frightened that he nearly jumped up and hurriedly chased after him. As soon as he stepped into the inner courtyard, the first thing he saw was the well on the side of the wall. In front of the well, two gray corpses were planted downwards. They were not very old, about 11 or 12 years old, with two small buns tied on top of their heads wearing coarse linen clothes. Not far away a barrel had tipped over on its side, presumably from the sudden disaster they had suffered while fetching water. Not only that, after checking one room after another, it was found that two apprentices, for children boiling medicine, and Dr. Shui's wife and son plus a big yellow dog in Hui Chun Hall were all dead. All the corpses were ashen, with protruding eyeballs and clenched pupils. The deaths were sudden, and there was not a trace of resistance. All of them died instantly and horribly. Based on the clues, Guxian came to this unthinkable conclusion. Mr. Gu, what the hell is this? Kong Dade looked left and right suspiciously, hating to shrink into a ball. The cold air that lingered around his body was icy and biting, and the rain that dripped down on his body was plundering his body temperature all the time. With his heart vibrating, he could even feel the sense of prying eyes that surrounded him on all sides. tick-tocking raindrops like the sound of footsteps intensely approaching, making the atmosphere more and more oppressive and low. In the midst of the unknown and horror, the back of the person in front of me looks more and more tall and straight. Normally a head shorter than Kong Didi, but at this moment has an incomparable sense of security. It made the latter subconsciously want to take a few steps closer. Guxian crouched down and placed his hand over a person's eyes to close them. Although his thoughts were similarly disorganized, his state of mind was unperturbed. It's not just the Huichun Hall, I'm afraid that the entire Qingshan County will not be able to escape this. Inside all of them, not a single trace of either Qi or Xian remains. It has been said in the Sandan Sutra that Xian exists in all things, whether it be people, fish, birds and animals, or even stones on the roadside. Even if it was a corpse, the Xian nature was slowly passing away. Although Guxian hadn't had the chance to observe it in detail, it was impossible for it to pass away in just a few days. Unless someone has taken away the Jin of Qingshan County. If that's the case, there should have been hints of it a long time ago. In his mind, he recalled the scene since he entered Qingshan County. There was nothing unusual. If it wasn't for today's sudden change, Guxian would have only thought that this was a small, isolated county. In the midst of his thoughts, Guxian didn't stop moving. The death of Hui Chun Tang was a foregone conclusion. He was not an immortal and was powerless to return to heaven. The most important thing right now was to try to save the lives of little Rui's mother and daughter. Back to the pharmacy. Spreading the bedding that she had gotten from the back room on the floor, she then laid the mother and daughter of little Rui flat on their backs. Guxian's legs were crossed and his 5 hearts were facing the sky. Adjusting his breath, he focused all his mind to observe. In his detailed and subtle observation, he saw that there seemed to be a mist-like layer of qi in the mother and daughter's qi. Because it was too weak, and Guxian was in a hurry to save the others earlier, he did not notice the abnormality at first. What kind of qi is this? It's not like a vigorous blood qi, it's not like a thick true qi, and it's not even as ethereal as qi luck. Could it be dash? Guxian's mind flashed with an instant guess and he busily said to his side, Didi, please introduce some true qi into her body. Hey mister. Kong Dade sat down on the ground and helped the woman up as well, putting his hands on the woman's back. In Guxian's perspective, a white qi mass passed from Kong Dao's body, along the palm of his hand and the back where it touched. The mist hidden in the woman's qi felt the infusion of true qi break active, devouring the incoming true qi without pulling a single strand. After swallowing it, the mist became a bit more solid, vaguely resembling red, somewhat familiar. Guxian subconsciously raised his head to look out, and woke up with a start. This thing, isn't it extremely similar to the red film behind the dark clouds that enveloped Qingshan County? No wonder everyone died in an instant. A seed was planted long ago in the bodies of the people of Qingshan County. With the help of the human body to nurture and grow until the right time, it will be harvested at once. Everyone. This is being used as a seedling. Combined with what he had experienced, the more Guxian thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Lung'an County, Chonsan County. Perhaps wherever people gather, it has been divided up among the cultivators. They raised humans and living beings as livestock and planted them as crops, cultivating aura and plundering metaphysical nature. Qingshan County did not escape because of its remote location. On the contrary, it is precisely because of its remoteness that those behind the scenes have become more unscrupulous, actually harvesting the lives of a city at a time. What a great stroke! This person must be even more terrifying than in Ling'an County. Guxian's heart trembled and he involuntarily clenched his fists. The dog-faced man mentioned by Kong Dao had only dared to hide among the residents and raise aura with the help of martial artists. This one in Qingshan County, on the other hand, was unscrupulous. Is this immortal cultivator? Guxian pinched his sleeve and was speechless for a moment. Sir, you see what to do with this. Kong Dao's sudden yelling brought Guxian back to his senses, only to see the woman's body could not stop trembling violently, her chest cavity convex as if pulled by an invisible force. A pair of eyeballs protruded to the point where they nearly fell out of their sockets, and her mouth opened to roar out explosions. Ah ha ha ha. The voice was sharp and piercing, and the thin body arched back again like a shrimp. The woman's skin was pale and tight, her neck and cheeks bruised from the exertion and intense pain. It was as if something was about to break out of her body. Damn it, give a certain family to be honest. The sudden change in appearance caused Kong Di's anger to rise from his heart, and evil to grow from his guts. Angrily stretching out his arms, which were as thick as the woman's waist, forward, he imprisoned the woman in his arms. But the woman's struggling resistance made Kong Dao's heart startled. The strength was obviously not something a normal person could do. Guxian didn't hesitate, immediately pulling his sleeve with his left hand and pointing his right hand and as a sword pointing forward to point at the center of the woman's brow. Adjusting his breathing, he stilled his breath and concentrated. Eyes closed and closed, instantly tuning out the interviewer villain with his consciousness. Chaos flowed and shifted in the metaphysical gateway located in the spiritual wisdom prana, as if a savage beast had opened its huge greedy mouth. Since it's an aura, then all of it will come into my body. Guxian borrowed a strand of Kong Di's true qi attached to his fingertip as bait and passed it forward to lure the red mist in the woman's qi. As expected, the true chi of a martial artist had an irresistible allure to aura. Red Mist couldn't wait to take a bite at the fingertips. Gu Xian, who had caught a big fish, retracted his hand and put away his rod, guiding Xian Guan to devour the aura. Success! Before he had time to be happy, only a wisp of red mist was simply unable to satisfy the Xian pass. No matter how much Gu Xian meditated, the spirit wisdom prana Xian Guan was running faster and faster, and the huge suction force even took the initiative to probe into the woman's body. No! Stop, stop! He had the intention to stop it, but the woman's chi flowed into the Xian pass as much as it could like flowing water. It was only when the woman's spirit, Xian, and chi had been devoured that the Xian pass closed for the time being, unwillingly. And the woman who had been deprived of her spirit, metaphysics, and chi had completely come to the end of her life. The withered and dried head shifted feebly over, and the dead, gray eyes were filled with resentment. Aimed squarely at Gu Xian, the curve of his mouth was full of teasing and mockery in Gu Xian's eyes. It was as if she was asking, "My life, is it good?" Chapter 26, Not Seeing Immortals' Bitterness, Hating Immortals for Not Seeing My Bitterness. Bang! Kongdade's heavy fist smashed down, the strength of the ground cracked, so as to express the depression in the chest. He didn't have much affection for women, and had never even met one before today. But this feeling of powerlessness of exerting all one's strength and not being able to save it was disheartening. But Kong Dao also knew that the one who was having the hardest time at the moment wasn't him, but Gu Xian. He looked sideways and opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to comfort him. Mr. Gu. In Kong Dao's perspective, although Gu Xian's back was still upright, the hems of his clothes were stiffened together when they were stained with mud and water, and his long hair was wet on the side of his shoulders, giving him an indescribable wretchedness. Dade, you rest first. Gu Xian closed the woman's eyes and got up, then walked over to Little Rui's side and sat down again, silently watching. Little Rui's chest barely rose and fell, and the chi was almost one with the red mist. Gu, but I haven't lost yet. His face was frighteningly calm, and his cold, morose voice was harsh and determined. The sword finger wrapped around a green-colored light ball and sent it down the fingertip into Little Rui's brow. Since the spiritual wisdom prana's metaphysical hegemony could not be controlled, the red mist would be stripped away with the help of aura. Mobilizing Reiki requires all of one's mind to be focused, and the operation is extremely delicate. Without blinking, Gu Xian's eyes stared tightly at his fingertips and proceeded to split the aura into hair-thin branches. The hair-thin aura wasn't easy to maneuver, as if there were tens of millions of extra shrunken arms and legs, and Gu Xian had to make these thousands of arms and legs work together silently, separating them little by little along the junction point between the chi and the red mist. Under the delicate operation, the mind was consumed extremely fast like the water below. If it weren't for Gu Xian's diligence and internal observation over the past few days, I'm afraid it would have already failed. But, with less than a tenth of the stripping progress yet, it was slightly heartbreaking. At this rate it is bound to fail. Must accelerate. Gu Xian strengthened his spirit, and the thin threads of aura accelerated once more. Highly tense atmosphere permeates the room. One side of the onlookers Kongdade although cannot see these, but subconsciously slowed down the breath, as if any little breeze will lead to failure. Time passed, and the torrential rain continued unabated. Gu Xian faltered several times, relying on his strong will to pull through. Finally, at the moment when the mind was about to be exhausted, the fine silk managed to split the two. Even if there was only one last step left, Gu Xian didn't dare to be careless. The slightest mistake would result in the end of all efforts. Last step. Use aura to wrap around the red mist and drag it back to the Genkan. The red mist seemed to anticipate a crisis, struggling against it as unwillingly as living flesh. Gu Xian could only overdraw his mind and force a violent outburst to rip it into the Xian pass. Cackle. There was a subtle strange sound coming from before the basilica closed. What the hell? Mentally tense Kong Dao twisted his head in all directions and searched around without seeing anything. Scratching his head he thought he was overly nervous and hallucinating. The separation was successful. Gu Xian was in a trance under the high level of tension, and his body leaned back off his feet and nearly fell. Mr. Gu, there's no hindrance. Gu will be fine after resting for a while. Waving goodbye to Kong Dao's assistance, Gu Xian exhaled a long breath of relief and sat down to regulate his mind. A few moments later, the rustle of clothing rubbing together with the sound of wailing rang out in front of her. Rustling. Boing hum. When she opened her eyes, she saw Little Rui rubbing her eyes and sitting up, blankly surveying her surroundings. If she hadn't pinched her cheeks in slight pain, she would have thought she was in a dream. When she saw Gu Xian, Little Rui's eyes curved into two crescent moons. Brother Sugarpot, Little Rui just had a dream. Oh, and what was the dream about? Gu Xian's heart was slightly relieved, and with a smile, he reached out, wanting to rub this little guy who had survived the calamity. However, when the palm of his hand reached midair, the Xian passage that had already been closed was actually functioning once again. Gu Xian's face suddenly changed and drew himself away, but the suction force ignored the spatial distance and remotely built a long bridge with the spirit Xian Qi in Xiao Rui's body to suck in as much as possible. The thin body trembled, mentally shriveled. Little Rui, like a light butterfly whose wings had been wetted by the rain, collapsed helplessly. She clenched her lips and forced herself to endure the severe pain. but the whimpers seeping out from between her lips showed that she was still in pain. Those soulful, watery eyes gradually lost color and became pale. She can't see anything. Little Rui loosened her shell teeth and her lips gently chattered while Guxian just looked on lost in thought. He heard. Little Rui cocked her head in disbelief and asked, "So it wasn't a dream? Is the sugar jar immortal?" A little Rui misbehaving. Really? So, ouch. The wigged foot's metaphysical barrier slowly closed, and the chaotic chi cleared up quite a bit again. Guxian was clearly sitting in front of little Rui's corpse, but to the onlookers, it seemed as if what remained there was just an empty shell. The mind and consciousness had long since flown out of the physical body, and all emotions gradually became indifferent. Kung Dae Duck scratched his hair out of his bun in annoyance and walked quickly towards the front door. It's a good night to get wet, and your heart is clogged. Squeak! Squeak! But as he crossed the threshold, he heard a slight sound of a chair and feet moving. Behind him, the circle chair was empty, and the man who was supposed to be sitting on it was already standing up, was stretching his stiff body. In the inn, all the merchants and escorts of the Xin merchant caravan were guarding the lobby. Master Sure paced back and forth anxiously, and tea was added one after another. Alas! How come Mr. hasn't come back yet? Could it be that there's been some accident? The door and windows of the inn were locked, and Master Sure still habitually looked outward and said, "Master, Mr. Gu is a capable true cultivator, so naturally there will be no accidents." Old Huang carried the tea and shook it after refilling it one by one for the young monk and the others on the table, and sued, "I'll go refill the tea, master." Old Huang, you sit down and rest for a while, just let those boys do this kind of thing. Where is the guest room staff? Why is there no one here? Master Sure frowned and shouted in dissatisfaction, and there were a few smart ones under him who hurriedly grabbed the work. Steward Huang, it's fine for the little ones to do this, you old man take a break. The one who had grabbed the teapot nodded at each of the several men before heading to the back. It's not going to happen. Master Sure shook his head and sat back down in front of the main seat to continue his climb. Little master, what Mr. Gu said before he left, can you see it? The young monk stopped chanting and shook his head hesitantly. The heart meets the Buddha from the mountain. Although the young monk knows a little about tending to good fortune and avoiding bad luck, he has not opened up his cultivation. Mr. Big's cultivation is so profound that it is difficult for the young monk to look up to him. Oh, I see. The people listened to his reasoning and stopped pursuing it. But when the little monk once again lowered his eyes to recite the sutra, how could he not be able to settle down, and his eyes even flashed with struggle and guilt. A few people were talking about the East and the West. I don't know which topic they got into, but Songya suddenly felt a great deal of emotion. Hey, this world is really getting more and more chaotic. In the first 2 years, the territory of Datong was peaceful, not to say that it was peaceful. And look at the present. There are man-made disasters everywhere, and natural disasters everywhere. That's true. Master Sure also sighed. It's not just Datong, other places aren't much better. In recent years, Mr. Sure has been traveling the trade route that leads directly to the southern country, the land of fish and rice. So rich that a dog's stomach can pocket 2 taels of oil, yet the last time we passed through Binnan City. Hey, Master Sure, don't just sigh, keep talking. The small businessman listening on the sidelines was a bit impatient, secretly saying that this Master Sure is really something. He stops talking when he gets people's interest up. Hey! Master Sure raised his teacup and tried to moisten his throat, only to realize that there was only a bottom left, and he couldn't help but frown. But seeing that all around him were urging him to do so, he responded to the congregation's sermon even though he did not want to recall that memory. Binnan is rich, and they grow rice there, unlike our dry rice, which is planted in water. The crop grows happily. Binnan people are still smart. They also raise some small fish and shrimp in the water, snails and chickens and so on. It's true that every family wears brocade and has meat at all times. Ooh, that Hamanan is really something. That's right. I wish we had one here. TSK, our Central Plains isn't bad either. Silkworm fried tea porcelain is a masterpiece. Countries are clamoring for it. Seeing that someone was about to start a fight, Master Sure waved his hand to stop, signaling that he hadn't finished speaking. To be all out of sound, continued, I have the deepest impression, is Binnan has a hemp street. Sure Mao also do not know what it means, but this street by meat and vegetables, are fresh. Pork, for example, is killed on the spot. Cabbage, for example, is pulled on the spot. As a result, the last time Sure went, the whole street was empty. Master Sure suddenly trembled all over his body, and his breathing was extremely accelerated. Raising the teacup to try to calm down, seeing the bottom of the cup could not help but come to a few points of fire. Where are the people? I told you to take a cup of tea and you're running for the hills. You're dragging your feet over something so trivial. Master Sure rests his anger, I'll ask someone to find it. You continue. Yes, keep talking Master Sure. There's no need to get angry over 1 or 2 subordinates. Master Sure couldn't argue with them and swallowed, his voice much hoarser. I heard the locals say that you have to go at night to buy vegetables. Sure was still curious as to what kind of vegetables were available at night, so it stayed for a day, and as a result, they sell, after all, vegetable people. Vegetable man? The merchant, puzzled, pursued, what's that? Instead of answering positively, Master Sure responded by borrowing a poem that had been circulating in Hamanon. Hibiscus texture cooking raw fragrance, milk as ravioli people compete to taste. Too humorous first break hanging butcher store, Sue cut stock fat holding for soup. Husbands sell their concubines sell their children, and children eat each other. There are even those who have made a name for themselves eating it, saying that male flesh is fishy and female flesh is sweet. After the speech, the room fell silent for a moment. They did not dare to imagine what kind of hell on earth it was. The businessman who had asked several times was even more remorseful, sitting on the ground and muttering. I originally thought that cannibalism was just a story made up by the ancients, but I didn't expect it to be true. Hey, that's precisely why Mr. Sure is unwilling to travel to the southern realm again. This flesh can't be forbidden. Master Sure looked out at the empty teacup. Perhaps it's really as rumored. All the immortals in this world are dead. How else could we have left such a bitter world? Chapter 27. The heavy topic caused the inn to fall silent for a moment. The crowd sighed with mixed feelings. Or a small businessman who hadn't studied for 2 years couldn't help his loneliness and yelled at the top of his voice. Who cares what fairy god is? It's better for us to live a good life than anything else. All I care about is whether or not I can make money on this trip, and when I do, I'll settle down in Shinjing, whatever the hell that means. Alas, the words are rough, but it's Brother Suwon who lives through them. Master Sure also did not want to continue wasting his mind on this conversation, and after a sigh of emotion, he could not stop twisting his head in the direction of the back hall. The bottom of his heart was muttering, strange, how come he hasn't been back for so long? Did something happen? But it's just a little bit of land, what could go wrong? The inn is not big, from the lobby to the backyard at most a few dozen steps away. A round trip even if it is even crawling to go, this moment should also come back. But not only those two until now also no sound, in the past a few broken mouths of the handyman will also nagging, this time but did not hear anything. The more I think about it, the more wrong it gets. Master Sure simply stood up and hugged his hands to several people one by one. Grandmaster Song, Grandmaster Yi, and Junior Master. Mr. Sure always feels that there is something strange in the backyard, why don't we pair up and explore? Prickly dash the legs of the chair cut slightly harshly across the floor as it was pulled back, drawing the attention of the crowd. Songya was the first to get up and return the salute with a cupped fist. Seeing this, Yi Changsha was half a step slower and also stood up. I was just about to do that, and I was worried that I didn't know how to tell Master Sure about it. The young monk didn't push back and recited the Buddha's name to stand up after him. Instead of acting hastily, several people first went back to the house and took their respective weapons in hand. Songya held a broadmouth long knife, and Yi Changxiu looped his soft sword around his waist. And although Master Sure is not a martial artist, he has learned a few moves from traveling around for years. He even told a few guards to dismantle chairs, brooms, etc., to open the way in front of him. Come on, let's go check it out. The crowd had just entered the backyard and was alert in all directions when they saw an oncoming person in the side room about to crash into the crowd. A guard holding a long stick barricaded forward, while that boy startled, in a hurry and panic back 2 steps, in the hands of snorting steam teapot mouth a crooked, dumped on the feet. Bark 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 I drop a mother. Hot to death. Who's not long? The boy roughneck was about to swear, as soon as he saw who was coming immediately fawned and laughed. It's the master blame the little one is not long-eyed. Shine. Master Sure silently drew his long sword, his feet ready to retreat, and asked warily. What have you done? What took you so long to come back from making a water break? That boy was so afraid of seeing the cold light that he gulped, licking his lips before saying, Ha! This inn staff doesn't care about anything, and they don't care if the stove fire in the back kitchen collapses. I can only build the stove first. This is the only way to boil water. Master Sure carefully looked around once, see this boy clothes really stained, because of the rain due to dirty. Only then did he put his heart down a little and put his sword back into its sheath. Without good humor, he reprimanded twice. Next time you encounter this kind of situation, report it first. What is the situation now, don't you know? Yes. The boy nodded his head and responded, jogging a few steps forward, doggedly lifting the curtain. It's cool outside, master, please come inside. Well, just remember, it's for the safety of the big guys, too. After a couple of reprimands this would be over. Master Sure was not the kind of master who would make things difficult for his subordinates over a small matter. But just as he was about to sidestep, several black, oily beads grazed his side in a rush. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Several thumb-sized beads were irregularly scattered, smashed into the boy, smashed into the meat after a muffled sound, and then issued a burst of zizi melting sound, and ultimately even set into the boy's chest. While the crowd was still dumbfounded, Songya immediately looked at the little monk at his side in shock. He didn't feel his opponent mobilize his true chi. But if you don't have real chi, how can you make the beads embedded in your body like a pile of iron? But the little monk's bare forehead would be oozing beads of sweat, sliding down the contours of his cheeks to the tip of his chin. In his hand, he also clutched a handful of beads with broken strings, while more beads were scattered on the ground, bouncing and rolling. He couldn't even slow down his breath as he bellowed. All the monks should quickly stay away. That person no longer has an ounce of life in him, it's unknown. The boy who flew out backwards was as if verifying his words. His lower leg stood up half bent, his waist bent backward in a weird arc, and his head and upper body fell back to the ground. Carrying the nearly half-spilled teapot in his hand, his voice was as hoarse as rubbing sandpaper. Master, it's cool outside the house. Quickly go inside. On the other hand, in the hall of returning spring, Kongdade saw the stretching limbs of the stiff corpse stood up, his eyes almost stared out of their sockets, and for a moment even forgot to breathe. Black face suffocated red. Stumbled over the threshold on his heel as he stepped back. Bam 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 fell backwards and rolled again in a watery grave. The butt plop had thrown him a bit, and his brain was still buzzing as he climbed up. Who is here? Dr. Shwe looked towards the door when he heard a strange noise, his vigilance turning to suspicion. This strong man looks familiar. Did you grab some medicine here a few days ago? After saying this, he also laughed and straightened his crown and hat. I'm old, I can't remember many things. In a flash, he noticed that the bedding spread in the center of the lobby looked somewhat familiar, and before he had time to think about it, he noticed the two men lying down. Quickly walk over to take a look. Oops, if it isn't little Rui mother and daughter. Qingshan County is not big, there is always contact between neighbors, know each other is not unusual. Dr. Shwe saw two people pale colorless skin color, but also do not care about the difference between men and women, 2 fingers on the pulse on a measurement. This. Dr. Shwe looked at the heavy rain outside the door, combined with the little Rui and his mother was mud stuck into a strand of hair, nails and face. He immediately realized that this was a mud house that had been washed down, and lamented with compassion. Alas fate. I hope the mother and father never have to suffer this again in their next life. Seeing a person standing guard next to him, his eyes were dull. Dr. Shwe reached forward and gently patted his shoulder, whispering comforting words. This gentleman, Mr. Shwe, knows it's hard to feel like you can't save someone, but you've done a good job. It's cold, quickly let the old man take your pulse, be careful of getting wind chill. Hearing this, Guxian finally reacted. The eyeballs slowly turned, and the scattered sights gathered on Dr. Shwe's face. His sideburns are gray but not old, his long beard is clean and neatly groomed. Smile warm and kind, eye wrinkles are also very deep, at a glance is a good person who makes people feel good. Then I'll trouble Dr. Shwe. Guxian followed Dr. Shwe as he sat in front of the stage and pushed up his left sleeve. Dr. Shwe's 2 fingers rested on his pulse and changed several positions in a row, his brows frowning more and more tightly. You can't help but stroke your beard when you let go. Odd. I have practiced medicine for dozens of years, but I have never seen such a strange pulse, so smooth that it has no fluctuations. If it weren't for the fact that your excellency is right in front of me, I would definitely think that this is the pulse of someone who is not going to live long. The words came out of his mouth, and after realizing it, Dr. Shwe felt remorseful, and hurriedly confessed, look at this old man's mouth, it's time to beat him. Not long to live. That's pretty accurate. Guxian laughed lightly and repeated calmly. His merciless eyes stared until Dr. Shwe felt slightly uncomfortable before he said in a single word. Dr. Shwe, don't you realize that you're already dead? Rumble. At that very moment, a bolt of lightning preceded it, and a thunderbolt exploded immediately after. The room was dim, and between the flashes of lightning, Dr. Shwe's expression shone brightly and darkly. Sir, don't joke, Shwe Mao is obviously sitting here, how could it be? His expression seemed to be sad and angry, but also seemed to be resentful, changing and complicated. A touch of unnatural pallor came out from under the dry cracked lips, and the blood color and anger were dissipating a little bit. How? The more he talked, the more agitated he became. Dr. Shwe walked around in annoyance, couldn't help but tear open the lapel of his coat, and still felt so stuffy that he couldn't breathe, so he rushed towards the door. But when out of doors, he looked into the cloudy sky covered with dark clouds, and his eyes grew wider and wider, and his cheeks were tense with green veins and, suddenly, he laughed like a madman. So that's how it is. Dr. Shwe waded into the rain waving his arms, running and jumping and splashing. Rumble. When the second clap of thunder went out, the body jerked and slammed down into the mud. Chapter 28. Who do you think I am? To die without knowing it is madness to point it out. Dr. Shwe's body fell silently in front of Hui Chun Hall, mixed with mud and foul-smelling rainwater. Guxian looked into the sky, and nothing could be seen in his perspective other than the red film getting brighter and brighter. So, what exactly did Dr. Shwe see before he went crazy? Also, just as Guxian was pondering, the sound of pushing and arguing came from the backyard. Master, please teach this kid Tiandong a lesson. He actually pushed me during a water fight. Look at all this mud. Say it again, and I'll tear your mouth off. Master, don't listen to this kid Du Zhong. It was clearly him who pushed me yet, I'm also covered in mud. It was two of the apprentices who had died in front of the well who came to life, tossing and lifting the curtain from the backyard. Their faces and clothes were covered in undried mud and water, dripping and dragging as they walked. When the two saw the person in the chamber, their bickering came to an abrupt halt and they spoke in unison. "Who are you?" The apprentices were alive and well, and their angry and alert appearance was no different from the norm. If Gu Xian hadn't personally checked their pulses one by one a short while ago and confirmed that they were all dead, I'm afraid he would have thought he was hallucinating. The apprentice was young and his tones were sharp and penetrating. It disturbed the back room a wall away and drew more attention. "Woof woof woof. Mother, it looks like we have a guest, I'll go check." Ahem. Hey, remember to speak in a better tone. Not only Dr. Shua, but the apprentices, children, wives and children, including the big yellow dog, all came to life. Gu Xian scanned over the several people in the pharmacy one by one, stopping for a moment when he saw the newly entered young man. The young man also loved to smile, and his looks were almost the same mold as Dr. Shua's. "May I ask you too?" He was about to greet when the apprentice duo also noticed Dr. Shua's corpse and shouted shrilly, "Ah dash! Murder, murder! Someone come quickly, Dr. Shua has been victimized by an outlaw." Gu Xian's ears twitched and he slightly looked sideways. The sound of a rustling door opening was keenly heard resounding nearby, as well as someone stepping over a puddle of water as they rapidly approached. Patting Kong Dede who was hiding behind him, he instructed, "Dede, go and bring them with you. We're leaving." He was naturally talking about the mother and daughter duo of little Rui. The corpses. "Ha? Me?" Kong Daud was swept by Gu Xian's merciless eyes before he wriggled out from behind. He really didn't want to stay in this hellhole for a moment longer, so he simply took a bold step over and stared at the two apprentices with a pair of bull's eyes. "What? What do you want?" The two apprentices strained their necks and forced themselves to be calm, but their trembling bodies still revealed their fear. The difference in stature between the two sides was too great, and Kong Daud was no different from a wall of flesh that needed to be looked up to for the two children. "I don't know." Kong Dade real heart panic very much. This moment if you look at the bottom, can find his legs are shaking. Dr. Shua's son wanted to go forward to stop, also was Kong Dade to push away. "Wrap the bedding around the body and pick it up horizontally." Kong Dade rare meticulous, borrowed Hui Chun Hall of straw raincoat cover in the bedding outside the rain. Outside the door, there were already quite a few people gathered in front of Hui Chun Hall. In their hands, they are either holding pitchforks or door latches. There was even one with a stirring stick. Gu Xian covered his nose with his sleeve and nodded when Kong Daud came out. Treating the surrounding as if no one was there, he blandly passed through it. And the people with the sharp weapons didn't even have the slightest bit of courage to fight back and stop them. They felt like they were not dealing with a human being, but a bottomless bloody mouth. Clear Hill County came to life, with homes ringing with the sound of people. "Yeah, there's mold in the corners here, go clean it up, and the roof is leaking, patch it up. I don't know when this awful weather will stop. It's over. It's all over." There were even rich men with oil paper umbrellas wandering around. There were also pedestrians who were whispering curses and carrying something in their arms as they walked through the rain. Gu Xian intentionally slowed down his pace, and in the eyes of outsiders was just walking fast, but the combination of the two still drew quite a bit of attention along the way. Corner of the street, under the crooked willow tree. In the noodle stall, the old butcher was looking at the entrance of the alley as usual, and froze for a moment when he saw Gu Xian appear. He hurriedly stood up and greeted the two of them. "How did you get soaked like this? This weather is not suitable for going out. Yo, quickly take shelter from the rain and sit by the fireplace to warm up." The old butcher was kindly invited, and after the two of them entered the room, naturally saw the straw raincoat wrapped tightly covered bedding, but did not ask anything. Rubbing his hands together, he said to the two of them, "The two of you will sit down for a while, and the old man will give you some hot warmth to warm up your body, and it will soon be fine." "Ha," said the old butcher holding the stove crouched down laboriously. A rainy day, the whole body joint pain, are the sequelae of years of hard work. Taking the iron shard-like fire sickle from the small cabinet, he squinted and aimed before hitting the flint as hard as he could. Wipe, sparks splattered down onto the flammable flint. The sparks were then cupped in front of his mouth and blown on to make the flames bigger before committing them to the stove fire. But unexpectedly the stove fire is a little damp, sparks thrown in and then extinguished. Old Two rubbed his head with the corner of the fire sickle, drilled into the cupboard and rummaged out some wood shavings and rubbed them in his hands, repeating the previous action. While doing so, he was able to speak to the congregation. "My lord, what are you doing out in this rainy day?" "Some minor ailments, went to see the church of the returning spring." "Oh, there's no such thing as a big or small disease. Beware of small illnesses becoming big illnesses." Finally the spark was lit and thrown into the stove fire, the orange tongue of fire licking away the dry surface of the stove. Only after the fire had stabilized did the old butcher stand up and pat his lame leg. "I didn't care before, I didn't think it was a big deal if I broke my leg. I kept dragging it out, and ended up dragging it into a cripple in the end." Gu Xian paid attention and pretended as if he had no intention of saying, "The old man has had an eventful life." "What life? What shovel?" "Oh, Gongzi is the one who has read the holy books. The old man can't understand this. Old Two's back is hunched over as he struggles to lift the black pot. He didn't bring any water with him today, so he simply lifted the pot to catch the rainwater to cook, and returned to the stove to dry his hands and continue working. On rainy days, people are prone to sadness and talk too much. The old butcher focused on the work in his hands and said to himself, I've suffered all my life, and I haven't gotten anything. Don't those monks always say that they're doing good deeds? But I also wonder, I just want to live honestly, why I have not encountered any good things. I have a crippled leg and my mother-in-law left early. Even the only child I have dislikes me for being incapable and disobedient. Sir, you've read a lot. Why don't you tell me what this is all about? Old Two's speech is getting more and more rapid, the pitch is getting higher and higher, hoarse voice pain and confusion. Guxian didn't do anything, much less open his mouth. He sat quietly, silently observing Old Two's breath grow more chaotic and hideous. The old man has said too much. My lord, your 2 faces are ready. Not having seen him stretching the noodles, he had no idea what he had done. But when the noodles were served, Kong Dao nearly vomited. Guxian lowered his eyes and asked in a deep voice, who is he? Inside the noodle bowl, a human face was being laid out, the fat and muscle culled cleanly, with no unnecessary bulges. In the hollow left by the 5 senses, the pattern inside the bowl was revealed, as if it had been shattered. Old Two took off his shoulder towel and wiped his hands, and sat down opposite Guxian's table, still wearing a simple and naive smile on his face. But with this human noodle bowl in front of him, that smile was eerie. Governor. The old man stretched out his calloused, thick fingers and smoothed out the folds of his human face. He added another sentence, Governor of Qingshan County. Guxian nodded slightly and asked a second question. When did you come to Clear Hill County? What do you mean? I didn't understand? Old Two scratched his head, unable to tell if he was pretending or really didn't understand. Guxian didn't make things difficult for him either, and calmly asked the third and final question. Who, exactly, are you? The old man with the noodle stand of opportunity? Or, Daoist Cheng? At these words, Old Two instantly froze like a clay figure. The simplicity of his eyes and the people's spirit disappeared, his body leaned forward and propped up the tabletop, his cloudy eyes filled with brutality and murderous insanity. Ha 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 ha. So, who do you think I am? It's a god. Or an immortal. Chapter 29, The Pure Taoist. Tick, 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 tick. Raindrops squeezed into the cracks of the wooden roof and dripped down continuously, crashing down and landing on the top of Guxian's hair, then sliding down the tip of his hair to the left side of his cheek. Cold, slippery, and smelling like moldy trees. Guxian was clear and quiet, his face devoid of sadness or joy. He let the water droplets run down his cheeks as if they were a line of tears. However, his calmness caused Old Two's face to grow more and more fierce. But then it suddenly regained its composure as it twisted to an inhuman degree. My lord doesn't say anything. But you think I don't look like me? The off-key voice revealed madness word by word. The old butcher cracked the corners of his mouth, revealing a mouthful of jagged, sticky, slippery yellow teeth, and the fishy breath was like substance. The expression was a half-smile, with withered bark-like folds piled up thickly. He was expecting Guxian's answer, but no matter how he answered, it would end well. Claptrap. Outside the rain was pouring down. Inside the noodle stall, however, it was so quiet to the point of near death that even the sound of rain dared not approach. Old Two suddenly jumped up dragging his lame feet and sat on the table like an ape, his eyeballs turning downward to look down at Guxian. Yes, I'm a cheap life. I deserve nothing. Because I'm cheap, my waifu is also cheap. He deserved to be beaten to death with a stick for not kowtowing to the Grand Master's waifu. My mother-in-law is dead, my children are dead. What am I still living for? So I went up the mountain, thinking to dig a deep pit for myself and bury it. Lest, like my waifu, I be plowed out by the wild dogs and not be able to put it all together. But, who knows Miles? He jerked his face up, his expression growing more twisted and grotesque. Waving his arms around, he laughed in a neurotic, strange way. The old gods say that what the monks say is bull ********. There is no afterlife. Death is death, nothing. The old fairy said that there is a destiny with me. He gave me a bag of immortal seeds and said that if the seeds live I can become immortal too. What's wrong with being an official? What's wrong with being an emperor? It's still death. I just threw the fairy seed into the river, well, and water according to what the old god said. And I sat on the street every day to guard the fairy seedlings. Fairy seeds are fairy seeds, the growth is very festive. Look, it's blooming. Old Butcher, who was getting more and more maniacal with each word, didn't realize that a wall of flesh was looming behind him. Clunk! Kong Dao dropped the crumbled chair legs, took a step to pick up the bedding roll, and yelled at Guxian. Sir, let's hurry, something's not right with this old thing. Go! Better sit down, can't leave for a while. Guxian sat motionless in his chair, his calm eyes looking distantly through the curtain of rain. Splat, splat, splat. There were men and women, old and young, in the clutter of footsteps. Probably the whole of Clear Hill County came, wading in from various street corners, their faces demented and disoriented. This, said Kong Dao, his mouth wide open, so shocked that he nearly lost his voice. not to mention not bothering to notice the pile of rotten meat writhing around his feet. Hiss! Yelp! Lao Tu stood up with his hands on the ground, his neck hanging over his left shoulder, the skin on the back of his neck was protruding from a broken bone. But he even calmly righted his head, and even picked up a towel to cover the large hole smashed in the back of his head. Clutching the towel wet with blood, the old butcher's eyes grew wider and wider, so excited that his whole body could not stop trembling. No pain? It doesn't hurt. I've become immortal. I've become immortal. The rain curtain was shattered into mist by an invisible force in the voice of madness and fervor, and the water mist converged and gathered again, and visibility plummeted. People were silhouetted in the fog, stiff silhouettes like lonely ghosts. They opened their mouths together, and among the murmurs that surrounded the four directions were jarring male voices, melodious and clear female voices, husky and low old voices, and tender and cute children's voices. Hundreds of people in Clear Hill County repeat the same word over and over again. Become immortal. Become immortal. Become immortal. The speed of the words became more and more shrill and urgent, and the tones gradually became distorted and twisted. As the sound approached the limit of what a person could carry, Guxian suddenly spoke out to stop it. Enough! At this moment there is no wind, its sleeves and long hair but no wind fluttering, skin and body surface hidden green flowing light flashes, crystal like jade. Guxian ran his aura to his voice and spoke aloud. Daoist Ching, why bother with the drama? Come out and talk. The sound was not loud, but it was inexplicably jarring. At these words, Old Tu's grim expression froze. The corners of his mouth that were about to split to the base of his ears retracted, and his expression eased to normal. Obviously it was the same face, but it had become unfamiliar due to the refined and introspective eyes. Old Butcher threw away the blood-dipped towel in his hand in disgust, straightened his neck and straightened his demeanor, respectfully bowing to Guxian. Poor Taoist Ching-yi, neat fellow Taoist. It seems like nothing has happened. Taoist Ching frankly sat across the table, a face like looking at a junior looking Guxian up and down. TSK tisk TSK. I blame the poor Taoist's eyes for not recognizing you, Taoist friend, in the first place. It's punishable, it's punishable. Come, he beckoned behind him, and two small, homely girls stepped out of the crowd. Look at the jewelry and clothing, the two should be from a large family. At this moment, they are like puppets on strings, walking to Guxian's side and making a blessing to kneel down. There's nothing to entertain in a small place, only these two fruits are quite sweet. Fellow Taoist, try them? His face was gentle, and his tone didn't rise or fall when said fruit. It seemed that in the eyes of the clear Taoist, human life was worth nothing more than that. Clunk! Kongdate accidentally bumped into a wooden chair as he backed away, and the sound quickly drew his attention. Taoist Ching's eyes lit up in surprise. Oh, fellow Taoist actually has such good qualifications, then the poor Taoist will be obliged. Bang! Before his arm could reach out it was smashed back by a ceramic bowl. The face of the man at the bottom of the bowl was plastered to his clothes and slid slowly down. Taoist Ching rubbed the human face together and casually threw it away, wondering, fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? Heh, taking a few rotten fruit kernels to fool Gumao, is it deceiving Gumao's eyes? Guxian body aura around more and more dense, hidden huffing eyes, seems to have a golden light flashes. Da. Taoist Ching smiled skinlessly and tapped his finger on the tabletop several times. The one who should be angry should be the poor Taoist. Taoist friends do not abide by the rules, trespassing on the place of Poverty Road's purification. But do you think that Poverty Road is good at bullying? The elongated tones rushed into the cloudy sky, stirring up the wind and clouds to rise gradually. The thick fog gathered straight into the cloudy sky, and from a distance, it seemed to meet the cumulus clouds, becoming a giant pillar connecting heaven and earth. The flying sand and stones, fallen leaves and branches were filled into the giant pillar, and the head and limbs were gradually derived. On the head, the fog twisted out a face with all five senses, vaguely similar to Qingdaoren. And then, the fog bodied by the gale to repair a Taoist robe. The solemn Dharma form holds the floating dust, and the great body is against the sky. That Dharma phase was silent, his left hand pinched a lotus hand seal. With his right hand, he raised the floating dust to disperse the dark clouds in the sky, and then he was about to swing it down towards the bottom. If this floating dust is drawn, not to mention the noodle stall under the willow tree, even 100 meters in a circle should be raised to the ground. But when the floating dust was about to be drawn out of the clouds, it grew slower and slower until it paused. The floating dust seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and it seemed to be pulled by thousands of heavy objects, prohibiting it from moving. Rumble! The pumped-up cumulus clouds regrouped a few points lower, and a muffled thunderclap rang out from behind the clouds. Even if Mr. Gu bullies you, what are you going to do? Guxian lightly opened his thin lips, but his voice came from the sky, and the gusts of echoes shook more than once. Wide sleeves and long hair flew, and the landscape drawings on his robes changed continuously. The void behind him rippled, as if something was about to be birthed. A mere wisp of turbid chi from a dead spirit cultivator. How dare you act recklessly? Chapter 30, Eating Chi for Eternal Life. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Qingdaoren, who had been broken through to his true body, was filled with shock, and his mind could not stop churning. He was a spiritualist who had survived from the old days, and the matter had never been mentioned to anyone. How did the other side know? And before the Jedi Heaven and Earth passage, there were quite a few cultivators who could use lightning techniques though. However, in order to utilize the heavenly might, one must be at least in the Mahayana realm. Taoist Ching had not only seen, but had even crossed over to sneak attack a Mahayana cultivator who had failed to cross the threshold of the tribulation, and it was nowhere near as strong as the sense of oppression that this moment brought to him. At this moment, Taoist Ching felt like he wasn't dealing with a human being. Instead, geez, rumble rumble rumble. The Zhang maniacal golden thunder tore apart the dark clouds, revealing the golden thunder pool that was birthed afterward. A golden thunderbolt flowed out of the pool and grew when it saw the wind, instantly transforming into a giant blade of heavenly punishment. The 100-foot phantom that was only made of thick fog and mundane objects could not move, and the right hand that held the floating dust was imprisoned by the cumulus clouds. The huge body was just a target. The heavenly blade slashed downwards along the zenith of the phantom, and a golden stripe slowly cracked to the sides. After a long time, the fog was annihilated in the chopping force. The golden thunder illuminated the Qingshan County, which hadn't seen the sun for a long time, as if it was daytime, returning a clear sky and earth. All the people of Qingshan County who had gathered in front of the noodle stalls fell to the ground one after another like puppets whose strings had been cut. Including the two women in the noodle stall, they were as limp as boneless, their eyes wide open. No one saw that the golden thunder erased the fog phantom and then struck at the crooked-necked willow tree. A slender golden snake crawled out from a charred black crack, drilling into the noodle stall and hovering under Guxian's feet. Pooh dash! Taoist Ching spewed out a mouthful of black blood and flew backward several meters, his breath sharply reduced and shriveled. A wisp of his mind and spirit was gathered in the fog phantom, and now that the phantom had been erased, he had followed suit and suffered heavy damage. Life expectancy comes to an end in an instant, like a candle in the wind on the verge of extinction. Qing Daoran rose from the mud puddle and pursed away the blood from the corners of his mouth in response to the rain. He didn't care about longevity, instead, he looked searingly at the yin and yang that surrounded Guxian's behind. "You're an earth immortal?" After blurting it out, he was puzzled for a split second and self-denied, "No. Earth immortals can't leave their immortal mansions for long periods of time." Having the two chi of yin and yang again, could it be that? "Are you a true immortal?" Guxian's face was unruffled as he spoke faintly. "I'll ask, you answer. Nowadays, the spiritual chi in the heaven and earth is thin, so how do you, spiritual cultivators, cultivate?" Taoist Cheng walked quickly into the noodle stall, his face full of rarity as if he was surveying a supreme treasure. "You don't know anything? Could it be that you've only just awakened? Avoiding death and prolonging life? There are still living true immortals." Even in the face of a suspected immortal's existence, Taoist Ching did not have a trace of awe. And then, as if he had thought of something interesting, he suddenly laughed nervously. So that's how it is. The enlightened creation was right. After saying that, he sat on his butt on the ground, patting his chest and bawling like a child. "The poor Taoist repents. Repent. The poor Taoist has been reduced to an outcast for nothing, his cultivation dissipated. I have fallen to the point where only a remnant of my soul remains." After crying and fussing for a while, Qing Daoran finally calmed down. Tidying up his dirty and unkempt clothes, he bowed to Guxian once again. "Be quite a bit more sincere this time. Thank you, immortal, for showing up and relieving the poor Taoist of years of depression in his heart. It's just that this shell won't last long, and wherever a true immortal asks, the poor Taoist will never hide it." "Earth immortal? True immortal? What exactly is it? And what's the difference? Why does he keep looking behind me? Could it be that there is something?" There were quite a lot of questions in his heart, and since he had bluffed this wisp of residual soul, he would take the opportunity to pull out more information. Guxian's expression remained unchanged. "Speak." He was naturally talking about the question Qing Daoran had asked before he had his seizure. Qing Daoran corrected the head of the fast falling to the shoulder. "Expression seems to be happy and sad." Sighing a finger point in the center of the eyebrow, from which pulled out a strand of red silk, thumb index finger gently twisted, dissipated, and disappeared. "The clean aura is gone. Spiritual cultivators such as myself only have to survive with the help of tainted auras." Without waiting for Guxian to ask further questions, Taoist Ching poured out the beans and talked about the change of times, the decline of spiritual cultivation and the ascension of Xian cultivation. The poor Taoist has fallen with the age of spiritual cultivation. Only a trace of his mind is left to rest in the aura. The cultivators of the new era cultivate Xian, which is an even more marvelous existence. Yet they still need the aid of aura to open up their cultivation. However, the aura has been passing away since the extinction of the heaven and earth passage. It won't be long before it will completely dissipate, entering the age of the end in advance. Until a great power discovered that spirit can open up Xian, and Xian can in turn nurture spirit. But the newly birthed aura, which was created by popularity, is filthy. No wonder. Guxian's heart was shaken after hearing this, and the problem that had plagued him for so long was finally solved. No wonder the cultivators of this era were all hidden from the world, yet their black hands could be seen everywhere. Combined with the words of the three Dan Sutras, Xian cultivation should be cultivated in hiding, borrowing the essence of the sun and the moon to cultivate. Because popularity contaminates Xian. But Xian and aura combined with popularity can in turn harbor a tainted mass of aura. The New Age Xian cultivators need both aura to tap the Xian pass to open their cultivation. It is also important to avoid picking up the living so as not to contaminate one's own gen with human qi. So what's to be done? The answer lies in Lillingham County. Gu Xian guessed that the cultivator behind Lingshan County was a Xian cultivator, hiding behind the scenes and using others to cultivate and harvest aura. Instead, the Qing Taoist in the Qingshan County is the aura that hosts a strand of the spiritual cultivator's divine mind. He doesn't cultivate Xian and doesn't need to avoid popularity. However, since he had no physical body, he coaxed old Tu to let him help him borrow people from all over the county to cultivate aura. Cultivators from two eras ended up on the same path. Eat qi and live forever. Now that he thought about it, the three Dan scriptures that Gu Xian had started with could actually be considered a proper cultivation method. After all, it was just using his flesh as a medicinal field, reclining to cultivate the world and sucking in the sun essence and moonlight for years and years. But, the prerequisite is to have the aura to point open the three metaphysical passages. I'm afraid that the great powers who created the three Dan scriptures didn't anticipate that the aura of the later generations would pass away too quickly. So much so that the cultivators behind them simply didn't have enough aura to point open the Xian pass. The first step, cultivating Reiki, must first obtain Reiki 4 seed. Maybe it's a matter of joining a master, or joining a force. Then divide the captive mortals and cultivate aura with the help of popularity. It's the mainstream of the immortal cultivation world today. However, Gu Xian still had a trace of doubt in his heart. Why didn't anyone take a shot at Hongdi's invitation? According to the heart of the second and third princes, in order to ascend the throne, there was no doubt that they would not reach an agreement with the cultivators. For example, after helping him to ascend the throne, they would reward him with an area as a pasture. Seemingly seeing his doubts, Taoist Qing continued his speech downward. Hey, true immortal, what do you think is up there now? Gu Xian followed Taoist Qing's fingertips and saw him pointing upwards. Naturally, it won't be the roof, but the sky? It's not as good as it used to be, even though I don't know how a true immortal avoids death and prolongs his life. You must not have seen that scene before. Taoist Qing sighed and sighed as his body shook. His entire body trembled unceasingly due to recalling that memory. Click! The pale cheeks crumbled like lumps of clay, breaking into powder and disappearing into midair before they could fall. End of life? His eyes and body had gone pale. Apparently, the old butcher who had helped Taoist Qing plant the aura had not become immortal, but had been similarly harvested. No loss, no loss. True immortal, keep in mind the word cause and effect, and let the world fall apart without any interference. There's something up there watching. Taoist Qing's body was already chafing inch by inch, yet he still looked towards Gu Xian with a smile on his face, arching his hand. The provisions of this clear mountain county will be sent to the true immortal as a gift. When we meet again in another day, the poor Taoist will make amends with the true immortal. Ka-ka-ka-la-la-la-la, the body annihilated with mid-air, leaving only a pale head to fall. Taoist Qing looked up to the heavens with bravado and laughed uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, by my favor, everyone is a Sito. Poor Taoist, go for now. Chapter 31, Parting for a while. Cheng Daorun just dissipated. There was nothing else on the floor except a dirty cloth coat covered in mud and a pair of straw shoes. The golden pattern between the dark clouds overturned faded and far away, occasionally muffled thunder. A moment has come and gone, and the golden thunder will disperse. Rumble, rumble, rumble. But at the last moment when the thundercloud will dissipate, a barrel-thick beam of golden-colored thunder columns smashed into the earth in a flash. It smashed out a deep pit that was half a foot thick and 2 feet deep, with rolling smoke. The remnants of the chipped stones splattered in all directions like rain. There was even a piece that happened to graze the tip of Gu Xian's ear. After a long time of not being able to return to his senses, it was only after the golden thunder had completely dissipated that Gu Xian gritted his teeth and squeezed 2 words out of them. Shinny-sun. That golden thunder came for no reason. It was obviously about to dissipate, but it had to be struck close by. If not for Jean Lei's lack of precision, he was afraid that he would have vaporized on the spot. Gu Xian rubbed the tips of his ears with palpitations. This thing really can't be used often. Unable to distinguish between friend and foe, good at infighting. Almost good for nothing except for calming down the scene. This time, it was still because Taoist Qing's 100 Zhang Dharma phase was high enough that Gu Xian was able to strike decisively. So big a target in splitting not hit, the golden thunder vision is also considered to be ruined. Retracting his thoughts, Gu Xian narrowed his eyes and pondered over Taoist Qing's words before his annihilation. By grace, everyone is a Sito. This guy really does have a backhand. And rightly so, after all, they are the remnants of 2 eras. If it simply dissipated like that, Gu Xian would be suspicious instead. In the end, Qing Daorun was willing to risk going up in smoke to reveal the taboo, but also to make good karma with him. But, looking around the barricaded circle of corpses, Gu Xian's eyes were slightly cold. After a while, the rainstorm, which had lasted 3 or 4 days, finally stopped. The reason why the exact time was uncertain was because the sun had not been seen for these days. Without a timekeeping tool, Guxian's biological clock had long been disorganized. Mist disperses, the sky is still hazy, the iris that covers the 4 fields is more and more dense, almost ripe. Just as Guxian was lamenting, Kong Daud, who had been silently eating melon and playing soy sauce, suddenly spoke out. Sir on the throne, please accept the great virtue. Kong Daud knelt on both knees, cupping his hands in front of him as he bowed his head to Guxian. What is this for? Guxian shot out to try to assist, but was not yet able to lift it. It turned out to be this black-faced man who had transported his true chi to his waist and knees, making a jackhammer technique. Kong Daud respectfully said. Dade had contradicted Mr. Dade. Although he was punished, he was still dissatisfied. However, today I have seen the divine power of Mr. Dade. Dade was greatly shocked. I bow to you because I have no respect for you. Secondly, I want to join you. Dade will not change his loyalty and will not regret it in this life. It's so hard for you to speak in such a literal tone. Get up first. Guxian operated his green-colored aura to add support, and the strength of his jade hand, which looked like a carving, increased greatly. He gently lifted it upwards on his shoulder. Without seeing any force, Kong Daud couldn't help but stand up with the force. Mr. Kong Daud's face was slightly red. He wasn't considered a top-notch fighter in the martial arts, and afterward, he had lost a large amount of chi, blood, and true chi, which had yet to be fully replenished. At this moment, he was showing off his skills in front of Mr. Gu, and when he came back to his senses, he felt that he didn't know what he was doing. So he dropped his head and looked like he was afraid of being reprimanded. Guxian looked amused, so he said in a scrutinizing tone, Dade, I'm not overly fond of you. Before today, he had always had a bad impression of Kong Daud. Reckless and irascible, he said it was the bravado of a Jianghu child, but in reality, he was just irresponsible. Kong Dade scrunched up his neck, and a hint of aggression appeared on his face full of horizontal meat. But he did not dare to argue. Guxian laughed softly and wordlessly, turning his back and turning around again, his tone slightly slower. But, today Gu has slightly changed his mind about you. Whether it's the compassion for little Rui's mother and daughter, or the strong fear of sneaking up on old Butcher to take Guxian away, or just spilling his guts, enough to show that this black-faced man is not bad in nature and there is still salvation. Kong Daud violently raised his head and said excitedly, First, sir, then I. I'm not finished. Looking at the quiet Qingshan County in the mist, Guxian's thoughts flew elsewhere. What Qing Daoren said was right, the world is falling apart. As the aura continued to drain away, the cultivators would also become more and more insane. They only dared to sneak around and do some small actions now, but sooner or later, they would come out into the open. There were 2 paths placed before Guxian. One is to help the evildoers, exploit all the spirits in the world to fulfill their ego, and walk the only transcendence. The other way is to be the praying mantis that stands in the way, playing a hand in this crumbling world. What would he do? Guxian walked back to the noodle stall with heavy steps. The puzzled Kong Daud followed suit and turned around, patiently waiting for him to speak next. The fight in the noodle stall did not last long, and little Rui in the bedding was still sleeping peacefully. Guxian lowered his voice a bit. I can give you a chance. If you reach Mr. Ge's test, you will be allowed to enter. Really? Master, just do as you command. Getting permission, Kong Daud cockily changed his name on the spot. Hee, let's not talk about it so early. Mr. Ge's test isn't simple. Recalling the examination questions given to the current Crown Prince Li Mingji, Guxian slightly hooked his lips. I don't know how ready he is either. After his thoughts briefly drifted for a moment, Guxian gave the conditions of the examination. Mr. Gu wants you to reach at least martial zone within 3 years, and you're not allowed to commit murder or evil. At that time, Mr. Gu will have to listen to how you distinguish between good and evil. 3 years martial sect. Kong Dade's eyes rounded, unable to believe what he was hearing. People who practiced martial arts polished their chi, blood, and true chi, and that was all accumulated over the years in a thick and thin layer. He had practiced martial arts since he was young, and had spent nearly 17 years to reach the middle of the second stream, which was already considered to be a remarkable talent. Now he wants to become a martial sect in 3 years. How can he think of it? It's impossible. Guxian but smiled. In fact, the key to the test he puts out is not in the former, but in the latter's defense of good and evil. He gave Kong Daud enough time to think about it, and expected the black-faced man to respond. Sure enough, after a brief moment of silence, Kong Daud firmly raised his head. Sir, Dade will accomplish your request even if he has to fight with all his might. Oh, it's good to have that heart. Thinking about what the other party did today, Guxian reminded a sentence as if he were pointing out, but don't be obsessed with appearances. Well, it's time to go back. What about them? Put it down for now, Gu will place it later. Knock knock knock. Outside the inn, a warm and calm voice said, Gentlemen, Mr. Gu is back. Please also make it easy. For half a second, seeing no one in the house responded. Outside the door, another loud voice rang out in a jar. Master. Sir, let a certain family come. Guxian, who was watching the inn, took a few steps back in response. In his perspective, all the qi was gathered above the inn, and it was rather blurry and in a very poor state. When Kong Dao slapped his palm and overturned the door panel, perhaps the shock startled the crowd and the qi was once again confused. Inside the room, what came into view was a scarlet-red color. Pale severed limbs were spread all over the floor. It's easy to guess what happened. Guxian stepped on the blank and took a few steps inward, seeing some wooden fragments inlaid in the chest of a wide-eyed corpse next to his feet. It looked somewhat rounded, like beads of some sort. It was reminiscent of the Buddha beads that the young monk always wore on his hand. Guxian stood in the lobby, transported his spiritual energy towards the second floor to his voice, and heated aloud. Master Shi, Warrior Song, see Little Master Net. All please come down, it's already safe. The aura-enhanced voice quickly swept away. Not long after, the crowd who heard his voice carefully pushed open the door, and after confirming that it was the duo through the crack in the door, their emotions flared up. It's really Mr. Gu who's back. Great, we're saved. What had previously been mere fear was now a scramble to get down the stairs, afraid to be a step behind. Elder Shi and the others who believed in Guxian instead came down last, not slowing down nor losing their poise. A quarter of an hour later, in the cleaned lobby, Guxian's few people sat at the long table, none of them putting tea in front of them. Having just died quite a few people, no one was in the mood for tea for the time being. The remaining merchant escorts and handymen closed in a circle around a few people, afraid they might miss a word. Guxian surveyed the qi of the crowd one by one, and sighed in relief after confirming that no one was currently contaminated. It is not clear what will happen in the future. Master Shi, please also leave Qingshan County as soon as possible. Whether to travel or retreat in the future, please also use your own discretion. Alas! Shi saves. After Master Shi arched his hand in obeisance, he reacted to the meaning of Guxian's words with a slight blink. Mr. Good, don't you have a different line from us? At those words, there were more than a few burning colors on the faces of the people. Different lines? That's not going to work. The world is in such a mess, it's almost as if evil spirits are running rampant. Those ghostly things couldn't die even if they were split in half, and if it wasn't for the little monk's hand, the crowd would have been afraid of losing their lives. Anyone with eyes could see that the little monk's skills were far inferior to Mr. Gu. Who would dare to travel without the escort of a high-ranking person like Mr. Gu? Sanya was about to say something when he suddenly felt his feet being kicked twice. Looking after that big thick leg, he saw Kong Dao scowling at him, signaling him not to say much. Yi Changqiu on the side also received the same treatment. The young monk only opened his eyes tiredly and smiled at the words, and then closed his eyes again to continue to recuperate. Guxian is not clear about what exactly happened inside the inn. Look at his face, he has changed a lot. His brain was not as bright as before. Guxian scanned over the crowd's observations and decided to briefly explain a couple of things. Today, Clear Hill County has been reduced to a filthy place full of methane gas. If it is not removed, there will be endless scourges in the future. Well, then, is it all right if we stay for the time being, and then go on our way after the gentleman has cleared out? Master Shi's request was immediately supported by the crowd. Yeah, there's no way to leave Mr. Gu alone in this hellhole. It's just traveling a few days late, no big deal. We can also help you, sir. Guxian saw their little thoughts at a glance but didn't point them out, shaking his head slightly to indicate that it was not possible. Master Shi, you are all mortal flesh. After a long time here, you will be contaminated into these ghosts. Furthermore, Mr. Gu has seen a lot on this trip. It's time to go back after this is over. Seeing that he had taken his words to such a level, even if the crowd was reluctant, they could only shut their mouths. At least they could still leave a good impression. Master Shi, who had also thought of this, clenched his teeth and clapped his hands to make a decision. Old Huang, go tell someone to pack up and clean up, we're leaving right now. Yes, master. With Guxian's words, the handymen who were afraid that they would turn into filth were quick on their feet. Even some of the small merchants followed suit to lend a hand in cleaning up, even discarding some of the goods that were in the way on the spot. 1.5 hours later, the carriages of the Xian caravan had already pulled out in front of the city gates. Guxian didn't ride a horse, and walked and chatted with Master Shi, the three Sanya brothers and the little monk. Not far out of the city gates, a touch of warm color spread over everyone in the Xian merchant team. The warmth and softness of the morning sun as it rose thrilled the hearts and minds of the crowd who had not seen the sun for a long time. In front of me is the morning sun rising, with infinite vitality. Behind them, the mists are still shrouded in death. The two are only separated by a mere line of shadow. A yin and a yang, yet they fit together incredibly well. Guxian stopped and stayed in the shadows, not moving forward. And go, Mr. Gu will be here to see you all off. Master Shi and the others stood still in their steps and turned back to Guxian in unison to make a bow. On the way out, they naturally saw the circle of pale corpses blocking the street entrance, with the crater where heavenly thunder had shattered the earth. Combined with the thunder they had heard in the inn, everything was clear. We thank Mr. Gu for saving our lives. Might as well not matter. Guxian waved his sleeve and explained the last sentence.
If you are traveling again in the future, try to avoid staying in the city and county at night. The people's hearts are fearful. Master Sure once again paid his respects and couldn't help but ask, I wonder where Mr. is located? In the future, we may also pay a visit. Although there was no harm in telling them, Guxian didn't want to fill the mountain with people and disturb his purity. After a few moments of contemplation, became a riddler. Fate will meet. The people could not force themselves to do so, and after saying goodbye one by one, they took one step and 3 turns back to get into the carriage. The last one to get on the bus was the little monk. The mind is free to see the Buddha on the mountain. The young monk folded his hands together, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead when he bent over a little, and his tired face did not see the previous wit. He worshipped, Great Sir. The young monk accompanied the caravan for a while to return to meet the Buddha as well. With the help of Great Sir on this trip, the young monk has finally succeeded in passing through the tribulation. This great favor is beyond words. If Mr. Great goes to meet the Buddha in his day, the whole of the Great Joy Temple will welcome him with great hospitality. Succession is probably the dharma of the Great Joyous Temple. Another unknown path. Seeing the Buddha is worth a visit when he stabilizes. As soon as the thought passed through his mind, Guxian arched his hand and returned a bow towards the young monk. Then Mr. Gu will accept the honor. The sound of heavy hoofbeats kicking away. Guxian didn't retract his gaze until the caravan disappeared at the junction of the horizon and the sun. With a flourish of his long sleeves, he turned back into the gloom to look up at the scarlet firmament. Guxian gazed unseeingly for a long time, and when the red color was bright and colorful, he straightened his clothes and bowed, saying aloud in a single word, Eat thou the spirit of Xian, and bear thy karma. Mr. Gu pays his respects to all of you and enters my Xian Pass. Chapter 32, The Second Metaphysical Pass, Spiritual Wisdom Prana. Longji Mountain is connected to Clear Mountain, which was originally collectively known as Clear Mountain. But then the mountain people got into some trouble with the people of Chongsan County and changed the name of the mountain to Longji on their own. At the top of the mountain, there is some raised bare rock every few dozen steps. At night, the brown surface of the rock looks like the scales of a dragon. At least, that's how the older generation feels. Alright. Father, you don't get tired of saying it so many times. The youth, carrying a large bamboo basket and carrying a small mud-stained shovel upside down in his left hand, impatiently pulled out his ears. Hey! I said, why don't you listen to me? The little old man with the blowing beard and glaring eyes suddenly became anxious. Like our place, there will be immortals to rest a footloose. Immortals? How come I haven't seen the immortals, bless me? This old man and young man were both medicine pickers in the mountains, and occasionally acted as mountain goods men to go to Qingshan County to exchange a few coins. But because the old man wouldn't let him go to Clear Hill County these days, he lost his temper for a while. I am also for your own good. You look at the county everyday dark clouds of pandemonium, at a glance it is. The old man rubbed his eyes hard and looked toward the foot of the mountain again. While, I'm blind, look at the county. Is there no fog? The young man squinted, shielding his eyes from the light with a hand along his forehead. It's really true when you look at it from a distance. It's been almost over a month, hasn't it? It's finally cleared up. The young people were happy that they were finally able to go and play. Blessed by the old gods. I've seen it before, your old man. Yes, the old fairy. The young man rolled his eyes and snorted disdainfully. Then why don't you see that old fairy blessing you, so that you have a terrible headache every day? The old man held it down and rubbed his temples, breaking out in a cold sweat from the pain. But even so, he was still convinced that the old gods had saved Qingshan County. He could dream of miles these days. As an old man and a young woman continued to bicker, they didn't notice that someone was heading up the hill. Until a lilting, clear mountain song drew near. Watching chess rotting, felling trees, walking slowly at the mouth of the valley by the clouds. The pale path is high in autumn against the moon. Recognize the old forest, climb the cliffs and cross the ridge, break the withered vines with your axe. Collect. Yelp. The two of you on top of the mountain, do you have water bags with you? The medicine picker father and son stopped their voices and looked down the mountain at the same time. See the visitor, wearing a new bamboo hat, dressed in a wooden sheep as gauze clothes, the waist ringed with old silkworms spitting silk to tie the ring tapestries. Feet on grass shoes, holding a steel axe, come very free, no worries. It looks like the clothes and dress flat, but the body seems to be ringed with a circle of hazy mist. When it reveals its face, the dusty appearance is rare in the world. Looking at the father and son, two momentarily drifted off. When he was close enough, he asked again. I've met you both. May I ask if you have a water bag with you? Gumao got lost on the mountain today and couldn't find a water source, so I'm thirsty as hell. Ha! Yes. The young man came back to his senses after being kicked by his old man, and was busy putting down the basket and rummaging around for a blackish leather bag. There was also the sound of water rattling as it was handed over and shaken. The man poured out a thank you and took it with both hands before gulping down several large gulps. Oh ha, soothing. Guxian bashfully pursed away the water stains around his mouth with his sleeve and returned the bag with not much left. This unimaginative action is less dusty and more down to earth.
The young man shook the water bag to hear the sound and helplessly retrieved the basket. Why did you ghostly pass it over? This is good, half a day's worth of water is gone. What should I do if I'm thirsty down the mountain? And the old man has pulled Guxian chatting. Two people sitting in front of the body is 1,000 feet in the air, if you lose your footing gods cannot save. Although some of the old man's mountain accent, but even said with a drawing, do not understand can also guess what the meaning from the action. After a brief introduction between the two sides, the old man asked, pointing down the mountain to Qingshan County. You're from the county, postulant? The old man is not entirely right, but can barely only be considered half. Oh. The old man asked again, listen to your accent like a scholar, how do you do this mountain drilling? Behind him, the young man who was organizing baskets of herbs also pricked up his ears. Oh, to visit the old acquaintance but lost the direction, Guma thought simply come to the top of the mountain to see. This is not, the fate of one too, this is not met. That's true, you're lucky to have met us, otherwise you'd be thirsty. The youth didn't understand the meaning of his words and only thought Guxian was saying that he was lucky to have met them and found water to quench his thirst. Guxian lightly laughed and glanced at him without explaining, continuing to chat with the old man east to west. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Guxian took the opportunity to change the subject. Old abbot, it's not good to drink your water for nothing. It just so happens that Gu knows some pulse taking, so consider it as payment. It's not good. The old man looked at his own pitch-black dirty hands, then looked at Guxian's palms that had an almost crystalline complexion and long knuckles, and his old face reddened in some embarrassment. Father, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and ask this brother to show you. The young man hated his father's ignorance and tugged his hand forward in a hurry. In their village, there is only a half-witch, half-doctor, half-hanging man, every time the consultation fee dare to ask for half a chicken. Qingshan County, needless to say, just a little to dare to ask for tens of dollars. Now that you've met someone who knows how to heal, you can't rush to take advantage of them. Unable to argue with his son and unable to excuse himself, the old man wiped his hands on his clothes and extended them with formal care. Guxian could see his thoughts, and without a care in the world, he extended his fingertips to press on his pulse. Big brother, what happened to my father? Guxian, who had composed himself, did not speak up. The young man turned his head, but saw his dad an old face densely covered in sweat, holding a deep red. It's not a proper pulse taking at first glance. Hurry up and let go of my father. Either that, or I'll. The young man looked to his left and right, and when he saw a stone, he picked it up and smashed it against Guxian's head. However, when it was about to make contact, it collided into a mass of greenish light. Touch. The sound of an explosion, the stone slag shattered into several pieces. Guxian waved away the floating dust with a wave of his hand, keeping his other hand pressed firmly on his pulse. Only when the dust descended did he release his hand. Cough cough. You have quite the temper. Alright, it's Mr. Gu who's being nosy. Guxian picked up his mountain opening axe and stood up, stretching before heading down the mountain at a brisk pace. The frequency of the steps seemed small, but they were gone in the blink of an eye. Dirty things. The young man recalled the ghosts in the mountains that the old man used to talk about and couldn't help but gulp. After recovering his mind, he hurriedly set up his old man. Dad, are you okay? The old man opened his eyes in a daze. After a moment of mental trance, he shook his head. With a start, he shook it again and then bared his teeth. It doesn't hurt anymore? It really doesn't hurt anymore. It's a miracle, doctor. Looking around, he didn't see Guxian and was so angry that he slapped his son on the neck. And after, what about that divine doctor? Driven away by me. Speaking of this, the young man even gestured and said how strange the man was. Stones can't be hit by rocks, they come and go without a trace, they are mysterious and unusual. So that one is Dash. Thought of their own stupid son did a good thing after the old man in front of a black eye, to stand still after the hand on the ground rummage up, the mouth also read the words. Father, what are you looking for? I'm looking with you. Sticks. What do you need a stick for? The mountains are full of them. Here, look at this one, it's thick and hard. Pa. Aga pain. Dad, what are you doing? I'm going to beat you to death today, you simpleton. On the other hand, Guxian had already arrived halfway up the mountain with a pace, and was still spinning a light red line in his hand. Oh, Taoist Shine. Why don't we just call the cockroach Taoist, you're really everywhere. With that, the palm of his hand clenched. When he opened it again there was nothing in his palm. During the month he stayed in Qingshan County, Guxian did many things. The first and foremost rule is to refine all auras. The smaller city of Clear Hill County has a total population of 11,824. And that's not even counting the livestock like chickens, dogs, pigs and cows. Although it is not possible to cultivate aura with livestock, Xian exists in all of them, and the accumulation is not a small amount. It was a pity that Guxian was unable to cultivate a vision by seizing Xian. Each time it is refined, it can only be stripped and dispersed. It took nearly a month before and after to finish refining this aura that had been raised by tens of thousands of people. Not only did it completely point open the second metaphysical gate's spiritual wisdom prana located in the center of the brow, it also nudges the force prana located in the throat chakra a third of the way open. Gu Xian also had a conjecture of accommodating the vision, but it was inoperable at the moment and could only be put on hold for the time being. And also strangely, Gu Xian's basilica was a bit picky. Only the dirty part of the aura is fed at a time, while the innermost clean aura is refined to feed the body. The clean portion of the aura raised by more than 10,000 people is no more than a fistful. However, Gu Xian had a feeling in the bottom of his heart that this fist-sized green-colored aura was solid and thick, as if it was substantial, and was even quite spiritual. I'm afraid that even in the era before the Jedi Heaven and Earth passage, it would be difficult to find an aura of such quality. If Gu Xian were to give a title, this greenish-green aura could already be called a spirit core. Unfortunately, he didn't have a spiritual cultivation technique for running his aura for the time being. One could only refer to the secret martial arts moves left behind by Songya and the others, and use the aura as real chi. The good thing is that it won't be lost. If the other cultivators knew that Mr. Gu was such a wasteful person, I'm afraid they'd be furious on the spot, right? Gu playfully conjured up a green aura and coiled it around. Refining away the newly arrived clear Taoist had almost no effect on tapping the third Xian pass. It seemed that every time one tapped the Xian pass, the amount of aura required was quite a bit more. Gu Xian didn't dare to be sure, as he wasn't sure how much aura he needed to tap the first Xian pass now, and when he did so, lice are not afraid to bite, take your time to explore. The aura revolved once again, and his body was as light as a feather in an instant, following the wind. He really wasn't specifically looking for the pill-picking father and son today. As previously stated, that was indeed an accident. After more than a month of climbing this mountain path, Gu Xian still forgot from time to time exactly where he had buried the people of Qingshan County. It was only after about half an hour, almost halfway across the mountain, that Gu Xian finally found the graveyard. 11,824 people, naturally, cannot be buried together. Most were buried by him at the foot of the mountain. A few were buried in different locations in order to reunite the deceased with their families. During these days, Gu Xian was digging from morning to night and back again. He dug pits for all men, women, children, and animals, large and small. As for the coffin he did not do, cannot afford to spend with quilts and other wrapped more tightly, make do. Those who are family are buried together. Lonely families coming together. Some people live with a bad reputation and have to find locations that are more remote and not too remote. Like the three ladies selling water powder, Gu Xian hesitated for a long time before making his decision. It was not easy to dig at least 300 pits a day, even if Gu Xian had an aura to protect him. But, he gritted his teeth and held on. As Taoist Qing said on his deathbed, the word cause and effect is the most difficult. When Gu Xian decided to refine the spiritual qi, he felt an invisible force hanging in front of the spiritual platform, and his body was surrounded by a sense of unknown attention. It made his consciousness dull and sluggish, even as his emotions rippled repeatedly. When he was at the critical moment when he clicked on the second metaphysical barrier, he was even closer to losing his mind and spilling and destroying a residence before regaining his sobriety. It's a good thing that you narrowly clicked on the basement door, otherwise the consequences would have been difficult to predict. In hindsight, Gu Xian understood that he should have been contaminated by aura. This kind of slip-up negligence shouldn't have happened, and there was something unusual about the loss of heart and mind. The word cause and effect jumped into the mind in a smooth manner. So Gu Xian carried the shovel and buried the people one by one. In this way, it really cleared his spiritual platform quite a bit, and the feeling of being watched was also alleviated a bit. And this time, obliterating a wisp of Cheng Daorun was once again a little easier. Looks like I'm going to have to face you from now on. Gu Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, laughing lightly as he carved a wooden plaque and stuck it in a pile of graves to the side. The engraving is strong and powerful, and the brush is like iron. To dead. To you. This is the grave of the two family, father and son. Or Gu Xian rummaged into the county office and found them in the household register booklet. The reason why they were buried here was because old Tu's wife was buried here. A family of 3. It's neat to die. It was hard for Gu Xian to judge this man, old Tu, as good or bad. Had been honest people who didn't even want to bother anyone with their deaths. Instead, they end up meeting what they thought was a chance after having a death wish. It's not for him to judge what's better or worse. Down the hill, in a flowering bush at the foot of the mountain, only 2 people are buried there. Little Rui and her mom. In front of little Rui's grave, there was also a small black jar. You could smell a sweet odor even from a distance. Gu Xian came over with a piece of bamboo in his hand, and after sitting down, he first took an axe and sharpened out a few bamboo sticks, stirring them in the jar. The hardness of the solidified maltose was not bad, and even though Gu Xian had worked out quite a bit by digging graves during this time, he still wasted some effort. Putting it into his mouth and slowly melting it, Gu Xian lay on his back in the flowers, using his ruah hat to cover the blinding sunlight. He murmured softly through the afterglow until the sun set and the light dimmed. You're right, it still wasn't made sweet enough this time. Maybe Brother Sugarcane's recipe was wrong. What really needs to be changed? It's this world. Chapter 33, the bamboo staff and shoes are lighter than horses. A light, drizzly rain. The road was muddy and tangled with feet, which was a bit annoying. It's a great time to travel and play for the literati. A trail runs from west to east, connecting two horizons.
The mountains on both sides are neither too high nor too short, neither too steep nor too flat. Bamboo forests grow everywhere, becoming more and more verdant in the misty rain. When the breeze ruffles the bamboo leaves, Arua hats and straw raincoat just into the scene, end of the harmony. The view is picturesque. In his hands was a young bamboo staff, as green as jade. Under his feet, he stepped on thatched grass shoes, as light as the wind. From a distance, it appeared to be just an ordinary rusher. However, as it strides forward, a glistening flash of greenish air swirls under its feet, its figure as illusory as a ghost. One moment he was in the mound, the next moment he arrived at the foot of the mountain. It seems to have the ability to shrink into an inch. In the sound of wind and rain, you can still hear it is dashingly chanting poems for its own pleasure. Don't listen to the sound of the leaves beating in the forest, but chant and walk slowly. Who's afraid of a bamboo stick and shoes that are lighter than a horse? A straw raincoat, wind and rain renping life. Ha 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 ha. The fresh air, slightly earthy and tree-trunked, makes you feel lighter as you indulge in the mountains and forests. That person's footsteps down a step, light body high up stepping on the rocky mountain wall, after a few light jump, to the side of the body side flip a leap bent bamboo top. Do not wait for the bamboo to continue to fold, will step by step a bamboo, in the sea of bamboo to roam. Seems to blend with the mountain breeze. I do not know how many miles of line, until after crossing the Green Mountain group only slightly tired. Somewhere at the end of the bamboo sea, seeing that this place is visually open and transparent from north to south. The man simply leaned against the highest part of the bamboo, so that the branches slightly curved, and then crossed his legs to the top of the order of bamboo. Underneath the pressure, forming a natural hammock. From the waist untied a yellow gourd tied with a hemp rope, just pulled open the gourd mouth, a rich wine aroma cannot wait to escape. Sniff. It's no thanks to Counselor Chi. The hidden wine is just fragrant. I also wonder if the 10 taels of silver left behind by Gumao is enough to pay for this gourd of wine? Guxian, also not on the gourd mouth, raised his head and poured out a golden-colored wine line. With the slightly cold wind and rain, drinking it adds a little more flavor. Mild in the mouth, like fire in the stomach but not hurtful, with a strong aftertaste that lingers for a long time. Good wine, good wine. Left hand carrying a wine gourd from time to time to drink a mouthful, body leisurely rocking. I don't know whether it is on the bamboo force, or for this beautiful scenery intoxicated. After about a trifle of alcohol, Guxian heard a clamor rising from a pavement intersection in the north. When he looked away to observe, he suddenly sensed a change in the long unmoving lingui prana, and he couldn't help but hook his lips and laugh out softly. Funny, funny. It's really everywhere karma ha. The next moment, the bamboo branch trembled violently. The figure on it disappeared, leaving only a disturbed fallen leaf. Hiya, hiya, tap, tap, tap. The sound of two horses' hooves on the mud was slightly dull, but there was a crisp sound when they kicked off the fine stones, so they were thought to be loaded with horse iron. A top snow piebald was in the front, followed by another red monkey with a black mane and black tail. The former horse had only stepped out of the pit when the latter's hooves followed and stamped on it. The two men on the horse's back were crouched low, swaying back and forth with the horse's amplitude. Horse side each hanging a fine iron scimitar. Leather knife sheath but extremely new, obviously is the first time into the Jianghu new generation. Too little vigilance and someone will always come along to teach them the dangers of the jungle. Just as it is, at this moment. Little Mr. Su, they're catching up. The youngster on the red monkey's back raised his head slightly, his eyes only opening a slit before being blown by the strong wind and filled with tears. The teenager on the back of the piebald was slightly older, about 14 or 15 years old. Glancing sideways and backward, he saw a group of fierce men wielding long swords and spears clinging to him. Why is it raining? She pursed her lips, forcing herself to calm down, and bellowed a pep talk to those behind her. Let's pick up speed again. It's almost to the border of the inland waterway, and then we'll be saved. The voice traveled equally well down the wind into the ears of the murderous man. They screamed with delight. Run faster again. It's a waste to let you guys ride such a good horse. Indeed, neither man was very good at driving a horse. From time to time, he clenched his legs to control the force, fearing that he might throw himself out if he went too fast. And the murderous man who chased the duo had apparently spent years on horseback for a living. The small man at the head had some chicken breasts. A hand of ring iron sword danced like a tiger. And with the advantage of being short, he showed off his skills on horseback one after another. Jumping from the left stirrup to the right, and then jumping from the right to the saddle. Greedy and appreciative eyes were dead set on the two steeds, as if they had become his personal possessions. The horsemen were just as excited, only unlike the little man on the good horse. This group of bandits was looking at the two on horseback. Out loud he sneered. There really is a lady who reads 2 books and then dresses up as a man to break into the world. That scent is making me crazy. Come on, let's not play around, let's go after them. Big brother is not good at this, so let us brothers be their male friends. Ah ha ha ha. The slurs behind them caused the pair to blanch. They don't understand how exactly they were exposed. It had obviously been disguised and even had a fake beard attached. Duke Su glanced at the horse's side scimitar, hesitated, and then gave up the idea.
There were only 2 of them, while there were 9 on the opposite side. Although she was confident that she could fight off 1 or 2 of them, the confused little maid could really do nothing but eat and sleep. Damn it! This young lady is not convinced. Duke Su copied the horse whip and snapped it. Hiya hiya! Whinny! The 4 hooves of the frightened top snow piebald accelerated once again, almost to the extent that it could not be seen by the naked eye. The little maid knew that eunuch Su was trying to let go of the fight, and gritting her teeth, she also hardened her head and accelerated again. The 2 steeds were without restriction and exploded one after another like a contest. In just a few short breaths, they easily left their pursuers behind. Strangely enough, those 9 people continued to follow closely after seeing no hope of catching up, neither giving up nor accelerating. When they saw that they were about to leave the mountain road and enter the official road, Sugonzi 2 people brightened up in front of their eyes, but did not see the 9 people behind them actually sneered at the same time. Miss! Danger! At the critical moment the little maid couldn't care less about her earlier instructions and immediately raised her voice when she realized the abnormality. Only to see a line of people break out of thin air from the mountain crevice in front of him on the right and come galloping in. The clothes and dress were extremely similar to the 9 people behind them, and they were obviously a group, only to outflank them first. How? Seeing that she was about to dive headlong into the encirclement, Miss Su pulled the reins to a sudden stop, and her delicate palm quickly wore off a layer of skin, causing her eyes to turn red with pain. Whinny! The 2 stallions slowed to a chronic pace, which at the moment was like pacing in place compared to their previous speed. Miss Su and the little maid duo looked at the front, totaling 5 people. Looking back again, the 9 people also blocked the retreat. The mountain walls on both sides formed a natural fence at the moment, and the 2 men were the turtles in the jar. What to do? What to do? Miss Su, who has always remained calm, also panicked. After all, she has just turned 14 and does not have much experience. More than a dozen menacing, lewd-eyed thugs step by step, fall into their hands of the absolute cannot be good. MS. Su hung her little head in watering eyes. It's my fault for not listening to my father. Thinking about it, she rested her eyes on the curved sword on the side of the horse, her eyes becoming more and more determined and resolute. With his head held high, he drew his scimitar as soon as he could. Shine! The sons and daughters of the Su family would rather die than be humiliated. When the little maid saw her put the blade at her neck, she blossomed and screamed, "Miss, don't!" But she underestimated Miss Su's determination and self-respect. Without hesitation, the blade was about to press downward. Clang! A stone thrown straight at her picked off the blade, shocking Miss Su's wrist and causing her to go numb, and she let out a delicate cry with an ague. This change of heart could not be said of Miss Su and the little maid. Even the group of bandits froze for a split second, alerting their surroundings in unison. The small man with the chicken chest even stood on the back of his horse, holding up his large sword and shouting angrily, "What man? What man? People!" The sound echoed through the empty valley over and over again. Just as the sound would disappear completely, a swoosh, swoosh, swoosh sound rang out from behind the crowd. A piece of gravel followed, striking each man precisely in the back or the back of the neck. The crowd was brought down to the ground by the force coming from the tiny stone. Wailing and neighing of frightened horses. Ouch! It hurts like hell! A demoiselle slowly stepped out from behind the clearing. He was carrying a bamboo staff in one hand and tossing a few stones in the other. Me? Just a passerby. Swoosh! Chapter 34, To kill the evil, we need to kill all the evil. Seeing his men being smashed off their horses one by the other party as if they were playing with stones, cold sweat broke out on the small chicken-chested man's forehead, clutching the hilt of his knife a few more times as if it would give him a sense of security. Can't beat it. Can't fight at all. At least, he asked himself, he couldn't do it to that extent. Decidedly, he moved forward and cupped his fists and confessed, "Today, we will sell the warrior a face, go, brothers." Though he said so with his mouth, he made some gestures behind his hand. Miss Su and the little maid noticed this keenly and voiced a reminder. "Warrior, be careful, this evil man doesn't know what he's up to." Unexpectedly, the 5 people who blocked the road were actually rushing towards the 2 of them. With no place to dodge, they were dragged off the carriage with a cry of pain. The murderers just put their blades on their necks. Looking at their posture, they wanted to hold them as a threat. Guxian pressed into the front of the footsteps. Pause for a moment. Seeing this, Chicken Chest Small Man secretly said, "There is a game, but do not dare to be too reckless." Still good voice and good manners to hold hands, and said, "This warrior, we are all living on the tip of a sword. It's better to make a grudge than to make a connection, don't you think so? Even if you're as skilled as you are, there's no way you can take care of so many of us in an instant. But, if you let us go, these 2 will naturally be safe and sound." He can too understand this group of rivers and lakes to swim children, the benevolence and righteousness than anything else. Take hold of the soft underbelly, and then out of the words of irritation, not to say let its hands to capture, at least can also have a moment of slack. By then, the small, chicken-chested man sneered, his hand groping quietly for something in the cinch under the saddle. If it was a young man who had just entered the martial arts world, he might really be bluffed. It was even possible to tie their hands and be killed back. Hey! However, Guxian sighed softly, lifting up the Ruo hat with one hand and throwing it upwards. revealing a shoddy wooden mask. When everyone was briefly drawn to attention, Guxian's figure abruptly disappeared in place. Running the bagua steps under his feet, he inches in to close the distance between him and the small chicken-chested man. When the latter reacted and looked down to see the cat-face-like mask, his heart trembled violently. With both hands, he raised his sword to forcefully slash Huashan. However, the cut-off bamboo staff was much faster and zoomed in the field of vision extremely fast. At some point, Guxian had already come under the horse, his body half-crouching as he sent the bamboo staff forward, the end of the bamboo gently pointing on his chin. There was a crunching sound, and the small chicken-breasted man only felt a sharp pain and numbness in his jaw. As if he had hit a stone pillar, his brain was shaken for a moment. Then, his brain went blank and completely lost consciousness. The whole person was sent flying several meters by that light point before landing, and it was hard to know whether he would live or die. Without giving the murderer a chance to return the favor, Guxian straightened up and turned his point into a sweep, drawing a half-moon from left to right, sweeping down all the murderers still sitting on their horses. And the parts of them that were grazed by the bamboo cane had shattered bones and muffled sounds, touching both serious injuries. The murderer holding Miss Sue's duo hostage widened his eyes and opened his mouth when he was about to say something. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. The silhouette disappeared. At the same time, a chill ran down the backbone. A hard point slid slowly upward along the spine at the tailbone. "Drop your sword and dismount yourself." The man's voice was warm and clear, but in his ears it was no different from the impermanent summons. Clunk. Flop flop. In less than half a quarter of an hour, a full 14 mountain bandits were picked over by one person. There wasn't even a chance to resist. The 5 kneeled in front of the small, chicken-chested man right in front of them. The jawbone was shattered into crumbs mixed in with the flesh and blood, all wrapped in a layer of skin, and the eyes full of disbelief trembled. Kneeling 5 people swallowed spit. The demoiselle guest's back did not even dare to breathe a breath of air. This is meeting someone who can't be messed with. Guxian is not in a hurry to deal with them. The bamboo cane picks up the Ruah hat from the ground. Tap. The brim of the hat did not tap clean, after a brief hesitation or re-put on. After all, it was made up by hand, so it's a shame to lose it. He skipped over a few murderous men and the horses, but lingered a moment longer on the top snow piebald and the red monkey. And only then did he look at the 2 female-dressed gentlemen. Bigger pair of phoenix cold eyes, lips as if pointing vermilion sand, skin as if condensation jade fat. A small age, but the eyebrows of the initial valiant posture, anyone who seems to be called on the word warrior. It's not open yet, but you can already tell it's a beauty. The smaller one, which was supposed to be a maid, was hiding behind her young master, poking out a curious little head. The age of about only 11 or 12, baby fat on the face has not yet disappeared, big round eyes with cat eyes. Unfortunately, this master and servant, both melodramatic and not very smart in the head, dressed in green cotton weave power suit, plastered with 2 mustaches pinching thick voice, then thought he was disguised like a man. But both the tone of voice and the gesture of movement had long since revealed the daughter's body. At least wear a mask like him. Guxian clasped his fists at the 2 of them, unable to tell much about his expression from his mask. 2 young warriors, it's not easy to walk in the middle of nowhere. There are many bandits on the road, so be more careful in the future. After saying that, he raised his steps with the intention of going. It seems that he just happened to pass by, and now he is going to leave after he has finished his chivalrous deeds. Ms. Sue froze, looking at the lying corpses on the ground trembling. Today's lesson has taught her a lesson, and the more she thinks about it, the more scared she is. Now encountered a kind person to save. She also no longer continued to disguise, tore off 2 mustaches and shouted softly, "Please stay, warrior." Oh. Guxian turned around and saw that both of them had retired their disguises and even untied their hairbands, letting their long hair hang down. Miss Sue asked for a blessing forward, her cheeks blushing slightly as she looked up at him. In a delicate voice, she said, "My daughter Sunjinjin is from Ronglei Prefecture, and because she aspires to what is written in the books of words, she secretly hides from her family and goes out with her maid. However, when I first entered the Jianghu, I saw the danger and evil. Without the help of a great warrior, I almost caused a big disaster. I have no words to repay you, but only a small amount of family money, so I hope that the warrior will not refuse." Guxian raised his eyebrows slightly with a few moments of interest. This little liar, not a word of truth comes out of his mouth. The Ronglei Prefecture is not far from here, but it is on the western side. But Guxian clearly saw that these 2 were fighting to the north. The name is probably fake too. He said that he wanted to repay, but in reality, he wanted to whore out Guxian as a bodyguard for nothing. Plus, saying you have a little family money? Guxian looked at the flash of purple in her chi and sulked. It's impossible for the spirit wisdom prana to throb for no reason. In this child, there may be the possibility of helping me accommodate the vision. Right now her heart is too high, not a good time to make contact. After thinking about it, he waved his hand. Miss has overestimated Gumao. Now that the predicament has been solved, it's better to leave quickly while it's still light. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. Warrior? Warrior? Miss Sue chased after 2 steps simply could not keep up. The person in front of her did not seem to have a fast pace, but quickly disappeared from sight. Looking at the people lying dead on the ground, she didn't dare to stay at all. Pulling the little maid onto the horse, she chased after Guxian in the direction he left. When the crowd left, those who had fallen on their knees took a relaxed breath. Others lay on the ground in a big shape, cursing under their breath as they did so. Damn these martial artists. Minding their own business because they have a few skills. Big brother is considered to be ruined. Let's hurry up and leave, and start again in a new place. Beware of the killer's return. Aye shucks. Just him? If he comes back, Grandpa will kill him. Oh, how do you do that? I had to strip him. The man's words caught in his throat and he couldn't speak. The voice that rang out wasn't any of those present. Instead, it sounded like, the martial artist? The five jerked their heads around to see the masked man who should have left crouching behind them. One hand was pinned to his cheek. When he saw them looking, the bamboo cane tapped on the ground. Shoddy catface masks are like bone-knocking boogeymen in the accompanying sound. Indeed, cutting down evil needs to be eliminated, huh? Half an hour later, the color of the blood on the ground was faded quite a bit by the thin rain. On one side of the road, an extra row of bulges appeared on the ground. The roots of a piece of bare rock were covered in moss after years of not seeing the sun. Its top was still clean, and Guxian wiped off the water stains before meditating on it with his knees crossed. After digesting the harvest of the trip, he opened his eyes and sighed. Karma. What exactly is it? After saving Sun Yin Yan and beheading the group, Guxian felt a wave of karma attach itself to him. It was different from refining aura in the middle of Qingshan County. This time, the cause and effect actually slightly cleared his spiritual platform and purified his Tao heart. It was just that the cause and effect was too thin, and the perception wasn't really obvious. If there were more words. Guxian got up on his bamboo staff and slowly chased after the Sun Yin Yan duo along the direction they had left. The sound faded in the empty valley. It seems that Mr. Ge's chance is just around the corner. Speaking of which, Shangjing is this direction, right? Chapter 35, The Village Guard. The top snow piebald slowed to a stop in obedience to the force of the rains. Somewhere in the open wilderness. Ms. Sue was looking around with a blank expression. Half a dozen times, the shape muttered something like a murmur. Where is it? Let the little ring take a look. The little maid made an effort to stretch her neck to look higher. To no avail, she sat back down on the horse and rubbed her neck with a small grunt. Xiao Huan doesn't know either. Miss, aren't we walking along the road? Why are we here? Take a walk that way. As Miss Sue and the little maid walked towards the deep mountains, Guxian, who was following behind, had a head full of questions. This sense of direction, it's outrageous. Along the way, he witnessed how the duo made their own way out of the road to the left or right. If anything, an hour ago Guxian still recognized the road. After following the two little girls for a while, he now had no idea where he was in the nook. So how on earth did these two roadies survive this long? Guxian was puzzled, deeply puzzled. Based on that purple color seen when looking into the air, I can guess that this little liar is most likely to be a rich young lady who was related to the royal family. Guxian concealed his figure all the way, originally wanting to see who was following in the shadows for protection. But as far as the results are concerned, it really doesn't seem to be. Okay, let's say the two of them sneaked out with a well-thought-out plan. But wouldn't a mom and dad be worried? I'm sure they'll send a large number of people after us. No one has sought it out until now. Either that or the duo were so outrageously road-weary that they threw off their pursuers. Either that or someone is targeting the duo. No. In targeting her power? Guxian looked at the two of them and shook his head slightly. Any fight is good, and the fire can't burn on him anyway. But if the two were allowed to go on like this, sooner or later there would be an accident. Just as he was about to show up and lead the two away, he suddenly heard the surprised voice of the little maid. Miss, look, there's smoke from the cooking their hay. There must be a village there. Where, let's see. It's really there. You're a sharp-eyed little girl. Hey. The village? Guxian squinted his eyes forward and could vaguely make out tumultuous chi gathering in the distance. The metaphysical gateway located in the spiritual wisdom prana is vaguely agitated. The two of them followed the smoke of the cooking pots and found a village at the foot of the mountain. This place is remote and hard to find, and is rarely visited. When the horse's hooves entered, it startled the village with dogs barking and chickens crowing. Woof, woof, woof. Cluck 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 cluck. Miss Sue's legs clamped under her body to strangle the reins, and the horse's hooves slowed to a halt. The village is unmarked and it is not clear what it is called. There was an old acacia tree at the head of the village, about 3 or 4 feet high, with a circle of stones around its roots. There are wooden signs tied with red ropes hanging from the branches, and when the wind blows the wooden signs collide and clatter. Behind the tree sat a figure, unable to see if it was male or female in the night. Little Gongzi, Xiao Huan doesn't feel too comfortable. Why don't we just leave? The little maid timidly looked towards the village in the night, feeling a little hairy at the bottom of her heart. After being blown by the wind, she hated to shrink her little head into her clothes. I'll ask first. Looking up, I could already see the stars hanging over Jade Li. Now, with two eyes in the dark and disoriented, it was still too dangerous to catch the night road. Miss Sue's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she dismounted the horse. Taking 2 steps closer to the old acacia tree, he pinched his thick voice and asked, "Mountain House, may I ask where this is?" Behind the tree, the man stirred at the sound, his breathing intensifying sharply. Not to mention the little maid, even Miss Sue had noticed that something was wrong. What kind of normal person breathes faster when asked? Disturbed, Miss Sue lightly stepped back to the horse and tried to draw her curved sword to protect herself, but touched a blank. It was then that I recalled that the sheath and the knife had been left at the trail. At the same time, the man fell to the ground from behind a tree. Twitching and flopping, he lay on his back and rolled around for a week, as if he were a long worm with his tail cut off. The man turned to the ground. Both arms were bent and propped up underneath, and underneath his pudgy face full of hardened mud clumps, a pair of muddy eyeballs stared at Miss Sue dead in the face. Cluck 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 ah ah ah. He dragged his legs, braced himself on the ground and folded his arms in a vain shadow, and with a shrill and strange cry, he rushed up. Ms. Sue sidestepped to avoid, but underestimated the speed of the other party. She was crushed to the ground by the strange man with an open arm. "Oh you let go of me. Let go of me." Ms. Sue reacted by clenching her pink fists and slamming them at the strange man, trying to use them to break free. But the strange man's muscles were unexpectedly strong, and the ring was like hammering on a stone. She also suffered the disadvantage of having a petite body, and couldn't hurt the weirdo's weak points at all. Cluck 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 black. Danger aha. The strange man pressed himself against the top of Ms. Sue's forehead and screamed a garbled, strange cry. "Let go of my son, or Xiao Huan will chop you to death." The little maid carried her scimitar in both hands, her body swayed straight, and her bulging little face pretended to be fierce and threatening. But the strange man regarded her as nothing and continued to press on Miss Sue, repeating the strange words over and over again. "Miss." The little maid didn't dare to hesitate. Compared to the life of this strange man, naturally it was her own young lady who was important. Both hands clenched the handle of the knife, tightly closed eyes, shouted to cut. It was also at this time that the village people, awakened by the mess, rushed out with torches. "Who on noisy this? My dog is barking all the time, so I can't sleep." "Yeah, it's this bean again." The leader, an old herdsman, raised the hoe in his hand and staged a smothering at the back of the strange man. Knockout with a muffled thud, hitting squarely in the loins. The strange man ate the pain and his body went limp, rolling away like a gourd. At the sight of the fire strangely, digging up a handful of grassy wet mud on the ground to paste on his eyes and nose, fleeing like a headless fly dragging his legs. The speed at which the strange man crawled was so amazing that the old man could not catch up with his hoe. Taking a few ragged breaths, the old herald spat thickly on the ground and cursed. "Out of the way letterball stuff. I'll kill you alive if I catch you one more time." Bah! Before returning to the village, he first handed the hoe to a middle-aged man and looked at Miss Sue with a kind smile. "This male. Oh, so it's a girl doll." The 3 handfuls of beard and crown of hair to which Miss Sue had adhered had long since fallen off as she struggled to free herself from the strange man's bonds. Only to see her long black satin-like hair falling on her shoulders, she pulled her shirt tight with fear. The red color on her thin wrists was especially conspicuous. Tempting eyes full of tears, reflecting the swaying light of the fire, seems to hide a wink of autumn water. Shell teeth gently bite, tender as petals like moist red lips more and more attractive. The fear in her heart had not gone away, and the valor between her emerald brows was dispersed for the most part, leaving only a pitying petulance. All those present, both the old and the strong, froze. "We're all from the mountain villages, how have we ever seen such good looks?" Gulp. "Boy, this is a fairy daughter, isn't it?" Hearing the off-key voices in the crowd, the old herald glared backwards so hard that he was muted. Obviously this old herdsman's status was not low, most likely the village head of this village. Niramesa was squatting down with the help of others, and repeatedly apologized to Miss Sue. "Nell is frightened, isn't she? What a shame. That bean is the scourge of our village. It attacked quite a few people in the past. We thought that after all it was a life, so we broke his legs. Thinking of feeding a little food every day is also considered to do good. I did not expect His eyes clouded for a minute, and he grunted coldly and angrily. "This scourge. I'll beat him to death with my own hands tomorrow. I'll kill him myself tomorrow, so that he won't come out to harm people again." Ms. Sue shivered, a little frightened by this village chief's words. Niramesa also realized that he had said too much, and smilingly stretched out his old hand full of rough calluses, reaching out to gently pat Miss Sue's delicate wrist. In order to make amends to both of you, let's stay this night. Look at the color of the sky, it's not early." "No, Miss Sue was just about to politely decline when she saw Muramesa stand up and shout behind her. Delir. The backyard of the Tender family is big, go and take these 2 beasts. Horses away. Feed them well. Hey, here it comes." A short, fat, solid man pushed his way out of the crowd and grinned as he yanked up the reins and, without a second thought, nearly staggered the 2 horses. Squinting his eyes towards Miss Sue, he smiled. "You two can rest assured, I will definitely feed your horses with the most tender grass. He. When he finished speaking, his eyes remained on the two girls. It was not until he was called by the village chief once again by name that the horses were taken away. Muramasa waved at the others as well. Alright, let's disperse. Watch out for that beam from now on, don't let him run out and wreak havoc again. Yes, got it. After the village people dispersed, Muramasa whacked his back to straighten a few points, and said with his back turned, "There is still an empty room in the house. I asked my mother-in-law to clean it up. Take a good rest this evening and wait until tomorrow morning, right?" Miss Sue and the little maid, who were holding each other together, looked at each other and nodded hesitantly. "Then I'll trouble you, Abbot." Ahem. Ahem. No trouble. Whoa ta 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 ta. Another gust of wind blew the wooden sign from the tree. At some point, a silhouette actually sat on the branch. The man held a wooden plaque with a red band tied around it in his palm, recognizing the words on it with difficulty by the light of the moon. Lu, Jin, N.I. Like a girl's name. Guxian looked at the village and pondered for a while before jumping down from the tree. But instead of entering the village, he walked in the direction of the strange man who had been fought off. It wasn't hard to trace, as the man dragged his legs across the ground leaving a line of snake-like prints. Following the direction of the trail, he was surprised to find that after making a loop, the trail circled back around to the vicinity of the village. It was a mound in the middle of a meadow. Pushing back the long grass that hides it reveals the mud hole in it that is less than half a man's height. The strange man was inside, and when he was discovered, he opened his mouth and was about to tear into Guxian. Ta! A bamboo pole was placed across his upper and lower teeth. Whoa! The strange man shrank back into the depths with a strange shriek, his eyes glowing languidly. Guxian put down his bamboo staff and raised his hands again to show that he meant no harm. Taking off his mask to reveal his face, he smiled gently at him. "Don't be afraid, village guardian. My name is Guxian." Chapter 36, Master Montenegro. The name of the village guardian was still something Guxian had heard in his previous life. This refers to special persons in rural areas who are born with mental retardation or disability and have difficulty in taking care of themselves. But wherever there is a red and white wedding in the 8 villages, there will be the figure of the village guards. Even if no one had been notified, they would have arrived in time for the feast. The host of the party was not in a good position to kick people out, but had to free up a bowl of rice. The village guards, on the other hand, repay the favor by carrying fire pans for red events and resisting thorns for white events. The village guards Guxian had seen were also godly, always chanting inaudible words. Same as the man in front of me. The pothole chosen by the village guards was quite good. It was sticky and slippery and wet, but after plucking the weeds from the hole, the moonlight converged just enough to fill the hole. Guxian's action of releasing goodwill was quite effective. The village guard sniffed for a while and then drilled out some, with huffing and puffing noises coming out of their mouths, truly like hibernating wild beasts. Considering that he had been smashed in the lower back a while back, the injury should have been minor. Without thinking too much, Guxian invoked a green-colored aura mass in his right palm heart, and his fingertips gently pointed on it, drawing out a trace of a micro-thin line. Whoa! LOL. The cave was considerably brighter due to the aura mass. The village guardian's eyes snapped open, filled with longing for that ray of aura. Even so, he merely probed, with no intention of forcefully grabbing it. Guxian didn't tease him and handed over the aura that was so slight that it was barely visible, smiling lightly, "Take it." It wasn't that he was stingy and refused to give more, but the purity of his aura was too high. Just this wisp alone was difficult for the village guards to digest. The reason why he was given Reiki was also simple, the clean chi of the village guardian. Ever since Guxian had been able to look at chi, of all the people he had seen, only the seeing pure little monk was slightly inferior to him. The rest had more or less taint in their chi. Double-checking that it was really for him, the village guard was so excited that he didn't know how to put his hands down. After giving himself a hard slap to force himself to calm down a bit, he extended his hands to support the aura. That careful appearance was like caring for a fragile item. Suck! The light aura entered his body with a long breath, and the heavy, disorderly breathing gradually eased and slowed down, as if it contained some kind of rhythm. When he opened his eyes again, the cloudy orbs cleared away some of the dementia in a moment and cleared up quite a bit. Realizing that he could not speak, the village guardian raised his hands above his head and made 3 solemn obeisances in the direction of the cave. "It doesn't have to be." Guxian helped him up and asked after he calmed down a bit. "Do you have a name?" It's not a good idea to just call the village keeper. It's not a good implication of the title. The village guardian foolishly pointed to his brain and groaned twice. Guxian could probably guess what his name was, but that really didn't count as a name. After a moment's silence, he said, "How about, Mr. Gu calls you Chow Wu? I have been a fool for tens of years, but I have come to an epiphany. This has a special meaning for the village keepers." His eyes lit up and he was busy nodding his head back and forth, obviously very fond of the name. "Oh, like it." Having been named and considered acquainted, Guxian then asked for the main question. "Chaogu, do you know what's unusual about this place?" Since entering this mountain village, Guxian always had a strange feeling. The Xianguan and the spiritual wisdom prana was also unsettled. Something is obviously very wrong with this place. Upon hearing this, Xiaogo excitedly tried to climb out of the cave, and Guxian hurriedly got up to get out of the way.
Black jeopardy
Looking in the direction Asego was pointing, it was the mountains behind the village.
Are you saying that the mountains are dangerous?
Xiaogo nodded repeatedly, gesturing his hand in a circle again, trying to gesture in detail. But this time, Guxian frowned tightly.
He didn't read it.
Seeing this, Xiaogo also became anxious. He froze at the sight of Katsumoto's waist. Then with a curl of his arm and a brace, his entire body popped into a flying lunge. Guxian's eyes blazed for a moment, subconsciously raising his palm to strike back. Fortunately, he sensed that Xiaogo had no malicious intent and stopped his counterattacking instincts in time.
A lightness in the waist.
Xiaogo landed with a wooden tag tied with a red string in his mouth. Spitting onto the floor, he pointed to the wooden sign and then to Black Mountain.
Wooden plates. Black Mountain. You mean, these people are in Black Mountain?
Tordgo nodded and shook his head again, digging up a handful of mud about to stuff it into his mouth.
Don't!
Not expecting this guy to do this, Guxian was shocked and was just about to make a move to stop him when he saw Xiaogo throw away the mud and heave a couple giggles at him.
You, but you even fooled Go.
Guxian pointed his finger in succession towards enlightenment, but he was not angry at being deceived. Thanks to Xiaogo's prompting, he had guessed what was going on.
The mountains eat people.
The eyes that looked into the distant mountains chilled. Then Mr. Go will have to see what kind of demons and devils are here. Xiaogo waved his hand back and forth, pointing to the sky and then to his cave. Signaled that it was getting late, so why not rest for the night before going out?
Guxian thought briefly. Indeed, tonight is not a good time to go.
Rushing around in the middle of the day had taken a lot of energy, and even though he wouldn't be too tired if he didn't sleep for the rest of the night, it would still have a subtle effect. Furthermore, he didn't have the ability to see at night for the time being, and he would be in trouble if he encountered a crisis while traveling in the mountains at night.
However, there was no need to grab a place to live with Xiao Wu. Guxian arched his hand towards him and pointed to the village behind him.
Rest early, Gumao will go to the village to find a place to stay for the night.
The lights are out in all the homes.
Snoring and breathing through the walls. Outside the short fence, a figure stepped through the moonlight. The chains of the dogs clattered and growls were bred in the voices of the pack. But when the man approached, each one had its head hung low and its ears drooping. There were even a few lying on the ground with their bellies exposed and their tongues hanging out of the sides of their mouths. Don't make a sound, Gu will leave after borrowing it for a night. Guxian raised his finger and signaled towards the group of dogs to be silent. Each of the dogs had literally stopped making noise, just their tails wagging in quick succession.
Wandering around, the villagers are mostly one family at a time.
All that was left for him to rest on was a flat area where the hay was piled. There, two tall horses awoke from their sleep upon sensing his arrival, neighing and raising their hooves in excitement.
It's fate.
As it happens, Mr. Go will borrow a spot with you today to rest for the night. Seeing that the horse didn't make a sound, Guxian took it as an agreement. Finding a patch of fairly dry haystack, he waved his hand to flatten it and then sat cross-legged.
Guxian had never been too diligent and still slept when he could.
Still, it's good to keep your eyes open in a place like this, and it's good to meditate instead of resting. Between one breath and the next, the greenish aura circled his body with his breath, polishing every corner over and over again. Reiki bring out the turbid gas in the lungs and internal organs, the mouth and nose dense micro-visible mist subtle, so that the body of the original immaculate more and more crystalline and translucent. The moonlight seems to favor this place and pours in a hidden collection. If anyone was awake, they would notice that the moonlight was quite a bit brighter here than elsewhere. But the only ones awake at the moment, besides a couple of dogs, were two horses. They were either lying or standing, quietly guarding the area, not daring to make a sound to disturb the jade in the haystack. Beneath the foolish pupils of the beast, something seemed to be slowly being born. Cluck cluck cluck, cluck cluck cluck. The rooster crowed 3 times and 3 times again, and there was a belated wailing in the side room of the village headman's house.
Oh, auntie, I don't remember yet. Little miss.
It smells so good. A master and a servant were a little hesitant last night. After all, they had never lived in such bad conditions in their lives. But upon lying down, the exhaustion of a day's journey and the fear of a shock overwhelmed the pair.
Had a good night's sleep, and now I'm up in bed again. No time to come out for dinner.
The yell of the Muramesas sounded outside the door. People in the village are all related to each other, so the gatehouse is not locked. Luckily, the village young has studied a little and knows how to be polite, and did not do anything out of the ordinary. If you don't eat your rice, it'll get cold. It was only after another shout that Miss Sue sat up, rubbing her eyes in confusion.
Come on.
It felt heavy on my arm, and when I looked down, there was a little lazy cat hanging. Seeing the little maid's red little face was exceptionally soft and cute. Miss Sue arched a brow and reached out to poke and squeeze with her fingertips.
Who is it?
The little maid woke up with a start, pursed away the water stains at the corner of her mouth, her cat pupils rounded and her little head twisted left and right. After seeing his lady cover her lips and snicker, he clenched his little fists and thrashed around a bit.
Miss Bad.
The jostling and silver bell laughter carried out of the house. Muramasa put on an intriguing smile before leaving. 2/4 of an hour later, the briefly washed duo sat in the courtyard to eat. It says sit, but it's no different than squatting. The small machete with several boards fastened together was so short that the two men could only crouch down carefully with their legs bent. Come on, this rice is hot for you, try it. The village's companion is a festive-looking old woman who brings 2 bowls of rice porridge, a plate of home-pickled pickles, and even a basket of steamed buns. Thank you, Granny. Thank you, Grandma. The two women didn't think there was any problem, and after thanking them, one of them grabbed a steamed bun and carefully nibbled on it. Murakasa, sitting on a stone slab to warm himself in the sun, smiled at the sound. Nell, Ida almost in. When there is good food at noon, I'll tell you to have a full stomach. Miss Sue wanted to say not to bother, that they were leaving after breakfast. But the old woman also crouched beside her and persuaded. Just stay for half a day. Today at noon Master Black Mountain is taking a concubine. The whole village is going to celebrate. Chapter 37, The Wedding Banquet. After breakfast the two wanted to help do something. But was the wife smilingly kicked out of the kitchen, saying that this is not popular, let them find their own place to play. The two women had to go around the village to cool off. At this time, the village is decorated with bright red festive stickers everywhere. Some people even took red paper and cut out stickers, while others dipped them in a paste made from rice soup and pasted them on doors and windows. Master Montenegro taking a concubine seemed to be a very big event to celebrate, and the whole village was plunged into a sea of joy. The first reaction of Miss Sue, who had a special family background, was not to get involved in the fun, but to lower her eyes and contemplate for a moment. What exactly is this Master Black Mountain? The prestige in this mountain village is actually so high. But soon, her attention was drawn away by the laughter of the young maid. Miss, you should come and see, there's still puppeteering going on here. The sound was a bit far away, and she looked up to see that this little girl had run off into the distance at some point. She was waving at her as she jumped up and down. This girl. Miss Sue shook her head like a small adult, but her body honestly walked over. The little maid was born to love watching, and she as the master was no better. The little maid was squatting in front of a courtyard gate. Hands were held under her face, squeezing out her fleshy, tender cheeks. The cat's eyes were full of curiosity, and she was watching without blinking as a rough-handed wifey, holding straws, passed them back and forth and folded them. Repeat a few times and a living, breathing, 5-fingered arm emerges. All parts of the body are made vividly, but only the facial features of the doppelganger are not knitted. The old woman just puts on a piece of red paper. Then he delivered the straw man to another, younger, old woman to put on a red coat and hat. Doing well and then set aside, that gesture as if it is really like a living human being. It made Ms. Sue feel slightly uncomfortable. Instead of being afraid, the little maid was curious. Sweet-mouthed, she asked toward the two grannies, Grandma, what's this for? She was good-looking and her soft little face was exceptionally pleasing. The two wives heard her soft and pampering voice and laughed, revealing no more than a few teeth left. This straw man, is all for the Black Mountain Master's son as a maid-servant to use Miles. Master Black Mountain? Miss Sue and the little maid looked at each other and saw each other's doubts. They knew that today was a happy day for Master Black Mountain's concubine, but they hadn't heard of anyone giving away straw men for a wedding. This is not a red matter mixed with white to add to people's difficulties. Ms. Sue asked, slowing her voice. Grandma, just who is this Master Black Mountain? Hush. Nell, don't dare talk nonsense. The two wives subconsciously looked in the direction of the mountains in panic. But the two of them, who were already known in the village for their mouths not being able to hold the door, couldn't help but move forward. Master Black Mountain isn't just any man, he's the god of this mountain. Immortals? The two women wondered in near unison. Miss Sue had read no shortage of word books on the travels of the immortals. That free and dashing posture is fascinating. But the account was too vague and far less real than the martial arts Jianhu. Now I heard someone talking about the immortals, so I anxiously asked for more information about the Black Mountain Master. But the two old women were waving their hands, and could not speak anymore, but only said mysteriously, Geez, we'll find out when it's noon. Saying goodbye to the old woman, the two of them slowly continued to wander, turning from the beginning to the end of the village. When they turned back, they saw the back of a short, fat, solid male who was helping to set up tables and chairs, and he looked familiar. Miss Sue mused, remembering that this was Big Lil who had taken the horse away to feed it last night. I didn't see the face to be sure, so I tried to ask as I walked behind it. Big brother? Hey! Dollier turned his head, still squinting, saw it was the two of them cheerfully. It's you two, Did you have a good rest last night? Is not want to see two horses? Right. Then I'll trouble Big brother. Why, what's the trouble? Come with me. Outside the door of the haystack that temporarily served as a stable, the loud voices of men could be heard crossing from a distance. You two can rest assured, with me eating and drinking well, I guarantee that I won't lose a bit of fat. At the sound, Gu Xian, who was meditating behind the haystacks to refine his meditation, opened his eyes. 2 horses and 4 earth dogs were surrounding him, and wagging their tails and whining low when they saw him awake. Guxian stood up and patted away the grass clippings on his body, waving his hand towards the beasts. All disperse. Since someone has come, it's time for Gu to leave. Ga-zi. At the moment the door opened, he tapped his toes on the ground, his figure as light as a cloud of smoke, and landed on the eaves of the house without disturbing a sound. It only left a clear wind whirling in its place. When Miss Su and the little maid saw the top snow piebald and red bay in the haystack, they happily combed their horses' manes. In the past, when the two daughters did so, the two steeds would give a long, comfortable neigh. But today it was extraordinarily reluctant, even turning his head and snorting depressingly. The clueless consciousness that was born knew that the supreme opportunity was gone because of the three men. The solid man behind him patted his chest and sold the duo a good deal. You two see, I, Dollier, am true to my word. The horse didn't suffer here, did he? Aha! Thank you, big brother, I have to trouble you again today. Why, it's all trivial. Winnie? At the sound of the voice, the pupil of the sulking Oozle horse revealed a touch of human joy. It seems to understand that it has to stay all day today? So, will that one come again? The other red monkey, which was a little less intelligent, also realized afterward and raised its hooves with a long hiss. Yoo-hoo! You see, it's still happy for both of them. Really, hey. But the sharp little maid noticed something unusual about the two horses. Sasha. The tips of Melo's ears twitched as he heard the soft thud of stepping on a stalk of dead grass behind him. Turning his head, he saw that 4 earth dogs were lining up in a string, sneaking away from behind him. Sensing the line of sight, the dog at the very end was the first to turn its head, a humanized suspicion shining in its eyes. It seems to say again, you found us? Yelp 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 yelp. The little maid was so frightened that she threw her arms around the young lady, and the stray bits and pieces of hair on her head drooped down. What's wrong? The 4 dogs also stopped walking and simply squatted there yawning. Without a warning glance, Ghoul the little maid resolutely obeyed, her head shaking like a rattle. No, it's nothing. The solid man watched the two women go away, his narrowed eyes widening a bit to reveal a lustful sight. AI. It's a pity. Slapping his face, he turned to the two horses and stared for a long time at the bellies of the fat legs. Grr-ha. Almost there, almost there. After Ms. Sue and her duo wandered around for a while longer, they returned to the home of the village chief. When I came back, I saw that the two old men had changed into a festive big red robe. The village chief greeted him, just in time to come back. Quickly, Mrs. Nim turned out 2 sets of clothes, try to see if they fit. The old woman came out of the house, holding 2 neatly folded garments in her hands. This is called a wedding dress. It's what we wear when we have a happy event here. These 2 are for our daughter. It's a pity that she married outside the village. Why don't you 2 give it a try? This. Miss Sue had the intention to refuse, but the wife's eyes were too sincere, and the things were couriered into her hands. The other party had said so, and it was hard to refuse. Okay then, thanks Granny. The 2 of them entered the chamber and changed their clothes, realizing that the clothes actually fit unexpectedly. Not to mention Miss Sue, even the even more petite little maid's clothes were just right. As if tailored. The old village chief slapped his palm and stroked his beard in praise. A handsome man really looks good in anything. Does Nell feel sick? Ask Auntie to change it? No, it fits fine. Seeing the fine stitching on the cuffs, Miss Sue always felt that something was wrong. But at this time, the village head pushed open the door and said, Go go go. The village banquet is about to start. Let's go, and take a good spot first. The old woman, too, from the center, abducted one man's arm with one hand and smiled as she walked out. Go, get together. The village streets have been cleared and filled with dozens of short round tables. By virtue of the village's position in the village there is no need to occupy a seat, naturally sat in the front row. Ms. Sue was also arranged to sit at the same table. There was still some time before the feast began, and the villagers were arriving one after another. Ms. Sue paid deliberate attention to what everyone was wearing, and indeed, as Muramesa had said, everyone was wearing a wedding dress. But there are still nuances. The pattern on the villager's wedding dress looked like a picture of a big mountain in the clouds. But the second woman's dress was a strange bird with 3 long tails. Does that have any special meaning? Other than that, there wasn't a single young person in the arriving crowd. All of them are older or in their prime. A cursory sweep alone includes at least 2 handfuls of elderly people in their 60s within the village. In an age where the average age is just under 40, it is totally a village of longevity. Clang clang clang. Da! The gongs and drums are sounding and the oboe is facing the sky. In the hustle and bustle and the sound of firecrackers, 6 bearers carry 3 sedan chair. All the way there are people in front of the red paper to spread the ground. When they arrived at the banquet, a ceremonial student with thick white powder on her face and red cheeks ripped out her voice and sang shrilly. Master Black Mountain 2. The villagers stood up in unison, covering their faces with their hands and not daring to look up. Although the 2 women felt strange, they also followed the custom and did as the Romans did. After waiting for about half a quarter of an hour, he didn't hear the sound of someone getting out of the sedan chair. But, I don't know if it's an illusion, but it seems like there are naughty children chasing and playing? He. Ha ha ha. Pa dash. Ah. Miss Sue withdrew her hand with a short scream. Just a moment ago, her knee went violently cold, as if it had been plastered with ice. Still, a hand-shaped ice cube. But when she opened her eyes and looked around in panic, she saw nothing. The 3 sedan chairs were still securely in place, unmoving. Seeing her strange condition, the village chief asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" What had happened to her was so bizarre that Miss Sue's throat rolled and she was nervously wary of her surroundings. "No, nothing." Ryzen sang the words and then lost the next half of the sentence, and could not find the shadow. "I do not know where to go." One after another, people began to bring in meals. Although this is a deep mountain, there is no such thing as fish, shrimp, or river food. But the table is full of mountain treasures. Roasted ground pork wrapped in thick leaves that are so fat they ooze, mountain pork stewed until it melts in your mouth, tightly braised rabbit legs, marinated and flavored dumb eggs, dried buckwheat and vegetables, patchon rice, soft candy cake. Though not exactly refined, the full portions and ingredients fill the gap. The villagers seemed to wait for this time for a long time. When the meal came up, 2-year-old Two Eyes pick feet but dare not take the lead, until well in front of the platform boarded a Two Cheeks painted red risen again. This time he didn't yell, but went down again after a gibberish in his dialect. The village chief then stood up and said something in dialect as well, and moved his chopsticks under the eyes of the villagers. "Let loose and eat, people." His cry was like a starting gun, and the villagers scrambled for food. At first he was using chopsticks, then he simply went straight for it. Dragged the soup water brain into the mouth hard to stuff. Even if their bellies were to split open, their eyes were still full of greed. The heartless little maid had long ago eaten with her little belly rolling. Miss Sue, on the other hand, was preoccupied and didn't know what to eat. After seeing the villagers who seemed to eat like hungry ghosts, she even shivered. That's when she finally realized something was wrong. Where's the bride? Today is obviously the wedding day of Mr. Black Mountain's concubine. If you can't see Mr. Black, why can't you see the bride or her family? Also, just as she awoke, the sense of prying eyes from behind had become as cold as piercing bones. Chapter 38. Touch. Beside him, the little maid who was indulging in dry rice suddenly fell on the table with her head stuck. Until she fainted, her small fist was still holding half a meat bun. Ring, you didn't. The huge change woke up Ms. Sue. She wanted to go up to help, but she felt a delicate weakness in her body, and her eyes were black and weak. The sky swirled in the line of sight, and the faces of the people were as blurred as reflections in the water. Another stone hit the layers of ripples, more and more illusory. Why? She looked around in disbelief, bracing herself on the tabletop with one hand, unwilling to collapse, exerting herself to the point that the back of her hand even rippled with bruises. The village headman stroking his beard, the kindly old woman, everyone in the village. All look at this place with no expression on their faces. That expression was too twisted and weird. Even in the warmth of the sun, Ms. Sue still felt a chill all over her body. The last moment she passed out, she was still wondering, what, exactly, are they looking at? I do not know where to drill out. 2 old maids will be 2 women to help up. Let the village Zhang take a cut off a wooden branch to pick up the 2 women's hair, detailed measurement after a laugh. Good. The joy is overflowing. Quickly, send the 2 mountain maidens while the day is good. The 2 old maids nodded obediently, and brought the 2 women into a room to change into a red robe and cover the head, and sent directly into the sedan chair. The long-awaited sedan chairman lifted up with the sound of gongs and drums and headed for the mountains behind the village in the midst of the red paper flying in the sky. Throughout the process, all the villagers hung their heads and covered their eyes. Only when the sound of the suona was so far away that it could not be heard did they sit down as if nothing had happened and continue to eat, drink and laugh. The village feast sittings are sorted by age. Sitting at the last table was the young man of the youngest generation in the village. One man picked up his bowl of wine and drank it all in one go, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand and stuffing another chopstick of fatty meat into his mouth, saying vaguely, "When Master Black Mountain's wedding is over, we'll be able to settle down again for a while. I think it's more than that. Look at how handsome those 2 little ladies are. Maybe if Master Black Mountain is happy, we can get a share of the good luck too." The one who answered back was a short, fat man with a simple, honest face. Looking away from the direction the sedan chair had left, he smacked his lips. He had never seen such a handsome girl child in his life. I looked at it last night and my dreams were full of that petite figure, white and dainty, eyes with a hook like gravy titillating, cuddle in the arms of a small mouth, the fragrance. Thinking about the heat in the small abdomen, he secretly sunburned himself. Want to pinch a sugar cake to eat to suppress the fire, but touched a blank. Nothing? Wasn't it just the last one? Did you have too much to drink and misremember? Daryl stood up and shook his head, a little dizzy from the wine. Daryl, no more bowls? No, Lou, eat almost low. I go to prepare the evening banquet. The village feast for the concubinage of the Black Mountain Master was in 2 parts. The midday feast is a plea for the joy of giving away the bride. The banquet in the evening was to curry the joy of Master Black Mountain's cave. It's rumored in the village that if you get the latter, you're bound to have a big, fat baby. Daryl loosened the waistband of his pants and muttered under his breath, "What's the use of not having a wife? What's the point of having a baby? Why don't we just go to the county tomorrow and go to the fire? When he left, at the eaves above the table, Guxian quietly exposed his head, his fingertips shoving the last corner of the sugar cake into his mouth. Slapping the residue off his hand, he looked away and smiled helplessly. These two girls have really big hearts. How dare they eat what outsiders give them? It's a miracle that they can survive until now. Saving is to be done, but there is something else to be done before that. Shoo 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 shoo. Daryl, who had gone to the outhouse and emptied the water, whistled as he lifted up the waistband of his pants and shuffled his hands. Before long, the sound of hokum sharpening resounded in the courtyard. Daryl tucked the knife back into his back. First, he shortened the reins of the bolted horse to prevent struggling to escape, turned behind the horse again and slapped the horse's buttocks. Snap. Hey, this meat is firm. Whinny. The two horses sensed the danger and, in terror, kicked backward right in the center of the nest. Daryl flew backwards from that hoof. If it was a regular person who had not practiced martial arts, being kicked on this kick was either death or injury. But after he crawled for a while, he stood up as if nothing had happened. Hiss, this is so powerful. Rubbing his chest, Daryl drew a half-dozen desk-sized butcher knives from his backside and waved them threateningly at the two horses. Eating so much grass from old me, it's fitting that you should repay this body of flesh with a favor. How dare you fight back? Humanized panic showed in the pupils of the horses as they raised their hooves and struggled, unable to disengage even when the strangulation broke the skin on their necks. Shine! The blade of the knife was raised high, and the cold light flashed. The horizontal grooves of the butcher's face squeezed out a hideous, grotesque smile. Seeing the blood splatter, the blade was slow to fall. Daryl stayed frozen in place holding the knife over his head and clattered to the ground. Whinny? Guxian retrieved the bamboo pole and looked downward. Although Gomaku doesn't know how to point, he still has the power to knock people out. After doing this, Guxian was a bit of a dilemma. It was useless to only knock out the short and fat man. These two big men could not be taken out, but if they stayed here, it would be troublesome if the butcher woke up or someone came in. How about just do it? Anyway, he had already learned from Chao Go that there was not a single good thing in the whole village, so it was all about getting rid of the evil. Woof! As he was thinking about it, the sound of barking dogs suddenly sounded behind him. Turning to look, it turned out to be the 4 dogs that had been around this morning, now following the scent. After seeing them, Guxian had his attention. Tapping his palm lightly, just in time, please help Mr. Go guard this person. Woof, woof. The big black dog at the head of the group was the first to nod its head repeatedly, its tail wagging until it flew up, obviously happy. Interesting. It's already started to develop a spirit. Guxian cupped his chin and took in the changes in the dogs and horses. The changes in the beasts originated from him, and it was considered fate. In addition, he was curious as to why there were no folk rumors about demons. Is it not there? Or is it hidden? Seeing the 4 dogs' extraordinary spirituality, Guxian had the intention to help. Then he waved his hand and summoned the aura cluster, inducing a wisp of aura to be divided into 4 separate portions and floated over. Mr. Go won't let you guys put in the hard work for nothing. Guxian smiled with his backhand. May you all seize the creation and succeed in opening your minds. Woof woof. The aura flows into the body after the warm wash limbs and bones, from the tail root to the top of the head, a numbness, itching, cold feeling. The comfortable 4 dogs' limbs stretched and fell limply to the ground, exposing their bellies towards Guxian in a gesture of goodwill. Whinny. Behind him, the head of the huge horse carefully rubbed against the corner of Guxian's coat and pouted. Ha, haven't forgotten about you too. Guxian wasn't a petty person, and besides, this sliver of aura didn't affect him much. After initially digesting the aura, the beast's eyes cleared up again. The 4 dogs also worked harder. Each picked up one of Big Lear's limbs and dragged it toward the house. The door of the room closed and opened again in no time. A large yellow dog burrowed into the woodshed and came out with a thick stick in its mouth. While walking, he also shook his head like he was practicing his swing. It seemed that if the short, fat man came to his senses, he would not be able to avoid being patched up. It's kind of a safe bet to leave the guarding to 4 dogs. Guxian turned back to cut the reins and instructed the 2 horses, you guys wait here first, and wait for me to save your master before leaving together. The heads of the 2 horses rubbed against Guxian and gave a reluctant yelp. Whinny. The 3-carried sedan chair was not fast, and the sound of gongs and drums could be heard from afar. Follow the direction of the red paper to chase, light body to rise, not much time to easily catch up. The procession of bridegrooms never seemed to stop for a rest, and watching Guxian was drying his mouth for them. It was not until the clearing on the outskirts of the group of mountains that the sedan chair was temporarily dropped. The gongs and drums don't stop. Instead, a few short actors emerged from the procession, waving their long sleeves in a pompous manner and dancing to the sound of the gongs and drums. The more lively and festive it gets, the more festive it becomes. Even Guxian in the tree couldn't help but shake his head and ears to the beat of the drums. He. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Guxian stopped swaying and straightened the tips of his ears to alert his surroundings. There seemed to be the strange laughter of a child. Feeling a bit more chilly around him, Guxian opened his chi-looking pupil to look towards the family delivery team. There was a layer of foggy black chi shrouding the red clothes of the crowd. It was unlike any chi he had seen up to that point, yet it gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. For the moment, it's unclear what the procession is waiting for, or what the Black Mountain Master is, as the villagers call him. In the midst of so many unknowns, it may not be good to take two little girls by rash exposure. At least, Guxian had yet to find the source of the boy's strange laughter. Observe while waiting patiently. Until the sun sets and the remnants of the sun are like blood. Cracking firecrackers rang out as the procession continued to the foot of the mountain. The red paper scattered along the way spread out a path, blooming with an eerie glow in the waning sun. Continuing to travel along the mountain road, the speed of the family delivery team slowed down only after the sky had completely darkened. Their destination was obvious. It was a mountain between the mountains that surrounded them. The foot of the mountain was covered with dense thorn bushes, the sharp barbs on the thorns as hard as iron, rubbing against a piece of flesh. But the most bizarre is still the mountain. From the position of the summit, actually dense thin black fog cover up the whole mountain. The color was the same as what Guxian had seen when he had looked into the chi, and at the moment, he could see it with just the naked eye. It was thought that the black chi in the people's breath came from here. As we approach Black Mountain, the sound of the gongs and drums is suspended. The ceremonial student, his face white and smeared with red cheeks, stepped forward, bowed and knelt toward Montenegro, and sang in a shrill operatic voice. "Good times, yo! Master Black Mountain, your daughter-in-law is here." The thorn bushes at the foot of the mountain even seemed to understand, like shrinking to both sides, making way for a path that was not too wide and not too narrow, just enough to allow the family delivery team to pass through. Seeing such a miracle, the procession of bride-givers did not dare to hesitate. The pious chanting of the Black Mountain Master passed through in an orderly manner. As they entered, the thorn bush tended to close again. Guxian hurriedly sidestepped into the gap that hadn't fully closed. Once inside, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose and cough violently. Ahem! What a thick smoke! He couldn't even open his eyes, and it was useless to cover his mouth and nose with his cuffs alone. Suspended black fog particles seemed to be densely packed with tiny flying insects hatched. Along the skin, pores will be drilled into the body to lay eggs. Guxian held his breath and tried to run his aura to dispel the black mist. Unexpectedly, the Xianguan, located in the spiritual wisdom prana, once again acted as a demon, and even condensed a vortex at the center of the eyebrow, inhaling the black fog like a whale. What? Guxian, who had been backstabbed, suddenly saw a blackness before his eyes, only to feel that his brain was almost being forced to explode by the black mist. The temples bulged with veins, and the thin skin of the arms under the eyes rolled with smoky black lines. The ancient well without waves of the state of mind time and time again to forcefully suppress negative emotions, but the heavy brain and sharp ringing in the ears, still fast to Guxian torture collapse. The vision got blurrier and blurrier. He saw the path gradually twisting and lengthening, paved with jade planks and lined with lanterns. Behind them, the thorn bushes had somehow connected into a wall of clean whitewash, blocking the way back. Even began to experience hallucinations. In a blur of vision, a smiling woman with white powder and a wart of flesh at the corner of her mouth, waving a handkerchief and writing, approached him. "Egu, you've finally come, this master. Quickly, one of the VIPs. Have a smart one serve." Chapter 39. With the pink-faced woman's greeting, it didn't take long for two white-robed Taoist children to come out from behind her. A man and a woman, the boy holding the golden brick, the girl holding the spiritual jade. Seeing them, dressed their hair in a bun with 2 silk threads, white robe with 2 sleeves and wind. The appearance and the body are separate, the mind and the appearance are empty. The Taoist boy smiled to curry favor and bowed forward. "Noble guest, please follow my two." Guxian had just regained control of his spirit wisdom prana when he heard the ethereal voice of the Taoist child. He rubbed the corner of his forehead and looked around, realizing that the old mountain surrounded by black mist had disappeared without leaving a trace. In its place, there is a vast immortal mountain with a phoenix perched on it, full of rare and exotic fruits. Behind a white jade heavenly gate, constant division between the immortal and mortal worlds, the road has been transformed into a 10,000 feet cliff under the treacherous clouds. Immortal Mountain is about 100 feet high, straight into the sky. Jade paved road straight to the top of the mountain. Hundreds of flowers on the petals of the water droplets evaporated into the mist filled, smelled on the smell of refreshing, inhaling a mouthful of life extension. Fresh. At that exact moment, a black-necked immortal crane spread its wings and rolled the wind and clouds, driving a stream of light toward the top of the mountain. One could vaguely make out that a man was riding on its back. The pink-faced woman introduced Guxian. "This one is a true immortal friend of Master Mountain God. Heard about Master Mountain God's big day and came to congratulate him." The scene in front of her was so shocking that Guxian wouldn't have noticed it for a moment if she hadn't said anything. There is already a festive atmosphere in the mountains, with big red lanterns hanging a few meters apart, and the hiking paths are filled with people, both immortal and mortal. The cheerful sound of gongs and drums drifted and fell from the top of the mountain, like heavenly music. Seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, the pink-faced woman waiting at the side covered her handkerchief and asked, "Your honored guest, do you have orders?" "No harm done." Guxian knew in his heart that the strange change had nothing to do with the black mist he had inhaled. But the culprit was not the outside world, but the spiritual wisdom prana that had repeatedly backstabbed him. Waving his hand, he signaled the pink-faced woman to refrain from making conversation for the time being, and to quiet his mind and look within with all his heart. C should be empty in the entrance hall, is hovering a black fog. As it keeps rotating inward, the volume of the black mist is gradually shrinking, and the color is getting darker and darker. If there was a slight movement of consciousness, the concentrated black mist followed the transformation, rather like the feeling of the golden thunder in the Tianchong prana. Withdrawing from the interview, Guxian subconsciously rubbed on his brow. Perhaps it was due to psychological factors, but he always felt that after incorporating the black mist, his spiritual platform was quite heavy. Can it be that this black mist is also a vision and has been incorporated into my spiritual wisdom prana? He was heartily resistant to this outcome. For no other reason. Compared to golden thunder, black mist's grade was really too low. One can be said to be for the sky and the other for the earth. Furthermore, Guxian already had a plan to incorporate ideas no less than the golden thunder vision. It wouldn't be worth it to waste in Xian Pass just like that. Hey, I can only find a compensatory method later. With things having come to this, Guxian could only accept it helplessly even if he resisted. You can't spit it out again, can you? Suddenly, the spiritual wisdom prana at the Xianguan seemed to feel his heartfelt dislike of the black fog. After a moment of stagnation, it began to reverse its operation, eliminating all of the black mist in the harboring section. A coolness came over his brow as he discarded the black mist. The black mist is actually so obedient. No jumping to conclusions. After controlling the spirit wisdom prana back and forth and gulping it down several times, only then could Guxian determine, the black mist vision, the degree of obedience was extremely high. That alone was enough to get him going. The power of the golden thunder vision in the heavenly punching spirit was truly terrifying, but at the moment, it was uncontrollable. When it's called out, it's all about luck as to who it splits into. But the black mist is different. Although it is low in rank and grade, yet it could completely run with his mind. Also, you can always give it up if you don't want it anymore, just right for transitioning. Good. Compared to this is the chance that belongs to Mr. Gu in the underworld. Guxian cupped his chin and had a sudden thought as he looked at the immortal mountain. Since the metaphysical gate at the spiritual wisdom prana was tentatively set to contain the black mist, what kind of feedback would be obtained if one were to view the black mist internally? Once the suspicion hit his mind, he couldn't suppress it. Although right now was not a good time to meditate, he was now skilled in meditation, and internalizing the Xianguan was just a matter of a few breaths. Briefly draw your consciousness away from contact with the black mist for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that in front of him, both the pink-faced woman and the Taoist child, they were actually all silhouettes made up of a cloud of black mist. The fairyland quickly dissipated and returned to that dark misty deep forest with thorns and thistles. The inner viewing black mist seems to allow me to see through illusions. No, it should be more than that. When I first observed the golden thunder, it only sharpened my 5 senses. But later on, the number of times of internal observation increased, and gradually had the ability to look at the qi. The feedback from the black mist should be more than that. On top of that, Guxian also realized that the pink-faced woman was significantly more spiritual than the Taoist child. Comparing the two in detail, it was found that there was still a slight difference in the black mist constructed. The former was a bit darker in color than the latter. Perhaps the black mist vision is not as simple as it seems. Thinking of this, Guxian rested his mind a little, allowing the black mist to pour into the Xian passage to cloud his mind. In his eyes, the pitch-black old mountain was transformed into a fairy-like appearance again. Guessing the black mist mystery seems to be a long time, but in reality, it is only half a column of incense. The spirituality of the beings made up of black mist was very low, and even the pink-faced woman didn't realize what had just happened. When the pink-faced woman saw Guxian looking up at the top of the mountain, she thought he was enjoying the view. Seeing Guxian's slight movement in his expression, she dared to speak out softly, "There are many beautiful sights in this mountain, why don't you let the 2 fairy children take you on a tour?" "No need, today is the mountain god's big day, it's important to go to the banquet." The pink-faced woman clapped her hands together and laughed as the corners of her mouth warred with meat. "Your guests have come to attend the wedding banquet of the mountain god's lord. I wonder what celebratory gifts they have brought?" Celebrate the gift? Guxian carefully recalled. What he was wearing now was all knitted or milled by himself. The original landscape robe was too conspicuous to walk the rivers and lakes, so it was buried in Qingshan County. What he had on him was nothing but a few dozen taels of broken silver, a mask, a wine gourd, and a bamboo stick that he used smoothly. Wait a minute, there's another one. He reached into his pocket and carefully pulled out a small package. Flipping it open revealed a delicate jade hairpin, which he took into his hands and weighed. Speaking of which, it was the one he had thought of selling to make a rich man out of before he traveled. It's not going to be used now. Jade is good jade, I just don't know if this mundane thing will make it to your master's eyes. Get in, get in. The pink-faced woman's eyes widened, and she subconsciously tried to reach out to hook it, but hastily retracted it. He used a fawning smile to hide his dismay. The mountain god's master is most fond of these exquisite little playthings, and is bound to be overjoyed. Guxian grinned, pinching the jade hairpin and handing it forward. Keep it. No, 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 no. Noble guest, such an expensive gift, of course it is for you to personally give it to Grandmaster in person, that's the only way to have a face, isn't it? The overreaction of the pink-faced woman waving her hands back and forth confirmed Guxian's suspicions. The illusion constructed by the black mist seems to be touchless of physical objects? No, there should be a certain condition to be met before contact. Thinking back to the scene in the village banquet where Ms. Su seemed to almost pop up like a frightened kitten, as well as the unknown eerie childish laughter. What are the conditions under which the black fog affects reality? Need to look deeper now. Guxian nodded slightly, wrapping it up and carefully placing it into his chest. The pink-faced woman said, I apologize for the poor hospitality and left, leaving 2 Taoist children to lead the way forward on the left and the right. Please. As he stepped on the white jade path, the piercing icy cold penetrated through the soles of his straw shoes and went straight down the center of his feet to his tailbone. Guxian's face remained unchanged, and there was a spiritual chi running in his body, even if it could get rid of the cold. The path upwards was not a smooth one, and there were a few twists and turns in the middle. Climbing a mountain of several hundred meters was a piece of cake for Guxian's current physique. At best, the gasps would be a little sharp, but there was still leisure to view the scenery. And as the aura ran faster and faster, the physical strength, instead of being depleted, became more and more energetic. Even noting many previously undiscovered details. For example, a few man-carrying cranes would fly through the sky every so often, and occasionally a few strange birds dragging 3 long tails would fly through. The unchanging alabaster road, which is stunning at first glance, becomes tiresome after a long time. Besides, the exotic fruits on both sides of the road have no divinity within them, except that they are larger. The more closely I looked, the more I felt that this immortal mountain was false. It gave Guxian a rather strange feeling. It has the absurdity of an emperor carrying a golden hoe to plow the land. It's like Master Mountain God heard a few descriptions about the cave of the immortals and then impatiently copied it. Yet, due to a lack of ability, he ended up making a low-grade imitation. The illusions that the black mist can construct are perhaps based on the perceptions of the owner of the illusion. Looks like this god elder isn't a powerful character either. Although he wanted to think so, Guxian was not careless in his heart. The probability is that Master Yamagami is a looker, but he is also only a 3-legged skill. The only cultivators who had actually fought were the remnants of a Qing Daorun on the left and right. It's still all about the opponent's initiative to deliver if they can win. As for what the social fear Xian cultivator, or other cultivators can do, it's hard to say. You still need to be careful with what you do. The white jade staircase did not go straight to the top of the mountain, but was interrupted a bit on the upper side of the mountainside. When he went further inward, Guxian entered a mountain body shaped like a cave, where ticking stalactites emitted a glittering green light. Some of the stalactites also had large red lanterns hanging from them. A cave on top of a mountain? That's pretty rare. The formation of caves is closely related to the topography and climate, etc. The criteria are limestone landforms in groundwater. Can be formed in the mountainside against the top of the location of the cave, or close to the platform of the cave. Can only praise the nature's ingenious work. Not far from the mouth of the cave parked 3 sedan chair driver and sedan chair and the people are long gone. The scarlet of the lanterns mirrored the ghostly light inside the cavern, and a large group of sidewalk cultivators dressed up in groups of 3 or 5 gathered in the shadows where the light did not shine. The rustling of whispered conversations sounded arcane and marvelous from afar, but with his keen sense of hearing, Guxian knew that they were murmuring insane and demented words. Guxian didn't hold back and once again looked within the black mist to see through the illusion. Sure enough, except for the cave and the 3 sedan chairs, the rest are all made of black mist. This mountain god is a bit of a drama queen. Without a Taoist friend to play with, he fabricated a bunch of his own? As they were led through by the Taoist boy, the group of black mist cultivators all scrutinized Guxian with what they thought was a hidden line of sight. Unbeknownst to them, their demented and numb nature has long been seen through. Keep following the Taoist boy to a pool of water. Surrounding the waterhole are several short rocky outcrops. The tall ones are like tables and the short ones are like chairs, arranged in a neat and orderly manner. It is like a piece of furniture made in heaven. The 2 children stopped and bowed. Please take your guest seat. Guxian had already guessed Montenegro in the black mist, and he looked at the stone table and chairs in front of him. He really didn't have any interest in accompanying the mountain god elder to play house. Today he's here to smash the scene, why so polite? Suddenly, he excused himself and asked, I wonder if the 2 fairy children have a place to wash. I accidentally got some dirt on the way down. The Taoist boy's cheeks suddenly froze for a split second, reflecting for a while before they nodded. The male Taoist boy spread his sleeves and invited, please follow me. After skirting a couple of coxcomb rock walls, I came to a fan-shaped rock face. Before he could enter, he heard the sound of clattering water. The doorman is no longer accompanied and waits patiently outside. But Guxian greeted the male Taoist boy, little fairy boy, please help me watch the bamboo pole. The Taoist boy's eyes were blank and empty, not knowing how to respond. Seeing this, Guxian smiled and moved closer to him, reaching out to rest his hand on the back of his neck and softly saying, "You see, just use this." The slender 5 fingers gently pinched, as if snapping a piece of emerald willow. Gabba! The cute-looking Taoist boy's head rotated for a week, and then Guxian's palm seemed to produce a great suction, and actually swallowed his whole person in a moment. And instead of panicking, the other female Taoist child foolishly held the beautiful jade. Unaware of the current situation, she cocked her head towards him. Immediately after that, she followed in the footsteps of the male Taoist boy. Together, they became part of Guxian, sharply resolved, without a trace. Guxian, however, stared at his palm slightly and muttered something low. The karma that was set up in the Clear Mountain County has really not been eliminated. I'll have to be more careful in the future to avoid unnecessary killings. He didn't feel it earlier, but when he inhaled the black mist that had transformed into a Taoist child without any obstacles in his heart, he actually felt a vague sense of satisfaction within his heart. Now that I think about it, whether it was beheading mountain bandits in the mountain path or moving to slaughter the village, all of them are a bit abnormal. Not that this is bad, but being decisive and being murderous are two different things. The former cuts off karma, while the latter is adding to sin. With Mr. Ge's state of mind, he would be so contaminated by the aura. If it were any other cultivator, I'm afraid he would have already gone mad. Guxian looked at the black mist that filled the mountain and suddenly felt something in his heart. Fog for the misty step barrier. Mr. Gu has also entered the barrier today. Might as well refer to this vision as the misty barrier. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after getting the name, the metaphysical level at the spiritual wisdom prana operated more and more vigorously. Guxian also gradually saw the deeper side of the cave. The black mist was seeping out along the rocky gullies, and when it gathered at the tips of the stalactites it was thick as liquid, almost ready to fall. Guxian stood under a stalactite and extended his palm to catch a drop of falling black water. The black water was actually as if it had vitality, writhing unyieldingly along the palm toward the fingertips, as if it was attracted by something. 5 fingers clenched up, and the suction force generated in his palm dissolved the droplets of black water. When he opened his eyes again, Guxian's eyes were even dense with a hint of black smoke. The corners of his mouth hooked up as he looked at more water drops in the stone cracks. The black fog outside the mountain is just the lowest form of escapism. The real misty barrier vision is in the mountains. Chapter 40, Inside the Cave. In the cave, the guests who had come to the feast were all seated. The tea-carrying boys were busy shuttling back and forth among the seats. The guests lowered their voices in conversation, occasionally casting their eyes over a flat rock face with a water-swept rock trick, hanging upside down. On the other side of the water-curtain rock face, there are actually 3 narrow sedan chairs inlaid with gold pieces and glittering with gold. In front of the sedan chair, a tall, thin man with a white-painted face and cheeks as crimson as blood walked around impatiently, holding his arms. On the thickly coated face, the white powder dried in cracked lines at the corners of the mouth and eyes. Just by looking at the costume, he was obviously a right student as well. However, because of the heavy makeup, it is uncertain whether he is the same person as the one who went to the village. At this time, 8 people came out of the cave entrance on one side. In the center escorted 2 brides covered with red heads. I told you to welcome the 2 mountain maidens, why did you come here just now? Ryzen's voice was shrill and mean, and it didn't match the joyous smile he wore. A reprimanded servant nodded his head and smiled fawningly. Master, I just encountered a guest asking for directions and was delayed for some time. You also know how confusing the path in this cave is. The corners of Ryzen's eyes dangled upwards, and white powder fell down from his face. No guest can delay the auspicious time of marriage. But he also knew that the guests who came to the banquet were of honorable status, not something he could denigrate, and only dared to mutter and complain twice in a low voice. Lightening his voice, he swept through the crowd one by one. Good, still 8. Luckily there aren't any more. He lowered his voice to account for it. Some of you are new here, so I'll repeat myself. Remember it all for me. There are many rules in the Divine Mountain. What you shouldn't see, what you shouldn't hear, and what you shouldn't ask, pay attention to. Kneel when I tell you to, and look when I tell you to. Otherwise you'll die without even knowing how. Understand? Understood. Good. Reisheng rubbed his cheeks that had stiffened with laughter, and after soothing them a bit, said, the hour is up, send the Empress to pay her respects. Here. Start the sedan chair, beat the gong and drums, and send it to the front of the waterfall rock. Upon arrival, Ryzen was all smiles as he arched his hand towards the guests. In the dimly lit chamber, the face, so pink and white that it was almost luminous, grinned widely in an unnatural arc. Today, it is a very auspicious day for the master of the mountain god to take the 22nd and 23rd houses. This joy should be shared with all the great lords. There was a lot of talk on the stage, and the sound of tea drinking and chattering stopped for a while. Rather we should congratulate the mountain god elder for taking in 2 more beauties. I wonder whose woman this is, who is so blessed. I'm sure the mountain god's power can be further enhanced. The guests are not the first time to participate in the event, and have long been familiar with the entire wedding process. The wedding banquet process was quite a bit more cumbersome in contrast to that of a god and immortal. They had come on this trip to dip into the joyous spirit. Naturally, they endured the polite words of the ritual students. Then, the process of sending congratulatory gifts begins. There are pearls from a century-old clam plucked from the South China Sea, 9-leaf snow lotus picked from the top of a cold mountain in the north, and Bodhi fruit from a 1,000-year-old tree in the west where one hears Buddhist scriptures day in and day out. There is even an unknown number of mundane things. Ryzen's voice trembled with each enrollment. Couldn't help but swallow hard. But greed came together, and he pinched blood from his wrist with his fingernail cap in a deadly pinch. The face hurt so much that it was nearly deformed, and it snuffed out all greed. There was someone as unclean hands and feet, not only was skinned and cramped, and even the soul was refined out by the mountain god, imprisoned at the bottom of the mountain tormented day after day. Greed, in the mountain of God, is taboo. It's a bit of an eye-opener and a long way to go. Comforting himself in this way, Rize's heart calmed down. The ceremony continues worship heaven and earth. After saying that, he immediately dropped his head and closed his eyes tightly. With his hand behind him, he pressed down one by one, signaling his servant to never raise his head. Most of the servants obeyed and did as they were told, except for one who moved half a beat slower. And thus, he finally understood. Why did it take 3 sedan chairs to marry 2 mountain maidens? Only to see, from the sedan chair at the head, a group of small children wearing red bibs drilled out. There are about 1 or 2 dozen small children, not to mention a small sedan chair. Even 10 tops may not be able to fit. Oh, welcome the bride. He. Ha ha ha. The children chased and joked back and forth, not caring even if they fell down. There were even some mischievous ones who would jump in front of the guest seats and make faces. However, it was as if no one could see them and did not respond. No. Or maybe, no one dares to see them. The children were not upset, and a few smiling children lifted the sedan chair curtains and tugged on the bride's long sleeves for 3 tugs. Then the 2 women walked out of the golden sedan chair as if they were puppets. Jingle bells. The bell that had just been tied around the bride's ankle finally rang. Ryzen, who had been tense for a long time, instantly yelled at the top of his voice. 1 kowtow, worship the heavens. The bridal party made a bow in the direction of the cave. 2 kowtows to the ground. Turning around, he kowtowed in each of the other 3 directions. 3 kowtows, honorable God. The 2 brides trembled a few times with some resistance. But still, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they respectfully kowtowed to the face of the waterfall rock. Right. Snap. Congratulations. The sound of congratulations continued, and the applause was thunderous. The guests were not surprised. In their opinion, the mountain god master is a figure among the immortals. This is the world in addition to the sky, and the earth is worthy of respect. The rest are not worthy of worship. Receiving gifts and worshipping heaven and earth is just the process. The cave is the key later. Only when he heard the childish laughter die down and the boys began serving food and wine did Ryzen dare to raise his head. Great lords, eat and drink well. The little one is going to send the maidens to the cave. The guests laughed out loud and again sent their best wishes. After paying homage, the bride was put into a golden sedan chair and traveled toward a narrow passage behind the face of the waterfall rock. The passage was dark, so you had to walk in the dark, and the jagged rocks on both sides jutted out, so if you weren't careful, you'd cut yourself open. On both sides of the passage there are also many fake holes, not knowing which part of the mountain they lead to. If you fall into it, you'll be lucky and die. Bad luck. Hey, then you'll be stuck in the mountain, can't be rescued and can't get down, and end up starving to death. All stay close and watch your step. Ryzen nearly stepped on a foot, and was so frightened that he shouted to stop the procession. Almost forgot that there are fake holes in the passageway as well. There is no light here, and you can't see the road. If an outsider enters, it can be said that there is no way to survive. The interior scene opens up as the narrow passage is finally passed after a close call. As they entered, they startled whatever creature fluttered its wings and flew away. There was a strange odor in the air that smelled like water soaked in rotting wood. There was no more road until we reached a wall, layers of rock rising up to block the path. Anyone else might have thought it was a dead end. But Ryzen knelt down towards the rock pile and kowtowed 3 times, bang, bang, bang. Hard enough that dirt residue mingled in the flesh. Master Mountain God, I've come to bring you the maiden. The others fell to their knees as they did. Buzz, there was a muffled sound, like pushing an extremely heavy door. Only to see that the rock pile actually seems to need the dough, like, open a hole. Follow me. Ryzen patted his shirt and lowered his voice, grimacing backward in warning. Remember, from this is only the beginning. Don't make a fuss no matter what shenanigans come your way. The sedan chairmen swallowed in unison, their hearts apprehensive. What do you mean? That's the beginning? Chapter 41, when it's true, it's true. Only just as he entered the room, he heard a silvery laughter. Ryzen's face changed drastically in horror, and he immediately drank low. Bow down. All heads down. Don't move yet. No matter what you hear, don't move. The bearer of the sedan chair and the 2 drummers all obediently bowed their heads at the sound of the gong. A group of beautiful beauties like flowers and jade, each with their own characteristics, were frolicking and playing around, and curiously stopped their hands when they saw them. The woman at the head of the group let out a delicate laugh. Yo, which girl did you epileptic find for the mountain godmaster again? And added 2 sisters at once, I should really reward you. Here, look up. Reishing trembled all over, not daring to do as he was told at all. In a lowly manner, he said, "Your Highness, I am just a lowly slave." No, right. The woman known as the First Lady shook her hand impatiently and pinched her hands together as she chortled. "You look up when I tell you to. What, is it that this lady is not good looking? How dare Ryzen look up?" He was not the first batch to serve the mountain god elder. The previous batch of old men had, however, said that there were quite a few taboos in this sacred mountain. For example, never move to anger. Otherwise you will see the great evil in the world. After sending the mountain goddess to her cave, you must never look directly at her face in future encounters. Otherwise, Ryzen didn't know what would come after, or else because the person who told them about these taboos actually died of horror alive the next day. His silence drew resentment from the older woman. "I told you to look up. I told you to keep your head up. I told you to get your head. Pick it up." The voice grew eerily twisted, shrill and distorted. Just by listening to the voice, I would fantasize a crazy face in my mind. The tighter the eyes are closed, the more real that fantasy becomes. Alarmed, he opened his eyes abruptly. Instead, a scarlet compact embroidered shoe came into view. Embroidered on the toe of the shoe is a lifelike juxtaposed golden lotus. There is also a little dark brown stain on the petals of the golden lotus. What's that? Is it blood? Ryzen swallowed hard, and actually saw a long, knotted strand of hair, dry as a weed, slowly falling down in front of him. A blast of cold air was sprayed over his head, and the source of that sound was very close. It was as if the Grand Maiden was bending over, staring with bloodshot eyes pressed against the top of his head. "Why are you afraid to look at me?" Buzz. Just then, a muffled sound resounded once again from the depths of the cave. In Ryzen's ears it was tantamount to a life-saving Tao sound. The Grand Maiden gave a disgruntled light reprimand and led the other maidens into a cave of some sort. When the footsteps were far away, Ryzen couldn't control the cold sweat that broke out and his whole body shook. He touched his forehead with a palpitation, looking at his hands full of cold sweat mixed with powder, and the fear in his heart was not yet gone. "Your Highness is really getting weirder and weirder." Obviously she never spoke when we met before. This time, however, God's Mountain, it's been getting weirder and weirder lately. Playful children, people appearing out of nowhere, going down the wrong aisle only to see their backs. And the Mountain Maiden who can appear around any corner at any time. Remembering what he had said under his breath, Ryzen shuddered, not daring to think any further. Slapping his forehead to force himself to calm down, a strange smile cracked hard at the corners of his mouth. A wave towards the back. "Hurry! The mountain goddess is urging." The golden sedan chair is raised from new. Passing with difficulty along the narrow wooden bridge-like path, he finally came to the deepest part of the cave. Long, thick vines that glowed with a ghostly green color crawled over the stone walls. The growth was wanton and haphazard. On the walls, on the floor, on the roof. Everywhere. If you're not careful, you'll trip and fall to the ground in a heap. Buzz. Reishing immediately shouted at the sound of his voice, "Drop the sedan chair. Drop the sedan chair." When he finished speaking, he took the lead and slumped to his knees, his head itching to be buried in the ground. The bearer of the sedan chair and the others followed and did as they were told. And then the strange laughter of children actually resounded in the chamber again. He ha 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 ha. Never before had it been so clear that the voice was right behind him. As the voice rang out, the curtains of the sedan chair were raised by a pair of small hands. The sleeves of the two brides were tugged on 3 times by an invisible force, and then they walked out of the sedan chair like puppet dolls. At the same time, the vines moved away from the stone wall directly opposite the sedan chair, revealing the uneven edge of the wall. The rock transformed and twisted, raised in the center and sunken at the top and bottom. If someone were to look up at this moment, they might be surprised to find that it was like a human face without eyebrows and ears, with holes in the eyes. The location of the rocky human face's mouth slowly opened wide, from which a glittering golden elixir was spat out. The golden elixir grew brighter and brighter, resembling a great sun. At its center, the outline of a human figure emerged. The silhouette stepped out of the radiance and turned out to be a Taoist holding a floating dust, sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform. All the radiance was gathered behind his head, transforming into a great wheel of light. The Taoist face was born in a vision, although the appearance is flat but both ears over the shoulder, full head of hair only 2 sideburns gray. With a wave of floating dust, he landed in the mouth of the rocky human face and spoke slowly. Kai. The mountain was trembling slightly with his voice. The bride's head was also propped up under the cover with a small bulge with the outline of 5 fingers. A small and lovely young girl is in the year of the golden hairpin, powdery little face like a forest tackle. The other maiden's appearance was even more delicate and graceful. Although the face is not open, but the pair of eyes that want to talk can already seduce people's heart. 2 different kinds of beauty, but at the moment equally dull. The Taoist nodded to show his satisfaction, and with his left hand, he pinched the lotus flower seal and pointed to one side of the wall. There was a hole that was just big enough for one person to pass through. In front of the cave entrance, a woman with a red cloth wrapped around her eyes appeared at some point. After making a Hail Mary salute towards the Taoist, her red lips lightly opened. 2 ladies, please follow me. The bride followed with good-natured little steps. The Taoist waved the floating dust again, and the cave closed up, dropping another vine down to the ground. A red fruit fell from the bottom of the vine. The color was bright and colorful, and the skin was so thin that it was almost transparent. Just by looking at it, a refreshing sweetness fills my mouth. Seeing this scene, Ryzen caught out in excitement. "Thank you, Master, for the reward." "Thank you, Master." He was about to reach out and take up this gift. Suddenly, the squire behind him bellowed in alarm. You. What on earth are you holding up?" Ryzen was stunned at first, thinking that the people behind him were jealous of the reward he had received. But when he was about to pick the fruit, he saw that it was expanding. It instantly turned into a bloody, dead head with gray eyes. The neck breaks at the skin and flesh, as if it had been twisted alive. Flesh, skin, bones and tendons were exposed at the break, and the blood and flesh were stained with a lot of dust. That face. It seems to be one of the mountain maidens. Ah. He screamed shrilly and threw the fruit, which tumbled and spun on the ground, coming to a stop with a face with bulging eyes facing him squarely. A few loose strands of hair clung to the stiffly hooked corners of his mouth. She was actually laughing. Ryzen dropped to the ground holding his head, his legs stomping back and forth. He didn't realize that he had broken the taboo in the sacred mountain. No anger, sorrow, fear, evil, desire. Everything in his eyes, therefore, changed. Caves full of vines wriggled and popped, covering the chamber like veins wrapped around a heart. The rocky human face that occupied an entire stone wall cracked and shattered, extruding a small umbrella-shaped mushroom from the cracks, which grew larger and swelled into a wailing human-faced sarcoma. The Taoist man sitting in the mouth of the rocky human face was mostly decayed, a Taoist robe made of unknown animal skins sewn together. Something seemed to be burrowing in and out of his dirty beard. A stream of foul-smelling pus flowed from his empty eye sockets. The cheeks are rotting with only a transparent layer of fascia left, and the teeth are opening and closing up and down. Ghost. Ryzen's legs desperately curved on the ground, but he couldn't fall back, so it turned out that he was already against the stone wall. Ugh! The pupils of the trembling eyes instantly narrowed to the size of pinpoints. He doesn't get it. If there is a stone wall behind you, who put his hands over his eyes? Ryzen fell to the ground and lived and died, so naturally he couldn't see that everything was back to normal in the cave. Where are the veins, the faces, the maggots? Even the head on the ground was transformed into a red fruit. The Taoist who had been watching from above suddenly laughed up in the air. Ha. Fellow Taoist, truly a good tactic. All the attendants were trembling like chickens on the ground, foaming at the mouth and bleeding from all their senses. The only one who spoke to Ryzen patted his shirt and stood up, taking 2 steps forward and picking up the fruit and wiping it on his sleeve. At the same time, his face melted like a burning candle, revealing a rough wooden mask like a cat's face under half of his human face. It was Gu Xian. Pa. He tossed and played with the fruit, an unknown expression under his mask. Then, he threw the fruit towards the Taoist. There was still some distance to go when the fruit was crushed by an unknown force. Juicy mincemeat splattered everywhere. The Taoist narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "It's a bit too much for a fellow Taoist to intrude on my mountain of immortal ascension." "Yeah, well, I'm really sorry about that." Gu Xian warm smile, actually from behind the air out of a bamboo pole, casually waving 2 tri-hand. Staring up at the dowser above, he said, "Gu is just a little curious. Will someone lie so much that they even fool themselves into it? If that's true, that's pretty stupid. Fellow Taoist, what do you say?" The Taoist's face suddenly changed, and his eyes panicked for a moment. "Hide your inner turmoil with a stern rebuke." "Nonsense." With a wave of floating dust, the cave began to tremble. The vines that filled the cavern came alive and transformed into poisonous snakes that twisted into a ball. Hiss. Vipers at least as thick as an adult male's small arm grow all over the cave. The slippery touch of writhing underfoot is creepy. In an instant, hundreds of snake kisses opened their fangs, forming a large net that complemented the sky and the earth. Gu Xian could not avoid it. His left foot stepped forward, his body pressed forward and his center of gravity shifted down. And then both hands covered in the green-colored chi mass speedily rotating the bamboo pole, dancing densely. The crunching sound of snapping breaking watermelons was incessant. Seemingly falling into a meat grinder, the splattered crumbs of flesh and bone quickly piled up into a layer of mush on the ground. At first glance, it was Gu Xian who had the advantage, but the number of vipers did not decrease at all. On the contrary, there were more and more of them. "It'll hold up for now. What about a quarter of an hour? What about an hour? There's always a time when manpower runs out. Not to mention..." Gu Xian, who was tired of fighting the poisonous snakes, did not notice that behind him, several red figures were slowly approaching. "Doyle." The Taoist suddenly laughed out coldly, the earlobes on his shoulders trembling with him, all the way. "Good riddance." Gu Xian was wondering what he was talking about when a sharp pop sounded violently behind him. Before he could look sideways, he was nearly severed from his nerves by a sharp pain. On both sides of his waist, he was sliced into the bone marrow like a blade by 2 sharp claws with 5 fingers together, followed by a third, a fourth. Stabbed in the back, the belly, the neck. A full 40 arms inserted Gu Xian's entire body like a tattered sack. The gurgling blood was impossible to stop, and his body had rotted into a puddle. The sharp pain was followed by a bone-chilling cold, and a figure could vaguely be seen approaching in a vision that could no longer focus. It's the Taoist. He jumped off the lotus platform and walked forward to stroke his beard and sigh. Why bother, daring to come to Mount Dengxian to cause trouble? Just as well Master Dao has a good temper and allows you to leave a last word. Heh, yeah. Guxian lifted his head with difficulty and cracked an odd smile. Your family can be really a temper. At these words, the Taoist was so shocked that he nearly stroked his beard off. He stared in disbelief and nearly lost his voice. What did you say? Say what? Why don't we talk in person? Guxian's head sank and he completely lost his breath. Ladies, we're here. The female with the red cloth around her eyes bowed toward the back. Tonight, the slave will serve the maiden in her room with the lord. Miss Su and the little maid looked at each other dumbfounded. Two pairs of dull eyes suddenly took on a glow. Ha 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 ha, no. MS. Su laughed freely, her throat clearing, rhyming voice gradually becoming warm and thick. When it's true, it's true. The little maid's petite body also began to stretch and distort. Fake it till you make it. The two silhouettes became blurrier and blurrier, staggering and even stacked together. At last, a masked Roahakan came out of it. He looked at the bump on the ground in the distance that shouldn't be there and warmed his voice. Did Gu say it right? Fellow Taoist, you're caught in the act. Chapter 42, When falsehood is true, falsehood is also true. That's a person. A man who looks like a plug jammed at the mouth of the hole, with only a head showing. In the center of the ground, vines spread out radially in all directions from a bump. Black smoke escaped from the gap between the vines and the mountain from time to time. Taking a few steps forward, he saw the shriveled head buried under the tangled vines. Thin, brittle skin wrapped around bones, rotting away with only a few green shoots still burrowing out of the nasal cavity and ear canals. Guxian's breathing slowed down a bit for fear of shattering it. In addition to this dry corpse stuffed in a hole in the ground, he also found a row of women dressed in red dowry with covered heads in a stone room in the side chamber. They wore tiny embroidered shoes and lay quietly and shyly on a huge stone bed. The dusty cover sagged slightly, revealing the flat contours of the face beneath it. Apparently, they have also been dead for a long time. 18, 19, 20. After counting several times, he was sure that the ones lying down were all 20 female corpses. However, Guxian always felt that something was missing from the side of the stone bed. Push that doubt into your mind for now. He looked around the room and suddenly asked out loud. Your master, when did he die? The question was naturally asked by the woman with the red cloth over her eyes. The chamber was small, and the woman took a few small steps forward to his side. Bending down to make a blessing, she cocked her head to look at him through the red cloth. Didn't seem to understand what he meant. Hey! Guxian paused in his steps and crouched in front of that head and sighed softly. Lying to people, lying to ghosts, lying to heaven and earth, fellow Taoist, you're actually lying to yourself. These words might sound cloudy to an uninformed onlooker. The two in the room, however, both understood what was meant. But one didn't want to say, and the other was playing dumb. Buzz. The closed passageway opened again, and the Taoist man sitting in the mouth of the rocky human face walked in. Behind them followed a group of overlapping illusory humanoid silhouettes that could not be seen in their entirety. Only dozens of delicate jade hands painted with bright red nails could be seen. 40 in all. It corresponds exactly to the row of mountain maidens on the stone bed. Humph. The Taoist swept away the floating dust, then grunted angrily when he saw Guxian again, but there was no more reaction. Those palms and silhouettes also faded away until they disappeared. When they didn't speak, Guxian didn't speak either, strolling around to survey the surroundings, touching the east and looking at the west. Finally, the woman with the red cloth over her eyes asked, Do you, want to become a mountain god lord? Guxian paused and turned his head sideways, and the crude catface mask covering his face looked like it had come to life, actually grinning a creepy smile. Why don't you wait until I speak to you in person? With that, he raised a palm towards his heavenly spirit. Touch. In front of the waterfall's stone wall, the guests who went to the banquet have disappeared, and the lively atmosphere is bleak and desolate. A masked figure shifted violently for a split second on the stone furniture made in heaven. Finally, Guxian stretched his back and saw two sleeping girls on the side. The little maid shrank into a small ball like a baby, and her small hands, shrunk in her long sleeves, were still tugging at the corner of the young lady's coat. The small mouth was puckered up and seemed to be chattering some dreamy talk. Miss Su is also interesting. Her eyebrows are sometimes wrinkled and sometimes stretched, and from time to time, she also kicks her legs twice, and her sleeping appearance cannot be said to be good. Oh, two lifelong girls. Guxian shook his head slightly. It was also fortunate that he arrived just in time and found the duo before the worship. The girls of this era regard the wedding and chastity as more important than life. If they wake up, the two women find themselves married to the same mountain stone, I am afraid that they will crash on the spot. He took the bamboo staff he had set aside and eat as he surveyed it. This bamboo stick was in a hurry, see its size and thickness is just right. Under the joy of heart to play with. Unexpectedly, in a few times of spiritual chi rushing, the bamboo staff is now more and more crystal clear, obviously is the material of bamboo, in this dimly lit cave but glittering with glittering light. Maybe it can be refined into a spiritual treasure? Guxian was on a whim to ferry a strand of aura to stay in the bamboo staff. He didn't think much of it. It didn't matter if it didn't work out. If it came to pass, it would be considered a blessing. Then, after drawing a circle around the two on the ground, the fingertips pointed forward, spewing out a strand of black as ink mist, and a strand of greenish filaments. After combining the two in a compatible manner, a silhouette slowly coalesced. That silhouette split into head and limbs, dressed in clothes. The same wearing a mask and ruah hat, even holding a bamboo pole. Two such as looking in the mirror seems to look like the details of the same. The latter clasped his hands and bowed toward Guxian. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Ha, Mr. Go has also met fellow Daoist. Guxian returned the salute and pointed to the circle. These two will trouble you, Daoist, to take care of them for a while. Talk about trouble? You and I were meant to be one. Guxian said and sat down on his knees, took off his ruah hat and put it on one side, and said without lifting his eyes, fellow Daoist, and go and get busy. Guxian nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the avatar. This move was still the inspiration he had gotten from Cheng Daoran. After shorting and harvesting a county, the Qing Taoist then incorporates aura into each dead body and deceives all of them into thinking they are still alive. It had to be said that Taoist Qing was worthy of being a remnant that had survived the Jedi heaven and earth passage, and he really did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. At least with this hand, Guxian had fumbled around for quite some time and only managed to work out the skinny. He was empty of aura but had no other substrate, and aura was not omnipotent. He had been unable to find a way to place his mind and consciousness in the aura. But, not in other places, but in this mountain. Or rather, it can only be realized in the midst of the maze. Those who are blinded do not distinguish between falsehoods, and if they mistake falsehood for truth, then, falsehood will be transformed into truth in the blindfold. In other words, all that appears in the maze is what others think and believe in their hearts. This was something that Guxian had only discovered after incorporating enough mazes. The refining of falsehoods is perhaps only the outermost manifestation of the maze. To go deeper, more mazes must be incorporated. Guxian could, on the contrary, incorporate all the mazes outside the mountain into the Xian Pass. However, that would be too slow in terms of efficiency, so it would be better to directly find the place where the root of the Misty Barrier was located. And the root of the Misty Barrier was most likely where the mountain god elder's true body was. This, however, is the most difficult. The cave is full of fake holes and caves. If one didn't live in this mountain for years, one would really be like a confused fly scurrying back and forth. Even if Guxian could see through the barriers, it would still take a lot of effort to find the mountain god master. It's a good thing that he inadvertently met the golden palanquin with Ryzen and the others. Immediately, he turned into 3-in-1 and deceived the procession of bride givers, with the help of which he found the place leading to the mountain goddess. Although Guxian did not share his perception with his avatar. However, he could roughly sense the direction in which the aura was moving. And that was enough for Guxian to draw a map of the roads within the mountain in his mind. Follow the narrow path into the empty chamber. The fluttering sound of wings is mostly some light-avoiding bats. The air was moist and unpleasant, and there should have been another puddle of stagnant water. When he reached the wall where the rocks were layered on top of each other, Guxian walked straight ahead without avoiding it. It rippled as it made contact with the rocky surface. Upon entering, he heard the strange laughter of giggling children. Earlier Guxian would have been wary, but now that he had guessed their nature, there was no need to worry. Walking forward for some more distance, he saw the parked 3-carried golden sedan chair, and the sedan bearer and others who had fainted and died on the ground without knowing whether they were alive or dead. At one side wall, the crooked-mouthed, slanted-eyed Rise was pressed against the wall with no rise or fall in his chest. The fingernail crevices of his hands were filled with shredded flesh, having his neck scratched to shreds by his own hand. The huge eyeballs staring out of their sockets were appalling with the face that was thickly coated with white powder. Guxian didn't see a rocky human face, only a slightly raised rock wall. He also saw poisonous snakes, only vines crawling all over the chamber. He did, however, notice that some of the vines were piled up irregularly on the ground. This caused Guxian's heart to speculate some more. Skimming through one false cave after another, he headed for a rock wall. Once inside, he saw the Taoist, the woman in red cloth, and the suspended palm waiting quietly. Guxian nodded his head toward them over, his eyes resting on the Taoist's face. With a smile, he said, "Crow Taoist, what is he?" Seeing him ask this, the Taoist immediately sank his face, knowing that he had seen it all through. Breathing heavily, he returned in a deep voice. "Back to you, Taoist Crow. The Crow Taoist is the mountain god elder's own flesh and blood." "Oh, no wonder." Guxian nodded, secretly saying that these two were worthy of being father and son. As soon as they met, they gave in vain. Taoist Crow, i.e. when Guxian had just traveled to this world, that unlucky person who was chosen by the Grand Prince, performed a vertical cloud stepping on fog trick in the hall, looking decent. I thought it was a high-ranking person, but in the twinkling of an eye, he was strangled to death by eunuch Tak Choi. Combined with the deeds of the Crow Taoist, things are actually not difficult to speculate. His father, this head on the ground, is tentatively called the Nameless Taoist. Both father and son were originally martial artists, and by chance they found the mysteries of this mountain, and found the eye of the cave here by chance. Then accidentally, I learned that plugging the hole can manipulate the black mist. And so, the Nameless Taoist really believed. Willingly, he blocked the hole with his body, and then let the Crow Taoist go out to find sustenance to feed the black mist. The black fog, too, is both a maze. The characters of the scene evolved need to be colored by the 7 emotions in addition to what is in the mind of the person who is blindfolded. These 7 emotions are joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire. At first father and son were confined to the village at the foot of this mountain. With the great joy of the newlyweds, they gained joy, and desire was born out of love. And by the bride's casualties, from great joy to great anger, to great sorrow and great fear and great evil. The 7 emotions that caused some of the mazes to give birth to a spirit. But the speed at which this was obtained was always too slow, so, after learning that the emperor was looking for capable people in the world, the crow realist, who knew nothing about the unspoken rules of today's cultivation world, had come out of the mountain with a black mist. This time out of the mountain, it's goodbye forever. The Nameless Taoist does not know that his son is dead, still dreaming of becoming an immortal and an ancestor. Unbeknownst to him, all of his perceptions are actually deceived by the maze. The illusions derived from the unusual maze of barriers are dull and antiquated, unable to touch physical objects. But that's all appearances. The true terrifying aspect of the maze barrier was the weirdness derived from combining the 7 emotions. Not only can they touch physical objects after meeting certain conditions, and even the birth of a spirit. As far as Guxian knew at the moment, that cackling strange laughter sound was most likely a joyful child transformed by joyful chi. Earlier, as the sedan chair entered the village, perhaps to pick up joyful energy. The 3 things in front of me are probably the same. Tell me, what are you each? The Taoist who used the appearance and mannerisms of a mountain god was the first to make a salute. Poor Taoist, Wrath Taoist. Transformed by the anger in this place for the mountain god elder's confinement. The woman with the red cloth wrapped around her eyes introduced herself thus, along with the 40 arms in passing. Slaves are lust. Nuns are mourning. Guxian softly murmured, joy, anger, desire, and sorrow. Then, where are the other 3 kinds of love personified? There may be no love-ized mazes in these deep mountains, but there is never any fear or evil. The 3 seemed quite resistant to this question and did not answer Guxian's question. The lustful slave said, if you are the master of the mountain god, we are all at your disposal. For me? Ha 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 ha. Guxian shook his head without a word. Walking over to the head, he put one hand on it to dislodge the vines and rested it on the head and patted it. Fellow Taoist, oh fellow Taoist, I wonder if you realized on your deathbed that you had been deceived? He didn't realize that he and the incarnation had said similar things. A martial artist, because of the various chances arranged for him, really thought he had immortal destiny. Willingly filling himself in the eye of the hole and using the 7 passions to open the initial spirit for the maze. However, there was a possibility of stepping onto the path of immortal cultivation. In the place of an ordinary seeker, one could really put up a fight. To fight with the misty barrier that was transformed by the 7 passions. If you win, you will receive the creation of this place. If you lose, you will be turned into the sustenance of the maze. But Guxian was different. He was arranging the dry corpse's hair and picking off the broken leaf debris. However, he violently yanked the dry body up and instantly shattered it into scraps in midair. Lustful slave was alarmed and shouted, stop. In an instant, dozens of arms reached out together to block it. Guxian, however, didn't even look at it and sat quietly with his 5 hearts facing the sky. But those 40 arms couldn't even get an inch closer. He could only watch as he closed his eyes and murmured softly. The prerequisite for you to make contact is to have a corresponding emotion, right? But, what if Gu has no emotion in his heart? Guxian sat cross-legged in front of the cave's eyes, and half a foot in front of his brow, a bull-sized vortex actually formed. It's okay if you don't say anything. Anyway, you will all be transformed into a part of Gu. Refined. A ghastly suction force that swallowed the dragon and drank from it absorbed all the black mist that overflowed from the eye of the cave. It was a bit slow at first, the rate of absorption far from catching up with the rate of overflow. However, the Shen Guan at the spiritual wisdom pillar seemed to never know how to be satisfied, and the vortex outside the center of the brow not only didn't shrink, but instead grew larger and larger with time. After equalizing with the speed of the black fog overflow, he still didn't know enough and inhaled all the black fog that filled the room. In the spiritual wisdom prana, the black fog floating within the Shen Guan gathered like a sea. At the moment, this sea is not calm, and again when the waves beat down the whirlpool vortex, the color of the sea of fog becomes denser and denser. As the Shen Guan kept refining it, there was a vague tendency for it to turn from gas into liquid. Stop, stop. The lust slave, the angry Taoist and the mourning maidens panicked. Ever since Taoist Nameless had found the eye of the cave, the bewilderment of combining the 7 emotions was beginning to open up spiritually. Following their instincts, they compelled the Nameless Taoist to find sustenance. Seeing that the metamorphosis was imminent, the nameless Taoist who acted as the source actually died. Everything was spiraling out of control after that. The newly enlightened spirits don't know what to do, but can only continue to follow what they did in the past. Seeing a mysterious and unpredictable being today, they were somewhat repulsed, but it would be fine if they could entice the other party to act as a source. However, this person not only had no mood swings, it even managed to devour them in turn. Knowing that it's not easy to open their minds, how can they be captured? Ah! The morning maiden revealed her true form with a sharp burst. The silhouette emerged from nothingness. It was actually a writhing flesh and blood sewn together with a red dowry. 40 lotus root arm skewers were stuck on a pile of pus-dripping meatballs, and a scattering of resentful eyeballs looked at Guxian in unison. A red lip grew out of the meatball, and the upper and lower pieces of tender flesh flew open and closed, lightly spitting out a small scarlet tongue. I hate it so much, I'm a sacrifice. Ha ha ha, I'm a sacrifice. My mother said that by marrying the mountain god master, no one will beat my mother at night. Let me go ah ah ah. Why, would I be a girl child? The dying words of 20 brides were superimposed and repeated over and over and over again. The sadness was infectious, and the loathing was manic to anyone who heard it. The angry Taoist evoked his own hatred of being fooled and buried in the belly of the mountain, and lifted his sleeve to draw away as well. A bunch of little dolls in red bibs came out of the walls, the ground, and the ceiling, giggling and reaching out their little hands. If you look closely, some of the little dolls still have a piece of umbilical cord trailing from their belly buttons. The misty barriers, which were made of the 7 emotions, struck out on instinct. But the lustful slave did not make any move, standing in the distance and staring blankly at it all. It was for this reason that it saw the mountain maidens being swallowed by a large mouth, saw the angry Taoist being dispersed with a slap, and the joyful children disappearing one by one. Even the vines in the crypt began to wither. The black mist dispersed. To be exact, they were all devoured by the man. It was only when there was no more wisp of black mist escaping from the eye of the cave that Guxian, who had a calm expression on his face, finally opened his eyes. Release. Please release slave. Lust slave's delicate body trembled slightly, raising her head to lightly bite her red lips. Under the red band there seemed to be a pair of hooked and thick and charming eyes looking straight in front of her body. Its flimsy words of love were fire, a fire of lust that burned in the heart. You can do anything you want, slave. Seeing Guxian stand up with a smile on his lips, he patted his clothes, taking a step towards it, but leaned over it and whispered, "Tell me, which do you think tastes better, them or Master Yamagami?" Chapter 43, The Extra Man. Lust slave's timid little face froze at the sound. Although she had spiritual intelligence, she was only slightly stronger than the angry Taoist, the joyful child, and so on. In the face of the killing intent implied in Guxian's question, it instinctively knew that it would be hard to escape death no matter how it answered. Thus, the desire slave kneeled down to beg. Thin as a gauze dress under the spring light appeared, a pair of tender as sheep fat jade rabbit out of the mouth. She tried to use her own charm to exchange for Guxian's pity. It is the slave who was blinded for a moment and did the wrong thing, not recognizing that his lordship was in front of him. The slave should be punished. I hope you will forgive me, and I will. Its sobs of supplication for pity were suddenly interrupted. A hand gradually enlarged in the beautiful eyes, open index finger thumb pinched on both sides of the corner of its forehead, covering that moonlit flowery face. The corners of Guxian's mouth were slightly raised, but a hint of laughter was missing from the bottom of his eyes. Have a good trip. The clean jade-like palm slowly closed, did not force. That pear blossom with rain-delicate face will be broken like the wind willow. From the hair to the tender belly inch by inch collapsed and dissipated. Patting his palm which had little residue, Guxian looked around the considerably empty chamber. Walking over to the stone beds again, he examined each of the corpses. In fact, he had already had a guess in his mind. The line of asking the lust slave was merely to make a confirmation. Though lustful slave did not say it outright, the result could be drawn from his reaction. Perhaps from the very beginning, when Taoist Nameless and Taoist Crow, father and son, came to this mountain, the mystic barrier had already given birth to a wisp of ignorant consciousness. Perhaps out of instinct, he cajoled and subconsciously induced the father and son to seek sustenance for him. Guxian guessed that the lust slave was the mystic barrier that initially gave birth to spiritual intelligence. After that, the remaining 6 emotions were gradually derived, and the lust slave's desires increased again. Not only do they have selfishness, but they even know how to take advantage of the situation to get more sustenance for themselves. This is evidenced by the 20 leveled and laid out mountain maidens and the violent death of the nameless Taoist. At the end of the day, it even devours the other 6 emotions to replenish itself. If Guxian hadn't arrived at this place, perhaps before long, a mystic barrier that fused the 7 emotions could truly walk out of the path of refining falsehoods into truth. However, guesses were just guesses, and now that most of the misty barriers had been taken in by Guxian, it was unintentional to think about them in detail. Although using the 7 refined false formation was really the core of the misty barrier, Guxian didn't need it for the time being. What he was looking at was the ability of the maze to create illusions. The 7 emotions derived from it are useless, so it would be better to break them up and refine them as much as possible. Beauty? red-pink skull ears. After scrutinizing the dried corpses of the mountain maidens for a long time, Guxian suddenly got a bit of an itchy hand. Burying it right there won't do. The depths of this cave are worse than the nether regions. But it would be a bit inappropriate to carry them off one by one. Wouldn't it? Su buried more people buried, Guxian now also buried out of preaching to. Despite not knowing feng shui, he could already tell which plot of land was more suitable for burial. The nameless Taoist even has been shattered into a dusty cinder, let it return to dust to earth. However, these 20 women are all bitter people. They were not fortunate in life, and after death, they must have a place to sleep. Just as Guxian was thinking of a suitable plan, he suddenly felt the aura incarnation left outside throb. In the next moment, the figure quickly rushed towards the outside. In front of the waterfall stone wall. Boing! Miss Su rubbed her eyes in a daze and shook her little head. Still groggy and feeling like I took a long nap. The left arm is a little heavy. Looking sideways, he was seeing a little lazy cat pouting. The line of sight moved upward and saw a masked man guarding his side. Although he could not see his face, he could see the bones of his Yaoji jade tree-like body. She rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, "Warrior, was it you who saved me again?" This would be when Ms. Su finally recalled what happened before she passed out. While attending a strange wedding banquet, Mizuko was lost. She is wearing a red wedding dress, indicating that she has been one of the main characters of the wedding feast. Guxian had returned long before she woke up. However, he was only an avatar and did not have all the memories of his original body. Thus, he only nodded slightly at Miss Su's question and raised his hand to signal her to sit for a while longer. "Oh, is the lady going to get up?" The sound of conversation woke up the little maid as well. After noticing the red wedding dress she was wearing, she just shook out her two little buns. "It's not very good looking, hey." The two women had been lying down for a bit too long, especially Miss Su, whose arms were a bit numb from being held. It was only when they stood up to move around that Guxian voiced a reminder, "Don't step out of the circle range." "Ha?" Miss Su blinked, and only then did she see that there was a painted layer of light white coils on the floor. Puzzled, "What is there to it?" Guxian colon. Honestly speaking, he didn't know what the main body was thinking, and he always felt that the other party was giving an explanation just for fun. However, since the main body had already instructed him, he still did as he was told. "Take another break and leave later." "Okay." Seeing that Guxian continued to meditate with his eyes closed, he had no intention of chatting. Miss Su beamed her little mouth without a trace, and when she reacted to what she was doing, her cheeks blushed back to their original color. Sujia, are you still a child?" Shame on you." I don't think he saw it, did he?" Carefully peeking out of sight. It was at this moment that a commotion was heard from the depths of the cave. The Miss Su duo shrank backward in terror, instinctively using Guxian as a psychological support. Guxian stood up and remained composed, but in reality, his heart was slightly flustered. His essence was just a layer of misty barrier. Come to that, if it was the same misty barrier it would be just that. But if it was a living person, he couldn't touch it at all. "I just hope that the circles drawn by the instance are effective." Huffing and puffing. As the commotion drew closer, the trio heard heavy breathing. It didn't take long to get a good look at the visitor. It was a simple man of medium build, his head looking back from time to time as he ran, his face full of terror. He instantly tensed up when he saw Guxian and the others. However, he hesitated for a moment after seeing the Miss Su duo in their red wedding clothes. "Are you people or ghosts?" Miss Su glanced nervously at Guxian, and when she saw that he didn't open his mouth, she also bit her lip in apprehension. But the man would not relent. "Female doll, Tender was sent in by a couple of me, so I know that the Tender too are alive. But this little brother doesn't look like it." As if he recalled something horrible, he glared like a wild animal. "If you don't believe me, just touch him. If you can touch him, then he's real." Sometimes people have rather strange feelings for each other. The trust that has been built up between them can crumble with a word or two from a stranger. Miss Su looked at Guxian's back with some hesitation. "That said, it's a bit of a coincidence. The people who have been searching for a long time without finding them actually meet here. Can we really trust him?" Fortunately, Ms. Su only hesitated for a moment and then steadied her mind. The burning gaze was unwavering. "Just trust each other for once." However, the cries of the little maid came from her arms. "Little miss, I can't touch it, I really can't touch it." Only to see the little maid reaching out her little hand to grab onto the corner of Guxian's coat, and the onion-like fingertips actually penetrated through the corner of the coat. Ms. Su instantly felt a muffled hammer being slammed down on her head, and a buzzing ringing in her ears engulfed her sanity like a wave. She looked at Guxian with disbelief and stiffened in place. The little maid pursed her lips and tugged Miss Su about to run towards the outside when Guxian finally spoke. "Don't go." The two did not speak, but the naive man began to urge. "Run away, girl. There are more of these ghosts back there." "Miss, let's go." The little maid prodded likewise. But Ms. Su was still undeterred and turned back. However, he saw Guxian skipping over the two of them and charging towards the man with an arrow step. With a flip of his wrist, the bamboo staff in his hand transformed into a horizontal pick toward his chest. The man held his head and backed up, his feet moving in a panic. Within a breath, he was brought up close to his body, and the bamboo end hit him squarely in the jaw. However, the imagined pain did not come. The Hanyu scowled and opened his eyes, shrinking into a doe-eye, focusing his vision forward. The bamboo cane was seen to have penetrated the jaw without bringing a moment's damage. Guxian withdrew his momentum and was filled with doubt. What exactly are you? The Hanyu even touched his head to make sure he was still in one piece before exhaling a ragged breath. Staring at the eyes colorful and weak, roared, also I am what? I still want to know what you are what? The demeanor and movements and posture were no different from an ordinary human after a robbery. However, Guxian saw that the man smiled sorrowfully as he realized that he was unharmed. The curve of that mouth was never humanly possible. Thus, Guxian let out a light breath. A slight sideways glance explained to the pair. Listen, stay in the circle honestly and wait for me to come. Then, he slapped his palm toward his heavenly spirit in front of everyone. The figure dispersed into black mist, scaring the people present. The Hanyu touched his forehead and swallowed, this ing, and it's weirdly fooling people. Again, he urged toward the two daughters. Don't believe that damn thing. Let's go. Upon hearing this, the little maid winced and hugged Miss Sue's arm to try to walk towards it, but she didn't move. Looking back, she saw Miss Sue's face showing resistance, staring blankly at the white circle under her feet. The little maid was anxious. Miss, if you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. But, Ms. Sue was a little hesitant. She felt that if she said what she felt in her heart, she would definitely be taken as crazy by the little maid. But even after seeing the man dissipate in front of her eyes, she still had a hard feeling of trust. It always felt like something bad would happen if she went out of the circle. Hanging a stiff smile, the Hanyu approached slowly before extending his hand in a worried manner. Female child, come with me. I can't rest assured. Zip zip. The instant he touched the white circle, the Hanyu's eyes snapped open. The two beautiful silhouettes in front of him were blurred and dissolved in the thick, near-ink black fog. In the depths of the black fog, a pair of ruthless cold eyes slowly opened. That disdainful line of sight was superior and exclusive, as if it was scornful of a mole cricket, looking straight through the skin to his inner self, like the cold whisper of a lingering winter wind echoing in the ears. You, try moving. The whispers and phantoms dissipated, and before them remained the two of them in a hug, full of caution. But the Hanyu was hesitant to take a step closer. Sour eyes rolled hard for a week, sizing up the two women sorrowfully. Then, the man clenched his teeth and finally made a decision. His figure pulled out a black shadow and flew towards the outside of the cave at great speed. It was also not long after he left. Another silhouette, like a royal wind, chased after him from the depths of the cave. Standing at the mouth of the cave, he peered down in the direction of the hiking trail for a moment and snickered, running pretty fast. Looking the two up and down, he saw that their limbs were still sound except for the shivering. Guxian laughed softly and pacified, fortunately, you guys didn't go out of the circle, otherwise it would have been hard for Mr. Good to save you. When he returned along the original path, he noticed that the 7 retainers on the ground had broken heart veins and blood vessels crumbling under their eyes covered in blood, all of them looking horribly dead. Ryzen has been dead for a long time. And although the person who was replaced by Guxian at the beginning was still alive, he had yet to wake up. The only living people left in the cave besides them were also the 2 brides. Then, the person who came to lure Ms. Sue out, who would it be? Chapter 44, The Edict of Montenegro. Seeing him reappear, the little maid was busy blocking in front of Miss Sue's chest, baring his little white teeth like a pretentious little beast. Not much of a man, but he's got a temper. Seeing the vigilance and wariness of the two, Guxian didn't explain too much. Picking up the bamboo cane, he gave the little one a not-so-gentle tap on each side of the skull. Ouch! Ouch! Hey, how did you touch it again? The little maid rubbed the top of her head full of doubts, listening to Guxian continue. Are you coming with me, or will you stay here until I return? He was kinda curious about what had just escaped. Ordinary mazes and barriers are but illusions and do not exist as entities. The 7 emotions that are transformed into a maze of obstacles also need to fulfill certain conditions before they can touch the physical object. Although Guxian hadn't seen the entirety of the escaping thing, he was able to tell from the traces left behind by the other party that it was something that possessed a solid body. An existence born of the maze, yet different from it? Ms. Sue rubbed her head in reaction for some time. After calming her emotions, she suddenly thought back to what she had said earlier when her incarnation had dissipated, and the fact that the Hanyu had stiffened and then fled the moment he had come into contact with the circle. This could never be achieved by martial arts. Compared to martial arts, the means that this person had performed were more like the rumored immortal cultivators. Is it? Miss Sue's heart fluttered with excitement. Her premonitions had always been extremely accurate. At this moment, she vaguely realized that a heavenly opportunity that everyone from kings and lords down to the common people had been seeking was right in front of her. Forcing his emotions to calm down, he replied, "We're coming with you, Miss." The little maid wanted to say something else, but choked when she saw Miss Sue's expression. The expression on the lady's face, it seems like when she decided to run away from home. closely following Guxian around out of the cave. As he exited the cave, he looked out and saw 3 red sedan chairs parked not far away. Once again, the duo felt a pang of fear. Had it not been for the mysterious man's help, it would have been a big mistake again. Without the operation of the lust slave, the angry Taoist, and the others, the misty fairyland around the mountain began to crumble. The crane that flew over the top of the mountain stalled in mid-air, its spread wings stretching and dispersing into a black mist that merged into the cloudy sky. The long sun hanging in the sky blurred, and the light fiercely and completely dimmed. It was as if a cracked hole had been cut out by a great force, and rolling black smoke poured into the heavens and earth along the large hole. Descend against the hiking trail. The thickening black fog obstructed the road, and visibility was less than an arm's length. The sound of the wind swept through the ears was interspersed with creepy sobbing wails. The voice was too close, as if something would come out of the black fog at any moment. For Miss Sue and her duo, the more powerful the mountain alien became, the more security that mysterious man brought them. The dense black mist around Guxian was as if it had encountered a natural enemy, collapsing and dissipating near its circumference, wiping out a vacuum area. In this black misty mountainside, Guxian's entire body seemed to be shrouded in a ball of light, glistening. The 2 little girls leaned closer and closer. The closer they got, the more at ease they became. Guxian once again refined the maze along the way, once again controlling his speed to take care of the 2 behind him. Watch your step. The climbing path was not smooth, and there were a number of defective places in it, so if you accidentally stepped out of the way and couldn't tug on it in time, and rolled straight down the hill, you were bound to fall into a puddle of flesh. When he said so, the 2 women instead became even more nervous, itching to tug at the corners of his coat and cling to his back. This is not the way to go, the descent is just too slow. After making a slight calculation once in his mind, Guxian turned around and extended his hand towards the halted duo. Out of order. Raising his breath and concentrating, he picked up the 2 of them like cat pups. Aura was added to their palms, and the 3 of them quickly rushed towards the mountain. The sound of breaking wind exploded in their ears. The strong wind rushing in their face blurred their consciousness, and the slits in their barely opened eyes were filled with tears. The novelty of the scene is unparalleled, as you travel through the clouds and mist with great variety. Each step of the mountain climbing path landed less than half a step. It was unusual to be careful going up and down the mountain alone, but Guxian landed a dozen meters or so with each jump, and eventually arrived at the foot of the mountain after spending only tens of breaths of effort. Locking onto the traces left by the strange things, he searched for them, until he found a remote thatched cottage somewhere at the foot of the mountain. Entering, he found that those remaining in the procession of the bridegroom were actually among them. However, all of them were enraptured, their bodies stiff and godless. Horrified, they looked toward the location where Guxian and the others had entered. There is no longer any living breath. The death phase is sudden. Ah! The Miss Sue duo covered their eyes and didn't dare to look again. Guxian smoothly put down the 2 of them to enter alone. The hut was small, with only a wooden table and 4 benches within the 4 walls made of yellow clay. One leg of the table was still padded with wooden blocks, and on it lay a jar of earthen wine with red paper. A plate of peanut rice scattered all over the table, a plate of salted duck eggs and mixed pig's ears with only egg whites. There were a few dice scattered around one of the fallen cups. Apparently, the group was supposed to be having fun and got killed instantly. The thing left a trail that tumbled out of the side window again, a trail that spread all the way to the thorn bushes that surrounded the mountain. When he wanted to pursue it further, he saw that the ghostly thing looked like it had discovered the traces left behind. After stomping the footprints all over the place, it quickly scurried into a wild forest. Finding it again will be like finding a needle in a haystack. After checking for a moment to no avail, Guxian sighed lightly. What a cunning thing! That strange thing is not only greedy and ferocious, but also cautious and suspicious. In terms of spiritual intelligence alone, I'm afraid that it's already even better than normal people. If it was truly born from the misty barrier, it might come back. According to its suspicious character, I'm afraid some time will pass, and it's not worthwhile to spend time here. Right, just the thing to try. Guxian walked back to the foot of the mountain directly in front of him. Jade floor and red lanterns into black mist, responsible for the hospitality of the pink-faced woman, also do not know where to go. Looking up from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top, his right hand used his sword finger as a pen and drew a long line as black as ink in the void. It was the misty barrier that had been refined 100 times in the spiritual wisdom prana, and after repeatedly concentrating and rotating it, not only did the color become more and more intense, but it was also transformed from gas into liquid. Guxian could simply perceive that the blindfolding ability of these mazes was much stronger, and the rest of the details would need to be slowly worked out in the future. The ink was outlined along the contours of the Black Mountain, and as it was being molded the mountain seemed to have a feeling for it, and even trembled slightly, emitting a faintly invisible low sound. Buzz! The 2 women nearly jumped up in shock. What's going on? Is the ground moving? Miss Sue blinked her eyes and noticed Guxian, who was painting in the air. Without Guxian's fingertips moving an inch, the mountain trembled once in response. The heart trembled violently. It's hard to believe that the earth's roar was caused by him? Sure enough, he definitely is. Guxian was focused on his fingertips and had no sense of external objects. Outlining the Black Mountain is just the beginning, then filling in the details step by step. The rocks, grass, trees, birds, thorns. Guxian is not good at painting, but the brush, as if there is God's help, will be seen in the eyes of the whole place to draw out. But the more delicate the painting was, the more the ink drawing in midair deviated from the original appearance of the mountain instead. Rough, hard lines are automatically corrected to be soft and full. A few simple lines imitate the slender silhouette. The thin eyebrows are also drawn, and the smile jumps out, giving birth to 100 winks. And then dotting the eyes and tracing the lips, the charm has been born. The ink drawing hanging in midair suddenly attracted and coalesced all the surrounding black fog. Coalescing out of form and dispersing, and then coalescing again. Week after week, no form is allowed. Guxian suddenly had a perception in his heart when he saw this. Something is missing. To gather into form there must be a host. It better be closely related to me. But I'm penniless, with only a few taels of silver. Guxian looked at the bamboo staff at his feet and hesitated a little. It's a bit of a waste to have the posture of a spiritual treasure as this host. Right, why did I forget about this? Suddenly, he touched the peach branch of his hair. It simply unraveled, and her long hair fell like a waterfall. Let's hope this works. The fingertips channeled in a wisp of aura, sending the peach branch slowly toward midair. Immediately after, the ink painting in the barrier to find a Republican point, the group surrounded the peach branch wrapped into a cocoon, and then swelled to 7 feet and 2 inches when the barrier gradually solidified, and the ink painting into one. It was transformed into a tall, lovely woman with lazy, half-lidded eyes. Only to see it, seemingly knit but not knitting bird's eye-catching net, seemingly happy but not happy eyes with love. The weak willow helps the wind to be delicate, and the peach dimple is stained with sadness and attracts people's love. A morning dew and clouds woven gauze dress, pick the moonlight as a cloak flowing gorgeous, but in the cloud top knot horizontal hairpin a peach branch. Kagome touched her cheeks, and after being stunned for a moment, she busied herself with making a manifestation of blessing salute to Guxian, her soft voice delicate and emerald. Concubine greets the Grand Master. Even though this woman was created by Guxian, it was still slightly shocking to actually see her appear at this moment. Arching his hand, he returned the salute. Mr. Gu has met the Black Mountain Maiden. Kagome raised her sleeves to cover her face, her smoky eyebrows slightly curved and smiled lightly. But don't make fun of my concubine. Concubine would have been enlightened by the Great Old Master's divine powers. I also forget that the Great Old Master can give my concubine a surname. Taking a name, then Gu will have to think about it. Guxian cupped his chin, but his eyes looked through the woman to the high mountains. He had read a lot of myths and legends in his last life. Rumor has it that the earthly emperor may appoint a person of great merit as the land city god, eating incense and casting a golden body, and prolonging his blessed life. There is also a method to ordain mountains, rivers and lakes to become gods, traveling clouds and rain, moisturizing one side. Guxian certainly couldn't do this to this extent, but while figuring out the ability of the maze, he had a guess. Since the enchantment barrier can deceive people and refine what they think and believe in their hearts into truth, does that also barricade mountains and rocks and trees and plants? Think of the scattered vines in the cave and the thorn bushes that open up automatically. It seems feasible. And because of the lower spiritual intelligence of the mountain rocks and tree plants, it was in turn easy to cheat. But there are 2 more conditions that must be met for this to work. For one thing, a large amount of maze was needed. The deception effect will only work if the maze is within the coverage of the maze. Secondly, it takes a person with a firm heart and mind to trick a mountain stone, to make it think that it has borne an entity. Instead of wasting time collecting the remaining misty barriers, it would be better to try this alternative edicting God law. Nowadays, this woman in front of her, in this godless and immortal era, could well be called the mountain spirit mountain god. Guxian patted his hands and pondered for a moment, though there was still a long way to go before the mountain-turning greatness of the gods. But after all, it was the first edict, and it was extremely significant. It's worth keeping in mind. Guxian looked directly into the woman's eyes and said with a smile, "You were transformed from a mountain stone. Your family name can be taken as Mountain, which is slightly indecent for a woman. So I'll make it Sean with a harmonic sound. As for the first name, how about Forgetfulness? Good Forgetfulness, hope that you do not provoke the red dust complicated. Live a carefree life, no worries. Good Forgetfulness. Good Forgetfulness." The woman repeats it in a small voice a few times and smiles softly as she gives another salute. "Thank you, Grand Master, for the name. Forgetfulness likes it very much." Like it. With Good Forgetfulness guarding this mountain, Guxian was sort of relieved. If that strange thing killed back, her ability would be enough to take care of it. Even if it couldn't be solved, there was no harm. Forgetfulness's essence was connected to the misty barrier, and if the misty barrier didn't dissipate, she wouldn't be extinguished. He was instructed to keep an eye on this mountain and to forbid living beings to enter it, and in the meantime to give the corpses, etc., a proper burial. And a not-so-shallow strand of aura was left behind to be slowly refined. After doing so, Guxian intended to take his leave for the time being. There were still hidden secrets in this mountain, but those were not something that the current him could explore for the time being. Leaving forgetfulness behind was also for the sake of being able to explore it better in the future. Forgetting the reluctance and vulnerability in her heart, she smiled sweetly at Guxian and made a blessing to say goodbye. Concubine will definitely take care of the mountain properly, the Grand Master is at ease. Gu will surely come back often. Guxian arched his hand and returned the favor, making a not-so-small oath. And then greeted backward, Ms. Su, we should go. Ha, oh. Miss Su and the little maid, who had been keeping their pupils open, would only then close their little mouths. Until you get out of the Black Hills range. They looked at Guxian's back and hesitated for a long time before speaking. Warrior, no. Who on earth are you? Chapter 45, Good and Evil will be rewarded. Thorns open the way and break the barrier out of the mountain. Although the sky was still gray, the outlines of the mountains to the east had been illuminated. The air in the forest was fragrant, the birds cried, and the morning dew hung shakily on the petals of the flowers. The subtle movement shook off quite a few as feet walked by. Apparently, they spent the night in the mountains. Miss Su and the little maid violently from the darkness straight into the light, eyes stimulated a burst of soreness, standing in place busy raising their hands to block. After some relief, and then look at the sunrise early light, rather like a sense of after the robbery of the sense of disempowerment. Guxian did not urge the two of them. The trip was very rewarding, and with the rising sun, I felt a warmth rising in my heart. Along the way, stop and pick flowers and dew to drink. Pick up the fallen leaves in the fingertip twisting, footsteps although brisk, but does not perform any magic. The idle and cozy back infected the master and servant. Carrying the hem of the wide dowry dress, he could not help but slow his pace to follow noiselessly behind. Despite seeing and stopping along the way, the return trip was still considerably faster than the way in. The procession of the bridegroom is ritualistic, and you can still see the red paper sprinkled on its return. As he neared the village, Guxian's keen sense of smell detected a slight burning odor on the wind. Something's wrong. Seeing him stopping his steps, Miss Su and the two of them also carefully stood still behind and waited patiently. After gazing at the outline of the mountain village for a long time, Guxian withdrew his line of sight to ask out loud, Ms. Su, what do you think should be done with the villagers of the mountain village? Ms. Su nervously pinched and crumpled the edges of her sleeves as a wave of thoughts tumbled up. What is the meaning of this question, sir? Could it be that you're quizzing me? Not long ago, Guxian had only laughed and not answered her questions. Instead, Ms. Su had thought of him as a man of the world who cultivated with his heart. I'm sure that behind his mask, he must have a crane-haired, childlike appearance. It is said in the textbook that characters like this are the most averse to deception. After a little contemplation, he finally decided to follow his heart. Miss Su clasped her hands and eyes firm. Worship, this villagers act sinister, harming people do not know how many. If not severely punished, there will be trouble later. I thought that the accomplices should be dealt with severely, and the masterminds should be beheaded. After saying that, Guxian gave her a surprised look, looking at the latter with increasing apprehension, thinking that he had said the wrong thing. In reality, Guxian was just amazed at how decisively she acted. During the month or so that he stayed in Qingshan County, he didn't miss out on reading the county's ancient records, have a rough understanding of cosmos. After the founding of Datong, Tong Gaozu, who had spent his life on horseback, suddenly promoted Confucianism, and believed that filial piety was the first of all good deeds. To be an official not only to raise filial piety and honesty, is a mistake. As long as you can come up with filial piety as a slogan can also alleviate a lot. As a result, the authority of the Torah has declined quite a bit from the previous dynasty, Daxing. Although Emperor Hongdi increased the criminal law punishment after his ascension to the throne, he failed to change certain rotten dregs. If a village is really sent to the officials for investigation, it will probably be suppressed with the words, the law is not responsible for the masses and elders do not impose heavy punishments, which will be trivialized. This is also the more general idea of cosmos. However, Ms. Su's small mouth is decisive. Seeing Guxian's lack of response, Miss Su's heart grew more and more apprehensive, her fingers entwining and stirring together. Bad. Am I speaking too truthfully? In the house so no harm, after all, her father and elder brother are all Thunderous character. But the world outside the eyes of the Highlander, perhaps not like this kind of nature of mind. Guxian was silent for a moment and looked deeply at Miss Su. You guys can wait here for a moment, Mr. Gu will go and return. Then lightly jumped up, such as fluttering like the wind into the village. This went noiselessly. The sun rises in the east. It's past the time for the rooster to crow in the morning. In the village, there are mostly old people who gather at the end of the village with benches to chat after breakfast. There were also younger women who just weren't allowed to go out. At home, they sipped the end of their needles through the window, sewing and mending the soles of their clothes and shoes so as to subsidize their families. Guxian followed the smell of scorching to the place where the haystacks were, and now there were only charred black stalks of grass and grass clippings. The hay was flammable and the entire house was on fire. The interior walls were charred and blackened, and the front door showed signs of forced entry. Landing softly, there was no dog or horse in sight. Instead, he found a hideous, charred corpse in the chamber. It was as if the oil kettle had been knocked over in a revolt against something, and a spark of fire had caused the catastrophe. Several blood-stained sticks with gums imprinted on them were also found. A messy patch of plum prints led to the backyard where the bolt of the inserted door had been forcibly broken. Combining these, Guxian guessed the matter. These little guys are smart. Not rushing to look for a few small things, Guxian once again tiptoe-leaped up. Several jumps from the end of the village has been to the head of the village quickly moved, straight down to the top of the old acacia tree. Just as a gust of wind blew through the trees full of wooden signs dangled. One by one, I unraveled them and counted them, 23 in all. Guxian suddenly sensed that something was wrong. 2 of the newly engraved ones correspond to Miss Su and the young maids, and are written Su Yu and Su Huan respectively. The engraver also wrongly engraved as if the full tree cards are all Mountain Maiden. But apart from these 2, there are clearly only 20 female corpses in the cave. So, where did the missing bodies go? Whose wooden sign is the extra one again? Somehow, Guxian's mind suddenly associated it with the strange thing that escaped. Could it be it? Is it hard to believe that it's a corporeal being? The interest got stronger and stronger, but he couldn't catch that cunning thing in a short time. It could only be pressed to the bottom of his heart for the time being. Then, Guxian sat over on his side and drew in the air with his hand as a brush in the direction of the village. With each name he recited, he simply sketched a shadow in the air. Lu Bai Ling, Lu Fenghong, Lu Jinni. Most of the wooden signs begin with the name Lu, so they should be from this mountain village. Thought so. The mountain village was in a remote location. If it wasn't for Ms. Su's dual level of wayfarers, an ordinary person would be afraid that it would be difficult for them to find this place in their entire life. In the end, after removing the beginning of the Lu surname as well as Miss Su and the little maid, only 3 women with foreign surnames remained. They are Li Tsuilan, Bai Yuduo, and Bai Miaofei. All 3 could have been that missing body, and Guxian remembered it a little extra clearly. The ink transformed into 23 blurred outlines that fluttered in midair. This time, Guxian didn't utilize the edict law, so the 23 silhouettes were all clueless and dull. However, it was still enough to fool people. Another black mist was waved towards the village. The stage was then considered to be built. Guxian laughed softly as he leaned against the tree. Go on, there's a right to be wronged. The mountain village, where the sun was warm one moment, was shrouded in black mist the next. The harsh cold wind blew from the beginning to the end of the village, causing a pain in the joints of several old men. After cursing the weather in dialect, they carried their benches and dispersed to their homes. Located in the center section of the village at the home of the village head, Muramasa pounded his back and strained to stand up, with 2 not-so-light round stones coiled in his hands. After seeing the sudden change in the weather, yelled towards the back. The wind is picking up. Hurry up and collect all the sun-dried vegetables. The kindly old woman who was doing the laundry nodded at the sound, her smile looking a little stiff. The village chief turned around and walked into the house with his hands behind his back after giving his orders. Not caring about his wife who was working outside, he closed the door to block the wind. The weather had turned evil. Just now it was a light wind, but this time it was whistling and swirling up modest sand and gravel against the door panels. Snappy snappy. People get tired easily when they get old, and Muramasa is no exception. Especially when this day was cloudy, there was more sleepiness. It's going to rain. Down, down. Anyway, there is no acre of land in this village. Muttering as he moved to the bed. The place where the village is located is not the main house, but a side room. The traces of one's life on the bed had yet to fade. The bag with the change of clothes was set aside, patted by Muramasa, who buried his head and took a deep breath. Only then could he temporarily recapture the feeling of his youth. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a tap outside the wooden door. Without looking back, the village chief shouted, "Put it away and go back to the house, leave me alone." Bang 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 bang. The tapping on the door grew more urgent, making Muramasa slightly impatient. He stood up and kicked his shoes toward the door, a fire under his heart. Bad old lady, you still dash. As he came to the door, Muramasa heard the sound clearer. He also heard the sound of rustling subtle insect feet crawling through in addition to the urgent tapping on the door. No, that's not someone tapping on the door. Rather, many hands, scratching at the door with long fingernails. Cluck 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 cluck. The slender nails dry split and broke still. They were coming in, they had to come in. What the hell? Muramasa took a step back in terror, the soles of his shoes scraping against the ground. The scratching outside the door stalled for a moment, growing more frantic as he became aware of his presence. I'll let you in. I can't even get in. Muramasa hurriedly deadlocked himself against the door and panicked as he massed over the interior, stacking tables, chairs, benches, sundries, etc. in front of the door to block it. Fortunately, this guest room had no windows, and it was a lot more secure. A brain fires up quite a bit of fatigue. As he sat down on the ground to rest, he suddenly remembered that the water had gone out of Daryl's house unexpectedly last night, and it was just as spooky as the ghostly thing outside the same door. The village center muttered underneath, "When Master Huar comes out of the mountains, we must invite him to have a look." Suddenly, his nose itched a little, and as he raised his hand to rub it, he caught a flash of red floating by out of the corner of his eye. Gulp! Muramasa jerked his head around the chamber, and saw nothing. Phew, it's a blurry eye, blurry eye. Before the thumping pale heart could calm down. Just then, a pair of embroidered shoes dangled from the top of his head. The neck bones crunched as he stiffened and lifted his head. The hem of a scarlet blood-stained wedding dress fluttered without wind, and the covered red head was lifted to reveal the tip of her chin stained with blood. Under the wide sleeves, gray and dried skin clung to the wrist bones, and the long to curly nails were broken a few times. Holy! From the side of cabinets, under bedpans, and even from the bedding. One red head after another. The room was a few degrees colder than it should have been. Those red covers looked like they were sewn onto the face. No matter where they were positioned and how they swayed, they could never reveal the full makeup. Muramasa's cloudy eyes snapped open and he slammed backward in a frenzy, only to trip over the debris at his feet. All you can do is watch the red color approaching at every step. Ghosts, ghost stash. He was the one who personally blocked the back way. On the vacant lot at the end of the village. As Guxian landed, he handed the package he was carrying to the two of them. Inside your packages, you should have a change of clothes, right? He didn't take the change of clothes, and he didn't tell the two daughters that the clothes were taken by Muramasa for something. Miss Su took it with a blushing face and murmured a soft thank you. Guxian glanced at the sky and then at the village that was shrouded in black mist. Good will be rewarded for evil. Gu is not a good judge as an outsider. You will be judged by your own sins. Chapter 46, The Flower Fair. The events in the mountain village can now be brought to a temporary end. It's up to the village to decide whether they'll be scared out of their wits or whether they can't live with the guilt inside them and kill themselves. Outside the grove some distance from the village, while waiting for Su Jiao and the two of them to change, Guxian also used a jade hairpin to pull up the long hair that had been loose. I didn't use it before because I didn't want to break it. Secondly, it is always feel a little feminine. The bottom of my heart is slightly torn. But now that the mind is more and more at ease, it is a little more open to these appearances. The tips of your hair are messy and your heart is not messed up, which makes it more straightforward. Not much later, the master and servant changed into a blue robe and strong clothes, and made another bow towards Guxian, truly like two handsome gentlemen. She clasped his fists. Suyu/Juan, thank you Mr. Gu for the kindness of helping me again. Get up, go, before leaving go with Mr. Gu to meet an acquaintance. Guxian raised his hand to signal them to stand up and looked at the sky. It's sunny and just right, what a great day to go out. The trail led to a patch of tall grass, with yellow clay ground that was extraordinarily sticky to the feet. The movement of the deep grass disturbed some creatures, and the rustling sound of the tall grass ruffled back and forth. Before Suyu and the two of them had time to be alert, four dark figures sprang out from it. Woof 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 woof. It was four earth dogs with curly black fur. After smelling Guxian's scent he hurried over, happily rolling around in circles and belly flopping in the yellow mud. Whinny. The barking was followed by the distant neighing of horses, and poking through the grass he saw two stallions lying not far away. There was also a dark mass lying in the center of the horses. Seeing that the visitor was Guxian, that thing tilted its head, revealing a pair of bright eyes. First, it was stunned, followed by great joy, and with both arms propped up on the ground, it respectfully paid Guxian a few obeisances. While Chaogo expressed his excitement with a strange cry, Guxian sensed Suyu and the little maid's nervousness and spoke out to explain. There is no need to be alarmed. He is the village guardian of this place, and Mr. Gu named him Chaogo. Seemingly scruffy on the outside, but actually pure on the inside. Sujia naturally had trust in Guxian, and then recalled that when she first encountered Chao Wu's behavior, although it was a bit strange, she did want to stop her from getting into danger. But the two of them had nearly gotten each other killed. Shamefully, he apologizes to Asego. It was my daughter who failed to comprehend your meaning at first, and caused you to be seriously injured. I hope Beg forgives me. I, too, nearly hurt myself. The little maid reddened her little face, her movements a little flustered. If Guxian hadn't slightly stopped him at the side, he might have had to knock a few. Asego froze for a moment, giggling under his pudgy head. Bracing himself on the ground with one hand and curling up his other arm, he signaled that he didn't care. The three of them did some sign language gesticulating, which was quite comical. It was only after a while that Guxian righted himself and interrupted their chaotic conversation. Chao Wu, the people in the mountain village have done many evil deeds and have already been rewarded with karma. This place is not worth staying in. If you are willing to leave, Mr. Gu can find a place for you to settle down. Guxian still had a good feeling about this seemingly demented, but actually simple village guardian, and naturally would not excuse himself if he could help. A hint of intent passed through Chaogo's eyes, but after a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. He pointed in the direction of the mountain village on the back group, and again put his hand on the side of his face in a gesture of sound sleep. Guxian expressed some confusion. Seeing that he didn't understand, Chaogo was anxious and weirdly. But the more he did, the harder it was to understand. On the contrary, the little maid who had been watching on the sidelines suddenly let out an "Oh, Mr. Gu, did he say he was going to sleep? Sleep? What's going on in that little head of yours? However, Gu Xian was reminded of something and pointed in the direction of the village. Are you saying that something is bred underground here? Ah! Chao Go nodded repeatedly and made another cutting motion to pass it forward. This time Gu Xian read it and understood. Chao Go was saying, share half of it with him after the thing here is conceived. But no matter how he scrutinized, he could not see any difference in the mountain village. He thought that even if there was, it wasn't his karma, so he couldn't force it. Didn't bother to ask Chao Go how he knew. Everyone had secrets. Since the other party was willing to share it with him, he already trusted him quite a bit. Clasping his hands, he thanked Sego for the favor. Then Mr. Gu will thank you in advance. Woof. The 4 earth dogs sensed Gu Xian's parting intentions and snorted and pouted, wanting to follow him. Gu Xian helplessly nodded their brains. The word fate cannot be forced. I am parting with your fate for now. If we don't force it, we might be able to meet again in the future. The 4 little ones wilted when they heard the first half of the sentence, but their ears straightened up again when they heard the second half. Excitedly, they continued to circle around. Looking at their heartless appearance, they suddenly reminded Gu Xian of a few small household demons from his previous life. Although they had little magical powers, they could still bring a sense of fun to the world. Sizing them up one by one from left to right according to flower color, tentatively named Big Black, Big Flower, Big White, as well as Big Yellow. The eyes lingered on the big yellow dog for a moment. Not to mention, this dog is pretty tough when it picks up a stick and punches someone. Ha, good. Then before parting, Mr. Gu will send you another creation. After saying that, Gu Xian separately tapped a soybean-sized black dot on the top of each dog's forehead. The path is left to you, how you go on is up to you. In this way it is also considered to leave a companion for forgetfulness. As for the 4 earth dogs can be cultivated into a small mountain patrol demon in the future, or can't beat the passing of the years. It's all up to you. After doing this, it is also considered to have temporarily ended the karma of this world. Gu Xian led the 2 daughters and their horses outward to find their way, waving goodbye to Chao Go and the others as he did so. I'll see you again if it's meant to be. Ah! Woof! Woof! Su Jia shared a horse with the little maid, giving up the slightly more robust top Snowuzui to Gu Xian. Gu Xian didn't push back. Speaking of which, this was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had ridden a horse, and the last time he had been on Old Yellow's dumb donkey. The good thing is that the piebald is already docile and now it is humane, and it works extra hard when it is riding Gu Xian. The steps were smooth and steady with few bumps. I couldn't find a way out of these wild mountains, so I simply kept going east. The mountains drifted backward and away until there was no trace of them. After walking for some time, the intersecting paths gradually became clear. With the road, there are people and farmland. There are even farmers in the sun, facing the soil back to the sky. Gu Xian rolled over and dismounted, inquiring about the location towards the farmers and the monopoly fields. He learned that this place is actually the border of Changxing State. It is not far from the capital city, and can be reached by traveling 200 miles south along the road. It only takes 2 or 3 days for an ordinary good horse. The black horse and the red bay horse are both steeds, although not as good as traveling thousands of miles in a day. But they can get there in a day if they work fast. Gu Xian thanked him and turned back to his horse to ask for the 2. Now that the direction is clear, if the 2 of you want to go to Ronglei Prefecture, Gu can give you a ride. Ronglezhou was farther away from here, and it would take at least 5 or 6 days. Although it was a bit of a hassle, Gu Xian had after all borrowed the 2 of them to find the opportunity. There was no harm in delaying for a few days. Upon hearing this, Su Ji and the little maid looked at each other with a small red face. When they first met, they called themselves people from Ronglei Prefecture because they wanted to find a kind chivalrous escort and were worried about falling into the wrong hands. However, after seeing Gu Xian's divinity and character, the 2 of them were conversely reluctant to leave. The chance that ordinary people can't find in their whole life is right in front of their eyes. If they miss it, I'm afraid that they will regret for the rest of their life. Su Ji wrapped his fingers around his head and finally gritted his teeth and said what was in his heart. Mr. Gu, the 2 of us are actually not from Ronglei Prefecture, but live in Guangling Prefecture. It's a rare trip out of the house and we don't want to go back for the time being. Can we accompany you for a while? Cantonment. Gu Xian recalled the simple map he had once seen and was slightly surprised as he sized up the duo again. Guangling Prefecture was already quite close to Guanshan Road, and he didn't expect these 2 little guys to have traveled so far. It's right to be vigilant when you're out and about, but next time before you go out, be sure you know your own weight. Hearing the flirtation in Gu Xian's words, the 2 of them blushed. Alright, since you don't want to go back for the time being, then follow Gumao to go to Shangjing for a trip, and then Gumao will find a trustworthy person to send you back. How? Really? That's great. Thank you, Mr. Gu. But, the 2 little ones were first overjoyed when they received permission, but immediately after Suyu thought of something and flattened her little mouth, her emotions fading a bit. Seeing her hesitation, Gu Xian knew that her mood change was mostly related to the court. It's just partisanship. If it was in the past, he would never want to get into this muddy water. But after this trip, the heart has a different intention. Gu Xian sat on the back of his horse and slightly sidestepped his face as he lightly said, "Don't worry, there's Mr. Gu watching, just have fun." Although the tone was light, the confidence and invisible majesty in the words were striking. This made the Miss Su duo more and more curious about Gu Xian's identity. However, this big gentleman's means are heavenly, but also repeatedly saved them from the fire. The two have long been completely trust in him. Then I thank you for your kindness, and the two of us would like to follow you to the upper capital. Ha ha ha, good. Then set off in the direction of Shangjing. The horses' hooves galloped freely toward the southern road. About the time the sun was overhanging the sky, the outline of a city and county was finally visible. Gu Xian's heart was slightly pleased. It is now midday and time to dine. There is a county town ahead. Let's enter the city and rest for a while. Now that he had aura to nourish his organs and lungs, his reliance on grains gradually diminished. It was completely possible to go a long time without eating or drinking. Previously, when he stole food during the village feast, it was just for the sake of having a good time. Of course, he kept a few coins for his share. Su Jia and Xiao Huan rubbed their small bellies and nodded repeatedly. After running around all morning, if they didn't eat again, they would really have to beat their drums. Approaching the city, the name of the city here was also seen. Leding County. Obviously, it was not a famous city or mansion, but the caravan waiting in line to enter the city was extraordinarily large. It was boring to wait around, so Gu Xian talked to the parallel driving horseman. That horseman had pitch-black cheeks and was dry and thin and talkative. Coupled with Gu Xian's good speech, it didn't take long to get acquainted. Old brother, I see that your wagons don't carry much cargo. They don't look like carriers. Why are they all coming to this Leding County? The horseman patted the black cloth covering his cargo, splattering the dust that had piled up along the way. Little brother is not from Chongqing Prefecture, right? Ha 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 ha, you don't know that there is a flower god delivery gathering in Chongqing Prefecture every year. We are also here to join in the fun and catch the flower gathering. Ah, it's already mangaka. Gu Xian let out a light sigh, suddenly having a sense of misplaced time in the mountains without an ace in the hole, lamenting it being pointed out. When I first came to this world it was only the middle of March, and so far 2 months had passed by. Continuing to climb with the horseman. Sending flowers to the god of flowers. Isn't this a festival in the south? How come Datong has this custom too? The horseman rubbed his head and failed to answer. If he were to say that he could say a few words about what he had seen around the world, but if he were to go into details, he really didn't care. Mr. Gu, little. I do know something. Sujio still pinched his voice. Rumor has it that every time 100 flowers wither in the mango season, it is the flower lady who is about to leave. All over the world, there is a feeling of farewell, change new clothes, make up palanquins and horses, fold flags. This custom originated from the area around Chuanchi Road in the south. Since Datong has been in business with the south, some merchants have brought this custom to various places. So that's how it is. Little brother Su is truly knowledgeable. Gu Xian praised in response. The saying about sending flowers to the god of flowers actually existed in his previous life, but it was just that it was no better than a festival where he could take a vacation, so not many people knew about it, and Gu Xian only had a vague impression of it. Overall it's not too bad, the nuances are still there. The horseman's elder brother listened with great interest, finishing with a thumbs up and praising, little brother knows a lot and looks elegant in white. Think it's a scholar, right? Su Jia pursed her lips and nodded hesitantly. Talking books. That counts as a book, doesn't it? The horseman hemmed and hawed, but you guys are only knowing one thing and not the other. The reason why this Leding County is so popular. It's because every mango season there will be a woman to be married throwing an embroidered ball for the good luck of sowing seeds. I heard that the richest man in Leding County, the daughter of the Jia family, is also going to throw a ball. That's why there are so many people, little brother. You just go to try, if you really grabbed, when a back door is not a loss. Hey, the front went, we should also enter the city, little brother, we'll see you later ha. As he spoke, the horseman set up his carriage and entered the city first. Gu Xian's three were only half a step slower, and when their turn came, they were stopped by the officers and soldiers guarding the gate and pulled aside to make a record. There was a table set up in the shadows behind the wall's gateway, and a young, green-shirt official crouched in front of it, fanning the wind with his hand from time to time. Seeing Gu Xian's trio being brought over, he impatiently stretched out his hand. Road guide. Traveling in Datong required a road guide approved by the government. It had to state where it was coming from and where it was going, and for how many days it was going and when it was coming back. If you don't have a road guide, you can't even enter the city. It was normal to be taken away and locked up. Gu Xian dug around in his pocket and took out a piece of paper, handing it over. The man took it and shook it, reading it word by word through the light. Qingshan County to Shangjing City. Visiting relatives. Return in 10 days. Well, no problem with the official documents. Go over there and hand in 5 tongbao or equivalent. Next. Gu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It was true that Datong had tariffs. However, it is mostly a tax on goods, and very little is levied on individuals. 5 cents may not seem like much, but it is enough to pay for a person's meal for a day. If Kyoto doesn't dare to impose such a levy, how can this small county dare? Looks like the gatekeeper's a fat one. The king of hell is easy to hide from, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. There is nothing more so than this. It's not worth wasting effort on such a trivial matter. It's just a few coins. He was in the middle of pulling money out of his arms when the dang sound of long spears blocking together suddenly sounded behind him. When he looked back, he saw Suyu and the little maid being held back. Chapter 47, Fancy. In front of the city gates, Suyu dug around in his arms, so anxious that he was about to cry out. She didn't have a road guide, but she carried a better token, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to break all the way over here. Where did it go? I've been carrying it with me. Her eyes snapped round as she recalled something. Gu Xian, who had watched her series of expression changes, also guessed what was going on and inwardly murmured, an unlucky bastard. Folding back in front of the green shirt official, he arched his hand and said in a good voice, "My lord, these two people traveling with me are both from Qingshan County. Please make it easier for us. I'll give them the money as well." The green shirt official, however, waved his hand impatiently. Go. One official document for one person only. I'm just enforcing the law. Who knows if he's a wanted man? I'll take him back to the courthouse, then detain him for investigation. If you don't like it, you can just argue with the magistrate. Can you not be greedy? Gu Xian didn't answer, waiting for his next sentence. Cough. The official placed a fist against his lips, his eyes drifting towards the top of Gu Xian's hair. If anything, under his sleeve, he revealed his index finger and thumb rubbing together. Following the line of sight, he touched the jade hairpin and was instantly enlightened upon encountering the coldness of the jade hairpin. Wealth is not exposed. This is being targeted by the little ghosts. All this incarceration and investigation is bull ******, just to squeeze a few more taels of silver. If he wants it, give it to him. Just pulled out a piece of silver from his pocket and handed it over. It was immediately caught by the official, and quickly withdrew his hand as if burned by the fire, weighing it in his palm and putting it in his sleeve. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled, "Hey, get on the bandwagon." Then he came up to Gu Xian's ear and lowered his voice. "Don't blame this official for not taking care of you even after receiving this favor from you. First time in this county, right? I'll teach you, today at 3 o'clock, but there are good things the best early to go out to occupy a good position. In addition, in the county encountered things despite come to me, but well I love tea." These words were somewhat surprising to Gu Xian. He was willing to give this official a bribe in order to avoid the hassle of beating up the little one to come to the old one. I didn't expect this official greed, but also willing to say a few words, better than to take the money but also disgusting people strong. Then, a slightly lighter penalty would be nice. I thank you in advance, my lord. Dispersed some of the black gas that had coalesced around his fingertips, curved his fingers and flicked them right in the center of his brow. In this broad daylight, the official shivered for no reason. Looking at the mask on Gu Xian's face, there was quite a sense of discomfort, even beckoned to the guards. Go ahead and let go. After entering the gate, Suyu and his duo apologized towards Gu Xian. "Mr. Gu, I'm troubling you again. It's because my two of us were not careful. No harm done, I am to blame for this matter. Come what may, don't bother about this little matter." Gu Xian waved his hand and didn't care. It's not worth taking to heart what a few tael of broken silver can fix. Thinking of the words the official just mentioned, why don't we just rest for a day in Leding County today, and leave early the next morning to rush back to Shangjing? Since it's a rare festival, have some fun. How about finding a place to stay first today? All at your service, sir. The two of them, Sujiu, were also simple, as long as they could follow this great gentleman. It's a done deal. But it was slightly difficult to find a place to land. Come to Leding County to join in the fun can be a lot of people, carriages crowded into bunches, also no one to maintain order, the road is almost blocked. Gu Xian and the others agreed and simply found a cleaner lodging to settle down. When I settled in and went out again, I looked up to see the sun falling to the west. It should already be the unspecified hour, not far from the time, the official said. After all, it was information that cost about 2 taels of silver in exchange, so it was still worth the trip. The quadrangle was crowded with people, forming a wall of meat waves. Bam bam bam. 3 gongs rang out from the crowd, frightening Suyu and the little maid to stop trembling. Having nearly lost their chastity not long ago, they were now scared at the sound of the festivities. Gu Xian, who was craning his neck to join in the fun, noticed the duo's abnormality and greeted them with concern. "But not feeling well? Mr. Ra was worried. My daughter is fine." "Oh, miss, sir. I'm afraid." Not afraid. Among the trumpet blowers there was a sudden shouting of a dialect horn, which was not very intelligible. From a distance, he saw a huge, flowery object that was coming this way with a wobble. It was only when I got closer that I could see clearly that it was a large flower figure made of green paper with petals. It was shaped like a woman riding a horse with a basket of flowers in her hand. Someone shouted, "Hurry! Follow the flower goddess. Follow the front, it's for luck." As soon as the leader opened his mouth, the shoulder-to-shoulder crowd grew more and more crowded. If it was just Gu Xian by himself, going with the flow would be fun. But with 2 little guys who were so road-obsessed that they were scary, in case they accidentally got lost, they were afraid that they would have to look deep into the mountains again. Gu Xian's arms were slightly strong as he said a word of disrespect to protect the 2 of them in his arms. The bewildered little maid was still giggling. Miss, so many people are so lively that big flower person is really nice, let's go and take a look. Hmm. Su Jia nodded her head, looking up slightly without realizing it. However, he saw that Guxian's eyes were not here, but were looking at the smoky, rising copper furnaces that were being held forward on either side of the sedan chair and horses. That's incense? Speaking of which, in my last life, I often heard that City Godland could eat incense. I don't know if the incense in this world has any special effects. When I think of it, I do it. After the crowd thinned out a bit, Guxian's body was like a ghost as he maneuvered through the gaps in the crowd and smoothly squeezed his way to the front. The procession of palanquins and horses traveled to a stop in front of a small temple, and the sound of gongs and drums vibrated dong-dong. At the sound of the tone, an old temple priest in flowery green robe stepped forward, and in each of his right and left hands, he waved a short wooden stick tied with clusters of flower balls to either side. Women of age, unmarried stand on the right. Men may stand on the left side. The crowd obeyed his words and joyfully split into two rows. The women's side was all in modesty, while the men's side was like a flower peacock in full bloom, vying to be in the front row. The women mostly wore veils, and their clothing was clean but not considered precious. They're all kids from unusual families. In no time at all, two more basket-slinging, chubby, rough-handed women came out of the temple. Each face is hung with a smile. Every walk past the woman will personally take out a scented pouch from it, and then close the ear to say something. At first Guxian didn't understand until someone beside him smashed his mouth and said in a horny tone, "The girl dolls are fine this time too. Look at the one on the far left, she's so big, she's as big as a boy. TSK, what a big plate, a good woman who can work by giving birth to a male child. I don't know who's so lucky. The one on the right back won't work, except for being white, she can't afford to be skinny like that. Hey, you, with your 2 pounds of flesh?" Guxian could finally realize why there were so many people coming to Lading County to catch the flower fair. In a feudal and conservative context where matchmaking is more important than ever, group matchmaking is a bit ahead of its time. After eavesdropping for a while, Guxian also heard how the whole process worked. Later the girl will smash the scented bag at the person she likes. If that person is hit and puts away the scented bag, it means that he is also interested in the woman. Later, a temple priest and a matchmaker will come to the house to discuss the matter. Although the Central Plains is not as tough as the northern people, but under the governance of Emperor Hongdi, Datong in addition to the serious class solidification of the people is still quite open. I heard that there was also a time when 4 women stole a husband. However, the man was an outsider, a swashbuckler. He was good at playing with people's hearts with his words. In the end, he was cut into 3 pieces. Hey, I wonder what kind of show I'll get to see today. Once he saw that there was something lively to watch, Guxian almost forgot all about the purpose for which he had come after him in the first place, and his eyes shone brightly. The temple priest took the bronze bell shaped like a bird handed to him by the others and gave it a light tap on the bird's body. Clang! There was silence wherever the sound pattern went. When he had settled down, the old temple priest yelled at the dahlia people with a sandy voice. "Madam Flower, don't go too soon. We have a memory to keep. You've passed the eye of the flower maiden and helped match a good match." When the voice fell, the temple priest raised 3 arm-length incense offerings, lit them in the crowd's gaze, and inserted them into the incense burner outside the temple. Pale yellow incense curls up, carrying the prayers of the people hovering up, getting lighter and lighter. To the main air swings scattered, as if really conveyed to the invisible existence. No, not as if. Rather, something really exists. Guxian's eyes followed the smoke and fire upwards, but even if he squinted to focus his vision, he could only see an outline. What is it? No, the incense is too faint to see unless it's closer. The temple priest suddenly yelled, "The flower period is short and you should cherish it." The yell is like a starting gun, and the 3 sticks of incense are the timer. The flower is short-lived, and the face grows old easily. Women rely on their feelings to find the right match. At first they were all reserved, but as a bold girl, after handing a scented bag to her love interest, a scented bag flew up. Swoosh! There was a soft thud as it slowly arced out and descended helplessly, the thrower having little power and no malicious intent. After approaching his side, Guxian stopped it almost by reflex. Grabbing it in his hand, he saw that it was a scented pouch containing a grouped flower. Following the arc of the throw, he looked over to see a clean-looking girl across the street blushing, 2 flushes rising on her white cheeks. When she saw Guxian looking, she hung her head in panic, her fingers pinching the corner of her coat in panic. Before Guxian could comprehend what was going on, several black shadows attacked one after another. This time Guxian learned to be smart, body shape slightly flickering as much as possible to avoid. Scented bag all fell to the back. He forgot that there are 2 little guys behind him. Agu pain. Fu Suyu and the little maid covered their heads and lay down again. Guxian's hand that was holding the scented bag could not be lifted, nor could it be put down. It's always hilarious, but this time Gu has become hilarious. After thinking about it, I better take it first, and explain it to the girl when I have time later. Well, it didn't take long to get tangled up in it, and the old temple priest announced the next session. The hour is up. Those with the girls who have gotten the scented pouches, all come forward to offer a pillar of incense to the queen. Come on, don't be shy. What's there to be ashamed of? Look at you, a few big boys that bear. When I was young, I was the first on the loo. Quickly, hurry over. Those who didn't get the scented sachet were the majority, and the shoulder-to-shoulder crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only the lucky ones who got the scented sachet to enter the temple alongside the woman in silence and tacit agreement. Regardless of whether it is successful or not afterward, the men and women involved burn incense to show their gratitude for the brief stay of the flower lady. Perhaps out of spite for being smashed, Suyu and Xiaowan were behind him on the left and right, preventing Guxian from leaving. Unable to do anything else, Guxian could only follow the flow of people inward. After the men's and women's teams merged into one, he also got a good look at the girl who hit him. The looks are quite a quiet beauty of small bridges and flowing rivers. It's just a little too white and thin, so thin that it can fall over in the wind. Her skin was so fair that it was almost translucent. At close range, one could even make out the fragile blood vessels under her skin as well as the red tear mole at the corner of her left eye. Her appearance wasn't amazing. It was not as complex as Suyu's charming and valiant temperament, nor was it as lively and cute as the little maid, and even less so than the immortal appearance of forgetfulness. But there is a kind of fragile feeling, like a touch on the broken expensive glazed tea light. Difficult. Guxian had a headache on how to word his polite refusal and was stopped when he would cross the threshold. The old temple blessing was born with a smiling face, stroking his beard smilingly. Junsheng, in front of the flower maiden, it's not good to wear a mask. If you want to give you a blessing in the future, you cannot recognize you cannot do? It's better to go first. The old temple priest was quite amusing. If there was a real god, how could he not tell the difference because of a mask? But Guxian didn't take it to heart. It wasn't like he was ashamed of his looks. Wearing a mask earlier was, for one thing, less of a hassle. Secondly, it was fun. It's like seeing a straight, just thick enough length stick on the side of the road and not being able to resist picking it up and playing with it. From the oldest to the oldest, from the youngest to the youngest. Most of them have a childish heart. Hearing what the old temple priest said, two small heads abruptly drilled out from behind Guxian. Tilting her head back and lifting her face, her two large eyes flickered. They had been curious about the face of this great gentleman for a long time. From the first time they met, the opposite party wore a particularly ugly mask. However, thinking of the other party's heavenly means, the two of them only thought that it was a special fetish of a capable person. The other glaze-like girl sidled her face slightly in anticipation as well, her eyes fluttering. Untie the thin twine that tied the mask to his face, and then tie it back to his waist properly. After all, it was carved by his own hands, so it would be a shame to lose it. After straightening up, Guxian noticed two stiff little heads. Deliberately teasing, he laughed. What, is Gu not as good looking as he should be? Sujie reacted for a while before a frothy blush was applied to her face late and late. Shaking her head like she was slightly intoxicated, she nearly bit her tongue in her haste to answer. No. I just didn't expect you to be so young. Not long ago, Suyu threw the words of the book to build the cognition. The world outside the high man should be a crane hair and childish face of the elders. Even if they could stay young, they should still leave some traces of age. But the big gentleman in front of me not only didn't have a trace of old age, when he raised his eyebrows there was a kind of childishness. And this appearance, I've never seen in my life. Guxian only knew that his skin was good, but he didn't have a clear perception. When he was in the courtroom, he only cared about fooling people. How could he have time to care about this? After escaping from the muddy waters, he was involved in waves of trouble after waves of trouble. It was only now that I got free that I had the heart to make a joke. The old temple priest froze for a moment and then laughed. Junsheng can be much more handsome than the old man will be young. Quickly, go in and pay your respects while the incense is still burning, and you can't be sure that the flower maiden will even agree to it. He snickered again toward the girl beside him. Female doll, you have a good eye, yo. The fair girl's eyes fluttered in confusion, making the shape of a Western child holding her heart, only to feel that there was a deer in her chest. This old temple priest is really an old codger. Guxian saw that the girl was hesitant to enter, and out of politeness took the lead in inviting her. Please. The thin, mosquito voice was inaudible if you didn't listen closely. The temple interior is decorated better than the average home to a limited extent. Except for a tripod of long bronze incense burner for melons and fruits, there is only a yellow clay statue surrounded by a red cloth as a cloak. A round face with a square nose, a little red dotting his brow, and a basket of flowers in his hand. There were worship cushions in front of the offering table, and a man and woman were still bowing reverently with their hands folded, muttering wishes in whispers. After worshipping, people did not leave, waiting for the incense to burn out. The entire time Guxian was observing the divine mold. In his pair of chi-looking pupils, before him was just a flat, unimpressive clay mold. Whichever way you compare it, Oblivion is far more like a god. The little girl waited for a while and didn't see Guxian make a move, so she chanted delicately, "That. Do you want to? Thanks, no need." Saying that, Guxian stood aside. He didn't have this kind of faith, but he wouldn't hinder others from believing either. The little girl's eyes reddened as she sniffed, trembling slightly as she took out the incense offering and leaned forward on her padded toes. "I can't help it, I'm small and my hands are short, I've inserted it a few times and it's all crooked, I'm in a hurry, I'm sobbing, and my tears are rolling around in my eyes." Gu Xian didn't feel like just watching, and took 2 steps forward to reach out and take it. I'll do it. Raising the incense toward the clay figure without going anywhere before plunging it squarely into the incense burner. As he turned around, the calm incense that should have been burning quietly suddenly resounded with the sound of a fine wind. Chapter 48, Stealing the Xianuan, Incense, and Fire Poisoning. The sound was extremely soft, as fine as the curling of a flower's leaves and the breath of a tender bud at its first opening. In the bronze incense burner, the burning of the incense offering Gu Xian had inserted intensified, and in a few breaths it was shorter. Light white smoke rises to the top of the temple, converging and thickening and then sinking, vaguely giving the incense burners a kind of misty sense of misperception. Gu Xian didn't come along just to watch the fun. When he saw the incense, he suddenly remembered the joyful boy who had collected the joyful energy in the village feast. Since joyful qi can be collected, this special qi mixed by ascending incense might also be collected. Trying my best to open my eyes as wide as I could only make out the outline of the fireworks hovering overhead. The color of the incense is yellowish, and the color is blackish after combining with the popularity of the incense, and it is mixed into a muddy and difficult to distinguish color. The Xian Huang is the miscellany of heaven and earth, heavenly Xian and earthly yellow. Gu Xian inexplicably recalled these words. No matter in his previous life or in this life, incense has always been regarded as a medium of communication between mortals and the heavens. However, in his opinion, let alone communicating, the incense could not even float out of this temple. Flower lady, Mr. Gu borrowed a few strands from you first. If you wake up later, would it be okay to double it back to you? After inwardly asking and waiting for a few breaths, I saw the clay figure still sitting upright, so I guess I acquiesced. Ha ha ha, your highness is generous. Gu Mao is not greedy either, and will only take a little. Gu Xian slightly sidestepped and hid in a corner through the dim light of the room. Pointing out a drop of suspended black ink under his sleeve, his 2 fingers crushed it into a black mist, casually waving his hand to envelop the entire temple within. Dazzling incense gas, the believers did not notice abnormalities, only felt the light dark for a moment and then returned to the original, only a few sensitive look outside. The temple door was low, and the full extent of the clay sculpture could not be seen outside the door. Gu Xian relied on the illusion shaped by the misty barrier to feel at ease about how he should collect this kind of qi. Maybe it could be used to open the basement door? Gu Xian's mind moved. He had only tapped on 2 Xian passes now, and he had only just begun to open all 7 passes of the 7 rounds. If the Xian Huang Qi constituted by the incense is effective, in the future, one can plan and strategize to use the power of a country to ascend to immortality. As soon as he thought of it, he did so, immediately sinking his mind down and manipulating the 3rd metaphysical gate located in the throat chakra, or Qi prana to try to stow it. However, the 3rd Xian pass had no interest in the Xian Huang Qi. It's not a pity, it's time to think about how to collect it. While thinking briefly, he accidentally discovered that the misty barrier that permeated the temple changed color slightly, as if it was mixed with the Xian Huang Qi. Just that simple? Gu Xian smacked his lips in slight shock and withdrew a strand. Seeing that in the spiritual wisdom prana, a strand of the mystic barrier that was tinted with the color Xian Yang was sidelined in a corner, its color muddy and sinking. It's true. It's me who thought it was complicated. But what effect will this have? Gu Xian felt a slight sense of repulsion within his body. It wasn't the spirit wisdom prana, but the golden thunder located in the heavenly rush prana. It seemed to be extremely averse to the Xian Huang Qi, and even signaled to Gu Xian to hurry up and spit it out. Spit, it's unspittable. However, since the danger was already known, Gu Xian wouldn't experiment with himself until he was sure of the effects. The barrier that is tainted with the aura of Xian Huang is insignificant compared to the whole. Regardless of the usefulness, first, collect all the incense accumulated in the temple while removing the cover of the maze. The incense dwellers only felt the sky brighten considerably. Thinking that it was a manifestation of the flower maiden, they hurriedly hung their heads and folded their hands in prayer. The fair girl had been standing shyly by Gu Xian's side after paying her respects. Quiet and well-behaved, the slender back is heartbreaking. But until the incense burned out in the copper furnace, there was no answer that I wanted to hear. Her eyes darkened a little, and she moved out of the temple with broken steps. But after almost crossing the temple door, she finally heard it. He said, "Girl, please also stay." She turned back with anticipation, her eyes full of hope and joy. However, he saw the jade tree-like person of the Yao steps handing over a scented capsule made of purple yarn. It's better to give it back to you." The fair girl stared up at the man in a daze, and a teardrop suddenly rolled out of her glazed eyes. It rolled down the face and over the fragile neck, leaving a trail of transparent tears. "Dream away," she said with a thin sob, trembling lightly. "What?" Mengli did not explain, nor did she take back that scented bag. With small steps, she ran away, leaving behind a slender back. Gu Xian looked at her after she left, then lowered his eyebrows and looked at the scented capsule in his hand. What a thing to do. The bright moon is not clear, and the breeze is not intended. It's just a brush with the shoulder, so why the obsession? Mr. Gu, can we go now? Suji and Xiaohuan, who had taken incense, also came out at the latter step, and seeing Guxian's contemplative back, inquired in a low voice. Guxian also withdrew his mind and temporarily took the scented bag back to his waist. Remember the direction that girl left. We'll find a way to send them back later. It's not meant to be. It's just a distraction. Turning to see the pair gently rubbing their small, hungry bellies, he smiled apologetically. Hungry, huh? Oh, I blame Mr. Gu for patronizing the crowd. Let's go, let's have a good meal today. The flower gathering was far more lively than the festival atmosphere of Guxian's previous life. The vendors on both sides of the street yelled loudly with their hands spread out to the side of their mouths, each with a loud voice. 100 flower cake, the flower goddess' favorite 100 flower cake. This young lady should have one. Eating it will make your skin smoother and more tender. Sugar plums, hey, sour, sweet, and big sugar plums, yo. The peddler carrying a straw weaving frame walked head-on, yelling as he went. Seeing the two little ones following closely beside Guxian, he came up to sell a line. Gonzi, how about a skewer of sugar gourds? Guaranteed sweet. The fruit on bamboo skewers is wrapped in amber-colored sugar coating. This season hawthorn is not yet ripe, wearing a green-skinned fruit, look at the teeth sour. Guxian licked his lips, originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing the little maid's gluttonous little appearance, he reached into his arms and pulled out money and said, make that 3. Hee hee, it's a total of 9-1. Good. Hey, Xiaohuan let out a small cheer, and then hastily covered her mouth with both hands. At the sound of the voice, Suyu turned her head and glared at the indisputable little maid. This greedy kid will be sold sooner or later. The peddler received the copper plate with a smile on his face, threw it in his hand, and put it into his pocket with a precious treasure. He also put down the shelf on his shoulder to pick and choose. Seeing that the gentleman is handsome and generous. Come, pick the biggest one for you. Thanks. Guxian and the three of them took one each and bit into it in unison. The sourness spread all over the body along the gums, and near simultaneously, they shivered. Turning his head again, the hawker had long since run off somewhere with the sea of people. Hey, this adulterer. Let Gumao meet non finding you again to ask for an explanation. Guxian pretended to make a fierce threatening remark, but his eyes were overflowing with laughter. As the sea of people crowded forward, the green stone road underfoot was extremely flat. Whether they were selling pastries or fruits, there were a good number of people gathered in front of their stalls. Sugar gourd in his hand, with his teeth little by little rubbing off the sugar coating. The marketplace in front of me is quite a sight. Guxian Xingso looked to the sky, suddenly saw the convergence in the sky slightly red. The color is not bright, and some turbidity. This should be the joyful qi. After internalizing the mystic barrier again, Mr. Ge's qi viewing with these eyes has become more and more powerful. Inwardly praising himself a little twice, Guxian nodded slightly to make his decision. Could collect some. Having had the experience of collecting Xian Huang Qi just now, combined with the special characteristics of the maze barrier, Guxian decided that in the future, no matter what qi he encountered, he could keep a smaller portion of it, and it might be useful somewhere. The second harvest was much simpler. There is no need to put out a maze of barriers to cover the entire Changxian County, only to pull out an invisible line of ink and hold it in the palm of the hand, automatically absorbing up the wandering joyful energy. Soon, the center of the rich blackness was slightly reddish. As it continued toward the crowd, it eventually turned into a strand of red. Just as he was about to withdraw it from his body, Guxian suddenly sensed a sense of watching. Against the sense of gaze, I found a crowded stall, and heard the yells. I think it was a sunflower seed seller. Outside the crowd, a man carried a female doll in a flowery dress on his shoulder and clutched a small wooden figure in his chubby little hands. As he brushed past, the little doll's line of sight met Guxian's flush, and stared at Guxian's propped-up palm again, holding the little wooden figure and shaking it proudly at him. It's true what they say about children being psychic. She can see subtle gases that are invisible to ordinary people. This little guy is showing off his toys. Guxian smiled and winked at her, maneuvering the red thread to disperse into a mist before changing into a small person jumping around in his palm. The little doll's eyes widened at once, and she remembered to pat her body in quick succession. The child's parents turned back together. Mama asked, "What's wrong, Nuno?" Ya wah. The doll pointed at Guxian's faraway back and couldn't stop pointing her little finger. The man rushed to shield her tighter, fearing she might fall. Scratching the corner of his forehead, he recalled, it seems like that man just had a mask hanging from his waist. Is that what Nyoko wanted? There's a booth over there, let's go check it out. The angry little doll bites on the villain with a mouthful of saliva mixed in. Although there were many people who came to Lading County to catch the fair, there were still spare seats in the Bailey's restaurant. After all, most people just come to have a good time, as opposed to a restaurant where a random dish or two costs hundreds of dollars. It's better to order a bowl of cold mixed noodles on the side of the road, it's delicious and cheap. Guxian, however, was doggedly pulled over by Suyu. Before climbing the steps, the running boy waiting at the door immediately greeted him warmly. Here you go VIPs, please come inside, watch out for the threshold. The restaurant has only 2 floors, and the upper floor is already full of seats. You can only look on the first floor. The runner looked around and found a table in the corner. After inquiring if the three were okay with it, he led the way inward to introduce a seat, but there was a thump of a table as he passed it. The reason why it is empty is because there are a few Jianghu children drinking and having fun. Ordinary people do not want to cause trouble. The waiter was in a dilemma. Sir, why don't we wait a bit? No need, here's fine. Guxian withdrew his sight and said indifferently. Those few people's qi and blood weren't considered vigorous. According to what the three Sanya brothers had taught them, these people were at best third-rate goods that couldn't make waves. Okay, you wait a moment. Small packing. Running Hall nimbly and quickly removed the shoulder towel to wipe the table, fearing that the three will be reversed as if. What would you three like to eat? Roasted flower duck, roasted goose. All of these on none of them. Guxian, who was about to speak, suddenly choked. I thought the other guy was going to announce the name of the dish, but it turned out to be amusing? The playful runner rushed to apologize. I'm really sorry, 3 guests. There were all of them before. But in recent days there have been fewer goods and more people, and it's almost past mealtime again. However, I heard that the back kitchen collected some wild game this morning, you see? Ahem. Suji pinched his thick voice and attracted the attention of the boy. Waving his hand, he commanded, serve it at the highest specification. Money is not a problem. Gotta go. The boy glanced at the white jade hairpin on top of Guxian's hair and joyfully went down to order. This is a big deal, so you have to tell the master chefs in the back kitchen to make it finer. After the boy went down, Suyu clasped his hands and bowed towards Guxian. Mr. Gu, this meal will be at the invitation of Little. In person. The two of her didn't intend to repay the favor with a meal, but it was too much to ask for the gentleman to pay all the time, and it was all due. Oh, thanks to little brother Su. Outside Guxian still called the duo little brother. The two who had suffered losses now imitated Guxian in every move, plus the disguise. Although they looked awkward, at first glance they were just clean-cut young warriors. Guxian took the boy to send up the teapot and the towel to clean hands, said thank you and then simply wash all the dishes, with Suyu too casual nagging 2 sentences. Perhaps it was the good impression left by the 3 people. The boy specially explained that the back kitchen would do it earlier. Not long after that, he brought the dishes up. Here we go, your jade tree hangs money, and the wonderful rabbit offers good fortune. The names sounded elegant and upscale, but when the plate was brought up, a few people nearly lost their laughter. The so-called jade tree hanging money is nothing more than chicken stew, and the wonderful rabbit offering is roasted hare. I think the name of the dish will take up half of the cost of this meal. Guxian snickered and picked up his chopsticks first. If they didn't, the opposite duo wouldn't lay their hands on it in any way. Not to mention, the name of the dish is pompous but the flavor is not bad. The master fryer probably added a lot of sugar to each dish in order to brighten it up, but it is suitable for Guxian's taste, appetite. A meal eat all 3 happy. The only some regret is in order to take care of the 2 people are not good to drink wine. The conversation was in full swing when there was a sudden shuffling of table legs and chair legs behind them. Stab dash. The few Jianghu children eat drunk, seem to have some conflict is about to fight, pulling the voice of each other to ask each other's mother. Guxian didn't want to look for trouble, but trouble found him. I had just laid down my chopsticks when a stack of dishes hit me in the face. Guxian raised his arm and turned his wrist. The tips of the chopsticks pressed against the bottom of the dish in a vigorous circle, eliminating the force and placing them smoothly on the table. A slight sideways glance. The burly guy who got in trouble had no idea that he was doing anything wrong. With a big tongue, he roared, "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper! 2 more dishes of roast chicken. Coming. The running boy came trotting in. Shrinking his head, he waited carefully. Customer, it's not that I'm not selling you, it's just that the store is out of them. Nothing? Ha, you guys run a restaurant and you don't even have a chicken? The burly man shook his head, his face red and sweaty from eating and drinking. Staggering around, he saw the 3 men eating and drinking quietly. He scolded, "You are a shrew. You give them food but not me, do you think I won't pay?" With that, he staggered over to the table and raised his hand to the end. Here, hiccup, here's to the sprinkler, nah, money. Here's your money. 5 coins jingled on the table. Before they could stop, a large hand nonchalantly ended up on the table. The customers in the store didn't dare to say anything, and even took advantage of the turmoil over there and hurriedly waved to check out. It's not good to be caught in the crossfire in case of a real fight. Runner also dare not say more, can only secretly in the bottom of the heart of the bitter also, the sale of bad is a small matter. If there's a death, then the proprietor will have to skin him. A few masters mustn't be bloodthirsty. But just as the runner would breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly his eyes nearly glared out of their sockets. What did he see? Only to see that the male who was a circle smaller in both size and head and had an extraordinary appearance actually used a chopstick against Jiang Huo's hand, not to mention the runner's. That troublemaking Jianghu child wine immediately sobered up half. How to struggle cannot struggle. Those 2 light chopsticks are like an iron clamp. Clamped the numb tendons of the wrist, to the small arm a feeling of weakness. He's just drunk, not stupid. Cold sweat knows. This is messing with the high and mighty. The man was also heard to chuckle softly, "You're not delivering? Eat drunken brain numbness stagnation, qi and blood churning dissipate some drunkenness. Zhang Hor still difficult to understand that sentence. What do you mean? Delivering to the door? In the next moment, a slender fingertip that was as pure as jade zoomed in his line of sight, gently stopping in front of a finger at the center of his eyebrow. Then, a tingling chill seeped into the flesh and drilled into the bones. It finally spread to the brain, instantly exploding into a thick fog that enveloped the entire body along with the blood vessels. In an instant, the cacophony of noise and clamor was suddenly like ants burrowing in the brain, hating to mix and stir the brain. Bless the devotees with wealth. Wish old mother good health. Oh mother, please grant the believing woman a male child, or else. The voices in all shapes and sizes were male and female, old and young. Prayers ranged from the mundane to the voracious, from the gentle to the shrill. Finally, all the prayers overlapped and twisted out of tune. Fleeing like elongated worms, they flowed outward along the eye and ear canals. Zhang Hor's mutation scared the crowd. In the eyes of outsiders, he had been arrogant and domineering by force one moment, but by that male gently flicked his brow, the whole person fell to the ground with a thud, curled up like a horse shrimp, his nails scratching on his face one after another. Scratch out a skin and flesh-rolled bloody marks is not enough, look at his crazy look, hate to dig out the eyeballs, and then deaf ears. Quiet. Oh, all be quiet. Sprinkles. Daughter. Old. He rolled around like a madman, his mouth spitting out various vocalized self-references in a bizarre manner. Before things got even worse, Guxian crouched down to make another light point on the top of his forehead. After standing up, the Zhang Hor's eyes rolled white, and the scowl on his face faded as his head lulled and fainted. Hair. What happened? The few people at the table with Zhang Hor had originally picked up their sheaths, but their throats rolled in unison after seeing this scene. When Guxian looked over, he even hid the knife sheath back behind his body without any trace. Hate to have a crack in the ground to hide in. Guxian had no imposing aura or stern expression. He even had a cloudy smile at the corner of his mouth when he looked at them. Several warriors, in the future, you should be more careful when drinking outside. It's not good if you meet a grumpy one. The men simultaneously winced and straightened their entire bodies. Definitely. Today, my brothers and I have disturbed Mr. We should be punished. Before they could finish, Guxian then turned to Gritsuyu and Xiao Huan. All three lost their appetites because of this farce, and simply beckoned for the runner who had been frozen for a long time. Junior, come to the checkout. Chapter 49, knocking on the heart to greedy understanding of cause and effect, returning to sitting in forgetfulness to observe the change of clouds. Only a hair-thin strand of Xian Huang Qi could easily destroy the minds of ordinary people. Apparently, instead of being able to become a god, the breath of incense is highly poisonous. Guxian, however, was quite satisfied, rather, it's an extra door means. His base is still too thin. Despite having a supreme divine might, killing means like the visionary Golden Thunder, there were quite a lot of limitations. It doesn't listen to the call, and there's no way to contain it. There was only one mother seed left in the sky-rushing prana, and a month's time had failed to harbor a second one. Therefore, until a suitable containment method was found, the Golden Thunder was destined to be used only as a base card, not to be used routinely. Other than that, it wasn't like Guxian had any other means of attack. The mystic barrier did not possess killing power without giving birth to the 7 emotions. With the addition of spiritual power, it is possible to fight with a martial artist. But you can't get on the stage. In the eyes of the onlookers, he, Gu, was a capable true cultivator and immortal in the world. It turned out to be a hit, but it went around knocking people with a bamboo cane. Let's not mention whether or not the persona will crumble. If you embark on the path of immortal cultivation, you will have to fight with the cultivators in the future, and then you will be restrained by relying only on the mortal martial arts. Empty camouflage without hard power, the essence is still God's stick. Once demolished, and then how to operate with all their heart will instantly collapse. However, after discovering the miraculous effects of the incense and fire poison, Guxian's awkward situation was slightly better. If you fight against the enemy in the future. First, he used the misty barrier to deceive him, so that he could not tell the truth from the falsehood. Then he smashed the incense and fire poison, which would drive him crazy if he got infected with it, and would kill him if he inhaled it. If you really can't solve it, then flip your bottom card to call out Golden Thunder. As for who will survive then, it all depends on luck. Another door to survive on, and even the footsteps are much lighter. After a nice stroll, the sun was setting and the afterglow was fading. Seeing the soldiers in armor arrayed out, the stall vendors nimbly began to pack up their things. No matter how lively the rally is, it will eventually come to an end, leaving a mess that looks particularly lonely. Loudoun County is also subject to a curfew. Those who did not intend to remain in the county for the night hurried to leave before the closing of the gates. The pedestrians were getting fewer and fewer, and Guxian's trio was somewhat disheartened. We purchased some dry food for the next day and returned to the B&B. Instruct the B&B host to boil 2 pots of hot water for washing. Remembering that they had to get up early tomorrow, Su Ji and Xiao Huan washed up first and then yawned and went to sleep. Guxian, however, asked the owner of the lodging house and found a poor neighboring scholar who bought a piece of paper and borrowed a pen and ink. after washing and changing into a newly acquired white shirt. Palming the pouch with a slight contemplation, his figure nodded up into the moonlight. Cluck cluck. The next day, at cockcrow. It's just dawning in Leding County. Then there was the sound of bucking horse hooves heading for the gates. On the back of the horse, Guxian held a thread-stitched yellowed book, swaying back and forth as the horse lurched his figure. Suji, on the other hand, was protecting the little maid who didn't have enough sleep to drop her head straight down, stretching her thin neck, somewhat curious about what Mr. Gu was looking at. Nor do I see it buying books as if they were extra out of thin air. But she didn't ask, and quietly drove her horse and waited to cross the border. There weren't many people leaving the city early in the morning, and it didn't take long for the three of them to take their turn. Getting out of the city is much easier than getting in. The gate soldiers did not mention the tax payment, and waved their hands to let them go after a hasty inspection. But after the pass was about to gallop, suddenly someone hurriedly came and shouted, "Stop!" A few gate guards sniffed and immediately blocked the trio's path with their guns. "Winnie!" Wu Jue snorted in dissatisfaction, his large horse pupils glaring at the roadblocker. Faced with an unexpected situation, Guxian also temporarily put down the book in his hands. He sent a reassuring glance to Suyu and the others before looking at the visitor. The man was wearing a green shirt, his hair was disheveled, and he was striding on two legs with his sleeves fluttering about. Obviously went out in extreme haste. Still a familiar face, the visitor was the same corrupt official who had entered the city. Guxian raised an eyebrow, already guessing why the other party had come on this trip. A man with a sword at his waist came out of the door soldiers and stepped forward to salute that clear shirt. "Lord Liang, but is there a problem with these three?" He bet his palm on the hilt of the sword at his waist. As soon as His Excellency gave the nod, he was ordered to take it down immediately. Green Shirt arched his back and gasped for air, raising his palms shakily. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Shine. The gate soldier drew his sword and sheathed it, swung it backward, and bellowed, "Take it down for me." The soldiers immediately crossed their guns and forced the horses back. Green Shirt had just eased up a bit and lifted his head. When he saw the scene he was so shocked that he nearly jumped up and lost his voice. "You can't catch it. Stand down, all of you. If you hurt this gentleman, this official will take you to task." With a wave of his sleeve, Lord Liang glared back at the crowd. Simply straightening his clothes again, he put on a fawning smile and made a heavy bow towards Guxian. "My humble servant." "No, my humble servant Liang Xin, meet you sir." "Liang Xin? Conscience." "Heh, your honor has a good name." Guxian was slightly concerned, holding the reins and gently stroking the horse's mane to pacify the Wu Jue to stand more steadily. "I wonder why your excellency stopped us. But the tariffs are not enough again?" Hearing him say that, Liang Xin wiped the corner of his forehead in a justified manner and compensated with a smile. "Mr. Joking, yesterday after Mr. Left, I feel guilty. I feel guilty after yesterday's departure. I've had repeated turnovers, and I can't sleep at night. This compartment is here to make amends." After saying that, Liang Xin even pointed to his eye circles. The skin was so black underneath that anyone would believe it had been smashed in the face. "Really? It seems that your lordship is not because of a nightmare, but still has a conscience inside he." Guxian nodded, "Quite good, quite good." Hearing his words, Liang Xin, who was originally only a trifle skeptical, suddenly had his back tightened. "No wonder my head was foggy all afternoon yesterday and I always have nightmares when I sleep at night." Hoping that it really was this king. This gentleman who did it. Immediately, he took a few more steps in, forcing Wu Jue to back away with a disgusted look on his face. "It smells like mold. It's a real turnoff for a horse." Liang Xin looked left and right and saw the guards looking this way twice every now and then. Immediately, he sidestepped to block the movement and pulled out a heavy brocade bag from his sleeve. He cupped his hands and passed them forward with a dismayed look on his face. "Sir, I was rude before. I should make amends for you. Please sir, take away the divine power and spare my humble self." Having said that, it's no fun to go around in circles. Guxian stared at him for a while and saw his body trembling, only then crouched down to pick up the bag, threw the weight of about 50 taels, combined out to play around, but instead netted a few dozen taels. Guxian laughed and pinched off a corner from the silver, stuffed in a dozen more coins and returned it. "It's also good that your lordship knows his mistakes and can correct them. However, I am equally at fault, so this fine it's fine if I don't take it, but if I do, I'm not mentally solid. If your lordship is so inclined, this money will be spent on less tea and more smooth things. At that time, the nightmare will disappear on its own." The sound faded away. As they spoke, Guxian's trio had already driven their horses away. When Lord Liang lifted his head, he looked at the silver that was missing a dime in the brocade bag and the 15 extra coins, and thought for a long time and a days. He didn't retrieve his mind until the guard came up to his side in greeting. "Lord Liang, do you need us to recover that man?" "No, absolutely not." Liang Xin looked into the distance and tied the brocade bag into his sleeve. With a thoughtful look between his brows, he stood still and organized his attire. He corrected his appearance and made a deep bow to the departing back. "Liang Xin, be taught." On the pipeline that led straight to the upper capital city, two stallions traveled side by side.
The little maid shook her little head, still puzzled in her bony-turned-cat pupils. Cautiously, he asked toward his side. Mr. Go, why didn't you take the money the officer gave you? Ring. Su Jie curled her fingers and gave the little maid a chestnut, chirping out in a petulant voice. In her opinion, Mr. Go was a man of the world. Not trying to be inexpensive on earth, playing the world. Sir naturally has his deeper meaning in doing so. Guxian put down his book at the sound and tilted his eyes to the refreshing sky, pursing his lips and smiling. Gu does love money, but he knows what kind of money to take. Sujio only felt that Mr. was teasing the little maid. Such a beautiful jade, from head to toe transcendent, must be either immortal or Tao. How could she smell like copper? Listening to Guxian continue. Little girl, what do you think Mr. Gu would do if he took that money? Take the money. Then won't you be able to buy good food and fun? Besides, why don't you take what they give you for free? The little maid thought so in her heart, but on her face she shook her head. If you really say it, you will be beaten by Miss again, it will hurt. The little ring doesn't know hey. How could Guxian not see her little mind, but he was not disgusted. You the resourceful one. It is the nature of mortals to be greedy for money and fun. He himself is no exception, so how can he accuse others? He closed the book and placed it on the back of the horse, looking sideways at the two of them with a warm voice and asked. Gumao took that money, but it looks like it's fine. He can continue to travel the mountains and enjoy himself. However, what will happen to that official in the future? Suji smelled the meaning of the words in the examination, and immediately knit up her eyebrows in deep thought. Guxian didn't rush either, giving the two of them enough time to think. It was a question he was asking them as much as he was asking himself. Tada, tada. The light hoofbeats carried the thoughts extremely far, lurching a bit as they crossed a dip in the road. This bumpy ride had turned Suyu's inspiration upside down. Small mouth slightly open, suddenly like a great understanding. If Mr. took the money, that official will certainly think more and more losses. In the future, in order to make up for the loss, and more exploitation of tax revenue. In this way, not only will the people suffer, but it will also plant the root of disaster. Hearing all of it, Guxian gave her a satisfied look and said approvingly, Miss Su is intelligent, Mr. Gu admires it. My youngest daughter is talentless, and it's all because of you, sir. Although she said so, but the white tender face on the floating red as exposed her good mood, was praised even after the waistplate are straightened a lot. Guxian looked at her small appearance but smiled. In fact, so you only saw through the shallowest layer. Only see that if they take the money, the officials will be more corrupt later. But not the original cause. When he got his hands on the brocade bag, Guxian actually got greedy for a brief moment. After all, he was still immortal, so it wasn't surprising. But he quickly thought of this layer, which was what Su Jie said. But what truly Guxian he put down was the word cause and effect. As mentioned earlier, after taking the money, the officials intensified their exploitation of the people. One of the causes of the people's suffering, traced to Guxian. This point of cause and effect is insignificant, but if you do not pay attention to it, once it explodes over time, the consequences will be endless. It is often said that 1,000 miles can be destroyed in an anthill. It is not that there are no omens, but that people ignore them. On the contrary, if you do not take that money, in the hearts of officials planted a good cause. In the future, we don't expect them to be able to serve the country and the people, or just to protect the peace of a party. The feedback to Guxian would also be good fruits. Thus, Guxian gave up his greed for money in exchange for greed for good fruits. To exchange the small for the large, this is both cause and effect together. Who? After thinking it through, Guxian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, only to feel his heart and chest refreshed. A soft murmur tickled the corners of his mouth. No wonder the great powers always say be quiet and do nothing, don't fight and don't rob. Do not touch the cause and effect, do not obscure the karma. The saying of cause and effect, when you think about it in detail, it's a subtle and extraordinary thing. Put in the previous life, the theory of cause and effect is only a product of materialism. It was not well received, and was even often categorized as due to fate. However, when placed in this cultivation world after the Jedi Heaven and Earth passage, the word cause and effect involved a great hidden secret and terror. What Qing Daoren said before he was annihilated was mostly true. That cause and effect not only cut off the spiritual cultivation generation, it even suppressed the Xin cultivators into social fear, only daring to act in the shadows. However, as the few remaining clean auras in heaven and earth continued to drain away, the long pent-up Xin cultivators would one day explode. Disregarding the boundaries of cause and effect, they would drag the entire world into a shared madness. Between now and then, imperial power, as the greatest cause and effect of humanity, would become the object of many great powers' prying eyes. No. Perhaps, that group of great powers had long been eyeing this land of cosmos. Guxian crossed over to the 3 Dan scriptures, which he had found in the grass hut. Approaching the upper capital city, the dog-faced man in the middle of Lengan County. Wave after wave of temptation and hand-wringing may have been buried for years, just waiting for the right moment to detonate. Earlier Guxian had fled Shinjing for fear of mutiny caused by the change of imperial power. Then, after the initial cognizance of the world, compared to the hidden darkness, the change of royal power is nothing more than fun and games. Mortals can't find immortal destiny, only that it's hard to find. Unbeknownst to them, their every move is watched by countless pairs of eyes like the sun, the moon and the stars. The capital city, like a pearl in a deep sea where darkness swallows all the light, suddenly lit up, illuminating a large, odd, twisted and malicious black shadow. They swam in the side, peering at times, just waiting for the right moment to engulf everything and become the ultimate, and only, winner. It's really not a good time to come back. Guxian looked at both sides of the road, the vaguely familiar scenery, and suddenly let out a light laugh. At first it was just a snort, then a smile, and soon a loud laugh. Laughing with bravado and panache, with no gloom and doom. Suyu and Xiao Huan were even momentarily deterred by his laughter. I have often heard the ancients say, fallen limbs, depose intelligence, leave form and go to know, the same as the great passage. This is called sitting in oblivion. How can you know anything without being in the world? Mr. Gu can't forget it, can't let go of it. This time, I'm going to use my foolishness to deviate from the way. The high voice startled countless birds, piercing through the clouds and sweeping across the sky to hover. But after the clouds, there are no gods, no immortals. In recent days, it is common to see horse-drawn carriages parked at the foot of Mount Sitting Forget. Perhaps the peaches in the mountains are ripe, attracting these people to come and pick them. Also strange. Each of these carriages was decorated with dignity and honor. The ordinary rich and noble families are not qualified to use them even if they have money. It has to be entitled. And the capital city officials, although more expensive, can afford to use this sedan chair, but only a double 10 number. Next to the official road, two carriages were parked together, obviously acquainted. From the sedan chair out of the two brocade-robed bearded male, a green and a water blue, get out of the car and literally straighten their clothes and move meticulously to bow to each other. The CUI-robed male was a bit younger and took the lead in greetings to Butler Fong. Oh, meet the standing steward. Corner of the eyes more wrinkles of the blue-robed male beard, teasing and laughing. This mountain won the spirit of the place, wild fruit sweet and delicious. This is not, my master ate one after often miss, and ordered the immortal to pick a few. Yes extremely. Butler Chang also did not pick apart, and continued along with the words, not only is this fruit sweet, even the monkeys in the mountains are humane. The other day, I also saw a little monkey building a hut. Oh, Butler Fong's old eyes lit up and his hand paused for a moment, rats building a straw hut on a sinking ship. Interesting. I don't know if Butler Chang can take me for a look? Hee, your master should still miss the fruit. Housekeeper Fawn should still pick them back earlier. Otherwise when the master of this mountain forest returns. Tada. At that moment, a series of hoofbeats came from far away. Although they had not yet reached their bodies, both of them stopped their attempts at the same time and looked towards the end of the road in unison. The silhouette drew closer. All of them were older and had seen great things. But when they saw the man who was harnessing the horse, they were so excited that they nearly lost their temper. Hands and feet were busy straightening their attire once more and coughing lightly to keep in top form while ordering the boxes brought down from the back of the wagon. Whinny. Without the need for the horseman to tighten the reins, the top snow piebald was agile and slow to stop in front of the car. Bowen, pay my respects to Gu. The man on horseback was looking at the last page of the scroll, and without lifting his head, he interrupted the words that would come out of the duo's mouths. The two lords should go back first. There's no rush to come back after Gumao has repaired himself. Come what may. Chapter 50, Drunken Immortal Falls, Rats Repent of a Sinking Monkey. But, the CUI-robed male was slightly reluctant, and when he wanted to say something, he was interrupted by the older Chang steward lightly bumping his head. By the immortal master's order, we will retire. He bowed again towards Guxian. Ordering his subordinates to carry the box back to the carriage, he waved his whip and drove his horse away. Hiya! Tada! Until the caravan disappeared in the direction to Shangjing, Guxian also finally finished reading the last page of the book. Close the book and look into the distance. It doesn't matter who those two men came on behalf of. Importantly, the duo's arrival meant that the princes hadn't gone so far as to fight each other. But it's not far off, and the struggle around imperial power is getting more and more intense. The powerless Li Mingji, as the crown prince, became a buffer zone instead. For the time being, his life would not be in danger until the princes completely tore themselves apart and usurped the throne. After figuring this out, Guxian was in no hurry to enter Shangjing first. If he was right, it wouldn't be long before the news of his return reached the ears of the one in the palace. And Li Mingji, who Guxian himself said has immortal destiny, will surely come here to invite him into the palace, taking the initiative to enter the capital, and invited to enter the capital. The meaning can be very different. After clearing his thoughts, Guxian stomped on his stirrups and rolled over to dismount. Seeing this, Suyu and the two of them followed down. Let's go up the hill first and wait. By the way, this is for you. Su Jiu took the book with both hands that the gentleman had been reading all the way through. See 4 words written on the cover. Drunken Dreams and Butterflies. It's a book I've never read before. Suji's heart ached and subconsciously opened the first page.
Before he had time to look at it twice, he was tugged by the little maid's cuffs. Miss, let's get going. Oh yes. Sitting Forgotten Mountain was not steep, only that the mountain trails were somewhat curved. If one were to enter this mountain for the first time, it would be easy to get lost. Before Guxian crossed over the original body in order to create the illusion of a mountain highlander, it also purposely built the drunken immortal lodge in a remote location. It effectively excludes small families and people with good brains from finding. Follow a winding section of wild forest and then go deeper through a rock wall. Perhaps it had rained only a few days before, and mud and water still pooled in the shadowed potholes where the light didn't reach. The horse's hooves stepped over and splashed up quite a bit of sludge. A few points of mud splattered rapidly towards Guxian's pants leg, but it seemed to land on an invisible barrier, sliding down the pants leg without leaving a single stain. Guxian casually reminded, "Be more careful with your footing, but don't step on any rocks. In case of an accidental fall, the danger is not so much, but small bumps and bruises are inevitable. The two little ones also love beauty, and it would be bad if they got scars." After passing the stone wall, he had just turned into a wild forest. I could smell a sweet scent. It was a patch of short trees with open forks. The branches were open and scattered and sharp, and heavy hickories fell from the branches. Fist-sized peaches with thin pink skin, under the clusters of green leaves, swaying with the breeze. The tips of the peaches look like they are about to ooze water. Gu is truly blessed to have a mouthful of peaches just when they are at their sweetest. Guxian was happy to see the scene and rolled up his sleeves while walking towards the peach tree forest. I was just about to pick a few when I heard a string of wild monkeys screaming in the forest. Oh ha! Squeak, squeak, squeak. When the wild monkeys saw the visitors, they hid under the forest leaves and bared their teeth threateningly. Guxian raised his eyes to gaze and looked over to see some monkeys clutching rocks. If they weren't deterred by his glance, they were afraid that they were about to throw them. Squeak! A fat monkey growled boldly, signaling that this was their territory and telling them to get the hell out of there. Being threatened by a mountain beast, Guxian wasn't annoyed. He unwrapped the parcel he was carrying on his horse's back, and inside he had some date cake and bean cakes left over that he had bought in Ledden County. Beckoning to the monkey, he laughed. Neighboring family, Gumao is thirsty and wants to pick a few peaches to eat. Would it be alright to exchange some pastries with you? Although Sitting Forgotten One Mountain had been gifted to Guxian by Emperor Hong in front of the civil and military officials, but the native monkeys neither know it, nor will they admit it. Even if he had the strength to take it by force, Guxian still chose to exchange it. To be friends with heaven and earth and nature is in keeping with their nature. The monkey was still bold enough to try and take a pastry and sniff it, and was delighted when he tasted it. A handful of packages were picked up as much as they could be. Seeing Guxian pointing at the peach forest with one hand, the fat monkey unthinkingly screamed a few times towards the back, looked at the package in his arms, hesitated for a moment and screamed a few times afterward. Not long after, a few little monkeys jumped out of the forest and came holding fruit. The heads are all big and even far sweeter than the outskirts of the peach forest. There is even one that is the size of Suyu's face, which is probably the king of peaches in the forest and is rare in the outside world. If you forcefully grabbed it, but you didn't have a chance to eat the peach. Ha 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 ha, good. Thanks for the neighbor's kind words. After taking them, he shared 2 of them with Suyu Xiuhuan, as well as each of the 2 horses. Then he left the monkeys and continued on his way. Guxian held the largest peach in one hand and laughed silently. Not to mention, the monkeys in this mountain are quite spiritual. He also remembered that when he left, a monkey king, a circle larger than his kind, had learned to crouch nearby to listen to his sermon like a human. It's like, and ask each other to help take care of the hut? I think the monkey has left. Guxian bit into a peach. At that time, he was just in a hurry to leave casually and didn't take it to heart. Hickory peaches are thin-skinned, juicy, sweet and delicious. When you eat them while driving up the mountain, the juice flows all over your hands. After eating the whole one, Guxian also had a feeling of fullness. Pinching the large standardized peach kernel, did not want to throw it away. A greenish shimmer floated in the center of his palm, removing the sticky stains. Guxian's special physique had been called the body of no leakage by Songya. If he practiced martial arts, he could keep his true chi intact. Although he was unable to practice martial arts, he was able to cultivate immortality. The aura in his body circulated in an orderly manner and would not escape unless he gave it of his own accord. In this way, Guxian could safely develop the aura. Despite having no Dao Sang Buddhist guidance, he was able to use his own meager enlightenment to initially figure out small, simple spells such as imperial objects and pure dust. It's just that it's only used on weekdays to keep your clothes tidy. Inside a clearing surrounded by a peach grove, you can see a collapsed hut from afar. In front of the grass hut, it looked like a long hairy stone stood. It wasn't until the trio's footsteps drew closer that the rock turned its neck, revealing a sharp tongue. Turns out it was a monkey. Its body was withered and its hair was caked with dry, hard mud. From a distance it really looked like a monkey-shaped rock. At the sight of Guxian's figure, a beam of radiant essence light instantly shot out from its eyes. Guxian also recognized this monkey, the very same one that was squatting and listening. I was a little surprised that it had stayed here. Approaching and looking at the ruins, he sighed, "AI, the grass lodge still hasn't gotten through this." Then crouched down and tried to be at eye level with them. In a soft voice, he asked, "Little monkey, have you been waiting here all this time?" The rats gathered back their essence and hung their heads without saying anything. Hands folded in front of him, while then bowing to the ground, he put his hand under his forehead and bowed heavily. The original oily and smooth fur is now withered and mottled. The firm, obese flesh is dried out, revealing a subcutaneous bulge in the spine as he kneels. Squeak! Gah! It is pleading guilty. The monkeys bowed to the sinking ship in a difficult and obscure position, but did so as properly as possible. Guxian recognized that was when Li Mingji begged to join him, but did not want to be learned by this monkey. The surprises brought to him didn't stop there. The rats rose slightly, spreading their curled, stiff right hands out. Palming a diamond-shaped block of wood that showed charred black lightning patterns, he firmly presented it to him. "It's..." After receiving it and scrutinizing it once, he felt a sense of familiarity in the wood block. After raising his eyes to look at a certain vacancy in the forest, he suddenly realized. It's golden thunder. This cut of lightning-struck wood was tainted with the aura of golden thunder. It was most likely left by Guxian's initial traction of the golden thunder and splitting the tree. I didn't expect that it would actually be created by this little monkey. It's fate with him. Guxian's mind moved slightly and hurriedly told this monkey to get up. Get up first. But after that, the monkey remained motionless. Sensing that something was wrong, he probed his finger and found that the rats had fainted. The monkey's breath was as if it was swimming, and he was in a critical condition. Qi and blood are decaying, and the veins in the legs are stiff and weak. Yet it's not a major disaster, it's more like a result of depression in the chest. Why is this? In any case, Guxian was very interested in this sinking ship that had repeatedly surprised him. Hastily ferrying in a strand of aura to hang onto his qi, while waving his hand to his side, he spoke slightly faster and said, "Please pass me 2 peaches." "Oh, okay." Su Jie's hands were busy picking out the 2 largest mountain peaches and respectfully handed them forward. "Sir, peach." Peach tip of the skin torn out a small mouth, the right hand and as a sword finger, will be a ray of spiritual qi into the inside, and then a peach and a spinning a squeeze, the peach body will be visible to the naked eye dried up. Immediately afterward, all the juice from the 2 peaches was gathered into a thin stream. As his fingers tugged at it, the thin stream drew a soft arc along the midair, sinking into the sinking monkey's mouth without spilling a single drop. With the nourishment of peach juice, although it can't be restored at once, but after combining with the aura conditioning, the monkey's weak breathing gradually evened out and slowed down, and a life was finally saved. Wow! That's awesome and awesome. After Xiao Huan gave a small cry of surprise, she hurriedly covered her mouth and carefully scrunched her head to look at her side. However, Su Yu also opened her pupils and mouth wide open, and her surprised appearance was very cute. Both of them had seen the scene of Guxian edicting Black Mountain into shape, but the edicting law technique was too high, rather than being genuine. Rather, it was not as shocking as this mediocre imperial object move. After finishing his hands, Guxian greeted the 2 of them apologetically. "I'm sorry, but I have no place to entertain the 2 of you even though this simple hut of Ji's has collapsed. Although even if the drunken immortal lodge is still there is still not much space to sit. But better than 2 people in the forest dry sitting." Su Jiu shook his hand repeatedly, hastily showing his attitude. "I don't think so. It's already a great opportunity for the 2 of us to be lucky enough to be able to come to Mr. Retreat's place. How dare you dislike it? Haha, Miss Su. Or more unusual good, Gu cannot afford to be your this boasting Lu." Su Jiu blushed at the jab, but calmed down. In the course of her time together, she had known that this gentleman was quite easygoing. Too much boasting or heavy-handed politeness would make the other person uncomfortable instead. Guxian could see that she had understood, so he said no more. "Then wait for a moment, in a while someone will come to invite us, and then you and I will borrow the road to go together." Both nodded convincingly, though they didn't know who would be coming. What the gentleman says is bound to be no mistake. Then the 2 of them looked around curiously. They wanted to discover what was so extraordinary about the cultivation place of the worldly masters. Guxian, on the other hand, dropped his line of sight to the collapsed grass hut. He would have noticed that since the hut had been collapsed by the rain it should have been scattered all over the place. But even though the hut fell, there was still some support, like someone who tried to build it but couldn't. Interesting. Guxian surveyed the rats on his lap, not even realizing that he was hanging on to a smile. A monkey in the mountains has no one to teach him. Instead of being a wild monkey, he understands human manners and human nature. Not minding that the rat's fur was dirty, he placed it on his lap. Raising his hand, he ran his hand through the fur, and in the process used his aura to nourish his internal organs and lungs. After a while, the rat's leisurely opened his eyes. When it felt the gentle caress on its body, it was dazed for a moment, and in its confused vision, it looked at the kind and gentle smiling face. Startled, he jumped up from his knees and heaved himself toward Guxian once again. "It's confessing. Repentance for not accomplishing what was entrusted to me. May hear what Gu said?" The rats looked up, first a little, then shaking their heads back and forth. It is newly enlightened, and its human language and manners are all learned from the pedestrians at the bottom of the mountain. I've heard it so much that I can roughly understand it, but I don't dare to call myself familiar with people's words. Not bad, not bad. Guxian's heart was delighted as he nodded repeatedly. The rats had brought him a lot of surprises from the sinking ship. Although it is a crude beast, this heart is really remarkable. To be able to obsess over a promise can be described as foolishness or as having a heart of gold. The red child is also a baby. It is flawless and immaculate, which is in line with the original theory of infancy. The more Guxian looked at this macaque, the more satisfied he became, and even vaguely moved with compassion. Both Li Mingji and Kong Daod wanted to study under him. Guxian didn't push back and gave the two different assessments respectively. The former is tested for enlightenment, and the latter is ordered to learn to recognize good and evil as right and wrong. If one were to be sincere, Guxian harbored much perfidy towards the two of them. For one thing, he's not competent enough on his own, and teaching people in a confused manner will only lead to misinformation. Secondly, it is true that the hearts of the two do not meet his eyes. However, Guxian had some heartfelt joy for this nameless, faceless little monkey. However, the immortal fate should not be taken lightly. Otherwise it would never be good for it, or for Guxian. It still needs to be honed and tested a bit. Think about it. Guxian straightened up, a touch of anger pooling between his brows. Drinking coldly, he said, "You shrewish monkey child, you are really unbearable. I asked you to take care of the grass hut. Grass hut but collapsed, you say, how should be?" The monkeys were scolded and angered but did not get annoyed, and bowed down again and again. Not a word or defense. This rebellious appearance even angered Guxian. In a stern voice, he scolded, "You are really vulgar. In addition to kneeling or worshipping, what should you do? But kneeling a few times will restore Gumao's hut to its original state?" The rats' figures lurched and raised their faces to look up at Guxian. A pair of beast pupils were filled with determination. After kowtowing 3 times again, he stood up and dragged his stiff feet a few steps. Turning around again, he bowed and bowed towards Guxian. Turning again, he walked down the mountain, repeating this until he was out of sight. The soft-hearted Xiaohuan couldn't see this, and at first she only found it amusing to see the wild monkeys kneeling. But when the omnipotent Mr. Big in her mind suddenly got angry, she was suddenly scared. Until she looked at the wild monkey's forlorn back, she couldn't help but utter a plea. "Sir, please spare it. It's just a little monkey." Ring. Suji lightly tugged on the corner of the little maid's coat, signaling not to talk too much. Although she was equally shocked by Mr. Ge's shocking anger, she always felt that the other's anger did not go straight to her heart. Perhaps there is something more to it than that. Guxian didn't explain for the time being, and only gave a few brief instructions to the two. "The two of you should wait here for a moment, and if someone named Li Mingji comes to pay his respects later, you can leave with him first. Tell him that Mr. Gu will be there soon. The mountain is mostly wild monkeys without beasts, and on the ground point down a group of maze barrier for the two to protect their bodies in case of emergency." After doing this, Guxian then pointed his toes. He lightly chased after the rats with quick steps in the direction they had left from the sinking ship. Chapter 51, The forest foothills are deep and knowledgeable, meeting again. After the rats left, they dug into the peach forest and picked a few more fruits. It was also strange that it had just walked through the ghost gate, and its body was still withered and weak. Every step looked shaky, ready to fall. But when it lands, it always steps on solid ground, as if there was something guarding it. After eating his fill and returning to some of his senses, his mind grew more and more confused. The only way to fix the grass hut to quell that one's anger is to follow someone. But the rats were born and raised in the mountain. How do they know where the human habitat is? Only with the feeling, continue to walk down the mountain. But no attention was paid to the deep forest foothills and winding paths. I don't know how long it took, when I was so tired that I had to rest. Suddenly, he saw a mountain guest holding a scythe and carrying a bamboo basket breakthrough from one side. The rats pricked up their ears and busied themselves with pursuing the path opened by the mountain guest. Continuing to go deeper, the grass color becomes more dense and green, and grows taller and taller. It could almost cover and engulf its entire monkey. Lift your breath and lunge forward, the view opens up. He actually chased them into a mountain village with flat terrain. The village is small, with a population of about 1 or 2 dozen. Most of them have small yards surrounded by fences in front of their houses, where they grow vegetables and raise chickens. A couple of women were flipping dried vegetables in an elongated net, and not far away someone was yelling and laughing. Chickens and dogs are heard in the peaceful mountain villages, and children play and fight. What a world away! The rats looked around with curiosity. Although it is a monkey king, but has never been down the mountain. Naturally, he did not know that there was such a place in the mountains. The first time I entered a human village, I nearly looked away. Entering the village did not attract the attention of others. Intentionally avoiding the sight of others, door-to-door survey. Suddenly, in the yard of one house, I saw some clothes that had been turned over to dry. Flowers, large and small, in ugly styles. The rats looked at the village man and touched their hairy hands. And then he thought of the one who was also dressed in robes. Wouldn't it be a step closer to that person if they wore these?
A few moments of longing rose in its heart as it was first practicing human rituals. In the monkeys, it didn't feel like it. But here everyone was clothed but him. It's always bad when people have it and I don't have it. He is the most stable monkey king in the monkey group. When he came to the human village, he was only a child who knew little. Curious, eager, wanting to get. All sorts of emotions drove it toward that yard, but as it passed down the street, it was spotted by a couple of shaggy hares it had never seen before. Baring their teeth they woofed at it strangely. The rats were not to be outdone. Grin up sharp teeth curled arms, make up tiger. Pulling a thin voice a few strange screams, scaring those few horses back. And then, trailing his tail, he walked into the yard, following the example of a human. See the courtyard under the shade of a tree reclining a man in the cool, to cover his face with a hat is sleeping soundly. The rats then lightened their movements, picking through the rope with bony eyes. He picked out the smallest one and compared it to the one that should fit him. Stretching his arm out, he was about to hook it when he heard a shout from behind him. "Da! Where's the hairy monkey that dares to come to your grandpa's house to steal?" The man-tang stood up and swung the hoe beside him to ram it this way. The monkeys jumped and dodged in fright, and saw the ground being hoed to rubble, and felt fear in hindsight. It didn't dare to steal the clothes either, and cupped its hands in a series of confessions. Squeak quack! Squeak quack quack! But instead of appreciating it, the man shouted angrily at the top of his voice. "Come quickly and quickly! I have a monkey that has become a spirit, come and catch it quickly!" After a sound, suddenly surrounded a circle of people. The rats turned to worship, but saw ushered a stone flying through the face, smashed on the ground when dang sound. Luckily, the aim was not enough to hit, otherwise it would have been necessary to split the flesh. "Catch it! Don't let this monkey spirit escape! H-." Repeatedly cornered, the rats also became angry and brought up their wild nature, grinning with sharp teeth to scare people. Taking advantage of the fact that the crowd was shocked, he hurriedly ran towards the forest on all fours. The village people stayed for a moment, reacted to take a fork, holding a stick, resisting the hoe, holding a sickle. Unrelenting, chased the rats into the mountains and followed for miles, really cannot find it before giving up. The leading man angrily cursed, "Bad luck. If this monkey spirit becomes a demon we will all suffer." Someone nodded and echoed, "When we report to the government tomorrow, we will have to chase it out and skin it even if we split the mountain." When they had been gone for some time, the rats dared to poke a head out from behind the tree, a thoughtful look flashing in their eyes. Demon! It was the second time it had heard the word. This group, on the other hand, had a very different attitude toward demons than the one. It was also the moment it realized that the original human attitude of resistance and even aversion to the alien would not be eliminated by practicing their manners. The rats were confused inside. That person said that the only way to become a demon was to refine the horizontal bone and spit out human speech. But the doorway to acquire human speech, and the method to repair the grass hut, was again in the mountain village that rejected it. You can't ask for it, and you can't rob it. If it is not accepted here, where should it go? When he was at a loss, not knowing where to go, he suddenly heard a loud and clear voice drifting in the wind from afar. Heaven and earth and the universe. The sun and the moon are in full bloom, and the stars and hosts are in full bloom. This was immediately followed by a chorus of young children chanting along. It echoed over and over in the valley. The rats were so captivated by the sound that they even forgot their fear of the lodge for a moment, followed the sound and chased after it, and actually found a book hut in a bamboo forest in this deep forest. The sound of reading is crisp and pleasant, accompanied by the fragrance of bamboo leaves, which can calm 100 anxieties. Not far away, a few witless hares and wild foxes creeping on the ground, perked up their ears to eavesdrop on the sound of reading in the book hut. That book hut no door no window, like in order to facilitate people to learn. There are only 4 bamboo hut, simply support a shed, hut more no tables and chairs and no textbooks. The 12 little dolls sat cross-legged on the ground, shaking their heads with their eyes closed, repeating the teachings of the husband over and over again. The easygoing husband nodded his head repeatedly in satisfaction, and when the little doll had repeated himself, he wrote the recitation over on a black-bottomed board. Heaven and earth, meaning that the sky is the color of basalt and the earth is yellow. The teacher spoke extremely slowly, afraid that the students would not be able to hear, and then turned sideways and wrote down each word in a single public and neat stroke. The rats slowed down from their obsession and busied themselves with finding a sharp stone. Hands strained to hold it, following a stroke on the ground. After all, it is a monkey nature, and several attempts to write are a mess. Comparing to Fu Zi's ethereal board writing, it's like the difference between clouds and mud. A normal person might be discouraged and even give up on himself when he sees this discrepancy. But the rats were not in a hurry or impatient. He carefully observed the book written by the husband, and then took the trouble to revise it again and again. It was a good thing that the student in the book lodge was foolish enough to ask the husband questions over and over again, giving the rats plenty of time to copy and absorb. In this way, until the time of sunset, it finally learned all the 16 words. Not only can it know its meaning, but it can also write a model. That's when book lodge got out of class too. The husbandman moved away from the board. Tomorrow at Shenzhen time, the class will begin again.
The little dolls stood up together, clasped their hands in front of them and bowed in the disciples' salute. Farewell, sir. In the bamboo forest, the rats were also startled. Hurriedly patted off the dust on his body. Also learned to bow towards that husband to send off. Squeak! It heard what the man said, and the class will be held tomorrow. Another look at the book hut that is not yet finished building. A run and jump rushed into the forest, excitedly swinging between the trees. Karma. Chance. You can learn the language of men, and you can learn to build a hut. Squeak ga, it roared excitedly, startling who knows how many wild birds in the forest. The sound was far away, and the flock of birds flew back again. The shadows twisted in the bamboo forest under the moonlight, and a white-shirted figure walked out slowly. He came to where the rats had been writing, and surveyed them from word to word. The handwriting progresses from abstract lines to crooked but shaped words that are visible to the naked eye. Good, good, good. This little monkey truly has extraordinary enlightenment. Guxian laughed out loud as he looked in the direction the rats had left from the sinking ship. It's not in vain that Gu has spent a lot of effort to make this scene whether it's the village, or this book lodge. Even the fact that the rats were able to come to this place was because Guxian was guiding them from behind. The village is fake, the chase is fake, the book lodge is fake, the husband is fake. But as long as the rats believe it, it is true. Deceive, and make falsehoods true. This was the threefold realm that Guxian had initially set for the mystic barrier. Today, he can simply do the first two reps. First weight, deception. When there is no master for the blindfold, it only reveals what the blindfolded person thinks, chaos and disorder. Second weight, lie to yourself. As the source Guxian could manipulate and modify the maze. The prerequisite was that he had to believe it himself. As for the third weight, it was still only a guess, and it was a long way from being reached. He lied to himself that there would be mountain villages and villagers here, and here the mountain villages and villagers appeared. And the village people and the husband's cognition and knowledge are both limited by Guxian. If Guxian just left, the illusion of this place would also dissipate. However, after the rats enter the barrier, Guxian leaves the sinking ship again and creates the illusion of a mountain village that will not dissipate. Unless the rats themselves see through it, or the enchantment dissipates on its own. The opportunity is yours, whether you learn it or not is up to you. Mr. G's immortal destiny is not simple, you have a lot to learn. Guxian hemmed and hawed, his figure slowly blending into the moonlight. There are 108 neighborhoods in the capital city, divided into the upper neighborhood and the lower neighborhood. The two are bounded by the Jinwu Street, which divides the status of the city like a rift valley. In the upper street neighborhood, there is a place called Golden Jade Square, which is inhabited by either the rich or the noble. One of them is a quiet residence in the middle of the downtown area, which has been nameless. The plaque was not hung until a month or so ago. Ruyi Ju. Tonight, although there were not many people in the Rui residence, the lights were brilliant. In the middle of the main hall, the maids waited outside the door after serving the meal, and only 3 people remained in the room. Su Jia and Xiao Wan both sat slightly restrained, not daring to move their chopsticks. While the main seat of the table was empty, a sword-browed, starry-eyed and kindly young man sat by the left-hand side, and even greeted the two of them. Miss Su, let's eat first, if Mr. Gu comes back, cure order the East Kitchen to make it again. Yes, Tai. Young Master Li. Not long after Guxian's departure, Li Mingji really did pay a visit to the mountain. After checking their identities, Li Mingji, though a bit surprised, kindly invited the two to the small mansion that was specially prepared for Guxian. Saying that it was a small mansion, Rui residence was also nearly 10 acres large. About 5,200 square feet of mansion, with one main courtyard and 2 side courtyards. The halls and bedrooms, the east kitchen, the inverted seat room, and the garden wigwam were all available. In the inches of gold in the Shinjing, or Golden Jade Square this place, the price is too high to imagine. It can be said that in order to purchase this property, almost used Li Mingji nearly 10 years of salary silver. After a simple meal, he ordered his subordinates to take away the leftovers, and serve tea and pastries. Li Mingji personally added a cup of tea for Su and couldn't wait to ask, Miss Su, would you mind telling the cure about your experiences along the way with Mr. Go? Thank you Tai. Gong. Ever since he accidentally heard Shoqing honor him as the crown prince, Suyu's head was dizzy until now. I used to hear my father tell me that the prince of this dynasty is a snake, a scorpion, a wolf and a tiger, as well as a rottenwood. Who is the snake scorpion referring to a father did not say much, but only scolded the second prince together with his elder brother. Said his narrow-minded, vicious and venomous means, but also can be very tolerant, have the posture of the lord, wolf and tiger of the Fays. As for the rotten wood, it was this 6th prince who was mentioned. After all, it is possible to exasperate both the Fuzi and the Wushu to the point of being depressed and screaming that they cannot be made to work. It is the only one of its kind since the founding of the cosmos. But I didn't realize that it was such a person who became the crown prince, and even befriended Mr. Gu. Perhaps it was because they all knew Mr. Gu, and Sujio's mood eased after some adjustments. Taking a sip of his tea, he hesitated a little. Mr. Gu has not given his permission, and my daughter does not dare to say much. Since the gentleman is curious, let's talk about the encounter between the two of us and Mr. Go. Cure, wash your ears. That would have to start from the time when my daughter took her house servant out for a trip and encountered mountain bandits. Talking for a long time, until the little maid who was listening to the conversation dropped her head in a row, Li Mingji restrained his excitement. He excuses himself and explains that his subordinates will prepare the hot water and leave. This was already Mr. Gerber's residence, even though he had purchased it. What's more, there were women, and it was not good for him to stay longer without his master's permission. Leaving behind a few young and beautiful slaves, Li Mingji first left with all the others, indicating that he would come back to visit on the following day. Influenced by the family style, Su Yu is not accustomed to the service of subordinates since childhood. Simply bathed with Xiao Huan, let people leave 2 lamps and then ordered them to retire to rest. Although Li Mingji ordered people to pack out 2 guest rooms, the little maid still spilled her guts and squeezed into Su Jie's room. Closing her eyes, she could still feel the flickering of the fire candles and muttered in a daze, "Miss, go to sleep quickly." 2 bronze lampstands illuminated the entire round table, and Miss Su, picking at the lamp and propping up her pretty cheeks, turned another page in fascination, reading it before she remembered to reply. "Good oh, I read this page and fell asleep already." Light snoring sounded behind her, and she looked back to see that the little maid was already sleeping on all fours with the quilt in her arms. Suji guffawed and went over to tuck the little one in, pinching the steaming hot pink cheeks again. Nominally, although the two are master and servant. But when she bought Xiao Huan, the little girl was only 6 years old. To Su Yu, she was no different from her younger sister. Returning to the table, he extinguished the candle, put on another garment, and resumed his pursuit of the book, Drunken Dreams of Butterflies. The night is late and the people are quiet. The only thing was the flickering of the fire and candles, with the sound of rustling books. Ha-oh! The result of staying up all night reading was yawning. Suji shook his head, feeling that his head was extra heavy today. Bang! The little maid pushed the door open lightly, twittering like a lark. "Miss has come to wash up, yeah. Miss, your eyes dash." Drop sat in front of the dressing table. In the bronze mirror, Su Yu's eyes were slightly darkened. Looking left and right, the white skin lining appeared particularly obvious. I'll never stay up late again. Su Jie beamed and made puppy dog noises. While repenting of the black eye, he went back to the story he had tasted last night. After hurriedly washing up, Su Ji covered her face and went out, wanting to borrow a water powder from her slave to cover up her ugliness. However, when he entered the main courtyard, he saw a familiar white-shirted silhouette drinking tea and chatting with Li Mingji at the table and chairs at the rockery in the corner of the courtyard. Rubbing his eyes, he thought he hadn't woken up, and the next moment he heard Xiao Huan behind him shout in surprise. "Mr. Gu, you're back." Gu Xian had spotted the duo as early as when they crossed the Moon Cave gate. Only at this moment did he turn his head, put down his tea and smiled. "I'm really sorry about yesterday. Gu Mao temporarily had some important matters and let you two stay at the mountaintop for a while." "No way, no way." Su Ji shook her head repeatedly, even forgetting to cover her face for a moment. The two young ladies did not wait long. "Tai Gongzi soon came to fetch the two of us." This was put down, and Gu Xian also saw the dark circles under her eyes. Teasingly, he said, "It seems that the book left behind by Mr. Gu is quite to Miss Su's liking." "Yes." Reacting belatedly, Su Yu hurriedly covered her blushing face. Seeing this, Gu Xian also stopped teasing her. He invited Li Mingji, who was giggling at the side. "Everyone is here, let's eat." "All at your service, sir." Chapter 52, Sermon. After breakfast, Gu Xian looked at the lower hand seat of Li Mingji rather emotionally. When he first came to this side of the world, he was unable to protect himself. After much consideration, he chose to stay away from Shangjing City. Although he lied before leaving as Li Mingji's amulet, Gu Xian's heart was still a bit guilty after all. After all, he wasn't entirely sure, and it was a complete gamble. "Now I see that this kid still has the appetite to dry 3 drawers of steamed dumplings in one breath. I can only say, a fool has a fool's luck. Now that he's back, no one can touch the silly boy. Dang." Seeing Gu Xian put down his tea and straighten his expression, the others knew that he was going to talk about something important, so they all sat up straight. "Your Highness, do you still remember the agreement with Gu? An appointment?" Su Ji and the little maid simultaneously pricked up their little ears, their bodies slightly sideways so that they could listen more carefully. "Cure, don't dare forget." Li Mingji hurriedly straightened his posture, like a student waiting to be questioned by a teacher. He subconsciously did the disciple salute. After reacting, he stole a glance at Gu Xian and saw that he had no intention of correcting him. "How's the preparation going? Although the student has not found it for the time being, he already has some ideas, so I hope that you will correct me." As he said that, Li Mingji's trailing voice unconsciously went up 1 degree. "Looks like the silly boy is rather confident." Gu Xian smiled faintly. "Then tell us about it." "Yes." As Li Mingji stood up to straighten his clothes, he saw the doubt in the eyes of the 2 little girls. After thinking about it, he started with a brief introduction. The cure had wanted to worship the gentleman as a teacher. However, in order to bond with the gentleman, 2 riddles needed to be solved first. Worship Mr. Gu as a teacher. Suji pursed the corners of his mouth, his face did not show, but his heart has been excited to ripples. The line of sight is unable to flutter to the main seat. The choice to come with to the upper capital was actually with that expectation as well. The reason why she was hesitant to speak, or because of her daughter's body, even though she knew that Mr. Su was not that kind of person, she was still under pressure from the outside world not to speak up. Maybe I should try it. While she was internally torn, Li Ming waved off his subordinates and closed the door, clearing his throat and straightening his demeanor. Mr. wants to cure looking for two things, which are rootless water of the cloudy time and calendar and fire and water that obtains gold and stone. What kind of test is this? Rootless water and fire and water, as well as the requirements of in time and lunar calendar and gold and stone. Do such things really exist on Earth? Suji knit up her eyebrows and thought hard for a while to no avail, and threw off her little head in frustration. Damn it, it's all because I stayed up late last night and was too groggy to think of anything. Of course, Li Mingji didn't know about her depression and opened his mouth to talk about what he had gained during this time. The cure is thought. These two are rainwater and golden water, respectively. Oh, Gu Xian came to have some interest and raised his hand to signal him to speak in detail. As the saying goes, a seedling can't grow without roots, and water without roots. The cure is understood to be water that does not fall to the ground. There was a pause, and his eyes were raised to the main seat. Seeing the gentleman nodding slightly, Li Mingji also gained a little more confidence and smoothed his tone a little. And fire and water. Water, the phase of flow. The cure thought that fire and water refers to flowing fire. Combine this with the gold and stone that Mr. Ruler requested. Then, the final answer should be burning red gold water. After speaking, Li Mingji looked at Gu Xian apprehensively, waiting for an evaluation. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Xian tapped the armrest to savor it. It did not say yes or no outright. Nodding his head, he praised a sentence. Your Highness the Crown Prince has truly impressed Mr. Gu with a good answer. Cure, shame on you. It was said modestly, but the corner of Li Mianji's raised eyebrow still betrayed his good mood. After he had giggled for a while, Gu Xian looked to the other side of the underhand seat. Ms. Su, Xiaohuan. What do you two think of this answer? Ah, sir, Xiaohuan doesn't know. Hey. At first the little maid was still interested, but with Li Mingji's long speech, the little brain has long been dizzy. Seeing Mr. looking over, the little guy sold a good time and Tada ran over to refill Mr.'s tea. Returning to his seat, he picked up a pastry and stuffed his cheeks. The boy. Gu Xian slightly shook his head helplessly and laughed softly, but there was no intention to criticize harshly. Repeatedly, he asked for the sojourn. Miss Su, would you like to try something? After Suyu hesitated, she was still unwilling to give up this opportunity to perform. Clasping his hands, he stood up and saluted Gu Xian, his tone soft but firm. Sir, my daughter would like to give it a try, only if there is something wrong, I hope you'll forgive me. Ha, no harm done. It's just an after-dinner chat, so feel free to speak freely. Perhaps, your answers have never occurred to Gu Mao. Gu Xian winked, presumably playing a laugh to lighten the mood. Yes, this is really effective. Suzhou's nervousness eased quite a bit, and slowly spoke out his insights. Having the words of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, my daughter has been somewhat inspired. Therefore, I have to thank the Crown Prince first. Where? Li Mingji was not a person who held the status of taking. Seeing her make a blessing, hastily clasped his hands and returned a salute. Su Jie said softly. About rootless water. My youngest daughter has seen a medicine called cold fragrance pill in a book. It is made from rainwater from different seasons such as white dew, frost, and light snow. For the rain, snow, frost and dew that do not fall to the ground. After opening her mouth, Suyu entered the state, one hand cupping her chin, the other hand in the shape of a cupped heart, pacing back and forth in the room. In the middle of thinking, stroked up the hair on the ear, elegant but charming and moving. Just like the breeze caressing the willow, the quiet lake reflecting the bright moon. In addition to this, my youngest daughter has heard of yin and yang rootless water. It sounds mysterious, but it is actually the tears of men and women. If you want to meet the yin time and yin calendar requested by the gentleman, it is quite difficult to change it to the time of the year. But if it is replaced with the birth date, it might be more in line. After saying that, Suyu immediately returned to her senses, and her face poofed into a blush. It would be fine if only the first half of the sentence was said. But to add a sentence afterward, is it not slapping His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's face? Thinking about it, she hastily apologized, Wonderful. The more Li Mingji heard, the more wonderful he became, and he even clapped his palms in approval. The eyes even flashed with a brilliant light, and the look of excitement was incomparable. Ms. Su is very knowledgeable, admire. Ah, it's. Su Jiu grabbed the corner of his shirt and glanced down at the sight. My father used to say that the words of the Li family could not be trusted. Who knows if it was a genuine compliment or if it was reserved for future retaliation. Pop. Gu Xian also lightly clapped his palms a few times, his eyes showing his approval. Miss Su has an orchid heart. Mr. Go looks forward to your next reply. Yes. Su Jiu turned his back and cupped his hot little face. Complimented by Mr. Hey. When the little face had cooled down some, it was still pink. As for the fire in the water, my youngest daughter's thoughts are slightly different from your highness the crown prince's. The water and fire here. My little daughter thought it should be nature. Water, soft, smooth. Fire, strong and rigid. Fire in the water is really just in soft. It should be. Wine. Wine. Hearing the reply, Lee Meiji was dumbfounded. Wine and water can be related, but what about fire? Where is the fire? But upon further reflection, it is getting better and better. A fine wine is nearly watercolored, but burns like a blazing fire when it enters the stomach. When you think about it this way, wine can indeed be considered fire and water. So, what is the explanation for gold and stone? Suyu also did not hang people's appetites, and continued to preach downwards. As for gold and stone, my daughter once heard a poem. The price of grain in a barren year is more expensive than gold. 1,000 gold cannot buy you 1,000 pounds of corn. Stone is also soil. The gold and the stone should be the corn and the soil. Therefore, my youngest daughter thought that the answer to this question should be wine brewed from grains in the year of famine. The words fell, and the room fell silent. Waiting for the evaluation, Suji's heart sank, and her small face was a bit taut with a serious expression. Could it be that I answered incorrectly? Sure enough. I'm still too shallow to learn from just reading the talking books. Pop, pop, pop. First Guxian caressed his palm, followed by Li Ningji, who had returned to his senses, followed with applause and admiration. Even the little maid who didn't understand followed suit, clapping her hands. Well, there was also a hiccup that M.S. Su, truly a great talent. Li Mingji immediately made a bow and praised, frankly admitting that he was inferior to a cardamom girl without any embarrassment. Despised since childhood, he has always insisted that knowing is knowing, not knowing is not knowing. Acknowledge your stupidity and then ask for advice from those who have attained greatness in order to make progress. Your Highness the Crown Prince must not. Su Jie hurriedly returned the salute, spoke sharply and explained, the little woman can have ideas. One for His Highness the Crown Prince is the first. Secondly, also got the book given by Mr. Enlightenment. A book grant? Meiji Li blinked. Yes, seeing that Sir wasn't displeased, Sujin carefully exhaled. Monsieur once gave my daughter a copy of Drunken Dreams of Butterflies. In the book, it tells the story of a frail and sickly woman in a boudoir who dreamed of an immortal in her dreams. She was told to place a bowl of wine beside her bed so that she could meet a good man. The woman did as she was told, and then in her dream, she turned into a butterfly and traveled with the knight-errant to see the world. Eventually, the two of them actually met in reality. After saying that, Su Jio suddenly remembered the fair woman who smashed the scented capsule that day and hit the gentleman. It seemed to resemble the woman in the story. A lot. At that thought, she quietly shifted her eyes over to see the gentleman in the main seat just lifting his tea without much reaction. Dang. Guxian raised his hand in a gesture, I'll sit down first. Only when the two were seated did he continue. What the two of you have said sounds quite ingenious to Mr. Gu. It's hard to tell who's better at a moment's notice. How about this? How about you two judge for yourself? Judge for yourself? Li Mingji and Suyu looked at each other for a moment before the former took the lead in speaking. MS. Su's answer is far beyond a cure. Cure, sighing to herself. In fact, Li Mingji was still slightly unwilling in his heart. In order to find out the two answers without resorting to others, he stayed in the pavilion of 10,000 scrolls almost as soon as he could. Dozens of days of hard work finally found the answer between the lines. But, maybe effort really is nothing in the face of talent. The answer it took him so long to find was far less ingenious than the one MS. Su got by improvising. Who? Li Mingji sighed, pursed his lips to suppress the loss under his heart, and once again bowed, rule, be taught. No, no, no. Su Jia modestly excused herself, my daughter has taken advantage of the coincidence, and also borrowed the assistance of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Sir. I can't. You suffered. Guxian smiled as he watched the two of them excusing themselves from each other and did not interrupt, seeing that the two of them were developing their thoughts and enhancing each other in the process of excusing themselves. This, then, is the argument. After a while, both of them got a little thirsty from talking and calmed down a bit when they picked up their tea. Only then did they look guiltily at Mr. Apologetically, Sir, the two of us really don't know what is true. Please teach me, Sir. Ha 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 ha. The bold and bright laughter infected the two of them, and even their hearts and minds were much more relaxed. Guxian still had an unbroken smile on the corner of his lips. Does it matter now what is true and what is false? The two of them looked at each other in disbelief, either holding their stomachs or covering their lips in light laughter. Now the two of them understood what Mr. No matter how good an idea is, it is unintentional to keep it locked up in the back of your mind. Only by speaking it out and talking to people can you realize its shortcomings and its merits. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Guxian opened his mouth to summarize. Gu has heard what the two of you have said. His Highness the Crown Prince focuses on form, while Miss Su favors intention. If there is form but no intention, it is only an empty shell. If there is intention but no form, it is a pavilion in the air. Both of these must not be missing. After the two of them had digested for a while, Guxian casually threw out a shocking secret. This debate between the two of you has actually contained the essence of cultivation. Sir, you mean dash. The two of them were instantly excited, and Guxian didn't rush to splash cool water. The two of you said rootless water, although the answers are slightly different. In fact, they are on the same path. Thinking that rootless is bottomless, is it? Mingjili and Su Jia looked at each other again and nodded hesitantly. The meaning of rootlessness is explained by you as detachment from water sources, not touching the ground and detaching from the red dust. This is recluse. It is about not touching the cause and effect, and not obscuring the karma. However, the flowing phase is the essence of water. If it is separated from the flow, how can a drop of water survive? The two were confused, and could vaguely hear that Mr. Gu was talking about the hidden secrets of the immortal path. However, it was difficult to understand and could only force themselves to memorize it first. Guxian continued to preach. In explaining fire in the water, you two had an ambiguity. One insists on the appearance while the other insists on the meaning. The appearance has removed the water, but the meaning has been misinterpreted. Regardless of how the two of you answer, you have in fact deviated from the principle of mutual restraint. At this point in the story, the two were completely bewildered. Guxian didn't force himself, after all, they hadn't stepped into the cultivation world, and didn't know what it meant. Rootless water and fire and water actually correspond to the two major categories in the cultivation world today. A class of recluse practitioners, hiding from the karma of the world. The other category, on the other hand, favors that water over fire behavior. To act recklessly and unrestrainedly, addicted to the rapid growth of cultivation, while treating all living things as pigs and dogs. That water is the cultivator himself, and the fire is the cause and effect created. At first glance, water can still suppress fire. But don't forget that water evaporates while extinguishing the fire. In that case, the balance will be upset sooner or later. Guxian gazed at the duo and did not explain this to them in detail. There is no other. Cultivation is difficult no matter what choice one makes. How many of those who choose to seek stability on the road ahead burn out their lifespan without being able to go further? I'm afraid that choosing the latter and pursuing cultivation enhancement is the majority. You want to increase your cultivation for a period of time, break the shackles and then stop? Guxian didn't think there was such a good thing. With his heart, he would be affected, not to mention all cultivators, but at least 99% of cultivators would not be able to resist. Eventually, their minds would be twisted and fall into bottomless madness. After a brief introduction of 2 sentences about the hardships of seeking the way, the atmosphere in the room became heavier and heavier. They've only heard stories of people from outside the square living happily ever after from books or storytellers, but they don't know how much it takes to get there. The little maid jumped out of her chair when she saw this and filled everyone's tea one by one. Thanks, Ring. Guxian let out a laugh. He had preached enough for today and it was time to draw a conclusion to the sermon. Of course, all of GE's words are for unusual cultivators. This world, it's much bigger. Chapter 53, Invitation to a Banquet. Lu half a piece of burnt cake. Guxian spoke in a relaxed tone, but to the other three, his words were completely self-effacing. Unusual cultivators need to suffer disaster and suffering no matter which path they take. So, what if it's an unusual cultivator like Mr. Su Ji and Li Mingji subconsciously glanced at each other, raising Mr. Ge's already transcendent status in their hearts once again. I think that Mr. is a one-of-a-kind presence even among those outside the party. What a privilege! Meiji Li's gaze toward the main seat grew more fervent, but as soon as he turned his head to glance at his side, his eyes darkened again. With Ms. Su's pearls and jades at his side, his fish eyes will only be dimmed. Guxian, who had been paying attention to the two of them, naturally saw Li Mingji's depression. In fact, he would be hesitant to do so. Both of them answered quite well, especially Su Yu, which was out of his expectation. Li Mingji had barely accomplished what Guxian had blurted out in the first place. If the two really wanted to embark on this path, there was no harm in Guxian helping out. After all, the two of them were quite good at heart. But not everyone can be like him. Whether the two of them could afford to cultivate immortality, Guxian wasn't sure. He thought for a while, waiting for the hot tea in the calabash to lose some of its temperature before making a decision. Li Meiji. When his name was called, Li Mingji's whole body trembled for a moment, and he bowed with a dignified expression. Sir, the rule is here. Guxian shook his head slightly. Your answer is not bad, but it still doesn't amount to a bond with Mr. Gu. Yes, sir. Even though he was prepared for it, he was still a little disappointed when he heard it in person. Trying to keep his comportment uncluttered, he was about to salute again when he heard Guxian continue. But, your efforts Gu, look in your eyes. He jerked his head up just in time to meet Guxian's warm eyes. Mr. Gu is willing to give you a chance to step into the immortal cultivation Tao. But whether or not you can step into it, it all depends on yourself. Are you, by any chance, willing? Heal and be willing. Willing. Li Mingji was so excited that he nearly jumped up, and he couldn't stop giggling on one face. Guxian nodded slightly. It's good to have this heart. However, you'll have to work twice as hard this time. Gu Xian was still willing to be lenient towards Li Mingji. Although there is nothing outstanding about it, that old bull mentality is extremely rare. Once this side had settled down, Gu Xian looked to the other side. Seeing the anticipation and longing that Su Jiu thought was well hidden, Gu Xian smiled in his heart. Would Ms. Su be interested in competing for it? Su Ji's eyes lit up, nearly losing her composure. However, she quickly recovered, her shell teeth lightly biting her tender lips, and hesitantly said, "The student is willing, but the student is ultimately a daughter. It doesn't matter, you can do it if you want to." Gu Xian waved his hand. The chance he spoke of could not distinguish between men and women at that time. As for what it was, Gu Xian sold a lie and didn't say for now. The two of them calmed down a little, but it was still hard to hide the heavenly thoughts in their minds. Further small talk was always a bit distracting despite the excited tone. Simply ending today's discourse, each of them had time to digest the harvest of this trip. As he was about to disperse, Li Mingji suddenly tapped his head with a pop sound. "Hey! Had a great conversation with Mr. and Miss Su. I almost forgot the important things." As several people watched in curiosity, he walked briskly to the door and waved a hand to beckon one of the men. When he returned again, he was already holding a delicately shaped wooden box in his hand. After opening it and taking out a jade tablet from it, he respectfully handed it to Gu Xian with both hands. "Sir, in a few days it will be the Dragon Boat Festival. At that time, all the hundreds of people will be celebrating together, and Father has repeatedly instructed Cure to be sure to invite you to the banquet. I still hope that Mr. can agree." Gu Xian laughed softly and silently as he looked at the jade tablet that was so thin that it was translucent. Sure enough, it's still coming. He had anticipated that Emperor Hong would continue to test the waters, but he didn't expect to pick such a holiday, or an invitation to a royal family banquet. Is the old emperor unable to wait? Or is he planning to let the imperial sons underneath him fight? I'm afraid this feast is just the beginning of the storm. Sweeping his eyes at the innocent-looking Li Mingji, Gu Xian stood up and received it with both hands, bowing slightly. "Your Majesty's invitation flatters Mr. Gu, so naturally I will go. I also hope that Your Highness the Crown Prince will thank His Majesty for his kindness." "You're welcome, sir. Rule, and this will go back to resume your duties." Li Mingji and Gu Xian walked and chatted, and at each place, the subordinates waiting on the side bowed and greeted them. Almost to the door Gu Xian helplessly mentioned, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Gu Mao likes quietness, you'd better take these maids back." Li Mingji refused to do so. How can the mansion work without a servant? Cure knows that Mr. doesn't like to make trouble, so he chose this group of good women to take care of the chores. The deed of sale was left in the treasury, so if you really don't need them, just take care of them yourself. In the midst of idle talk, the time had come to part. Li Mingji bowed and bowed again. "Cure, I look forward to the Dragon Boat Festival with you, sir." So did Gu. After the farewell, Gu Xian took a small turn around the courtyard to return to the main hall. Pressing his hand, he signaled Su Yu and the little maid duo to relax a bit. "Miss Su, Xiao Huan. These days you can play in the capital as much as you like, and if you need silver or taels, you can go to the treasury and get them for yourselves. It's just that Gu Mao will be a bit busy and won't be able to keep you company all the time. If you want to go back, just tell Gu Mao, and there will be someone to see you off. I don't dare to intrude, I've already bothered the gentleman." Although Su Ji is curious, want to ask when Mr. can compete for the opportunity, and what should be done. But see Mr. Brow has the color of thinking. Finally, good behavior did not speak. Gu Xian then said to the little maid, "Xiao Huan, please help me recruit all the subordinates in the mansion." "Okay, De Ring is on her way." It didn't take long for the 9 under-servants to arrive in 2 lines. One by one, they hung their heads and bowed toward the lord's seat. "Greetings, master." All 9 were wonderful girls, clean-looking, with tender fingers and little callus. I think Li Mingji in order to pick people did not spend a lot of effort. These girls may be the original rich and noble family miss. Just committed a crime, the family fell, only to be beaten as a pariah. However, he saw Gu Xian tap a stack of papers stamped with the official seal on the desktop. "Get up, all of you. Come, one by one, and take away your bonds of sale." The slave girls' beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, thinking they were hallucinating. It was only after seeing each other's surprise that they realized it wasn't an illusion. After they were branded as pariahs, their lives were dictated by that thin piece of paper. Even if the master wants to beat or kill, no one can control behind closed doors. Even if you are accused, you will be fined some silver at most. I'm afraid it's not as good as an object in terms of its life. Yet, this lord is actually going to return them to freedom? Gu Xian pushed the deed forward. "After you take it, go where you came from. He won't be staying here permanently. Keeping these people would only be eye candy. As for eating and resting, it's not like he's limbless or used to being taken care of." The female slaves looked at each other in disbelief and knelt in a row in unison, kowtowing repeatedly with a sobbing voice. Old master. Even if you let us leave, the slaves have nowhere else to go. Please do us a favor and leave us behind. As pariahs, they all bear marks that cannot be erased. Even if you get that deed back, it could still be sold in the future. At that time, the good luck can give people as a maid. If you are unlucky, you may be sold as a military prostitute, and you will not be able to survive. The slightly older woman raised her face and pleaded with tearful eyes. Master, do me a favor. As long as we have food to eat, we dare not wish for anything else. Hey, get up. Guxian waved his sleeve with a headache, and the group of crying women were surprised to feel an irresistible soft force lifting them up. So shocked that for a moment he even forgot to grieve. Teardrops pooled in his eyes, and with that stunned look, it was quite comical. Staring blankly at this handsome mysterious lord, Guxian also surveyed this group of bitter people of the times. However, he was not about to change the times recklessly. Not to mention the fact that it would bring enough karma to kill him hundreds of times. Let's just say that the change is cascading, not overnight. Each era has its own characteristics, and it would be better to force in another kind of thinking and civilization. In the short term, it is indeed beneficial. But in the long run, it is actually castrating the infinite possibilities of a civilization. Fitting in a mold develops, and the ultimate ceiling is only living as someone else's shadow. In this kind of only spectating and guiding, with the self-restraint of not forcibly interfering, Guxian was able to do what he could, at least help these kids out. He looked to the woman with the warmest and oldest appearance and asked softly, "What's your name?" Slave name Moon Velvet. The woman froze for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, she immediately wanted to kneel. However, Guxian stopped her before she did. "There's no need to kneel, your master isn't used to that." After saying that he didn't wait for Yu Ling to react and shoved the deed of sale into her hands. "You few divide it among yourselves, I'm too lazy to take these, master. Since there's nowhere to go, I'll keep them in the mansion for now. Well, the monthly payment will be paid as usual. As for the money, you look after it, all expenses come out of the treasury." Guxian had already seen it long ago when he had just skipped around. Any of the treasures in the treasury sold would be able to feed an ordinary family for several lifetimes. Unfortunately, most of them are contraptions that come out of the palace and are not good enough to go out. Only the pairs of gold unicorns and silver braves, sawed into pieces, can be used as money. He wasn't worried about a few people shorting his little coffers to escape. If one really dares to. He was usually just good-tempered, but it wasn't that he wouldn't lose his temper. After briefly arranging the maids of honor, he bid farewell to the Suyu duo again for the time being. "Mr. Gu has something to do today and may not return at night. The two of you just treat this place as your own home. Then my daughter sends Mr. No need. By the way, there are quite a few ancient books in the study. If Miss Su is interested, she can take a look." Guxian waved his hand, signaling Yu Ling and the others to retreat and do their own thing. As he was leaving the mansion, he looked as if he had thought of something and looked sideways at the three big words Rui Residence. The cloudy, lazy smile stiffened for a moment. Rui. In this world, how can there be so many Rui things, huh? With that, he headed out of the neighborhood with his hands behind his back. Of the 108 neighborhoods in the upper capital city, most of them are divided into upper neighborhoods. Only a portion near the city wall is divided into lower neighborhoods. If the capital gate is really breached one day, they will be a human buffer strip. The location closest to the corner of the city is also jokingly referred to as the slums. No one remembers what the original name of the neighborhood was. The top of the stone door was smeared with sun-dried mud and covered tightly. Slabs that should have been laid on the ground were lifted up and dug out. Greenish sludge, which is forever emitting a foul odor, covers the streets. The only difference between this place and a pigsty is that pork is more expensive. The nooks and crannies of the streets are stuffed with debris. Drenched in moldy firewood, unidentified rotting animal skins, fly-infested open-air latrines. The air was a mixture of stench and the strong smell of medicine. No matter how rich a place is, there is always a corner of poverty. Fortunately, this is the capital. Regularly come to the good people to cook rice porridge and steamed buns distributed, rarely starve to death. Apart from the good people who have accumulated virtue, only the constables who catch fugitives often come. Ben wouldn't have gotten a higher big shot here. Until today. A man in a white shirt stepped in slowly. It landed without stains or dust. Perhaps that's the banishment. And only that can explain why all the filth of the world cannot touch him. This exiled immortal was smiling, and in his hand was a piece of thick greaseproof paper wrapped around something that was smoking white. As he passed by, a tantalizing aroma woke up the lazy man who had been sleeping soundly during the day. Guxian had come on this trip to understand a cause and effect. The predecessor had purposely joined forces with someone to spread news in the upper capital in order to entice the wealthy gentleman with less than stellar brains. And the ones he's looking for are in the middle of this slum. After a few corners, squeezing into the dense short rooms, suddenly a scuffle was heard. A group of kids beating up another kid, to be exact. "Oh, play cutie, play." A child, with dried snot remaining on his lips, picked up a stone and smashed it into the clutter with a few muffled plop sounds. There was a dark mass in the clutter, holding its head over its face and not daring to move. Hey, look at this little cutie. That won't even hide. Look at that, or I threw it right. Almost hit him in the eye. Little cutie. Don't move. They laughed as they threw hard. Since birth, no one has taught them good and evil, nor is it in their power to teach them good and evil. Learning goodness in a place like this will only lead to bullying. Like the kid who didn't fight back when he was beaten. He was dressed in bulges and rags. The tips of his hair were still dry with a lot of sludge. The bully thrusts his hips in triumph. Cutie. Heads up. The boy actually lifted his face obediently. A fleshy, dirty face was revealed. The already flat features were crowded with fat, and the lower teeth were a little ground up. Not good looking, a goofy look. But those eyes were extremely bright and clean. He bared his teeth and smiled. Brother, have you had enough? I still have to empty the bucket for my mother. Che, this little cutie. It's no fun not fighting back. The kid's head rolled his eyes and unbuckled his pants. Dog, come your brother will give you something nice to drink. The kid was just dumb, but he knew to resist. He recognized the beatings, but he was not willing to take this kind of insult. Unguided, a child's view of good and evil is chaotic. They can smash chiclets with no expression on their faces or cry over puppies and kittens that died young. But apparently, all of these kids are the former. The pie-faced little chubby kid blinked his little eyes. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a lifting hug around his waist. After picking it up quietly, he also weighed it before placing it on the floor. Putting on weight again, baby doll. The little chubby kid whipped his head around. The sunlight gilded the warm, gentle smile with a divine color. It caused his puffy eyelids to widen considerably. Excited to get down on his knees. Immortals, get up. Guxian's heart was kinda complicated as he picked up the little chubby kid. Not that he said that. But the original owner is really not a thing. What kind of skill is it to find innocent little dolls to cheat? He was quite impressed because of the boy's particular name. A single surname, Lu, named half a piece of burnt cake. Well, the full name is Lu half-block burnt cake. The origin of the name is also simple. The mother of the baklava, who traded him for half a baklava in the first place. When the original owner learned of this, he used the few dollars he had on him to buy a couple of burritos. That, plus the words, lulled the little doll into a frenzy. Later on, he made up a few verses to pass on to him so that the little doll could go around singing them. Well, ahem, it's better not to reveal the scars of a certain highness. Here, look what the immortals have brought you. Guxian smilingly handed over the oil paper bag. Warmth penetrated through the paper, traveling from one palm to the other. It lifted off to reveal 5 hot, oil-scented sesame-baked cakes. It's a burrito. The fat doll's eyes were happy as slits and she reached out with her little dirty hands to try and squeeze. But when he reached mid-air, he sharply retracted it. Unwillingly, he wrapped it up and handed it back to Guxian, and stuck his head into the ground again. The voice choked, Immortal. Please save my mother. Chapter 54, Paranoia as a Demon. Few people in Upper Beijing know that in the southwest corner of the city walls there is a row of extremely short, cobbled-together bungalows made of rotten wooden planks. Years ago, this was a place that housed refugees. Now the house is empty and cluttered, a place where snakes, insects and ants have taken up residence. In the corners where the light does not reach, slippery moss and fungus grow. After passing through the cramped mezzanine and turning into a slightly open space, Guxian peered into the gap between 2 cottages. Seeing that all that was left there was a pile of drenched, stinking, rotten rags. As far as I can remember, the last time the original came, there was an old man with both legs amputated living in the gap. It should be gone. A short house by an almond tree. A few hairy vegetable bangers were drying on the roof within arm's reach. Before he even entered the door, Burnt Biscuit was yelling with excitement. Mother! Look who I've invited here? The door frame was low and there was no door. Only a rag hung to cover it. Guxian roughly gestured. He was just bowing down and it was hard to get in. To use squat. When he was outside the door, he caught a whiff of an extremely pungent and foul odor and suddenly frowned. The odor was too strong and not like sludge or feces. Instead, putrid. Taking a few steps back to survey the house, he tilted his head to see a cluster of green fruits in the leaves of a tree branch. At this point, the burner picks at the edge of the doorframe and exits with another invitation. Immortal, come on in. I'll find a place for you to sit. The room was dim and small, backlit and built to let in not a single ray of light. It takes only 5 steps to walk from one end to the other. And yet a lot of clutter has piled up. The bed. Guess so, if a pile of dirty rags can be called a bed. There lay the outline of a human form. Before we even got close, we heard the buzzing and scurrying of flies and insects. The physically unpleasant putrid odor intensified. Burnt Biscuit set aside the oiled paper bag in his arms. Holding the human form on the bed slightly upwards a bit, he tucked some more rags underneath it to pad it up. Zira. Like the sound of adhesions being separated. Mother, I've invited the Immortal here. The Immortal is very powerful. With him here, he can definitely cure your illness. As he spoke, he felt around under the bed, trying to find Guxian something to sit on. Don't bother. Guxian took a few steps forward and finally saw the true appearance of the silhouette. Pieces of skin festered, exposing blackened, curling tendons of flesh. There were dense granules writhing under the skin, and the cloudy eyes had long since lost their color,
and something seemed to be burrowing under the sockets. Seeing the source of the stench, Guxian instantly frowned and looked at the child behind him. Saki, your mother, My mother is sick. Burnt Biscuit interrupted him with a bite, scooting across the gap to squeeze over to the bed, cupping his already dehydrated, dried palm. Full of hope, he asked, you are an immortal, you must be able to cure this disease. Right. The voice was small and slurred with some choking. Guxian looked down at the trembling top of his hair, knowing that the burner was not ignorant of anything. Just, don't want to admit the truth. In Burnt Pie's eyes, his mother had an illness that prevented her from getting out of bed and communicating. As early as the moment he entered, Guxian noticed traces of people sleeping and eating on the ground. The kid has been eating and sleeping with a rotting corpse for some time. Burnt Biscuit was oblivious to any abnormality and opened the oil paper bag with gusto. When he got home, his mouth didn't stop talking. Because, his mother couldn't talk but loved to listen to him. Mother, you're hungry, aren't you? The immortal gave me a few pieces of cake, it smells delicious. The scent of oil wafted through the room, mixing with the stench of decay to make it more and more disgusting. Burnt Biscuit carefully tore off a piece of the cake, tearing it to pieces to make it more palatable, and was about to feed it to his mother. Behind him, Guxian drank in a cold voice. Burrito. Mother, why aren't you eating? Are you sleepy? Then mother. Mother, you sleep. The burnt cake turned back forlornly, suddenly giving Guxian a sense of strangeness. He fixed his eyes on a clean patch of gas, as expected. However, the color of the chi is still different between the burnt cake and the village guardian's Chao-Go. The chi of Chao-Go is the color of clarity and purity and comfort. The chi of the burnt cake, on the other hand, although equally clean, was not sufficiently translucent, giving Guxian a sense of turbidity. After gazing intently and observing in detail, he finally found something strange. Only to see a few worm-like black spots appear out of nowhere in the clean gas. The color of the black dots was far more intense than ink. It was as if it contained all the poisons of the world, such as hatred, hate, regret, anger and rage. Guxian had never imagined that there would be chi that caused him to be disgusted just by looking at it. It's even more sickening than the aura cultivated by the clear Taoist. However, it was such disgusting chi that appeared in a simple child who would giggle even when beaten. Immortal. Man. My mother is just sick. Just sick. Sick. The black spot in the gas widened with each mention of his mother by the burner. After seeing the 100 chi in the world, Guxian could feel that the black spots in the burnt cake chi were by no means good, even if he wasn't sure what they were. If he had to describe it in one of the most words, it would be devil. Burnt cake's obsession with his mother is too heavy, and when he wakes up he may immediately fall to the devil. Thinking of this, Guxian's eyes narrowed slightly as a chi mass hovered in the palm of his hand behind him. He can tolerate the existence of demons and is even willing to educate them. That's because the Xian cultivation method of living away from the group is extremely suitable for demons. But if it's a demon, no. Not to mention powerful or not, just from the terrible paranoia of the burnt cake, one could tell what kind of person would fall into the demon would be. The fall from extreme good to extreme evil. It is bound to jeopardize the earth. There are already too many demons in the world. If you have a hidden problem, you should get rid of it in advance. Puff. Burnt Biscuit dropped to both knees and hung his head in a haggard shape. My mother is just tired and sleepy. Sleepy. Guxian wordlessly raised his palm, which was even flowing with a greenish luster. He'll let the kid go painlessly. But when he made up his mind, instead, he saw that the black spots in the burrito gas were actually fading. Guxian was baffled for a moment. This was the first time he had seen this situation. When he looked down, he was seeing the burner raise a goofy smile devoid of gloom. It's hard to believe that this child's state of mind is extremely extreme. Not only can you fall into a demon with a single thought, but you can become a god with a single thought? Guxian withdrew his palm and looked towards the bed. If he hadn't come today, when the body decays out of white bone, the boy would have gone completely insane. And there will be one more human demon in the world. But now that he's here, maybe there's still a chance for redemption. Thinking of this, Guxian hesitated a bit. He thought of the original body in order to do the game, had coaxed a lot of children, also gave a lot of favors. In the end, the only one who had put his heart into redeeming his promise was Burnt Biscuit. There was an unbridgeable gap between the lower and upper neighborhoods. This child should have suffered a lot to be able to get the children's song into the ears of Li Mingji. It's just, transmitting demons is also transmitting, and transmitting people is also transmitting. It's just one more clueless demon cub. Guxian pondered for a moment and wordlessly dispersed the chi cyclone in his palm. Rubbing the little fat man's head and patting him 3 more times, he said in a warm voice, "Burnt cake, your mother is dead." Under the palm, the burnt cake's body visibly stiffened for a moment. He strained his neck and stubbornly retorted, No. My mother is just sick. She is dead. Guxian sent an array of coolness with a tap on his spiritual platform and gave a low voice. Idiot, wake up. The aura-infused voice echoed in the ears, hitting the eardrums straight on. Even though burnt cake covered his ears tightly, the truth of mother is dead still echoed in his mind.
He lay rolling on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, making shrill noises trying to drown out Guxian and trick himself into escaping the desperate reality once again. My mom is just sick. She's sick. Guxian stood not far away, coldly observing this scene. Seeing those black dots in the burrito gas reappear, extremely rapidly eating up the surrounding area. The expression on the fat face of the burrito was extremely hideous, and his neck was swollen with veins from his hissing. Negative emotions rushed to his brain, and the blood vessels under his eyes cracked and seeped out the color of blood. The drawn-out hoarse voice was suppressed with endless hatred. Immortal. You don't want to cure my mother, so you coaxed me? My mother is not dead. Guxian calmly met those eyes for a long time, and sighed slightly in his heart. A mere change of heart instantly transforms a simple and honest child into a hideous, evil spirit-like figure. Burnt Biscuit braced himself to stand up and walk towards Guxian one step at a time. Stretching out his trembling claws, he forcefully wrinkled a corner of his white shirt. He raised his eyes and pressed once more. You said that my mother isn't dead, she's just sick. Say it! Say it! Say it! Burnt Biscuit had already lost his mind and clutched a wooden block in his hand and fought to smash it. Bang! The wooden block was easily intercepted by Guxian and casually thrown on the ground. Clapping his hands together, he repeated it once more in a cold voice. Your mother is dead. But I can save your mother. Just as he said the first half of the sentence, the burner bared his teeth like a wild animal and made a good forward lunge. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, the whole person changed back to that harmless look. It was just the blood that covered the bottom of his eyes that wouldn't fade away for a while. Immortal. You mean it? You can really save my mother? Aha! Guxian had punctured the demonic barrier in the heart of the burnt cake and was also trying to give him a chance. If you want to save your mother, you must first put the body in the ground. It's... Burnt Biscuit hesitated a bit, but finally nodded. Outside the city, on a scenic hill. The view from afar is vast and the wind is gentle. The forest is full of flowers and fruits, and the rabbits and roe deer are fun to watch. Well, it's a good place to bury a man. The few people hired from the coffin store were working hard to dig the pit, and Guxian's hands were a bit itchy from watching. It's been a while since I buried anyone. After a while, several men used twine to feed a white-headed, narrow-tailed log coffin into the pit, and then covered it up with a shovel. When a small mound had been erected, 2 more shovelfuls of earth were added by the burner, a descendant, himself. The servant received the reward money and thanked him repeatedly, clutching the thick reward money and leaving quickly, fearing that he would burst out laughing. The body of Lou's mother was badly decomposed and needed to be buried as soon as possible. As for the funeral, it will be simple. Burnt Biscuit knelt before the tombstone and kowtowed again and again. Every time I bowed, I had to mutter a lot of things. I was afraid I'd forget in the rush of my mother's departure. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and the boy could no longer suppress his sobs. Mother, you've suffered all your life, so rest and take a break. Guxian didn't disturb the mother and son's whispering and stood in the forest patiently waiting. It wasn't until the starlight was flooding in that the sobbing, swollen-eyed burrito shuffled along. Without saying anything, he knelt down and bowed respectfully a few times. This time Guxian didn't stop. Only after he had bowed did Guxian speak. I've got everything I asked you to prepare. Burnt Cake nodded and carefully removed a rotten package from his arms. Unwrapping the cloth, inside was a rough little wooden sword, like a few boards perfunctorily cobbled together, with only an outline sanded out. But it is the most precious treasure of the burrito. Mother bought him and hand-carved it to cheer him up. Well, watch from the side and don't make a sound. Guxian's sword finger-picked, and the small wooden sword shakily levitated. It's time to borrow a breeze and flutter your sleeves. In the shocked little eyes of the burnt cake, only Guxian's fingertips drew out a line of ink. After outlining a simple outline of a human figure in midair, he struck it into the wooden sword. This is not a royal decree law, but an attempt. Since incorporating the Misty Barrier, Guxian had been taking time to develop it every day. The Misty Barrier is quite restrictive, and visions can only be seen within its confines, so it's quite cumbersome to transport. To solve this problem, Guxian had flicked a strand of the Misty Barrier into others. Although it wouldn't cause the person to see hallucinations, they would be mentally exhausted into the night and have nightmares. I guess the dose was too small to have much effect. So, what if a sufficient amount of maze is used to cover a person's eyes and brain? Or if you leave the maze inside only 2 people, can they misidentify only each other? If the conjecture goes well, it will be possible to avoid the domain requirements of the maze simplified as the barricade. It wouldn't matter if it didn't work out. He'll beat the fat kid himself until he sees it. Guxian didn't stop moving in his hands, ordering the burnt cake to close its eyes tightly and move forward. Then he pointed a finger at the center of his eyebrow, ferrying in a stream of black mist. Open your eyes. At the sound of that gentle voice, Burnt Biscuit obediently opened his eyes slowly. In view, the white-shirted immortal was seen stepping away to one side to make way for a hunchbacked figure. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Immediately after that, he rushed over regardless. Even if there was a cliff at his feet, he would never hesitate. Mother! The figure had a dull expression at first, but blinked at a call from the burnt cake. It was quite animated in an instant. Ah! Ah! With tears in her eyes, the old woman opened her arms to hug them as well. But the duo penetrated. This. Burrito looked at his arm dumbfounded. It is an indisputable fact that your mother is dead. Even I can't go against heaven. Guxian was telling the truth, and wasn't afraid that the burnt cake would see through the maze. With the latter's paranoia, he would willingly enter the barrier even if he knew it was a lie. You must remember that you need to keep this token close to you and not lose it. Besides, no one else can see your mother except you. Don't be swayed by words. If you don't believe even in yourself, your mother will disappear. From the results, it seems that the conjecture was quite successful, giving only specific people a specific false impression of what they were seeing. Even Guxian could only see a blurry outline wrapped around the small wooden sword. As for how the mother that Burnt Biscuit saw looked, how many wrinkles she had, etc., Guxian didn't know anything about it. I know. Burnt Biscuit giggled happily as he wrapped his arms around his body and clasped them in front of him. To an outsider, he was holding the small wooden sword, but in the eyes of the burner, he was hugging his mother. When he was little, his mother always hugged him. Now the burnt cake is big enough to hug his mother too. Immortal, I thank you. He knelt down and kowtowed one by one towards Guxian's back, and at his side, the humanoid formed by the wooden sword followed suit. Guxian paused in his footsteps and said softly in a cold voice with a sideways face, Burrito, do you know what you're doing? Ha! Burnt Biscuit shook his head in bewilderment and asked in disbelief, Immortal, what are you talking about? You're on your own. If one day you fall into the devil's way, Mr. Gu will definitely behead you with his own hands. Lightly weaving in and out of the forest, stepping on branches and using the force to leap high. Scampering into mid-air, his body lifted up to look up at the moon. Feel your body falling freely, the wind whistling in your ears. It was only then that Guxian changed his breath. The mood wasn't exactly buoyant when it was clear that there was another door means to get out. Why is it that when the truth is in front of you, some people can manage to turn a blind eye and deceive themselves? Until he landed again, Guxian couldn't figure it out. One can only sigh. He who is paranoid is a devil. Moon to midair. The burnt cake had been kneeling for several hours in the direction Guxian had left, his face solemn as he swore. Immortal, Burnt Biscuit will never forget your kindness. He looked to his side when he lost consciousness from the numbness under his waist and nearly fell. Suddenly, a rueful, miserable grin spread across Bean's face. Immortal, I know. I've always known it all along. Chapter 55, The Imperial Banquet. Rui Residence. In the small flower bed in the other courtyard, an open space was surrounded by a short fence. When Guxian wandered by with his hands behind his back, like an old man, he saw the two little girls drumming up something. Take a closer look. See a couple of white rabbits penned in the fence and a pile of leaves with large chunks of radish thrown on the ground. Suji, who was leaning under a tree and reading a book, felt his arrival and was busy drawing his eyes back from his book. When he was about to greet him, he saw Guxian raise his index finger in front of his lips. Shoo! He gestured to the little one on the floor, signaling to keep quiet. The little maid was so engrossed in dishing up rabbits that she didn't notice for a moment that someone was approaching. The other rabbits were fine, dutifully chewing on the leaves. There was only one stray rabbit that had to press on the other rabbits. No, she had just given it a pull. The weedy rabbit was on top of another white rabbit. Just as he was about to shake, the air suddenly rose beneath him. Hey Shoo! The little maid tore off a piece of vegetable leaf and forced it into its mouth. You eat it. Why do you always rob others when you have so many vegetables? The weedy rabbit banged his head against a vegetable leaf and decided to sprint for a different target. As a result, again, I was yanked down just as I got on my back. The clueless little maid had no idea what it was doing. Holding the stray rabbit is going to find Miss to complain. Once he turned around, he saw Guxian, who had been missing these past few days. Oops. You're back, sir. The little maid was startled for a moment, patted her chest and hopped over. Full of joy, he held up the rabbit to him and waved it around. Mr. Gu, let's eat rabbit meat today, shall we? This rabbit is so ill-behaved. Guxian's eyes slid down the rabbit's belly for a long time in silence. He then smiled and rubbed the little one's head. Well, Mr. won't eat it if he has to go out today. This rabbit. Keep it for now. Reproduction is a biological instinct. But it really wasn't easy to understand. After all, the two girls were still children in his eyes. Out. The little maid wilted and pouted her little mouth. Alright, may Mr. be safe and all be well. Oh, well, thank you Ring for your concern. Guxian quite liked this heartless little guy. Well-behaved and innocent. Not too formal even with him. In contrast, Suyu was too respectful of Guxian. So much so that it seemed a bit raw. Thinking of this, Guxian lightly patted the furry little head with a gentle frown. Xiao Huan, Miss Su, do you two want to go into the palace to play? Not only are there a lot of delicious food tonight, there might even be a good show to watch. Yummy! Watch the show! Hearing the keyword, the little maid's pair of cat eyes rounded and glowed, and her little head even nodded out residual shadows. Yeah. Little Ring is going to. Ring, don't give Mr. any trouble. Suji walked over and curled his fingers and knocked her on the head. Ouch! Sir, the identity of the two of my daughters. It's not appropriate to go. Sujia contains an apologetic dofu smile. Please also, sir. Make sure to be cautious. There was something in her words. The little maid was simply worried that Guxian would be in danger. But Suyu knew that with Mr. Divine Power, he would be able to get through even the greatest dangers. But, hearts are different. Guxian naturally heard her extra chemical voice and nodded slightly to stop forcing it. He is all alone, so he can come and go as he pleases. But the identity of Suyu is not simple, and his words and actions represent the whole family. It is better to have less contact with the court above. Also, anyway, the play stage today is nothing more than those kinds of plays, with the folk playing monkeys undoubtedly. Guxian made a dark sarcastic remark and patted the bewildered little maid to divert the conversation. It's the holiday season, and the bazaar can be bustling. Mr. Gu is not at home, so you guys can go out for a stroll. Although there is a dragon boat festival in Tatong, it is not in honor of someone, but rather a celebratory ritual. Although there is no custom of racing dragon boats and hanging mugwort. Instead, there are flower basket weaving, flower stacking, bamboo horse riding. Dumplings are also available, but localized. Dumpling leaves are still dumpling leaves, wrapped in fragrant rice soaked in lard and wrapped in a large piece of sweet and fatty meat. The memory of the dumplings that Yu Ling and the others had wrapped this morning still made his stomach turn a little. Appearance aside. As for the taste, Guxian felt like he had eaten a bar of soap, and now his tongue was still sticky. He had suspected that Yu Ling and the others wouldn't be able to make it, so he went out at lunch and bought one. Well, the heart for sweet dumplings is dead now. As he was thinking, a gentle female voice came from behind him. Master, there is someone outside the mansion seeking an audience. Yu Ling made a blessing, lifting her hair behind her ears as she rose, a pair of affectionate pupils cutting the autumn water. Although she could not be called a stunning beauty, her gentleness was enough to become the Yen Ruyu in the hearts of the world's readers. It's just the cooking. It's really not complimentary. Good. It was already sunset, and there were only a few people who would come at this point. Guxian paused in front of her as he walked by. You guys also rest today, go to the treasury to get some silver. It's a rare festival, so go out and follow the fun. Yu Ling's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly suppressed her joy again. Thankfully, he said, thank you for your lordship's kindness. She looks mature, but she's really only at the age of peach and plum. Speaking of which, if it were a young lady from an ordinary family, she would have been married off by this age. Guxian, as a master, can't be responsible for the girl's marriage, right? He shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Being shouted Master Lao every day, Gu Mao's heart is getting old. Outside the Rui residence, a carriage pulled by 4 steeds stopped at the main entrance. As soon as he saw the person, Li Mingji, dressed in fancy clothes, greeted him respectfully. Cure, pay your respects, sir. Your Royal Highness is too polite. A couple of compliments were exchanged before getting to the point. Why, but are you afraid that Gu Mao will run away again? His Highness the Crown Prince has only come to lure Gu Mao into the palace on purpose? Guxian deliberately made a snide remark. Li Mingji laughed and said, how dare I? It is a rare opportunity to ride with Mr. Li, but I had to fight with my elder brother to get the job. That's no joke. Long before he entered the capital, Guxian had guessed that the news of his residence would be spread. However, it was not expected that there were so many people visiting that they almost trampled the threshold of the mansion. The officials who come have high or low status, and they all bring valuable things. Everyone does not mention the royal family, but the network of relationships behind each person will certainly involve a certain prince. The meaning of the words was implicitly expressed. The crown prince was incompetent, and I hoped that he would think twice about choosing another bright master. Guxian wordlessly swept his eyes at Li Mingji. This stupid kid doesn't realize how much work has been done behind the scenes by his seemingly brotherly and friendly brothers. Your Highness, but are we going now? That's right, once the gentleman is settled, we can then go to the banquet. Thinking of his elder brother's command, Li Mingji suddenly smiled nervously. Today, after nightfall, I heard that there will also be performances by folk deviants invited by the Imperial Brothers. Oh, then Mr. Gu is looking forward to it. The lights are on and the downtown is bustling. Today is a rare festival, celebrated by all, so the curfew has been postponed a bit. However, there are still armored soldiers patrolling to maintain order. Li Meiji saw the gentleman looking out the window and also heard noisy people coming into the carriage. A sigh of relief, folk are really still bustling with activity. Guxian stared tightly at a certain place, the smile at the corners of his lips gradually dissipating. Without turning his head either, he casually asked, Your Highness, I wonder how good you are at drinking. Ha? Li Mingji did not expect the gentleman to ask such a question, scratched his cheeks and spoke with some shyness. I am not good at drinking. If I drink too much, I will sleep soundly. He did get a little embarrassed. As a man of the cosmos who is not good at drinking, he will be laughed at. Apart from eating more, I don't have any flowery hobbies. I don't know whether to say that this stupid kid has a good life or a bad life. Guxian sighed in his heart and pulled down the curtain without showing it on his face. Then accompany Mr. Gu for a couple more drinks tonight. All at your service, sir. To the front of the noon gate. The clamor of the populace was cut off, and after entering the high, lacquered red door, it was awfully quiet. Today is clearly a festive day, but the palace is colder and quieter than usual. According to palace rules, carriages were not allowed to enter the palace complex. Even crown princes and concubines have to dismount and walk. But today, in order to see off our honored guests, a special precedent has been set. Through the Shoho Gate, the Fengding Long Bridge. After passing through the Chenha Hall again, he came to the Qianyan Hall at the main backside. This palace was originally a building for rituals and prayers during festivals. Only after Emperor Hong came to power, he dismantled the clay figurines and the offering table, and a big tripod was melted down and cast into copper coins. Nowadays, it is also used for ordinary feasts and fun. Arriving at His Highness, the two men disembarked from the carriage. Early on, there was a small eunuch with a good-looking face waiting for a long time. The voice, which had not yet changed, was thin and soft, somewhere between a male and a female child. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Immortal Master Gu, let our family lead the way for you. Li Mingji greeted, then I will trouble Eunuch One. He, no trouble, no trouble. Eunuch One covered her lips and laughed lightly as she crossed her orchid fingers. Now Gu Xian could be sure that this was the real deal. Only, this body of qi and blood is not simple. Mr. Gu, please. Li Mingji spread his hands to invite him, and Gu Xian gently nodded his head and returned the salute. Your Highness, too, please. The steps of the Qianyan Hall are very high, so high that 99% of the officials in the world are not qualified to ascend them. On both sides, at intervals of a few steps, stood a lamp-carrying palace maid. Each looks young and has a delicate voice. By rough calculation, there were more than 30 courtesans standing around just carrying the lamps. After ascending the steps, the palace was even more gilded. The last time I came was still daytime. Gu Xian also only looked at it from a distance without any real feeling. Today's look at the lights illuminated the interior. The floors and beams and walls were like gold bricks laid down. Inside the wide and open hall, only dozens of low tables were placed. Carrying fruits and wines between the palace maids and eunuchs is more than this number. There were also 1 or 2 wine-pouring maids waiting at each low table. Each of them wore a thin veil, and their feet were tied with silver bells. Their breasts are half exposed and their shoulders are draped in silk. The end is an aromatic scene. Gu Xian and his duo came not too early and not too late, and nearly half of the guests were already seated. The welcoming eunuch announced loudly to the chamber with a ring of his hand around his mouth. Immortal Master Gu, arrive. Crown Prince, here. Hearing this, the people talking in the room stopped talking. Stretching their necks together, they looked at the door. At the end of the banquet, a man who was originally playing with the wine-pouring maid's soft razor, even immediately sat upright. Stand up and worship. Goodness, I pay my respects to Immortal Master Gu. Gu Xian recalled in his mind for a moment, remembering that this was the 5th prince who had found the mangy-headed Taoist in the first place. That day on the temple, when the head of Lizi wanted to drag him into the water, this prince but also followed afoot. His face is not obvious, smiling and slightly bowed. Mr. Gu has also met the 5th prince. Seeing him arrive, the remaining few imperial princes followed suit and came to greet him. Gu Xian returned one by one. Other than the 1st and 2nd princes as well as the 9th prince, all the other princes were already seated. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he continued to follow the eunuchs who led the guests to the upper half of the banquet table. Seeing this scene, the 5th prince's brows were gloomy and he pinched the maid's wrist hard. Click. Woo 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 woo. Those who were seated at the first half of the banquet table only rose in greeting when they saw the two of them coming over. Li Mingji returned the salute while introducing Gu Xian one by one. This is Li Zai, Lord Imperial Master Li. This is Sun Wu, Lord Sun Taibao. This is Jiang Si Shui, Lord Jiang Taifu. Gu has met the lords. These old men, with beards longer than one another, look old and decrepit, yet they are capable of great power. All of them are big officials of the first rank, the pillars of Daton. But compared to the royals, the Taisher Taibao Taifu, as well as the Sikong and the others did not treat Gu Xian in a friendly manner. Especially Taifu Jiang, who did not hide his hostility towards Gu Xian. And although Mrs. Li was smiling, the compliments were not very nutritious. Obviously an old fox. This is Gong Yangjin, Chancellor Gong Yang. Ha ha ha, Immortal Master Gu, I wonder if you still remember me? Gu Xian froze for a split second, instantly recalling the pugnacious old man who had smashed through the mangy-headed Taoist. I didn't realize he was actually the Chancellor. Tatun's official positions are fairly straightforward. From top to bottom, they are divided into 1 to 9 grades. Each grade is further divided into 2 levels. The first grade, all of which are held by the Emperor's close confidants. And Chancellor was rather special. It is not an official position exactly, but something like a title. On its function close to the eunuch, need to advise the Emperor, and co-rule the world. But the greatest power in the hands of the Chancellor of the Cosmos is the ability to supervise the 100 officials. When had a Wen Chancellor, headed by a Gong Yang Chancellor. Wu also has a Wu Chancellor, only in recent years he has gone to sit on the Guanshan Road, while holding the position of observation minister there. All of these were learned by Gu Xian during his casual conversations with Li Mingji. It is not known for the moment why a chancellor would serve as an observer. It sounds rather like the absurdity of a cannon hitting a mosquito. Back on topic. Gu Xian still had some good feelings for this funny little old man. The words were also a little more sincere. Mr. Gu naturally remembers. Lord Gongyang is old and strong. His body and bones can be very tough na. Ha 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 ha. Gongyang Chancellor stroked frosty white beard. Although the figure is withered, the light in the eyes of the sun is extremely bright. After laughing, he squeezed his eyes towards Gu Xian. Speaking of which, I'd like to thank Gu Xian Shirlu with your blessing. My arm pineapple cover change the sky will not hurt again. Me? Blessing? Gu Xian was slightly confused. How come he didn't remember granting any blessings? But his silence was acknowledged in the eyes of the Ram Chancellor. Come, Mr. Gu, take your seat. His Majesty will soon arrive as well. Chancellor Gongyang waved away the eunuchs who were guiding the guests and took the initiative to take Gu Xian's arm and was about to lead him toward the stage. Toward Li Mingji, he said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you too, please take your seat quickly. It will be sufficient for the old man to lead the immortal master to his seat. I'm sorry to trouble Chancellor Rams. Throughout the entire process, Gu Xian did not utter a single word. He guessed that the seat assigned to him would be near the front. But I didn't expect to be near the top of the hall, to the left of the 9 to 5. Cosmos is honored by the left. As a result, the Ram Chancellor sat on the right side but gave up the left side to him. And so on. Gu Xian sat down and then suddenly thought, hadn't Emperor Hong invited him here under the term family feast? Why is there not a single woman in the house except for the charming wine waitress? When the maid waiting at his side came close to serve him, his mind was even more rarely messed up for a moment. Although Emperor Hong is not a very honorable man, he is still considered a wise ruler. It can't be that lewd, can it? This was a misunderstanding on Gu Xian's part. The emperor is also very busy during every festival. Even the invitations are split into two. The first half is drinking tea and chatting with the harem beauties, and the second half is the banquet for the honored guests. Just as Gu Xian was considering whether or not he should make some preparations first in case a scene of destruction occurred, outside the door, the sound of chanting rang out in due course. Your Holiness has arrived. Chapter 56, Laughing and Talking. In front of the Qianyan Hall, an old man in bright yellow regular clothes walked with his hands behind his back as he was greeted by the courtiers who had fallen to their knees on either side. He was followed by two young and old eunuchs with clean faces. The old eunuch's sideburns and hanging eyebrows are white, and his triangular eyes are cloudy and gray. He does not smile and has a cold and unfeeling face. The young eunuch, however, had joy on his face, a pair of beckoning ears and thick lips. Seeing Emperor Hong's arrival, the full house of guests simultaneously rose to pay their respects. My lord, greetings to your majesty. All the beloved ministers quickly rise to their feet. Emperor Hiroshi raised his hand with a smile. That is the festival of the palace is cold, invited you to come only as a companion to accompany the widow Lively and Lively. No need to be formal, I thank your majesty for your great favor. His majesty's tone was gentle and he spoke sincerely, but the people underneath didn't dare to really respond. The position is right there. Anyone who dares to make fun of it is just being cheeky. After signaling the officials to sit down first, Hong Di then looked one by one at the royal sons waiting on the side. Why don't you see Sayer, Shanger, and little Missy? Without them, the oldest person present was the third prince, Li Mingping. Back to father. He was about to move forward to reply, but he saw that Emperor Hong had already asked for Li Mingji. The cure has always been good with the handlers, so tell us. Yes, father. This was a bit ironic in the ears of the other princes. Before he was crowned prince, Li Mingji was arguably the most unpopular prince. Not to say completely powerless, but close. The birth mother's family was only the metropolitan governor who governed the several states bordering the western lands. What kind of grease can there be in that shabby place? Gnawing on rocks? As a result, it was such a wasted prince with little foundation who, because of the traitorous luck to find a real person, now has a status that is soared all the way up. And brotherly love? Ugh! They can't wait to chew this guy alive. Li Mingji naturally did not know about the broken thoughts within the other royals, and one of them even smiled rather gently when he looked over. Clasping his hands, he returned to his father. Ninth brother's persistent illness has struck and he can only rest in bed. He has specially asked my son to apologize to father. As for elder brother and second brother, have not seen them for some time. Ai little missy this disease Emperor Hiroshi sighed, worry running across his face. At this moment, he was really like a common father who was worrying about his child's health. As the youngest, the ninth prince was also the most favored of all the princes, born with a nagging disease and suffering. When the feast is over, the widow goes to see the youngest child. Emperor Hong let all the royal sons take their seats, before passing by the fifth prince's seat. His pale eyes fiercely sharpened and locked onto the wine-pouring maid behind him. The majestic sight of Judas sinking into solidity. The maid who was in pain to the point of tearful eyes clenched her lips and took half a step back. This retreat coincidentally exposed her swollen and deformed wrist. People grow old. Not to mention Emperor Hong, who has been in a high position for a long time. Combined with his knowledge of the royals, a sweeping glance guessed what had happened. Scratching the fifth prince, he coldly grunted. Old five, you're really out of your league. And the fifth prince's body tensed up in fear when he heard he was red. He was full of cold sweat contemplating how to defend himself, but he saw that his father had already walked away. After a moment's reprieve, he gritted his teeth and impatiently waved his hand backward. Go down, what bad luck. The luncheon is nominally a family dinner, but both the seating arrangement and the attitude. Emperor Hiroshi still looks like he's paying more attention to the ministers. The old men who had previously ignored Gu Xian and Li Mingji rose respectfully upon seeing Emperor Hong. With a clap of their sleeves, they were about to kneel down and bow. My lord, bow to your majesty. Ai Ching, don't perform such a great honor. Hong Di pretended to be alarmed and quickly stepped forward to falsely help up a few people. Pulled over Li Taishi's hand, disgruntled angry said, we're all family members here today, so we're not going to have any of this. A couple of old men are also used to acting. Listening to the Hong Emperor so boast, that is each face rosy. A sentence seems to be better than a panacea. The waist is not hunching over, the legs do not hurt, the eyes have a luster. Thank you, your majesty, for your holy grace. Early on when Emperor Hong entered the hall, Gu Xian and Gong Yang stood up with a glance at each other. It's just that they didn't make a big bow like the royal group of ministers. Come to the stage. Emperor Hongdi patted Chancellor Gong Yang on the shoulder. Chancellor usually do not drink wine is just. Today as a right to accompany the widow, you can drink a few more cups. If you are drunk, you can stay in the palace. My lord. Thank you, your majesty. With a bitter face, Chancellor Gong Yang cupped his sleeves and arched his hand. And only after that did Hong Di turn to Gu Xian with a face full of joy, smiling extremely happily after looking up and down. Ha, since that day, but there is a period of time not to see Mr. I miss you so much. Gu Xian said a dark sentence in his heart. This old emperor really knows how to put on a show. But with a smile on his face, he made a bow. I'm honored by your majesty's thoughts. Mr. Gu is honored. Sit. Please sit down, sir. Your majesty, too, please. Mutual flattery took their seats. Unlike the Yanchi set up under the stage need to sit on the ground, the high table and wide chairs used by the three people are also covered with soft animal skins. Hong Di, who was addicted to strong wine, first drank a cup to moisten his throat, grinning and baring his teeth. Only after there was a heat in his belly did he ask Gu Xian in a casual conversation. I've heard that you're going out this time to visit your friends, but I wonder who else is in Datong besides you? Perhaps Emperor Hiroshi was already suspicious. After all, Gu Xian that day after the court pulled the excuse to escape, it is normal to be questioned, this feast is less likely to test. Gu Xian sighed softly and casually lied. Gu did not find an old friend on this trip. After years of deep cultivation in the forest, things have changed in the world of initiation. AI the magnitude of change is really saddening. Really? Then you'll have to talk to the widow later. Emperor Hongdi beckoned to the young eunuch behind him. Let the feast begin. Here. The eunuch took a step forward and shouted, the banquet dance begins. With his order, dozens of marvelous women wrapped in red veils floated out from the side halls. The graceful figure danced to the beat of the drums, and the thin skirt lifted and fluttered as if picking off the sky's red haze. The red haze slightly covered the snow-white body. Occasionally, the spring light is exposed, revealing a touch of sheep's fat. Jade white is particularly attractive. The beauty of the girl to raise the sleeve to cover her face, seems to be ashamed of the red eyes and face. But a pair of watery and teasing beautiful eyes want to refuse but also shy, as if talking about only lovers can say warm whispers. The sound of bells and drums is ambiguous and tantalizing, vaguely revealing the carnal desire of a caveman's night. Suddenly, the drums accelerated and intensified. It became resonant. Meiji's jade feet pointing to ground gently rotating, the golden bell on the ankle exactly answered the drumbeat. In a flash, the woozy sound was transformed into the sound of breaking formation and killing the enemy. The long sleeve spreads and falls, drawing out a flash of shiny, cold light. The light of the blade, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Someone in the pews shouted out, "That's more like it." Sun Taba, who was born as a martial artist, drank all the wine in his cup, and laughed heartily when he wiped the stains on his beard. Hate cannot borrow a sword to go up to dance with a song. Lord Sun is good at flattery. Always with him not deal with the wine. Sita took the opportunity to Yin and Yang 2 sentences. Your old body bones do not have to be at the beginning, but do not pull the hip again. Look at some soft suitable. You know a thing or two about boards. That pussy ass stuff is only for softies. Heh, unintelligent mangina. A couple of people who together represent half of cosmos. But they almost got into a fight over a little aesthetic matter. If it is unusual, Hongdi necessary to properly rule this group of old man. But it's a holiday, so it's better to be festive. Side by Side was about to make small talk, but saw Gu Xian was mesmerized watching the dance. Cannot help but laugh. I had thought that Mr. is a person who drinks water and leaves the red dust. But I didn't expect to have such a temperamental side. Only then did Gu Xian withdraw his gaze without explanation. Truth be told, he did have to be wowed. In his opinion,
the first half was mediocre. Only the regulars of the greenhouse would love it. The sword dance, which is transformed into a sword dance after the intensification of the drum beat, is a perfect blend of the unique feminine beauty of a woman and the serrated killings of swords and shadows. Sharp and measured, yet soft. It is no wonder that there are so many dim-witted kings in history who indulged in power and sex. This light is indeed a test for those who are not strong-willed. However, Gu Xian still felt some regret. The dance is extremely beautiful, but the woman who dances is a thing of beauty. It's not that they're not beautiful. They are beautiful, but they are less graceful. If it were Su Yu, she would be able to perfectly blend the two temperaments of flirtatiousness and valor. In that case, this dance could really be called only in heaven. After thinking about it, Gu Xian was suddenly stunned for a moment and laughed out softly. What's with the absurdity of comparing your own child to an outsider? Not noticing Mr. Ge's brief loss of composure, Hongdi admired it for a while before picking up his glass and toasting it again. I wonder if this feast will satisfy you, sir? Gu Xian naturally raised his wine cup and complimented. Gu is a mountain village boy, and it is thanks to your majesty's favor that I can see this light. Ah, sir is too kind. Come, drink the wine and drink the wine. No drunkenness today. Who doesn't know how to say face? We all give each other face when we go out. Even if your heart has other plans, you should at least look good. In fact, the reason Gu Xian had been watching the stage, the main reason was that all of these beauty queens carried a remarkable chi in blood. No, it wasn't just Maggie. Some of the little eunuchs and courtesans, their strength is not to be underestimated. In addition to what I saw when I passed by the rally earlier in the day, Gu Xian realized more and more that this banquet was by no means simple. Something big is bound to happen. After 3 rounds of wine, more drunkenness, but also pulled into some distance. The 3 chapters of the table on the stage are very close to each other to make it easier to talk. The Ram Chancellor on the right-hand side lightly tapped the table to echo the tone, occasionally pinching up a piece of pastry to chew and savor. Although he doesn't drink much, he favors pastries. Han Emperor is aware of his tastes, specially ordered people to go to the imperial kitchen to order to do more exquisite. And on Gu Xian's table, there were still all sorts of melons and fruits. This old emperor's perception of people who practiced cultivation was a bit too stereotypical. Would you be interested in speaking about the trip, sir? Gu Xian put down his wine cup and recalled what he had seen and heard during this period of time, which could only be summarized with the phrase things are unpredictable. It's baffling to be out of the house for only 2 months and have so much going on. Either that, or he, Mr. Gu, is the reincarnation of the lone star of heaven, and something happens wherever he goes. Either that, or the roots of the trouble had been planted all over the world and he was just a trigger. Gu Xian would never admit the former possibility. If there is a root of trouble in Datong territory, Emperor Hong should have realized and done something about it long ago. When Gu Xian entered Lingen County with the caravan at the beginning, the group of people with the Feng surname that he encountered were most likely from the imperial court. In retrospect, he still owed the official named Fengji a meal, and he didn't know if there was any chance of paying him back. Seeing Gu Xian's face heavy for a few moments, Emperor Hong and Chancellor Gongyang also temporarily put down their hands and quietly waited for him to speak. Your Majesty, what is your attitude toward outsiders today? Hearing Gu Xian ask this, Emperor Hong swallowed back the word kill that almost came out of his mouth. In his opinion, there is no place in heaven that is not a king's land. People outside the party should not be an exception. Anyone who disobeys the cosmos discipline should be killed. However, it was clear that traces of cultivators existed everywhere, but whether they are wanted or heavily rewarded, I can't find a real cultivator. It seems that the true outsiders of the party are intentionally avoiding the sight of the government, but to say that they are low profile is even more nonsense. The crimes committed by evil cultivators are too numerous to mention. Baby eating, drowning women, skin and flesh temples, mountains of bones. Every time he recalled it, Emperor Hiroshi's heart ached. Those are all the people of Datong. But they were slaughtered like pigs and dogs. At the beginning of the edict, we'll find the true cultivation of the prince will be established as the crown prince. And also opened a big dynasty will want all the officials into the dynasty to witness together. All of this is a front for Hongdi to create momentum. It is used both to knock out the royal sons and ministers who repeatedly engage in petty crimes. It is also a good way to cover your tracks and wrap up another plot that has been laid out for years. Besides, it's more of a test for the monks. If one of the state masters could find a cultivator to help him, what would be the harm in granting him a fiefdom? That's a bit of gumption that Hongdi still has. However, no. All the royals sought were liars and charlatans. This caused Emperor Hongdi to breathe a sigh of relief and feel slightly lost at the same time. He had planned to execute all the cultivators in public to announce the court's attitude to the world. But I didn't expect it. I actually did find a true cultivator, Mr. Gu. Emperor Hiroshi immediately decides that he must keep him. I must not let Cosmos follow in the footsteps of the Southern Kingdom. Opening his bloodshot eyes, Emperor Hong and Gu Xian looked at each other for a long time before giving their answer. Word for word, anyone who is not Mr. Kill The hostile killing intent in the words was so thick that Guxian lightly raised his eyebrows and leaned back a bit, nodding his head slightly and politely. Mr. Gu thanks your majesty for your trust. It is only that I thought that this matter should be considered in the long run. Emperor Hong's eyes lit up. Oh? I wonder when we can discuss it. Your majesty, the feast is still long. Both sides smiled at each other and reached an unspoken agreement. Talking to smart people is sometimes quite simple. After realizing Guxian's hidden meaning, Emperor Hong was even more cheerful. When he recruited the maid to pour the wine, he put his arm around him and laughed at the other's panicked appearance. The Ram Chancellor averted his eyes and began to count how many beams and pillars there were in the hall. Hong Emperor's addiction to wine and beauty is well known, and he is not surprised. Even from time to time will steal a glance. Don't say, at his majesty's age, he still has this kind of energy, which really makes him as an old man envious. The two of them were close friends before Emperor Hong's ascension to the throne. Young that will be together in the Jianghu wandering through, and the 3 religions and 9 streams have played teachings. Later on, Gong Yang joined a great scholar, and Hongdi went to fight on the frontier. Once again, it was when Emperor Hiroshi ascended to the throne. Still retains a martial straight edge. It is more of a knowing person. Doubtful people are not used. Instead of alienating and suppressing the Rams family because of their power, they took a big gamble. The two have joined forces to rule the world. The Gongyang Chancellor, on the other hand, becomes Emperor Hongdi's brother-in-law after his brother, the ruler and the minister. On the court, the two men are kings and ministers. In private, it occasionally reveals its youthfulness like this. Waving away the red-hued, delicate-looking maid, Emperor Hong cleared his throat and said bluntly, "Sir, one of the state masters of Pax Romana is reserved for you by the widow at all times." Regardless of what Hongdi's inner thoughts, just on the surface of this sense of trust. A different person to be touched to the clattering. But Gu Xian wouldn't eat that. He let out a light laugh. "Is that so, your majesty? But Mr. Gu is out and about. How come I heard that Datong already has a state master? Important things have been talked about without the need to continue to test, then slightly flirtatious." Because of this, Gu Mao was almost beaten up as a godly man. At the sound of the voice, the Ram Chancellor raised his eyes and looked down at the emperor, and then silently tugged his sleeve to pick up chopsticks. A mouthful of tea and a mouthful of pastry, eating happily. He tried to stay out of it, but Hongdi was not as good as he wanted. Showing his hands, he innocently sighed, "AI. Sir, you have misunderstood me. How do I remember that it was Prime Minister Gongyang who was in charge of this? Cough cough cough. Cough cough dash." The Ram pinched his throat and coughed straight, meeting the old emperor's skimmed over sight. He knew it was his turn to take the blame. What can he do? Just have to admit it. Choking to the point of tears, Chancellor Gongyang wiped the mouth of his eyes helplessly with a scarf and silk. He also took the tea handed to him by his maid and smoothed his breath before he bowed towards Gu Xian. "Mr. Good, this matter is indeed the work of the old man. I didn't expect to inconvenience you, sir." Lord Gongyang is overstating things. Mr. Gu is only slightly emotional and has no grievances. Every time he thought back to when he was almost brutally beaten up by the mangaka because of himself, Gu Xian felt oozy. "AI sir is wrong. If you do wrong, you should be punished. I will come to the door to apologize for my mistake." Since he had taken this pot for his majesty, the Ram simply carried it to the end, and in the meantime took this opportunity to make a chance for himself to pull in the distance. "In that case, is the gentleman willing?" Gu Xian didn't answer directly. The other man's invitation coincided with his plans, though. But just like that, it was settled in a few words at the banquet. The master of the state was too much of a price to pay. In the future, he might even carry the charge of Demon Master Scourge. Having made the decision, he had no intention of hiding it. It's bound to be a stone-cold smash. Chapter 57, The Intent to Kill. The neon sword dance is completed in one song, and the skill amazes the 4 seats without a murmur. However, even more stunning after all is just a vulgar dance. All of you here have seen quite a lot. It did not take long to become disillusioned and no longer pay too much attention. While Gu Xian's trio was chatting on the stage, the officials and imperial princes underneath were casually conversing as well. But after all, under the emperor's eyes, no one dared to blatantly gang up on him. Most of the imperial sons followed Emperor Hong. Handsome appearance, upright posture. Have a good skin at the same time is also exceptionally good beauty. Jade feet bear fair beauty. GC. A few royal sons, heart slightly itchy, decided to wait for the end of the banquet, together with the father to ask for a few. Although the third prince was also somewhat moved, he would not show it as obviously as the old 7 and 8. On the face of it, he remains mature and stable, and talks to people in a polite manner. When he happened to look sideways, he caught a glimpse of the 6th prince, the crown prince, who seemed out of place at the banquet. He stopped talking for the moment. Picking up his glass of wine, he came over and tapped Li Mingji on the shoulder, smiling and inviting. "Today's family banquet, why is 6th brother here alone and not playing with his brothers? This way the relationship has faded. Come, accompany 3rd brother to have a drink." The 3rd prince has long noticed that the old 6 in addition to the beginning to look at 2 eyes dance behind a hard head to eat. The palace maids around him came and went, and I don't know how many waves they changed.
I can't believe I've been eating since the party. Is it a deliberate attempt to play dumb? Or is it something else?
Li Mingji raised his head at the sound of the voice. The drunkenness on his face was particularly obvious. Bean smiled and arched his hand at him, slowing down again to spit out the words as clearly as possible. I hope San forgives me. The cure is no longer good for alcohol. He listened to Mr. Gu. At the beginning of the feast, when he raised his glass to drink with him, he drank a cup of wine. After all, I overestimated my own alcohol consumption, and after just one glass, I felt the sky spinning. When I watch the songs and dances, the silhouettes overlap in front of me, so I'm not interested in listening to the sounds. Li Mingji felt a bit ashamed of this, and simply sat steadily at the table so as not to reveal his state, and ate until now. The third prince blinked, then laughed out loud. He thought that this brother had a city in his chest, but he didn't realize that he was still this naive and stupid. It's true that third brother is wrong. It's only a pity that this feast and dance is so rare to be seen a few times in the mortal world. The sound of the two men's conversation reached the ears of the fifth prince not far away as much as possible. He would be in a bad mood this time and was drinking alone in a muffled voice. After seeing this brotherly and friendly scene, his heart was even more annoyed. Bring the wine pot a light. Shake shake shake, no ringing sound, the pot is empty. Finished? Impatiently, he shouted, bring the wine. But no one responded for half a second. Only then did he recall that the maids had been waved away by him. A few maidens in the distance pretended to be invisible, and no one was willing to come to serve. Everything was not going his way today, and now even a few maidservants should ignore him. The fifth prince was annoyed for a moment and yelled in displeasure. A bunch of ungrateful things, quickly bring this emperor wine. Drunkenness some cannot contain the voice a little louder. The people were talking, but when he said this sentence, the temple was quiet for a moment. The rampant sound echoed repeatedly in the wide open hall, and the three people gossiping on the stage stopped their voices at the same time. An oppressive, scrutinizing gaze fell on him at the same time. The fifth prince shivered, sweating coldly as he lost some of his drunkenness. After realizing what stupid thing he had done, fear came over him in a flash. Just as he was about to apologize, he heard a majestic voice coming from the stage. Oh, old five, what do you have against the banquet I arranged? That icy cold voice was clearly tinged with anger. It caused the fifth prince to bend his head and kneel down in public in fear. No, my son would not dare. Don't dare? Is there anything you don't dare to do? Humph. There was no trace of laughter in Emperor Hong's eyes, and the wine cup in his hand was covered with a bang. The spilled wine spilled onto the back of his hand. Seeing this, the maid behind him picked up a towel and silk and wanted to wipe it off but was also waved back. When the emperor is angry, all the officials are quiet. Emperor Hong gazed at the top of the fifth prince's lowered crown and spoke in a cold voice. I have heard that you have sought out a number of folklorists for this banquet. I think they are indeed better looking than these mediocre girls. Then bring them up and let all of you open your eyes. Sonny. The fifth prince jerked his head up, wanting to say that those foreigners were sought by his elder brothers. However, he thought about it again. Today has already repeatedly upset his father. If he makes another mistake, he will be heavily punished. The punishment is not the second thing. I'm afraid that my father will directly abolish him. I can't. Something must be done to undo it. It just so happens that big brother and second brother are no longer present today. How about, let's go for it. Second brother, who made you absent today? Let's lend me this feat for the time being. Thinking of this, the fifth prince rose and bowed. My son will bring someone up here. After the fifth prince temporarily excused himself, the beauty queens also went down. Hongdi resumed that easygoing demeanor and ordered someone to clean up a mess on the table. A confession was made towards his side. The widow's indomitable son has made you laugh, sir. Come, drink another cup. Putting down his glass, Guxian also heard a hint of something wrong. Sweeping his eyes in the direction of the temple doors, he tucked up an attitude of watching the show. There's hilarity. Not a moment later, a cacophony of voices rang out from outside the temple. The people looked around and saw that the guards were blocking the door of the temple, and the sound of soldiers pinging. What's the noise? Wan Liang, go let them in. Is listening to Guxian recount some secret stories to hear the excitement high, suddenly was interrupted by this. Hong Emperor frowned quite a bit annoyed, ordered behind the thick-lipped eunuchs to go forward to pass the message. Here. The guards at the front of the temple after receiving the summons made way and walked in 13 people covered in black cloaks and also wearing masks. No wonder the guards wouldn't let the fifth prince get out of the way. The group totally hung on to the word suspicious. After surveying the kneeling crowd one by one, Emperor Hong snorted. Old five, is this the inhuman you found? What, is doing unseemly deeds? Refuses to even show his face. And please, father, don't be angry. The fifth prince confidently stepped forward and clasped his hands in admonition. These foreigners have strange looks, and I am afraid that I will dishonor my father's eyes. However, they are all people of great skill, and their methods are no weaker than those of the founder who pretends to be a god. As he said this, his eyes glanced unobtrusively to one side of the stage. It was unknown whether the fifth prince was drunk and talking nonsense or simply had no brain.
Or maybe this group of foreigners really had great abilities, causing him to be overconfident. Other than Li Mingji, which one of them was not a savant? Who was the fifth prince insinuating in his words? Could everyone not hear it? Gu Xian, who had intended to watch the show quietly, suddenly felt a line of sight coming from Dao Dao. To the fifth prince's verbal targeting, he only laughed lightly not to worry about it. But while he didn't care, Emperor Hong on the main seat was shaken. Bang! He slapped the desktop, his eyes grew colder and colder, and there was even more suppressed danger in his seemingly calm voice. I, for one, hope you're not talking out of your ass. Yes. The fifth prince didn't hear Emperor Hong's hidden meaning and beckoned the cloaked man to begin. Without a word, the 13 nodded in response, and together they quickly removed their cloak and mask. The appearance that was revealed was what caused the crowd on the stage to panic, and some people even rushed to summon the guards. Emperor Hiroshi narrowed his eyes in false scrutiny and raised his hand to stop it, only to see that what was under that cloak was not human at all. Instead, 13 heads are cloaked in hair and horns, Wet and oviposited. They are white sheep, buffalo, fat dolphin, old ape, black dog, spirit deer, red fox, pale wolf, small wretched, divine turtle, civet slave, big bug, pangolin. There are smooth and slippery hides and heavy and light armor. The lifelike appearance caused Gu Xian to freeze for a moment. If it were not for the fact that there was no abnormal qi around it, it would have been thought that it was a group of monsters that had developed a climate. Seeing the crowd shifting expressions of first shock and then surprise, the fifth prince was a little more confident. Father, don't be afraid, my lords. What these foreigners are demonstrating is the transformation of animals. It is said that the skin of the livestock with spirituality should be peeled off alive, and then imitated by a person after draping it on his body. Until one becomes one with the skin of the livestock and forgets human speech, then it will be a great accomplishment. These foreigners are all masters of this path. It took me a lot of effort to find them. After introducing the Inhuman's abilities, he didn't forget to pull credit for himself. It worked, and Emperor Hong nodded slightly. Well, that's interesting. Let's get started. With a command, a sheep came out from those 13 cloaked and armored animals and walked on all fours in front of the 7th Imperial Prince Yan's table. The vertical pupil looked at the latter with a chill and said in a trembling voice, what are you doing? The 8th prince on the side also felt uncomfortable and moved his body to sit farther away. Bah! The white sheep tilted its head and screamed. Both the trilling sound and the pitch were undoubtedly the same as a real sheep. Lowering his head, he picked up a fruit on the swallow table and took it into his stomach, chewing endlessly in his mouth. The movements and demeanor are so amazing that it's hard to tell if they're real or not. Just then, another pale wolf ambled out and lowered its body. Sunken shoulder blades interacted between prostrations, and fishy saliva clung between bared fangs. Seeing the pale wolf approaching the sheep silently, everyone held their breath and tensed up. Those wolf eyes flashed ferociously without any humanity, and no one could treat them as people in wolf skin anymore. The 7th prince even swallowed his saliva, when he saw the wolf-claw prince scratching the ground, hurriedly rolled and crawled away for fear of being affected. Beasts are at their quietest when they hunt, making as little noise as possible. The outbreak was only in a split second, the green-gray silhouette cut through like lightning, and the sharp claws stretched forward in midair. The white sheep was so frightened by the sudden attack that it was about to run away, and only when it came back to its senses, it was pounced on by the pale wolf that leapt up. The limbs bounced repeatedly, wanting to do a fight to the death. Click! The wolf's kiss snapped the neck in one bite. The bouncing limbs gradually slowed down and eventually stiffened and lost their life. The crowd clutched their wineglasses or held plates to protect themselves. Heart-stoppingly, they watched the pale wolf tear underneath them. It wasn't until the two stood human again that they slowed down and let out a light breath. In that scene, they only saw two beasts. Where was there any human figure? But wolves prey on sheep, or rams. The metaphor here is a little too blunt. How dare you? The prince group of ministers dare not judge. It seems that the temple a moment some cold silence. After a few moments, still the stage erupted in applause. Pop, pop, pop. The Ram Chancellor smiled and sighed softly as he stroked his palm. Marvelous, marvelous. To be able to acquire the look of a sheep and wolf like this, it can truly be called a great skill. Seeing him do so, the others stopped applauding after a moment's pause. When Gu Xian looked over, he saw this old man scowling at him, and he couldn't see the slightest hint of being metaphorically displeased on his face. After this one, the remaining 11 Inhumans were staged one by one. Old apes picking peaches, civet slaves combing hair, divine tortoises crouching on the ground, pangolins drilling mountains. Appearing as the finale was the spirit deer. Da-da, da-da. Just a few casual steps made all the previous performances a little darker. The spirit deer has a snow-white body and a pair of antlers with inlaid gold threads on its head. The pace is light, and the snow-white body pattern is as colorful as the falling English. A pair of deer pupils are full of spirit and have a beautiful posture. It's worthy of the word reindeer. The spirit deer walked to the front of the temple, its lips slightly opened. Unlike the other Inhumans who had forgotten human speech, a clear and pleasant female voice actually came out of its mouth. Judging by her voice, she should be in her Jasper years. Legend has it that there is an immortal island off the East Ding continent. There were immortals on the island who used the mountains as furnaces to collect the spiritual roots of heaven and earth, and refined the 99 numbers into pills. The color of its elixir is more brilliant than gold, and there are 9 cloud patterns on it. Smell one and you will live longer, taste one and you will not fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Today, to celebrate the great joy of the festive season, a spirit deer has stolen the elixir of immortality and wishes to offer it to your majesty. After seeing the red tongue stretch, the deer's lips really contained a golden elixir that blossomed with divine light. The spirit deer stole the elixir and offered it to the Emperor of Man. Seeing such a marvelous scene, Emperor Hong's heart was overjoyed. Forgetting all his previous unhappiness, he said 3 good words in a row. Good, good, good. The good son has a heart, very pleased. Unbeknownst to him, the 5th prince would be shocked this time as well. Offering pills? How did he not know there was such a thing? In a flash, he associated it with having been pitted by the mangy-headed Taoist. But when he saw his father so happy, he left all his thoughts behind. Da-da, da-da. Spirit deer snorting white smoke lingering around, each step as if stepping on the fog and walking. A little bit of golden light in the fog is very strange. As they passed by His Highness, the ministers also poked their heads to see what was in the golden light. See the spirit deer on stage. Guxian's fingers under the cuffs of his sleeves quietly pulled out a strand of ink. Eunuch Decai and another eunuch also took a slight step forward. Their movements were very light, and since everyone was distracted by the spirit deer, they did not pay attention to the 2 of them. Nor did anyone see that the 12 humans standing inhumans had once again crouched down. Fierce glints of fear showed in the hapless, godless pupils of the beasts. Yo! 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 When he stepped onto the stage, the spirit deer chirped 3 times like the sound of an empty valley. At that exact moment, the divine light within the deer's lips converged and collected, transforming into a mediocre golden elixir. Dan sung. Offer Dan. But the next instant, the meek white deer suddenly stepped forward, and the pupils of the deer, which were still full of aura, were full of killing intent and madness. A thought of killing. The sharp antlers cut through the long wind whistling, aiming at the emperor's chest straight up. Emperor Hong did not flash or dodge, his face was very calm. He even lifted his wine cup and took a slight sip. The eunuchs on both sides struck at the same time. One turned his palm into a claw, the other swept out floating dust. Sin suffer death. Bang and bang came one after another. First, a claw swept towards the top of the deer, and pinched the clear deer face directly into mincemeat. The large eyeballs were pushed out of their sockets by an irresistible force, and the teeth were mixed with the broken flesh. Then the slender neck was twisted into a twist, and with another twist in turn, the fur crumbled, and the deer's head was ripped out along with the vertebrae. Another floating dust followed, smashing a pair of flying antlers right into pieces. The chaos on stage subsided in the blink of an eye. But there were mostly civil officials on the stage, and no one could respond. Sun Taba reacted the most quickly, immediately lifted up the swallow table at the time of the alarm, together with the dinner plate and wine cups, kicked towards the old ape that came close to his body. The ape's palm is as thick as a stone, raising a palm to shoot the flying swallows into pieces, and the remaining force of the falling palm continues to press forward without diminishing. Sun Taba is ultimately older, in the face of the irresistible force actually did not dodge the first time, but arms folded in front of the chest want to block. The head reacted first with remorse. The heart bitterly said, "My life is over." It was at this moment that he heard a languid sigh float in. It's a rare holiday, or less hostile. Set. A simple fixed word fell, the crowd felt a blur before their eyes, and when they returned to their senses again, they saw that the beasts had stiffened and did not move. Follow the voice. Seeing the man standing up with his wine glass, a strand of wine flew out of his fingertips into a line, spinning around his body like a transparent cloak. A pair of mercilessly cold eyes swept over the sins, devoid of sorrow or joy. Only a light rebuke. Shun. The wine dispersed, splitting into 12 parts and splashing away. In the same instant, the beasts' bodies rippled and dissipated, falling to the ground. Chapter 58 Foreign Invasion. Upper Capital City, Jingzhou Mansion. It was late at night, but there were still pedestrians frolicking outside the street. Inside the room, in the candlelight, Lian Zhang held the book and frowned and stroked his beard, sighing with a troubled heart. Lifting the curfew is not a good thing after all. Let's hope nothing happens tonight. With all the worry, it was impossible to immerse myself in the book any longer. I simply pushed open the door of my room and went out for some fresh air. At that moment, someone could be heard shouting hurriedly from afar. Whoa! Whoa! It's bad news, Lord Lian. Hey! How this kid talks. Lian Zhang turned around with dissatisfaction and said solemnly, "Why are you so flustered that you've even lost all your manners?" The man realized that he had lost his decency, stood still and took a sharp breath, and put his official hat back on before arching his hand in report. "Lord Qin, the city is running out of water." "Walking water?" Lian Zhang snapped. "As the prefect of Jingzhou, he has to ensure the safety of the emperor's feet. It would be better if the lower neighborhoods were out of water, but the upper neighborhoods, it's going to be a big mess." As he dressed, he headed for the door, hurrying toward the deputy to inquire. Where did the water go? What was the damage? Another slightly caustic rebuke. You are also really, how come you can't even report? Do you want me to ask you one question after another? The adjutant tucked his hand in and grimaced, not out of dissatisfaction with Lord Lian's rebuke. Rather, the situation this time is really serious. Reporting to Lord Jingyin, this involves the eastern and southern areas of the city. The fire is centered in Yushui, Saixia, Wulin, as well as Jinyu neighborhood, spreading from upper neighborhood to Jinwu Street. At those words, Lian Jingyin stopped in his tracks. Glaring at the adjutant, his face was a shade of iron. It was almost squeezed out of his teeth, one word at a time. You mean, overnight, at least a double decimal number of neighborhoods lost water at the same time? The subordinate scrunched his neck and nodded hesitantly. It's over. Lian Zhang held his forehead for a moment of dizziness, holding onto the wall before standing still. After such a big mistake, he would definitely be held accountable. The Yusha is not going to be safe. Thinking of this, even the Capitoline inwardly cursed, how to favor today to open curfew. In the past, there have not been a few instances of opening a curfew on New Year's Day. Go. What are you waiting for? Go put out the fire. The adjutant hesitated a little, he had something important to report. Lord Jingyin, this matter. My humble servant thought there was something else going on. The official subconsciously looked left and right, and when he saw no one else around he stepped forward and lowered his voice. My humble servant has heard that in the neighborhood of the Walking Water neighborhood, there have been people with the appearance of the Northern Realm. At those words, Lian Jingyin stopped in his tracks and looked sideways with a sharp and serious gaze. Is that true? The officer nodded, patting his chest in reassurance. The source of the information is my brother, absolutely credible. In this way, Lian Jingyin instead stopped being anxious and stroked his beard thoughtfully. By merely taking on water, he would be accused of at least one negligence. But when a man from the north appeared, the nature of that changed. It's not simple. Lian Jingyin narrowed his eyes and murmured. The upper capital was heavily guarded, and the gates were all guarded by supervisory gate guards. Those were the 16 guards directly subordinate to His Majesty the Emperor. If he remembered correctly, the general of the left supervisory gate guard was related to a certain prince. Perhaps this is not a simple foreign invasion. Rather, plotting treason. Thinking of this, Lian Jingyin and the subordinate officer simultaneously looked at each other with their whole bodies trembling. Obviously, they thought of a place. My lord, we can't afford this matter. Lian Jingyin nodded approvingly. There are too many high-ranking officials in the capital city, and he is a fourth-ranking Beijing Zhaoyin, which sounds like a big deal. But compared to the head of the group, to put it bluntly, is a miscellaneous. It's something he wouldn't dare to get involved in. He doesn't have the power. Mentally pondering for a split second, he immediately shouted, quickly bring the fastest horse for this official. This official will enter the palace to face the saint. The situation was so critical that he didn't care to report it to the next level. I heard that His Majesty is having a feast with his ministers tonight, so if we report this in time, we may be able to turn the danger into peace. Meanwhile, inside the Qianyang Palace, the officials and princes in the hall were still dumbstruck, shocked by the scene they had just witnessed. There are no fancy displays or overlapping lights and shadows. With just one sentence of fixing and subduing, that one spilled wine to subdue the demons. There is nothing more to it than that. After doing this, Gu Xian took a step back. After the deed was done, there was no intention of taking credit. Noticing that eunuch Decai had externally released his true qi to roll the beads of blood, Gu Xian then waved his sleeve to help him remove the stain in passing. The old eunuch's dangling eyebrows trembled, and the slits in his eyes narrowed even more. He felt a palpitating aura sweep over him, and before he could resist, he watched as the blood-stained and crushed flesh connected into a line and shook off as much as it could. He flipped his wrist in bewilderment before raising his head and giving a respectful salute to the smiling Gu Xian. Emperor Hongdi's line of sight inadvertently swept behind Gu Xian, briefly losing his concentration and smiling a little. Thanks to Mr. Gu for his help, the widow is grateful. Gu Xian waved his hand and retreated to the backside. As Emperor Hongdi scrutinized him, he similarly sized up Emperor Hongdi without a trace. He had guessed something, but was not sure. After all, a tiger's poison doesn't eat its children. Bang! A clapping sound jolted the crowd back to their senses, only to see Emperor Hong standing up and striding across the crushed flesh of the spirit deer, down the steps, one step at a time. As each step fell, the air pressure around them intensified. Two eunuchs waited respectfully on either side, making way for Chancellor Gongyang and Gu Xian. At this moment, the fifth prince's mind was still blank, and had not yet slowed back down from the shocking change. When he felt a shadow strike down, his body shook violently, and with snot and tears in his eyes, he fell to his knees, crying and crawling on his knees to embrace Emperor Hong's boots. Father, I really didn't know. I was blinded by lard and said something stupid for the sake of greed. But the behavior of these foreigners really has nothing to do with my son, father. Humph. Emperor Hiroshi kicked him away, unwilling to even bestow a sight. Even though the fifth prince was terrified to the core of his heart, no matter how much he cried and shouted, Emperor Hong did not give a response. He wanted to find a way out, so he looked around the room. Upon seeing Guxian behind Emperor Hong, the fifth prince instantly lit up. That's right, go beg Mr. Gu. Father trusts Mr. Gu so much, if we can only get him to say a few good words, I'm sure he'll be lenient. As soon as he thought of this, the fifth prince became so excited that he forgot about the muddy words he had said not long ago. Crawling like a wretch towards Guxian, he bowed one step at a time. Immortal Master Gu. Goodness is wrong. I was confused earlier and bumped into you. I beg you to spare good this time. He fought to straddle forward, but the straddle was empty. The figure tilted and slammed toward the floor. The already unintelligent brain was hit hard again. The fifth prince would be a demented innkeeper, unable to react for a moment. But the ministers who were paying attention here had a good look at it. Just now, what the fifth prince had embraced was clearly only a shadow. The location where it was touched even rippled. But that shadow to fake real, not to mention, the expression of God talk and so on is with the normal people. Gulp. The few old men who hadn't given Guxian a good face earlier looked at each other, their throats rolling up and down with difficulty for a split second. It really is a divine means. If one were to make an enemy of such an existence, one would be afraid of dying without even knowing how. As they were shocked Guxian took a half step back slightly helplessly. Your Highness, it's not good for Mr. Gu to participate as an outsider. This matter. It would be more appropriate to ask Lord Gongyang. Ha! The Ram Chancellor, who was also watching the show, raised his eyebrows and raised his eyes, seeing the face of something rapidly approaching on the ground with a bitter expression. Take another look at the seemingly gentle, but actually absentee bad smile on the face of that silhouette. In his heart, there was a click sound, and a crack appeared in his heart in the image of the noble and magnificent Guxian. I didn't expect you are actually such a Mr. Gu. Just as the Ram's mind pondered how to excuse himself, Emperor Hong was once again enraged, and with an angry grunt he kicked the fifth prince away and, enough! How long are you going to disgrace yourself? The force of this kick was unrelenting, kicking the fifth prince into a rolling gourd, tumbling for several weeks before coming to a stop. My son! Unjustly accused. The fifth prince was kicked in the chest with his blood flowing backward, and his already dazed brain was like a heavy stone. He wanted to argue that it is not him but the second brother who has the intention of treason. But the Hong Emperor is obviously angry, that kick is not light and heavy also grazed his chin. The fifth prince was unable to speak of his suffering. After kicking this foot, Hong Emperor is also considered to be a little angry. Adjust the color of his face to appease the ministers. I frightened you all, is anyone injured? Quickly come people, quickly go to recruit the imperial doctor to come. No need. The ministers bowed to each other. Thanks to the shelter of immortal Master Gue, we are safe and sound, so I'm sorry to trouble your majesty with your worries. Speaking of which, those who had been favored, led by Sun Taba, made a distant bow to Guxian, and the phantom constructed by the latter duly returned the bow. As for the main body, long ago came to the side of the sleeping Li Mingji, holding a teacup to support the cheeks to watch the drama. Emperor Hiroshi stopped forcing the issue and instead recruited the guards to come up to the temple. Turning to Guxian at his side, he begged, Sir, I need to borrow a few heads for a while. As you wish, your majesty. Mr. Atmosphere. Hongdi pointed toward the guards and shouted angrily, give me the skin of this group in public. I would like to see what dares to be so bold. Here. While the guards were lowering their knives to dissect the body, Emperor Hong looked again at the fifth prince who was lying on the ground. Cold voice, I give you the last chance. Say, with whom do you conspire against me? Woohoo. The fifth prince was aggrieved inwardly. There were too many things he wanted to say in his defense. But his jaw was shattered by his father's kick, and when he opened his mouth, broken teeth and blood flowed out. He could only kowtow on the ground, towards Emperor Hong, and also towards Guxian and Gongyang. With snot and tears smeared all over his face, he couldn't see a trace of his former nobility and arrogance. Hey! Hong Emperor stroked his sleeve and sighed heavily, his back over his hand was a little hunchbacked. No matter how, this is also his own flesh and blood. Such a handicap, or make his heart cannot bear. It's my fault that Shaner has fallen into such a state, and it's also my fault that I was negligent in disciplining him in the past. Are you displeased with my establishment of the crown prince? That's why you did such a treacherous thing? I admit that I met you at first sight that day, so it was a bit hasty. Upon hearing this, Guxian sighed lightly as he held his forehead. This old emperor is educating his son without forgetting to give him eye candy. Is he afraid that he can run away? Emperor Hongdi's tone paused, and his sigh shifted to a cold and murderous tone. But I did not expect. I let you read the holy book since childhood, all read into the dog's stomach, not? Even for one's own selfishness and make patricide and fratricide behavior. I really hate to cut you. Some stern scolding was better than a sword, causing the fifth prince's heart and soul to be hit hard, and there was no more light in his eyes. He even forgot to argue, forgot to plead. Only one shook his head vigorously and mumbled the words over and over again. My son has been wronged. My son has been wronged. It didn't take long for the guards to take care of the transformed animal alien and find a moment to report. Your Majesty, the 12 miscellaneous bodies have all been processed. It's just that. There's something strange. Hongdi tilted his head and breathed heavily, and when he lowered it again, he had resumed that unperturbed demeanor. Well, look. The guard stepped aside to reveal 12 bloody, turned inside-out corpses. None of them were dead, or even awake. The wide eyes were filled with fear. The guard raised his eyes to steal a glance at the white shirt. After a respectful bow, he hastily hung his head and cupped his fists to report to Emperor Hong. Your Majesty and Lords, please look. This herd is internally similar to normal people, but... He was a little bad at describing it, but he stepped aside sideways to let the crowd watch for themselves. The two main flayed corpses on display are the old ape and the turtle. The other alien figures have changed too much to be distinguished. Only these two are still vaguely humanoid. This group of foreigners is really strange. Their internal organs and lungs are no different from those of normal people, but their appearance and skin are completely beastly. The old ape was better, with a humanoid skeleton wrapped in red flesh, except for a pair of exceptionally long arms with thick knuckles in the palms. But there was no particularly big change. But that divine turtle was a completely different story. Instead of being a man clad in armor, it was more like a piece of broken meat that had been pieced together. The armor and scales peeled off to reveal pitted flesh, the spine was completely bowl-shaped, the shoulders were short and misshapen, and the fleshy skin on the chin and belly was full of folds. I can vaguely recognize that these animals have high noses and sunken eyes. The bones, especially the joints of the feet, are on the large side. These foreigners do not look like my Datong people, more like... The guard raised his eyes with difficulty and spat out those 4 words in fear after seeing Hongdi's gradually cold eyes. The people of the north. As soon as the conclusion came out, everyone in the hall except Guxian twisted their eyes into a bunch and glared at the 5th prince in unison. Wha? The 5th prince's eyes were wide with rage, and he was even more fuming as he shook his head in retort. Good, very good nah, I really have a good son. Han Emperor, gasping for breath, raised a foot to kick after the past. Anger under the form of a swaying almost fell, goodbye the moment to follow behind the old eunuch to help stand firm. How dare you collude with foreigners? Who gave you the guts to do that? But you have forgotten the humiliation that I, the people of the Central Plains, have suffered. But you want my Datong to fall into war again. The 5th prince was kicked, did not dare to fight back or dodge, time and time again to embrace on the Han Emperor's legs and time again to be kicked away. Collusion with foreigners, these 4 words are too heavy. No one can bear it, not even a favored prince. Foreigners. Especially the north. It's a hereditary enemy of Datong and the entire Central Plains. The previous dynasty Daxing was weak and incompetent. The imperial family is extravagant and extravagant. More than anything else, they took all the dregs of Confucian thinking, and the scholars and families have been suffering for a long time. Heavy taxation and the sense of emphasizing the civilization over the military resulted in the weakness of the Central Plains. The fertile land is obviously huge, but it is all owned by the families. No one cultivated the land even if it was deserted, resulting in a large number of people being starved to death every year. It was also that time. The Fingwan, Baiman, and Faitarga tribes repeatedly invaded the Central Plains. They plundered grain, land, women and money. Among them, the Ministry of Manchuria is the most ferocious and savage, not only to take turns to defile the woman, but also in the discharge of animal desire to live after the people as food. Empress Mi, the queen of Emperor Xingling, the fallen king of Daxing. After being taken away and humiliated for a few days, she was made into jerky and sent to Emperor Xingling to share with him, who laughed and praised, "This meat is more delicious than fish and sheep." Since then, it was because of Emperor Xingling's fawning and teasing remark. The people of the Central Plains are to this day scorned by the foreigners as two-legged sheep. How can this worldly hatred be forgotten? At this moment, not to mention Emperor Hong, the eyes of all the officials in the hall, as well as the always good-tempered Chancellor Gong Yang, were much colder. Collaborate with foreigners, no matter who. Kill without pardon. Right at this moment, a few people hurriedly rushed in from outside the hall. The guards in front of the hall were about to stop them, but immediately stepped back after seeing their clothing. The visitors were dressed in flowery, embroidered green clothes and were in charge of the royal sword. These people are the 1,000 Bull Guards, subordinate to the 16 guards. The leader of the group was the left 1,000 Bull Guards Lieutenant General, who fell to one knee. "I pay my respects to your majesty. There were outlaws who broke into the palace just now, and now they have all been subdued." Emperor Hiroshi took a ragged breath and calmed down as much as he could. "Bring it on. Here." It wasn't long before a burly man with a bridle in his mouth and covered in blood was brought up. At the sight of the crowd, the eyeballs almost stared out of their sockets, and a rugged face alien to the appearance of the Central Plains people reappeared. The midshipman duly advanced to present another object, a cowhide pouch sewn with a feathered pattern. And this, the very token belonging to the Flying Tartar clan. Ha 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 ha. What a great skill. Hong Emperor smashed the token to the ground with one hand. Fingers repeatedly pointed at the 5th prince's anger and laughed. "I had thought that the upper capital was as solid as gold, but I didn't realize that it's hard to guard against family thieves when you're defending yourself day and night. Old 5, what other explanation do you have?" The left supervisor door guards on the General Suyurong. It is the 5th prince's mother consort in the family nephews. Its qualification is mediocre, all rely on the fifth prince's mother consort that will be favored, to seek to such an idle job. Knowing that he is not capable of anything, he just entered the 16 guards for gold plating. Therefore, he was not given the right to control the guards. Just let them guard the door and show their faces. Such a simple thing to let so many foreigners infiltrate the upper capital. A momentary lapse? Ha ha ha. What a travesty. Emperor Hong's eyes closed painfully for a long time, and when he opened them again, the bottom of his eyes were already covered with blood. He looked down at the stage with a shadowy, mute sternness. Pull down 5. Li Mingshan. Torture him severely. No. Father, my son was wronged Its second brother who colluded with the foreigners Chapter 59 Feeding Disasters, Plotting. 2 rows of bloody marks of grasping and struggling were eventually dragged along the outside of the temple. Distantly can still hear the fifth prince's mournful wail. At this instant, Hongdi scattered essence for a time much older. He waved a hand at the crowd and let out a slightly tired sigh. The secretaries of love all go back first, I still have some things to discuss with Mr. Go as well as the chancellor. Upon hearing this, the ministers and princes immediately rose to pay their respects as if they had been pardoned. I take my leave. My son will go down first as well. Involving foreigners, no one dared to touch the emperor's mold at this time. Even the drunken Li Mingji was assisted away by the 7th prince and the 8th prince. When all the people go down, Emperor Hong also waved away the palace ladies and eunuchs in the temple. Accompanied by an old and a young 2 eunuchs, quite a colorful retreat to the outside of the temple. Only 3 people remained in the spacious Qianyang hall. Emperor Hiroshi took a few steps toward the door of the temple and sat disheveled on the ground in the moonlight glow. And after looking at each other, Xian Gongyang and Guxian sat to his left and right respectively. Perhaps there are no outsiders, Hong Emperor can hardly shed his aura. Like a plain old father, hands in front of the body while gesticulating, while chattering about the past. I still remember when Shaner was small, just a tiny bit bigger. The human child is small and his mind is sensitive. Coupled with his mother's consort's family from business is not much status. Over time the temperament has become somewhat withdrawn. Once, I saw this child hand drown a few chickens. I wondered if I had given him the word good by mistake. But then I thought to myself, this kid is tough enough. The world is a hard place, and one can't stand firm without being ruthless. Thinking of this, the emperor laughed softly to himself, rubbing his brow as his body trembled lightly. The next instant the mood changed abruptly. His brow coalesced with a baleful aura, and he shook his heavy fist towards the ground with a thud, so strong that the ground cracked along with the skin of his wrist. I didn't expect that this sinner would dare to do such a treacherous thing now. Cough, cough, cough dash. Emotional fluctuations under the Hong Emperor's chest cavity, violent ups and downs, cannot stop coughing such as to cough out the lungs. Your Majesty. Hey! The Ram Chancellor hastily patted his back to smooth his breath and sighed. It was not good for him to intervene. After all, his son and grandson are quite competitive. Guxian opened his mouth at the right time to make a few calming remarks. Your Majesty, perhaps you can talk to the Fifth Highness, there may be something hidden in it. What could he possibly have to hide? Emperor Hongdi raised his voice and roared violently, only realizing that he was a bit out of line after roaring, and smiled apologetically at Guxian. Sir, I am not angry at you, but today is really... Guxian shook his head to indicate that he didn't mind. When Emperor Hong's anger subsided, the 3 people with different statuses looked out at the stars outside the hall together. Perhaps there were fires all over the Shangjing, and the moon was particularly hazy under the cover of smoke. When no one spoke up again for a while, Guxian beckoned for a swallow table, a few plates of small dishes and pastries, and a pot of wine. The wine was poured one by one, and the only sound under the moon was the clinking of glasses. Bang! The wine is over. Emperor Hong suddenly stood up and raised his wine glass high in a distant toast to the bright moon, one word at a time. To unify the world. With a few drunken faces, Chancellor Gongyang and Guxian exchanged glances and stood up. Emperor Hong also turned around and bowed solemnly towards Guxian with his hands holding the wine cup. I know that you are an outsider, so I don't want to disturb you too much in your meditation. However, Mr. See also at the banquet today. The trees want to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. Datong, only want peace and stability. But the barbarians in the north have been provoked again and again. Today there is internal trouble and external trouble. External trouble is a world enemy, have to report. But the internal trouble is evil and crooked. I really can't do anything about it. I once again pay my respects. I hope that Mr. Great Justice will help me in Datong. I, for one, am willing to be paid with the incense of a nation. Incense? What's the use of that stuff? If you want to poison me to death you might as well mix 2 pounds of arsenic in your rice. But when Guxian looked straight into the firmness in Hongdi's eyes, he pondered for a moment. Rhetorically, I asked, Your Majesty, how shall you rate your own merits? Emperor Hong stagnated for a moment, and with a wave of his sleeve, he laughed out loud. The widow is not well known in the folklore. Because of the decisive means of the oligarch, it is even more difficult to call him a saint. The words trailed off, and he turned sideways to point remotely into the distance. If making this mountain and river firm is called a tyrant, then I am a tyrant. If it is called a fainting ruler to make everyone in Datong territory well fed and warmly clothed, then I am the fainting ruler. Who dares to assess whether what I do is right or wrong? Merit? Posthumous honor? When I am 100 years old, I will leave it to be shared with my descendants. Hongdi had some impassioned words from the bottom of his heart. Moved Chancellor Gongyang to tears. It was Gu Xian who had a touch in his heart. He could hear that Emperor Hong was sincere in his words. As an emperor, Emperor Hongdi was unable to love the people as his own, much less publicize the equality of all people. But, to be well-fed and warm is quite remarkable. Thinking of this, Gu Xian suddenly let out a laugh and picked up the wine pot to personally fill it for Emperor Hong. Before the banquet, Gu had mentioned the great changes in the world. I wonder if your majesty is still willing to listen? Speak, sir, and I am all ears. Rubbing the rim of his cup, Gu Xian looked into the distance with his knees crossed and sighed. Gumao, this trip has really grown a lot of insight. I've seen such a high girl doll in Gumao's arms in a life. I've also seen a young girl at the age of 28, because of the greed of others to rot into a skeleton. I've also seen refuse to accept the death of their loved ones, willing to enter the barriers of the stupid. He could not tell a story, but simply recounted what he had seen along the way in the first person. Listening to the two of them sigh. This world should be better. Today's chaotic world is not to GE's liking. Mr. Gu. Hongdi was overjoyed as he threw away the cup and held Gu Xian's hand. This time, Gu Xian smiled and responded without excusing himself. He folded his hands and bowed forward. Thanks to your majesty's grace, Gu Mao is willing to add the position of state master. But after all, Gu Mao is a person from outside the square. It's not easy for him to participate in dynastic politics, so he can only do his best to deter the sin-creating Xian cultivators. Xuanxiu? That would be the true name of the founder. Han Emperor, after thinking, will be coerced or enticement. How did not get the monks to respond to the past attempts to speak frankly? This convinced Gu Xian even more of what he had suspected before entering the capital, that Shangjing City was a muddy pool. To be precise, but any behavior that would change the course of humanity, for better or for worse, would bring great karma. Monks can't touch it. Xian cultivators dared to divide the territory in the dark to refine the aura, but they couldn't dye a country towards it. Even if they want to short a county, they must nibble away at it step by step. Unless it's a remnant of the old spiritualism. And although Gu Xian was special, he was similarly unable to circumvent the word cause and effect. He had a premonition that all the karma so far had been temporarily saved. One day it would explode in an instant. Until then, one must cause good causes to outnumber bad causes. Otherwise, death is a trivial matter. Thinking of this, Gu Xian rose and made a solemn bow. Cultivator Gu Xian, greetings to your majesty. Han Emperor was delighted, busy getting up to organize his clothes and crown, and then with Gongyang Zishan she bowed and worshipped. Cosmos Li Dinghong, meet the state master. Cosmos Gongyang Zhen, meet the state master. After saying that, the three of them looked at each other and threw their heads back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. Settling on this matter, Emperor Hongdi was very happy as he pulled Gu Xian by the hand of Chancellor Gongyang. Tonight is already late, why don't Mr. Gu also temporarily stay in the palace for a day? The three of us sleeping in the same cave is not a bad thing to talk about. Gu Xian searched for, Hong Emperor's ears are not big nor his surname is Chao, exactly where is the problem? While he didn't pick his bed, he didn't have a penchant for sleeping with two old men. He reluctantly put on a smile and politely refused, Mr. Gu thanks your majesty for your kindness, but there are still some things to take care of at home. Although Emperor Hongdi was a bit regretful, he sighed, the day will come. Just as well, how about setting the time for the middle of the month then? The three discussed when to hold this state master ceremony. This position is a precedent for Cosmos, plus Emperor Hongdi intends to build momentum and prepare for some big moves, so he needs to pick a good day to do it. Chancellor Gongyang's proposal was deeply in Emperor Hongdi's heart. In the middle of the month and on the day of the first day of the month, you can invite all the officials in the capital to go to the court with you. Gu Xian has no opinion. It doesn't matter if it's an auspicious day or not, it's just a walk in the park. Politely refused the Hong Emperor's farewell, he turned around with a big smile and stepped into the moonlight figure faded away. Turned into a wisp of wind, this went without a trace. Until the figure disappeared, Emperor Hong sighed with his hands in the air, Mr. is truly a man of God. Look out for a moment and then turn around, where is there a hint of drunkenness on your face? Gongyang looked at Hongdi's back, thinking back to the fifth prince's words when he was dragged away, hesitating for a moment he still said, Your Majesty. What the fifth prince said at that time. Emperor Hong turned back to the temple with his hands behind his back, his figure taking on more of a shadowy feel in the swaying firelight. He walked indifferently past the red corpses all over the ground and drew out a sword to slit their necks one by one. Blood poured out and wailed everywhere. Dang dang dang. Emperor Hong stepped in a pool of blood, his long sword falling out of his hand. He took a few ragged breaths and turned around to glance at Chancellor Gongyang. I know. Men, fetch the Makashi. The fire at the Golden Jade neighborhood was not too big, and only the outer walls of a few wealthy homes at the foot of the street were burned. The fire also did not affect the Rui residents. Lights were burning in the courtyard of the main courtyard, and the night was late but no one was sleeping. A few maids leaned against the pavilion pillars, while Suyu and the little maid were sitting at the round table resting their fragrant cheeks. Why aren't they all asleep? Gu Xian, who appeared out of nowhere, startled the crowd. Suji and the little maid were surprised to see him safe and sound, then they happily trotted to meet him. Mr. Gu, you're back? Although the maids have long guessed that their master is not an extraordinary person, but when they really see it, they are still a little afraid. They only dared to bow from afar. Slaves and others pay their respects to the master. Gu Xian waved his hand and softly said, I've made you all worry, I'll go down and rest. Seeing that the gentlewoman had to pick a lamp to follow, Gu Xian commanded after entering the study, Yu Ling, go help me find a pair of maps. The lights were bright in the study. It took a lot of persuasion to get Yu Ling, who insisted on accompanying him, to leave. Gu Xian didn't expect that this girl had such an obstinate side. Shaking his head and laughing lightly, he drew out a wisp of ink line in midair to outline an abbreviated sand table in accordance with the public opinion map. The focus is on the upper capital city and the Guanshan Road, which borders the Central Plains and the north. Gu Xian was sure that the scene at the banquet tonight was all for show. Whether it's the assassination of a foreigner, the collusion of the fifth prince with a foreigner, or the flames in the upper capital, all of this is a big show made for the ministers and the cosmos to see. Gu Xian, on the other hand, was likewise part of the audience. The old emperor's purpose in putting on such a big show is by no means as simple as a pretext for the northern expedition. Without being in front of people, Gu Xian didn't care about Emperor Hong's face in the slightest. At that time, Emperor Hong appeared to be so angry that he lost his mind. But if one were to pay attention, one could find that every time he exploded, he happened to interrupt the words that the fifth prince was about to say. It seems that Emperor Hong is to implement the fifth prince collusion with foreign tribes in front of everyone. And the eldest prince, the second prince, as well as the ninth prince, the three unattended princes, it is not possible to say that also participated in a hand. As for why the northern expedition should be excused on the pretext of falsely accusing a royal son, Gu Xian guessed that perhaps it was for military expenses. He had heard from Li Mingji that the fifth prince's mother consort came from one of Datong's four major merchant houses, Baotong. The main commodities under the Baotong Trading Company are tea and 3 brocade silks, especially tea, nearly monopolizing the entire East Dingzhou's high and middle-end tea supply. It is important to realize that even the barren land of the western countries cannot do without tea, not to mention the rich southern countries where the scholar class is divided and ruled. Traveling merchants made several trips back and forth at a time, loading back the gold with a caravan. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're rich. Emperor Hong wants to go on a northern expedition. Fighting a war requires investment in manpower and resources, all of which are money. Any other emperor might have raised taxes and fed corruption. An emperor hero is much more ruthless. I'm afraid that he had already planned this step from before he married the fifth prince's mother consort. Feed an egg-laying hen with the help of all the nations, and when you need money urgently, find an excuse to kill the hen on the pretext of the way to death. The fifth prince, destined to be an outcast. Then Gu Xian focused on circling Ling'an County, putting a big question mark on the side. To be honest, that was one thing he had never been able to figure out. Lingshan County is right under the emperor's nose, and later even sent Feng Si and others to go, clearly see that there is a problem in this place. But why would Emperor Hong not move? Solicitation or demonstration. But the magistrate of Lingshan County there was unaffected. Settled down as a sheltering umbrella for the monks. At that time, Gu Xian was focused on escaping and didn't think too much about it. But after gaining some understanding of the cultivation world and cause and effect, the more this matter was thought about, the more bizarre it became. The magistrate must be immortal. Otherwise, once you step into cultivation, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the bindings of karma will be. This was Gu Xian's personal experience. When he first crossed over, he was ignorant and unscrupulous, and even in the courtroom, he was fearless. But today only with the emperor verbally set national teacher A, Lingtai will have a hidden sense of heaviness. This could more than likely indicate that the heaven that Taoist Qing referred to back then was aimed at cultivators. After figuring this out, the identity of the magistrate of Lingshan County became more and more confusing. Is it a mortal in league with the monks? Or a brainwashed and controlled mortal? Can't figure it out. Simply push the door open and go outside for some air. As he strolled past the side yard, he saw that the lights were still on in the guest room, and a silhouette on the window paper was quiet and well behaved. The night was quiet, and the rustling sound of turning books was neat and orderly. After a few days of getting along, Gu Xian also found out that Suyu's kid has the bad habit of staying up late to read. Every morning he wails and screams, and at night he doesn't remember to stay up late. He shook his head slightly, looking over the fence where the rabbits were kept again as he walked through the garden. Without the little maid to stop, that mongrel rabbit still sprinted happily for a while, which would make the tired fur darken quite a bit. It's really... Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through his mind. Gu Xian's eyes widened, not caring about being outdoors, and he was busy calling up the public opinion map of Datong and pointing out a few points to take a few steps back. After carefully observing it, he muttered to himself, Jinsha, Bailing, and Guanshan. These three paths happen to be a triangular area. It's not possible. Hiss dash. Hongdi, you are so cruel. What a great stroke, huh? A little hard to understand at first glance. It's actually fairly well inferred with the information available. Guxian had always treated the county magistrate of Lingen County as a sheltering umbrella for cultivators, but after seeing the captive rabbits, he came to his realization. The magistrate is not sheltering, he is breeding. Nor are they bred by civilians. Rather, the dog-faced man who spreads aura. Cultivators under the sky have intentionally avoided contact with the government and imperial orders. Since Emperor Hong couldn't find it in any way, he came up with an idea: captivity. Isn't Cosmos full of evil practitioners? Isn't it true that we can't catch or recruit them even if we deploy our manpower? Good. Then he would divide out an area and allow the cultivators to partake in the area, and as long as the commotion was not too excessive, he would turn a blind eye. Afraid the monks won't go? Martial law in the Southland and laxity in the North would have been a sign. This explains why Guxian suffers wherever he goes. So it's a minefield that he's going to. The reason why Emperor Hong made this move was to keep the cultivators captive between Jinsha and Bailing, to open up this triangular area as a pasture and battlefield. And then, using the Kansando as a valve and pioneer base, we will monitor the movements of the northern kingdoms and pick the right time for a northern expedition. If something went wrong, then they would abandon the Guanshan road and retreat. At that time, the cultivators remaining in the Triangle region would become the second buffer line, forcing them to go to war with the northern realms. Fail again? Then don't even play. If Emperor Hong dares to do this, he must have the cards to lift the table. If everything goes well, that would be even better. After dealing with the northern border, it's straightforward to tighten the bag port of the Triangle region to wipe out the cultivators. It was thought that Emperor Hong had already vaguely guessed the bindings that cultivators carried. Rao Guxian let out a sigh. What a ruthless heart. What a poisonous tactic. This scheme is completely filled with human lives. It's no wonder that Chancellor Wu was sent to Guanshan Dao as an observer. Whether this matter is successful or not, it is destined to be written in the history books. Hong Emperor said generously, but still find a weighty person to sit on the back of the pot. Years of strategizing. No. I'm afraid that since decades ago, Emperor Hong has had the heart of the northern expedition. Guxian sighed, as if helpless. He looked at the silly rabbits that were chewing on vegetable leaves and didn't know if they were hungry or full, and hooked his lips slightly. I'm sure that Go has also been used as a pawn? Interesting. Sitting in the fragrant pavilion with his hand against his cheek, Guxian just closed his eyes and slept in the night breeze. Inside the Qianyang Hall, Chancellor Gong Yang put down the opinion map in a cold sweat. When he looked at that back again, he felt a distinct fear. Your Majesty. Are you, indeed, still the same Your Majesty? He opened his mouth, but didn't dare utter those words. If Guxian had been present, he might have realized that there were many points of overlap between the two maps. Only this more elaborate opinion map, with points labeled, also contains the Western Imperial Sun. Don't blame your father. Emperor Hong stood with his eyes closed against the light at his back, murmuring in a low voice. No one could see his complexion. When he opened it again it was already apathetic, and he looked at the blazing sun mural behind the high platform, with more than a touch of madness under his eyes. The world. My heaven. Chapter 60, The Marketplace. Early in the morning, Guxian brought Su Pei and the little maid to the marketplace. Before dawn, there were already many people rushing to buy fresh vegetables, fruits, meat and eggs. In the upper neighborhood, even the status of the people who are rushing to the market is not simple. Either he was a servant of a wealthy family, or he had the backing of a powerful official. It was for this reason that no one dared to act recklessly in this place. Even the pork store owner with a face full of horizontal meat could only suppress his temper and smile when he was embarrassed by the fine meat bashful meat. Walking through the vegetable market, I found a dim sum store in the busiest area. The store was small, and there was no signboard hanging outside, and the interior was clean but not considered luxurious. There were quite a few people who came for breakfast at this hour, and Guxian's trio waited outside the door for a while before they could get an empty seat. Sir, I've kept you waiting, please come inside. Little brother too cleaned up the mess all over the table in a sharp manner, apologizing again as he did so. The small store is understaffed, so I apologize for the poor hospitality. What would you like to eat, sir? We have rolls, buns, pancakes, tea. Oh, you're new to the capital, aren't you? Then you must try our crab meat soup dumplings. Although it's not yet the season to eat cream, but they are all wild crabs I peddle from my own home at night, fried, the shell is crispy and fragrant. The soup is very tasty. Usually have to queue up to buy, this customer coincidentally, there are still 3 drawers left. What do you think? This little second brother is quite articulate. Guxian had already made the arrangements before he had time to ask, and saw the little maid on the side twitching the tip of her nose, looking like her mouth was watering. Nodding his head, he went on as this little man said, okay, we'll take all 3 drawers then. 3 more bowls of ghee tea, 2 more dried meat cakes. Okay, you first drink a cup of tea and wait a while. Little brother 2 poured a few bowls of herbal tea with a smile on his face. Then he heard a person outside the door squeeze right in without any concern for others and put the food box on the counter with a bang. The words came out in a very fast urging. Xiao Air. Come with 3 drawers of dunked soup buns, and 6 more rolls. 3 portions of crispy tea, remember to put more vinegar. It's... Xiao Air's face stiffened, and he looked back at Gu Xian with difficulty. This customer, why don't you wait a little longer? He was afraid that his guest would take offense, so he ambled forward in embarrassment and said, Sir, this is an official from the capital, and he has a lot of power in his hands. We can't afford to offend him. Why don't let's give way? Come on, there really is no shortage of this kind of thing in the upper capital. Gu Xian thought about the fact that there were 2 little girls present, plus the fact that he wasn't a good picker of quarrels in the first place. So he nodded, no harm done, just serve it after the next cage is steamed. Alas! Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. Xiao Air thanked him repeatedly, leaving the copper pot of herbal tea behind, and rushed over nimbly to serve the official what he wanted. As he handed it over, he didn't forget to sell it for that reasonable customer. Sir, this was all that gentleman's, and as soon as he heard that it was the lords who wanted it, he politely gave way. The official nodded indifferently. In his opinion it was normal for civilians to give way to officials. But when he glanced over without thinking, he was startled. I saw that the person was born with a good look, although sitting in the middle of the marketplace, the body of the natural extraordinary temperament is not buried, but more glittering. This man is by no means mortal. Thinking of this, long in the official world, he adhered to the idea of a good karma, walked a few steps closer to hold hands and smiled. Your generosity, I am also under orders, so I will thank you this time. Gu Xian was slightly surprised, not expecting this person to be somewhat polite. However, he did not get up and sat down and raised his hand to return the salute. You are welcome. It's just a snack. Farewell. The officer kept his appearance in his mind as he left, always feeling that he would see him again in the future. After turning back, Gu Xian still spoke out his doubts. Jingshafu, doesn't it refer to the jurisdiction? How come, listening to little brother 2, Jingshafu was more like a specific place? Suji picked his head up and explained in a small, winking voice. Mr. Gu is also right, the term house once did refer to the jurisdiction. I heard that there were a couple of ominous incidents, and then the original house was divided into city for convenience. Nowadays, any mention of prefecture is similar in nature to county office. Oh, so that's how it is, Gu has been taught. Gu Xian suddenly realized that he was still judging this side of the world with his previous life's perceptions. Luckily, there hadn't been any major mistakes for the time being, so he would have to pay extra attention in the future. While Gu Xian was reflecting, Su Jia was also peeking at him curiously. She had long ago realized that in these hours together, although Mr. Gu is a man of great power and has many novel ideas and profound knowledge, he always gets some common sense issues wrong. But he always gets some common sense issues wrong that even a 3-year-old child knows. It's really incredible. There was still some time before the meal was served, so Gu Xian simply took this opportunity to ask Su Yu for some more details. Although the latter was a woman, she had read more than 100 volumes and had a quick mind. No matter what was asked, she could answer in 2 sentences. The two were quite engaged in conversation, not realizing the tedium of waiting. But the little maid who couldn't interject could only beep her mouth and look blearily at the back kitchen. Knowing that when she saw Xiaoer lifting the curtain with a tray, she clenched her little fists with joy and smiled to bend the corners of her eyes. Guest your crab meat buns, crispy tea, and dried meat cakes are all served. In addition, I'll give you 2 more plates of home-pickled vegetables. Junior set up the meal, holding the tray apologetically. Guest eat well there is no charge for this small dish. It's all sent to you by my humble servant. I'm not sure I can do it. This little brother is quite good at what he does, no wonder the store is so small but the business is so prosperous. Then thank you, little brother too. Gu Xian lightly laughed as he lifted the steamer, and hot white smoke wrapped in fresh flavor hit his face. There are only 6 thin-skinned soup dumplings in one drawer. The skin is soft and almost transparent, and you can see the rich soup inside, and the fresh lump crab meat is snow-white and tantalizing. Receiving the dunked soup dumplings that Gu Xian had served over, the little maid opened her mouth to take a bite after thanking her. Put! The flavorful hot soup bloomed in his mouth. Before he could taste the flavor, the little one jumped up like a scared cat. It wasn't just Gu Xian and Su Jia who laughed. Even the other diners in the store saw this and all laughed out loud without malice. Little doll, you can't dare to bite into this. You have to hold it in that small dish and bite a small mouthful to suck it slowly. An old man at the side table sidled up and picked up a small plate and sucked it beautifully. Especially after seeing the little guy's depressed expression, not to mention how flavorful the food was. Woohoo! Seeing this, the little maid spat out half of her pink tongue and angrily parted her little head. After the morning tea, it got a little more lively outside, and there were more stalls on the streets. Shanjing City is the capital of Cosmos, ever rich, prosperous and lively. The 3 of them skipped all the way to eat. Passing by a clothing store, Gu Xian was not interested, but could not resist Su Ji too pampered, was forced to pull in, had to buy him 2 clothes. Granted, people look good in anything, but wearing a good one is always better than being all blue. Guxian thought about it for a moment as well. Although he can do some small spells to remove dust and purify his body from dirt and odors, but always wearing a white shirt is not comfortable for onlookers to see too much. Then take this opportunity to purchase a moon white robe, a plain short shirt. The materials used were of the best quality, plus the labor cost, and then wipe out the change, for a total of 3 taels of silver. They are still comfortable to wear and well made. Guxian simply left another 5 taels of silver to order 2 good quality silks, let the shopkeeper send someone to Rui residence to measure the size, and in the meantime, give a few subordinates to change their clothes as well. He as a lord has always been generous to his own people. Other things are not good to ensure, but clothing, food, housing and transportation piece Guxian will not be harsh on his subordinates. After the instructions, he directly changed into a moon white robe, and the white shirt he changed into was also entrusted to the shopkeeper to send back. The hair crown that was given to Guxian was not used to wearing it, and he still wore the jade hairpin. Settled, the three continued to swim and play. The beautiful appearance of a few people along the way attracted a lot of attention, but no one dared to come forward to talk to. There is no shortage of playboys in Shanjing, but they are mainly focused on throwing money away in a few redoubts. Those who dared to stir up trouble would have been arrested long ago to experience the tricks of Cosmos torture. All three are fun. Needless to say, the youngest maid is also the most childish. Suji seems to be stable and dignified, but in reality, it is always a childish temper. As for Guxian, in the eyes of outsiders, he is as elegant and graceful as an immortal in the red dust. In fact, he is also the main of good to join in the fun. And as a result, the three preferences are quite communal. All of them are not interested in rouge and powder, and jewelry is not to see. The rich and noble things are not as interesting to the three as the grasshoppers tied up by the roadside or the little candy figures painted. While passing by a mechanical pavilion, the three of them stopped their steps at nearly the same time and turned in with a tacit understanding. However, as soon as he entered the door, he saw Chang Wei playing. Then he saw a petite, lovely girl in a red dress reprimanding a servant. "Why are you acting like this? Use your little brain, will you? I wanted a purple reddish color, but this is a vermilion colored one. It's really pissing me off." The red-skirted Kagome pinched her waist and puffed out her cheeks in exasperation. Fair complexion, lightly biting Jew lips, inverted willow eyebrows painted between a 3-petal red flower, pouting face, watery pair of almond eyes round. To an onlooker, it didn't look like she was cursing, but rather pouting. Is to contain anger is also not lost good behavior. Exquisite look at the person's heart is very soft, ruthless not a hand will be in their arms, articulate the earlobe soft. Seeing Guxian and the others enter, one of the attendants slowed back down from his beauty and hurriedly nodded his head to apologize. "I'm really sorry about your guest. We can't entertain you for a while, so why don't you come back later?" Helplessly the three could only leave first, and after going out, they saw that a group of good audience had already gathered around in front of the door. At the very front, a couple of bad old men old enough to be that girl's father were commenting on the situation. "This young lady from the south is just spirited, spicy, and delicate. Moisture rising yo. Hey! I'm telling you, it's just to see if you really want to marry, you'll suffer. No more. I'll go buy rouge for my daughter-in-law to make amends." Ah, Brother Lee's speech is still believable, look at this face being scratched. Listen in for a moment to learn the cause. No wonder I've seen a lot of beauties along the way that look different from the Chinese plains. It turned out to be a period of time to choose a consort. The neighboring small countries are sending beauty rush to the capital. Could it be that this old emperor wants to eat young grass again? Thinking back to the scene at the banquet, it's quite possible. The old emperor is a grandfather by age, and he's still so energetic. I don't know what he eats every day. Guxian's trio wasn't too interested in this kind of hustle and bustle, and were about to leave when they spotted a familiar face in the crowd that they were watching with great interest. Upon sensing his sight, the man looked at him as well. Looking at each other for a moment, both parties silently averted their eyes. Not a moment later, the man pushed his way through the crowd and awkwardly arched his hand. "Ahem, I was thinking of going to pay my respects to Mr. Later, but I didn't expect such a destiny." The visitor was none other than Chancellor Rams. He lifted the small box that he had carried on a hemp rope and gestured towards Guxian that this was really an accident. Gu has met Lord Gonyang." Staring uncomfortably at Guxian's slightly flirtatious gaze, Chancellor Gonyang coughed lightly twice and hastily pulled away from the topic. Cough, cough. "Mr. Guai. These two are your ladies?" Somehow, he suddenly felt another click shatter in his heart, and his eyeballs stared almost out of their sockets. The little maid was confused, tilted her little face up and didn't understand too much, while Su Ji on the side as a hand to hold her in front of her body, lowered head shy to cheeks steamed red. Guxian waved his hand repeatedly to explain. "Alas, Lord Gonyang must not insult people's innocence. These two girls are both Gumao's little friends, well, they are also considered half of Gumao's juniors." Upon hearing this, Suyu was the one who pouted her little mouth and blushed again, not knowing what she was thinking about. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. It was the old man who misunderstood. The ram arched an apology to the two. When he calmed his mind and looked again, he always felt that one of them looked familiar. Your butt. At this time, Guxian moved over a step to block the line of sight without a trace and spread his hands to invite him. Since it's such a good match, why don't Lord Gongyang come to Mr. Ge's place? Ha, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Chancellor Rams put the matter to the back of his mind for the time being. That way chatter Mr. Gu, please. Rui is in the center. After noon and lunch together, the others in the main hall were waved away, leaving only the two of them to continue drinking tea and chatting. The convention went around a few times and played Tai Chi. Only then did Guxian take the lead and asked, Lord Gongyang came here this time, but not only to accompany Mr. Gu for a cup of tea, right? Dang. The ram put down his tea, stroking his beard and nodding. That's right, besides visiting you, sir, the old man's trip was also to convey His Majesty's wishes. I hope that Mr. will be able to display his divine power at that time and shock the world in one fell swoop. These words went right to Guxian's heart. Even if Emperor Hong didn't say anything, he was planning to make a big commotion. But since he got the imperial order. Oh, well, let's hope the old emperor doesn't regret it then. Chapter 61, Auspicious Omens. The old Kaiguanhao did not expect, just because he left in the morning to feed the stubborn donkey a handful of soybean foam, the result of this stubborn donkey even in the distance from the capital is still 5 miles away from the place to put down the burden not to do. I had her sack into a roadside gully, overturning the full load. If it wasn't for the good Samaritans passing by, I'm afraid his old bones would have to die here. Thank you so much, postulant. Old Kai too could not stop thanking this handsome young man, and his old eyes were brimming with tears. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't really know what to do. The young man wearing an ruah hat patted the dust on his hands and smiled gently, just a show of hands. The old man is not hurt, right? Woody. Old Kai too waved his hand back and forth, catching the momentum and looking him up and down. This handsome young man looks clean-cut, but his strength is really big. He flipped the cart over with one hand. If you had the strength to pull a mill, you'd be better than a donkey. You could plow 2 acres more. I don't know if he's married yet. I'm not sure if he's married yet, but the granddaughter of my second brother's family has reached the age of majority. The man seemed to detect a strange sense of admiration in his eyes and hastily changed the subject. If you want to go to the capital, you should hurry up, it will be troublesome if it rains later. Rain? Oh, it's rain on a sunny day. The Jun Ho Shang raised his finger and pointed upwards, but it's a rare auspicious omen. It was only then that Lao Kai noticed the scion's tightly dressed rain gear, and looked up at the sky again, secretly saying that it was really a strange person. It's obviously a beautiful sunny day, and the clouds are light and the wind is clear. Where does it look like it's going to change? You scion do your best to poke fun at the old man, he said, while copying the whip to pull back the stubborn donkey. Strange enough, this donkey usually doesn't move at all without a beating, but this time it was very honest. Rebolted the thick hemp rope, this time tied a dead knot. After vigorously tugging a few times and still stable, Lao Kai had this only sat back in front of the car, patted the side to give up the seat and laughed. Lateborn, you're also entering the capital, aren't you? Come, let the old man give you a ride. No need. That latter waved his hand, it's not time yet. Old man, and go quickly. Hey, and shy. Old Kai too persuaded him several times to no avail, so he stopped insisting. After thanking him again, he raised his whip and whipped the donkey's ass. After pulling away from a distance, he looked back again. But he saw that the latter was still in the same place, that's weird. Upper Capital City, in front of the South Gate. Even if the queue to enter the capital was lined up in 4 columns, the customs check was so careful that the queue process was still slow. Old Kai had rushed or came a step late, can only line up in the tail section of the queue. Good thing there are a few acquaintances can nag a little bit. Someone with a straw in their mouth, leaning back on the crate to pillow their hands, asked with a sideways glance. How many of you, dude, are here for the fun? Ha! See what you are saying. A pockmarked face patted the box on the back of the car and puffed out his chest. I've heard that His Majesty is going to choose a concubine again. All the people from the smaller countries are coming to the capital, so let's take this opportunity to make some money. When he said this, the tone of the pockmarked face always went upwards. However, these words drew the approval of the crowd. Even the always honest old Kai too nodded his head repeatedly. Other than that, the Cosmos national identity is still quite strong, and you can't help but talk about other small countries with an air of superior pride. One of the horsemen was an old acquaintance of the old Kai leader, and asked as they chatted, Dude, what's the best thing you brought this time? Old Kai headman is real, did not hear the intention of temptation in his words, smilingly lifted an earthen altar. It's just a little bit of home-pickled pickles and dirt wine, not worth much, not worth much. Ugh man, that's just wrong. Those little places are good for that. The man was relieved to make sure that the old Kai leader had no competition for him, and then reached out and skimmed over a few altars that were a bit cracked. It was a rare moment of great kindness to be reminded. Older brother traveling or slow down, look at you, this clay pot can be cracked. At those words, the old Kai leader froze after looking back. Drink! It's such a bad fall. When he saw the crowd looking at him, he told them all about what had just happened. Although that young man is kind-hearted, but his brain is not very good. The sky is brightly lit, how could? It was at this moment that the sky, as if to contradict his words, apathetically moved toward dimness. Welp, boy, that's kinda evil. While the old Kai leader was staring wide-eyed and murmuring, the other horsemen were nimbly spreading out the cover cloth to cover the goods. The pockmarked face stood up and glanced at the speed of the queue with some fuming. Hey, this damn weather changes at the drop of a hat. My goods can't be drenched. Why don't the officials check quickly? Another man spat out a chewed-up grassroot and bristled. Why would the officials care about our lives? Even if the goods are all ruined, the tax we should pay is still not a single coin. It's all a matter of life. The old Kai leader was also anxious, and he folded his hands towards the sky and chanted in a small voice. Hurry up, hurry up. God bless bless bless. Suddenly, a clamor rang out from the forefront of the procession. A few people stretched their heads in order to join in the fun, and in no time they saw the officers and soldiers open the gate completely, followed by the rapid movement of the procession quickly towards the pass. What's this? It seems like there's no more checks? Even the tariffs aren't collected anymore. Hurry up, and go in. Don't let these officials change their minds later. What a weird day. Old Kai too looked up at the sky and inexplicably thought of what the postulant had said. Rain on a sunny day, that's a good omen. What would the ascetics care how perverse this is? For them, saving a few coins would be a great joy. At this time, Lian Zhang, even the lord of the capital Yin, was confused. Unbelievingly, he asked again to his side, "Are you sure?" The adjutant nodded firmly. "This is what I saw with my own eyes. Not only the left and right supervisory gate guards, but also the Jingwu guards and the 1,000 bull guards have all gathered in front of the south gate." Hiss, what's all this? Lord Lian painfully pinched and rubbed his brow, his mind cluttered. Under heaven, the only one who can mobilize the 16 guards is the one in the palace. But, what is the purpose of mobilizing so many troops at the south gate? If there is an invasion of foreign enemies, should also be tightly closed gates. Since the Dragon Boat Festival, when the capital city went underwater on a wide scale, the Chaoshang and even the whole Shangjing city became a bit strange. Lord Lian had thought that he would be culpable afterward, or at least that it would be difficult to keep the Black Veil. However, apprehensively surviving until the next day, he was only lightly knocked down twice. Later, Lord Lian personally supervised the reconstruction of the disaster area in order to atone for his sins. Yet invariably one would catch a glimpse of some big shot wandering the streets with a gift box, and hear a veiled inquiry about a great gentleman. There was another one of these today. Can't figure it out. Can't figure out how. At that moment, the junior officer guarding the end of the street came running in a panic and reported, "Lord Lian, the other lords have been seen." "Well, you go down." After Lian Zhang waved off his subordinates, he temporarily put aside his worries. He carefully organized his hair and crown, and squeezed out a slightly pleasing smile on his face, which had always been unsmiling. Walked to the side of the road to stand still. From afar we'll see the head of several people dressed in green official clothes tattooed with 9 chapters, hanging gold, and jade tasseled sword at the waist. Head wearing a crown, green beads strung into 9 tassels. Upon seeing the clothing of the visitor, Lian Zhang bent over, hating to be able to press against the ground. "My humble servant, Lian Zhang, pays his respects to Lord Chancellor and Lord Imperial Master." He was trembling all over at the greeting. According to his official position, he was not ordinarily qualified to contact these great people. It was not an exaggeration to call them half the sky of Datong. Even during the great dynasties, it was not always possible to see them traveling together. "What's going on today?" As the visitors approached, the leading Ram Chancellor arched his hand at him, calm to a fault. "I'm sorry to trouble Lord Lian for maintaining order. Lord Chancellor actually remembers my humble self?" Lian Zhang was instantly moved to facial redness, and busily pressed his head down a few more points to hide the excitement on his face. "Lord Chancellor is overstating the case. This is the duty of my humble servant." "Well, not bad, not arrogant." Chancellor Gong Yang and the others nodded in recognition of him. "All right, you leave things down there. Follow along." Although the adults did not say much, but Lian Zhang still heard a hint of unusual flavor. After holding his hand and temporarily retiring, he first went down and ordered. At this moment, there were not only officials and soldiers gathered at the south gate. There is also a large group of good masses. No matter men and women, young and old, rich and poor, all rubbing their shoulders and looking around. Lian Zhang, who had instructed his adjutant, compared notes in the line of officials. According to his rank, he could only stand on the outside of the center end of the line. He furrowed his brow rather displeased when he noticed the asshole's eyes full of curiosity. However, since Lord Chancellor didn't say anything, it was not good for him, a minor official from the 4th rank, to expel, and it would be bad if he annoyed people and spoiled his good impression. The surrounding officials in the past days are also in important positions, the best of the best. But now in the procession, can only quietly shrink head, afraid of a little mistake. With so many people watching, one can't help but get nervous and flustered.
Subconsciously lift your chest and tuck your stomach, and you may even deliberately regulate your breathing out of fear that it will go wrong. But the more you care, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and Lian Zhang could only close his eyes to regulate his breathing. Suck suck who? Until a wave of sound came over the cacophony of chatter. Your Holiness arrival. Your Majesty? Lian Zhang snapped his eyes open and twisted his head. The civilians had consciously made way, prostrate and trembling like rats seeing a cat. In the sound of kneeling on both sides, a gorgeous dragon carriage surrounded by golden satin tassels was pulled slowly by 6 high-headed horses. The officials, regardless of their rank, followed suit and knelt in 2 lines. My lord, greetings to your majesty. The dragon carriage did not stop after passing the ministers, and a thick-lipped eunuch accompanying it read the holy words in a loud voice. Please rise, lords, and go out with the Holy Spirit to meet us in the city. Welcome? Let his majesty come out of the city to meet us? Who in heaven's name has this honor? Could it be the emperor of the southern kingdom? No. No way. Lian Zhang mentally rejected this ridiculous guess. If King Huaichu was alive there was still a possibility, but now the emperor of the southern kingdom was only a 6-year-old child. What does a puppet emperor deserve his majesty's attention? Shocked as he was, his feet didn't dare to slow down. He followed the group closely as the dragon carriage moved, and had to be careful not to step on the heels of the one before him. It can't be helped, there are just too many people in the entourage. When his majesty travels, the city follows him. The people also followed the blind participation, from the south of the street row to the end of the street and even have to turn a few corners. In order to see the holy glory of all the people crowded into a huge piece of the head. However, after walking for more than 2 miles, the tired Lian Zhang was sweating profusely. When he lowered his movements and took out the brocade handkerchief in his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat, tick, a cold sensation flooded the back of his hand. When I looked upward, I saw a light rain falling on a sunny day. The stars of the rain fell on my face and there was still a little bit of warmth left. This weather. The sudden drizzle disrupted the pace of the crowd, and the sound of chaos couldn't stop boiling. The vast majority of people did not anticipate this situation and therefore did not bring rain gear. Except for the old Kai leader who remembered what the latter had said, and who had unfolded a large bib to shelter the people around him from the rain as soon as he saw the rainstars falling. The old man is so predictable. The young man who had taken refuge from the rain gave a thumbs up in praise. Old Kai too wanted to say that this was also what others told him, but listening to the compliments of the people around him, this will be how to be embarrassed to say. Look, there's someone coming over there. The crowd followed the tip of the finger to see, from a distance to see a rusher is leaning on a bamboo stick, back on the back of a large basket, head wearing rua hat shoulder demoiselle, footsteps light and fast came. The left 1,000 bulls guard Zhonglong general, Shine drew out his imperial sword, and the light of the bright blade flashed. Taking a step forward to intercept, he said, Stop the comer. The rusher's footsteps lurched and he stopped 3 feet away, surrounded by the 1,000 bull guards. For the sake of his majesty's safety, it would be normal to cut down this unknown person even with a single slash. But his majesty had given an account, and the lieutenant general could only inquire with vigilance. Where are you from? And where are you going? Take off your covering and answer quickly. The man was frightened by the chiding voice, and scowled as he took off his rua hat. The crowd who witnessed the real face could not help but be a little disappointed. It was only a plain old man's face. If I had to say that there was something special, it was that this old man had more wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and he was obviously a smiley one. The old man clasped his hands and worshipped, smiling kindly. Your Honor, I make my living by peddling books. Why, is it against the law to sell books now? Less strong words. When the lieutenant general was about to say something, a majestic inquiry suddenly came from the dragon carriage. Oh, I wonder what book is being sold. Ha ha, that's a lot. The old man stroked his silver beard and narrowed his eyes with a smile. Pointing to the basket behind him, he said, This grass frame of the old immortal holds the wisdom of millions of years. The upper part can know astronomy, the lower part can know geography. You can understand the mysteries, and you can understand right and wrong. It's just that there are 2 rules when the old man sells these books. 1, no sale for the unattached. 2, those who can't pay the price, no sale. Words. Everyone present spat in their hearts at the same time. Old liar. Also no astronomy and geography, you just blow you. These words are clearly the common words of the godly liar on the street corner. I don't know whether this man is naive or stupid. How dare he deceive his majesty? Kada. The dragon carriage opened out of a man wearing a jade belt, wearing a gold crown. A bright dragon robe is too expensive to be described, and a long sword is gorgeous and dignified. Emperor Hong waved away the eunuch's support and slowly stepped out of the dragon carriage to come in front of the old man. In a deep voice, he inquired, I wonder if the widow can be related to you? Everyone was sweating for the old man. He secretly said that he was really bold. In front of the emperor, he actually dared to stretch his head and look up and down towards the front. Yes. I happen to have 2 books here with you for miles.
The old man put down the back basket, and after burying his head and rummaging for a while, he turned out a long-deposited tattered book from the bottom. He dusted the book first and blew a breath toward the cracks. There were only 4 large, blurred words written on the cover of the book: The Essential Art of Chi-Men. The book. Emperor Hiroshi frowned, his eyes showing some dissatisfaction. But the old man acted as if he didn't see it and introduced himself. Don't look down on this book. If you understand what's in it, no one in the world will go hungry again. Hongdi showed a hint of interest, but didn't rush to take it. Well, what about the other book? Oh, wait then. The old man carelessly rummaged through another flowery cloth package from the bamboo basket. One roughly tore the outer skin open. Unlike the rotten cloth package, inside is actually a book with paper pages as thin as cicada wings, and the body is as transparent and bright as jade. The cover page is engraved with just 2 words: The Ascent to Immortality. This book is even better. After learning it, you can go through 100 lifetimes without dying. You will not be tainted by karma and will not fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Teach you to go beyond the 3 realms and not be among the 5 elements. That old man had a jade book in one hand and a broken book in the other. Smilingly, he handed it over at the same time. Which book would you choose, Grandmaster? Chapter 62. Ah, it's up. Well, it's on the shelves. I'm supposed to be thankful, but the munchkin knows there's more to yell at me. I got the message from my editor yesterday morning, but I was too busy to see it until this afternoon. Genuinely cannot help. After updating this chapter, newborns still have to stay up all night to change the program. Indeed, the fish and the bear's paw can't be both. I've stumbled to the shelves, interrupted for a few days, failed to fulfill a promised raise, and deleted a post and permanently banned 2 people. Of course, it's doubtful whether it's a human being or not. After all, what I said was too stomach-churning. There's not much to say about the point, and it's not like you're writing a mini-essay. Canvassing and all that is kind of repugnant to me personally. A little bit about the general development of the book below, so the big boys can check it out first, and then subscribe if they're interested. As of now, a shallow worldview has been put out. In the opening post, the munchkin put 2 layers of worldview. Unfortunately, many bigots only see 1 layer and then post to call me out for my lack of logic and weird logic. I also blame the munchkin's lack of ability to put in the right hooks, I guess. The actual worldview has 4 layers from shallow to deep. It won't burn your brain, huh? After all, the budding newbie doesn't have it either. Talk about the possible toxic points so that the big boys don't get overwhelmed and can't get their money back if they subscribe. 1. No female lead. Although munchkins like to portray beauty, personal XP, there will be no emotional lines in this book. The subject matter is inappropriate for that reason. 2. Not a saintly mother. Mr. Ge's character is unusually easygoing towards good people and his own. However, he will be decisive in dealing with potential dangers and the like, unless he is bound by karma. This also leads to point 3. 3. The late going will get darker and darker. Well, there are spoilers involved, so I won't go into it. It's non-kinky, but it's going to have an increasingly crumbling slumping style, raw word for munchkin hshsh. 4. There are group images. Everyone with a name is not an outcast, and few have ever had to throw it away once. The other poisonous points should be the budding newcomer's own ability problem. The newborn is not a genius in this area, and his energy is limited, so he can only grind little by little. Said these are actually quite silly. If you sell a miserable can cut a leak is also quite good. At least the first aid data can look good. Stinks write the text, earn money than anything stronger. But munchkins have been pitted by other sandy authors. Well, that thought is just punt life when put in the online writing world, rife. Not selling out or playing the emotional card, haha. Of course the newcomers want good numbers, preferably a straight million fixes and in-place god resignation dog bosses. But, an ordinary person like a munchkin can only walk 1 step at a time. Not to go much faster and not to dig holes at random. Yossi. If the above isn't considered poisonous and you're willing to encourage encouragement to the newbies, then please, big brother, give a first order. The big editor said to let it explode. The munchkin will just have to do the best he can. There's a lot of chores after flushing someone over, and my eyes are starting to glaze over. Probably the only bind on the munchkin on the shelves is that it has to be 6,000 plus per day. Sorry again for not being able to finish the raise. How about women's clothes to make amends? But HHHH munchkin is a Chris-type body, purely kidding. Appreciate the company, thanks. Chapter 63, The Shen Immortal's Test of the Emperor's Heart. The jade book was illuminated in the light, and the divine light of internal fluorescence flowed slowly like flowing water. The other tattered old book was a puddle in comparison. Chapter 64, Chopping Off the 3 Poisons, Purple Breath Coming East. If someone could look up and tilt their head at the moment, they might realize that Jade Fairy hadn't actually opened her mouth when she spoke. It was as if this heaven and earth were relaying its will on behalf of them. Chapter 65, Clouds in the 4 Directions. From the upper capital city, it was nearly 10,000 miles to the south, and then across dozens of small countries as a buffer before arriving at the border of the southern kingdom. Unlike the divided Tao of the upper capital city, the southern common. Chapter 66, Hooking Up with the Heavenly Spirit.
The servants of the Rui residence all knew that their lord did not like incense burners and strong tea. Even if Guxian didn't mention these two taboos, the observant Yuling and the others had memorized them. Chapter 67, Jade Shen Temple. Yuling take all these. In the main hall, Guxian looked at the table full of lingji and precious herbs, and was tempted to explain to Yuling that cultivators don't wait. Chapter 68, Stealing Half a Day of Life. Outside of the Jade Shen Hall, the two of them walked against the flow of people as they made small talk. I haven't seen Mr. Gu for many days, but I've missed him a lot. Sniff STH. Chapter 69, The Emperor's Saying, a first glimpse of the hidden secrets. The Wanjiao Pavilion was built by Gaozu after he laid claim to the Datong River. In the beginning, Gaozu revered the idea of Confucianism, and all the words of the sages were stored in the pavilion. Chapter 70, Bonding, the world of great controversy will begin, transitional chapter. Lord Lian, I have already had the Jintian Pavilion inspected again and again, and there are no accidents. It's these civilians. May I send someone to drive them away? Present STH. Chapter 71, Cave Yui Yuihua, Undesirable Man. Swish dash. A dry emerald green color curled and danced with silver flakes, fluttering down a few bright glows. It's clearly daylight at the moment, but